with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us. Here we go. It is our final hour on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final 60 minutes, we're all about basketball. Looking back at Game 6 between the Pacers and the Knicks. Then we'll talk about what is next for Indiana as they move on to face Reba McEntire and the Oklahoma City Thunder in the NBA Finals. In 20 minutes, we'll bring in Tim Reynolds from the Associated Press to help us preview what we can expect in Game 1 that is set for Thursday. And then it's Donkster time and our best bets at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. And greetings to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. That is on Bally Sports Live and the Bally Sports Live app. Chelsea, so over the weekend, we decided to go to brunch. I woke up on Saturday. We usually sleep in, well, on both Saturday and Sunday. But Saturday, I woke up and the lovely Catherine was already awake. And she was like, "What do you want to do today?" I was like, "It doesn't matter to me." And she's like, "Well, if you're curious, I went ahead and scheduled us brunch." And I was like, "Oh, let's do that." So I went to brunch. It was awesome. And after that, we decided, okay, we've had our unlimited drinking food here. Let's have a drink or two more and then go home. So we randomly popped into a bar down the street, like almost next door, and they had one of those games where the claw games, you know what I'm talking about? You just feed it dollars and you control the claw and it takes the claw down and it can pick up a stuffed animal or something. And I have to say, first of all, as we know, those things are absolute money grabs. I don't know how many dollars. I don't know what Catherine was doing with a bunch of ones, but she had a bunch of ones in her purse. But this is the second time this has happened to us where I don't know how often people play those games. Probably not very often because they are a ripoff, where people saw us getting really into it and committed to, like, we're getting something out of this game. Where we had people in the bar be like, "Come on, guys, come on," like clapping, like, "Come on, one more dollar." And by God, in the end, we ended up, after spending like $10, a small purple bear that was probably made for 50 cents. But we had a good experience doing it.
This is the best marketing ploy of all time.
Oh,
because
man.
we all do this. Like, once you have your mind set on something, you want it. Even if you're not like a 5-year-old child. Because, Jenks, let me tell you, these games are not fun when you have a child in the mix. Because obviously, they want that toy. And they don't understand that, like, a $2 stuffed animal is not worth, like, $20 in tries. But they do this at the fair as well. Like, they give you the cheapest stuffed animals, but, it's $20 for 4 tries. And, of course, my husband, being a professional thrower in his past life, has to step up to the plate. And I will say he does win this most times. But I was laughing at this because the next slide, which I hope you don't mind me mentioning it, was your stuffed animal with, what was it, a straw in its mouth and drinking an alcoholic drink. Yes. And I almost commented, I almost said, hey, this needs to be a bit on the show. We need to bring it in with the Donkster. But I didn't want to give you the Sunday scaries, and I didn't want you thinking about work. So I didn't.
No, that's actually, Dylan sent me a message as well. Like, this reminds me of the Donkster. So you guys were thinking in simpatico there. You know, this guy's been boozing. So we were just having a good time with it. But you're right. I can't imagine doing that with a kid. It must be nonstop. I mean, with Catherine there, as soon as we walked in, she was like, "Ooh!" Like, it was like a kid. I was like, "Oh my God, we are not getting away. We are playing this game for a significant amount of time." But we were doing it like, you know, one of us would adjust the claw, and then the other person is on the side of the glass, like making sure it's lined up. And then I was like, I think we could get that white bear. She's like, no. I want the purple bear. It's like, okay, let's get the purple bear. So a few extra dollars spent there. And then I realized, I guess I've never realized this before, is that not only are the actual claws super weak, but then once it grasps whatever item it is, then the whole apparatus shakes. So I'm like, so it's just doubly tough. Like twice we had that bear right there, and it would shake, and the bear would fall off to the side. We'd get moving the bear around. Ugh. What am I doing at 51 playing this dumb game and wasting money? But we got the bear. That's the important thing.
Well, there is strategy involved. And I know I sound crazy saying that, but you're right. A lot of it is, hey, this one's kind of in the middle. It's in a clump of other stuffies, so maybe you have your best chance. Because, like, I do think there's strategy. Like, there are some stuffies that are easier to get than others. Like, we definitely need to run some type of, like, bookie ring, like, around, like, one of these machines. And be like, I'll give you 3-1 odds that this guy doesn't get this one, but even money that he gets the purple one.
It might be fun to watch that take place. Not fun when you're in it. Once again, many dollars were wasted, but a good experience all around. Not a good experience for the Knicks over the weekend because the Pacers take them out in Game 6, 125-108. The Pacers cover the 2.5-point spread. They're minus 170 on the money line, and the overhits with the total set at 222 and a hook. Pascal Siakam, 31 points, 5 boards. Tyrese Halliburton, 24 points, 6 boards, 13 assists, and then he finishes the series off in a pretty spectacular way.
Long shot, Halliburton. Oh! Tyrese Halliburton has gone mad! Performance for the ages, but the fourth quarter was it for Halliburton, and that one was taken from Terre Haute, man. He was way, way outside.
It's Kevin Harlan on TNT. Pacers headed back to the NBA Finals for the first time since the year 2000, just the second time in franchise history. Here's Hallie after the game on what it means.
These guys in the locker room are, going to be my brothers for life, and, what they've done for me, I can't even, really put into words because, where I was earlier in the year was really, really tough for me. And, I'm just really appreciative of those guys, appreciative of this moment and the fans and everybody sticking with me and my family and my loved ones. And
he might be the guy who gets the attention. He might be the guy who goes back and forth with Ben Stiller on X, but it is Siakam, Pascal Siakam, who wins the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
I'm excited. I mean, I'm happy. I'm blessed, man. It's been a crazy journey, a lot of ups and downs, and I know, I'm not the the guy that everyone's going to talk about a lot and all that stuff, and I really don't care about it. I'm just a young kid from Cameroon that's moved to the U.S. when he was 18 years old and gave everything to the game of basketball. Like, and I just work every single day. I don't cheat the work. Like, no matter good games, bad games, I'm in the gym. I care about the game of basketball, and I want to be as great as I can. And to me, that's all that matters, man. Like, all the other stuff don't really matter. And yeah, like, it's cool. It's pretty cool though. But the work continues.
Good for Siakam. And he's right. The work continues. It is not over. Great accomplishment for Indiana, but here they come. The question is, are you surprised that they finished off the Knicks so quickly? And then we can transition to talk about Game 1 of the NBA Finals on Thursday and whether or not they have a chance against the Thunder. But are you stunned at how dominant Indiana seemed to be throughout the series?
I think that we were both on the Pacers train when it came to winning this overall series, but I did think it was maybe going to go 7. But we've seen this story before that you can't let the other team get momentum, and you certainly don't want the Knicks getting to go back to MSG. So the Pacers put their foot on the gas pedal and never let up in this game. And it felt like this final game was kind of exactly what we've seen from the Pacers all season, is a team that wants to run and gun, and a team that's going to run out to a hot lead, and they're going to force turnovers. Because after the game, like, you look at the turnovers, you say, wow, the Knicks played a sloppy brand of basketball. 18 total turnovers in this one, good for 34 points for the Pacers, points off turnovers there. But after the game, Tom Thibodeau said, yeah, we were sloppy, but also the Pacers defense deserves some credit. And I think maybe that's one of the underrated factors of this Pacers team moving forward. There's going to be a big talking point with both these teams having great offenses. Both the Pacers and the Thunder, we know, can score points at a very high rate, and they can push the pace. But only one of these defenses has been an absolute stalwart the entire season, and that's the Thunder, allowing the fewest points per game in the paint all season long, and we've also seen it in the postseason. Plus, putting the clamps down on Nikola Jokic, putting the clamps down on Anthony Edwards. but the Pacers have been pretty good defensively as well, limiting the Knicks to only 108 points in this one, and also their 3-point defense, which we had a guest come on our show and point this out, so now I'm noticing it. But the Knicks only shot 28% from 3 in this game, 9 of 32 from the 3-point line, and when you can't make those threes, it is very difficult to keep pace with an offense that does not quit. So we'll see if that Pacers defense can keep it up against SGA and the boys. I think their work's going to be cut out for them, but we are set for a great NBA Finals from a watching perspective. I understand that it's two smaller market teams, but if you love the game of basketball, this is an excellent matchup between what looks to be the two best teams in the NBA.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really exciting. Again, game 1 on Thursday in Oklahoma City. The Thunder currently laying 9.5 points. They're minus 400 on the money line. Pacers are plus 310, and your total a very high 230 and a hook. Not necessarily surprising because, as we have talked about and will continue to talk about, the Pacers and the Thunder not afraid to run up and down the floor. So their styles complement each other quite a bit. Who has the advantage defensively? Certainly, it is the Oklahoma City Thunder. If you're looking at the finals odds right now at BetMGM, the Thunder minus 700 to win it all, the Pacers 5-1. And then you look at the correct series results at BetMGM. The favorite, the Thunder to win 4-1, that is just 2-1. Thunder 4-2, plus 425. The Thunder in a sweep, plus 325. Do the Pacers have a chance to win this series outright, or is it just the best you guys can hope for is a good showing?
I think this is the difficult part because we have seen each step of the way in the postseason people underestimating the Pacers. Like, I remember that series against the Cavs, who were a regular season juggernaut and had all the matchup advantages against the Pacers. Every single writer for ESPN, when they did their predictions, every single one picked the Cavs. Not a single person picked the Pacers to advance out of that series. And you look at the series against the Knicks. Once again, the Pacers were the underdogs in that series. So how many times do we count out the Pacers before we start to say, hey, maybe we should give them a chance here? And it's obviously built into the number. But after seeing the dismantling that the Thunder had of the Timberwolves last series, you have to be a brave individual. I will say that. But we've seen from the Pacers early on in series that they have been off to really hot starts. So that's when they play their best brand of basketball. And I'll say this, they're not going to wear down the competition in this one, because if anybody can go toe-to-toe with the Pacers when it comes to depth of rotation, it's certainly the Thunder. I think they stand a chance, but I don't think that we're going to see a game 7 in this series. I think maybe it's, the Thunder win it 4-1, maybe 4-2, but I definitely don't see 4-3. I do think the Thunder make relatively quick work of the Pacers, but maybe, just maybe, we get a couple of entertaining games thrown in there.
That's what I'm hoping. At least from a viewing standpoint, I'm glad it's the Pacers. The Knicks would have been, I think, the more interesting. Well, maybe not. You add the celebrity and the aura around New York, maybe that might add more eyeballs to the game. I guess the NBA would certainly love that. But ultimately, if you're talking about styles, I mean, Pacers Thunder, I mean, it has all of the ingredients to be a great series. I just don't know if ultimately the Pacers can keep up with the Thunder. But then again, I feel like that I've been saying that all playoff long, or at least early on in the playoffs. I thought, I don't know about the Pacers, good run for them. And then about midway through, we were like, oh, this is a very deep team. This is a well-coached team. This is a confident team. The one thing the Pacers do have is that they have nothing to lose. I'm not saying they don't want to win at all. But I'm saying the fact that they are here in the first place, that's the best time to be in a spot like this. The Thunder were the favorites, have been the favorites to win the NBA title, I think outside of the Celtics, or at times above the Celtics for most of the season. Like, this was expected for Oklahoma City. The Pacers started the season as 50-1 to win the NBA title. No one expected Indiana to be here. So when you're in a spot where there's not that pressure and everyone is against you, then you can play your best basketball and play loose.
Yeah, absolutely. They go to places like Madison Square Garden and they don't feel an ounce of pressure because it doesn't feel like there is any on a team that's really young. We should say that the Thunder are a really young team as well, but it just doesn't feel like it because they were an absolute juggernaut during the regular season. And of course, we saw them in the postseason last season. I'm not sure, if we get a ton of great games, but I will say this. Going back to that series against the Nuggets took them to 7 games, and the Nuggets certainly had all of their issues. They fired their head coach before the postseason. They had a ton of guys who were battling injuries. So I understand the recency bias. You say, hey, the Timberwolves looked like they didn't even show up, but they did win a game in that series. So I do think the Pacers can at least win 1 game, maybe 2.
Maybe 2. We got plenty of time to talk about it. Again, game 1 in OKC on Thursday. Coming up in 5 minutes, we will stay on the court and talk about what we saw over the weekend and the NBA Finals with Tim Reynolds, who covers the sport for the Associated Press. It is a daily tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show. Harmonica time. Great to have you with us here on the Daily Tip on a Monday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, Pacers are moving on, but do they have a chance against the mighty Thunder? We will talk about that. Before we do so, Chelsea, what is the story with the great watermelon caper over the weekend where you ended up with a massive watermelon and you would rather now disassemble a body as opposed to a watermelon? What happened here?
Yeah, here's the scam of the summer. You go to the grocery store and you see an entire watermelon for only $5. You look over at the cut pieces of watermelon and it's a small bowl for $5 for the same price. Why would you not get the huge watermelon, you ask? Well, you get home and 45 minutes later, you are still cutting watermelon. You are throwing away the pieces that have the seeds. You are disposing of the pieces that have the rind. And all of a sudden, your entire kitchen is just filled with watermelon. You don't have enough space in your refrigerator for all these watermelon chunks. So then you say to yourself, okay, maybe we just buy the small dish for $5 as opposed to buying an entire watermelon. Because listen, time is money. And if you are short on time, do not buy an entire watermelon.
Man, that does not sound like fun. I can't remember the last time I bought a watermelon. I mean, that's some serious work. If you're going to buy a watermelon, that sounds like, hey, I'm taking this thing to a picnic, not taking it home.
It's a big commitment.
Yeah.
It's like having a dog, like think long and hard before you do it because it is a huge commitment. I had to clear out space in my refrigerator because it's just like watermelon on top of watermelon. So now I need to look up like recipes for like maybe watermelon drinks because I was thinking like there's got to be some type of watermelon cocktail, right? Like I don't know what it is. But we got to think about it because I got a lot of watermelon.
Well, you and the Pacers doing some slicing and dicing over the weekend, taking care of business. A little watermelon, little vodka. Next thing you know, you're set for summer. And now to talk about what we can expect later on this summer when the NBA Finals finally get underway. They'll drag out for a little bit, but we do get a good one, Pacers and the Thunder. So to talk about that, we bring in Tim Reynolds, NBA writer for the Associated Press. Tim, thanks for being with us. Good to have you once again on the program. And let me ask you about the Pacers. I think the casual fan, and I include myself in that group, about midway through the postseason was like, wait a second. Is Indiana really this good? And now it appears they certainly are. Are you surprised at all that they took care of New York so convincingly?
Yeah, Michael, good morning. I don't care about any of this. The Chesla's issue is real here because Publix has the little cut-up watermelon that's BOGO. So I don't just get one of the little cut-up things. I get two, and that's still a lot to deal with. So can we go back to the watermelon just for a moment here?
Yes.
Yes.
This is a real issue. This is a real summer problem. And I would urge all listeners, if you're not going to consume the watermelon immediately, like if you're not going to an event, if you're not having a cookout, if you're not going somewhere where you can leave the watermelon behind and all of the problems that come with it, Tesla's onto something. Don't just get a whole watermelon. You don't have the capability for it. None of us have the ability to deal with a whole watermelon. Thank you. Now back to the finals.
Yeah, it does feel like a trap, does it not? Similar to me, a casual fan that says, hey, right, like now I'm looking at the finals. I'm like, hey, we keep underestimating the Pacers. Why am I not going to take the 9.5 points with the Pacers when it feels like they keep proving everybody wrong, including the market?
Yeah, I get why Oklahoma City is favored to win the series. I do not understand why they are such a significant favorite to win the series. And I just think 9.5 points in game one is way too much. To go back to Michael's point before I decide to completely make a travesty of your program and talk about watermelon. There was something around January 1st that just clicked. I mean, the Pacers, they'd been beat up. They were losing guys to Achilles tear. I mean, they were a mess. They were 10-15. They looked completely disjointed. At times they looked disinterested. There were people grumbling. I mean, we forget about it because it was 5 months ago and they've been really good since. There were people grumbling about Rick Carlisle. There was all sorts of – there was nothing good that you could point to about the Pacers. And they've got like the third best record and the second most wins over the last 65 games if you include the playoffs. Cleveland's won more games, or Cleveland had a better record. Indiana's got more wins than the Cavs in that span. And then, of course, the Thunder are top of the charts and everything. They've been really, really good for 5 months. This is not entirely a byproduct of Jason Tatum got hurt. This is absolutely not that. This is not a byproduct of, they only got past Milwaukee because Dame got hurt. They've been as good as anybody since mid-January. When they score in bunches. They have the really unique ability in the NBA. Everybody can run after a miss. They can run after a make. They don't care who scores. They're completely unselfish. They have totally bought in to a thinking where if everybody eats, we all win. I like their bench. I love TJ McConnell. They remind me a lot of the Thunder. The Thunder are better defensively than the Pacers because the Thunder are better than just about everybody defensively. I get that. And they'll be at home. Indiana has some guys who have proven, though, that they rise to the moment. And that's why pick the Thunder to win, be my guest. That's fine. I get it. Double-digit spreads, sure, it could happen because a lot of NBA games get away, but I just don't think Indiana's getting the respect it's earned.
Yeah, so, Tim, let me ask you now, if you're talking about a team in Indiana that isn't getting the respect it deserves, how much of the respect that they are now garnering, or some of the respect they're now garnering, has to do with Rick Carlisle and the job he's done? Because he has been down this road before with the Mavericks, as you know.
So, been down this road 6 times now as a player, an assistant coach, and a head coach. There's a moment in Game 6 of the East Finals. It was the very first Indiana possession of the game. And the way they attacked Jalen Brunson was clearly a set play. They knew Jalen Brunson. They knew how he was going to defend the pick and roll. So they slip somebody and they get a wide open layup out of it. Don't watch the play. Watch the bench. Watch 3 or 4 guys on the bench go over and point at Rick Carlisle and, slap him on the shoulder and rub his head, whatever they did. He has been incredible during these playoffs. He's an incredible coach. I mean, people do not give him – he's earned a lot of credit over the years too. And, sometimes he's a little dry, and maybe that doesn't play real well. Sometimes maybe he's not as funny as he thinks he is sometimes. Like, it's all about how you sell it, right? Like, I think Mark Daniel probably doesn't appeal to everyone because he's just so incredibly smart, and half the time you don't even understand what he's saying. He's just that smart. I think these guys have a lot in common, these two coaches. The fact that Carlisle has been there, much like the Pacers, he doesn't get the love that he's earned either. And I think he has been incredible in these playoffs. And I don't want to say it was a coaching clinic. We're not going to do Tom Thibodeau like that, not this morning, but Rick Carlisle has been pretty darn good for the last 5 months and really for the entirety of his career. But you could really see it, the way he picked certain things apart in the Knicks series. And truthfully, too, against Cleveland, I mean, they controlled the Cleveland series start to finish. Guys, Cleveland lost 10 games at home all year. They went 0-5 at home against the Indiana Pacers. Some of that is matchups. A lot of that is coaching. Rick Carlisle's had a brilliant, brilliant year. He is certainly, no disrespect to Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam, the guys that on the floor doing the work. Rick Carlisle has put together the plan that worked for this team, and it's time to give him his flowers too.
Yeah, but it does feel like everybody has a plan until they meet this Oklahoma City Thunder defense. It's been so good. at defending the paint and all those high percentage shots. So we look at this Pacers offense, and obviously it's a very good one that can push the pace, can score a lot of points, especially in transition. But do you think that this Thunder is going to be, the match for this offense? Do you think we continue to see the Pacers, score a ton of points? Or do you think the Thunder will have the last laugh here?
Well, I do think the Thunder will win the series, so I guess that's the last laugh.
Right.
I think it's going to go the distance. I really do. I think there's going to be some wild back and forths in the series. It wouldn't shock me if OKC wins a game by 25 and Indiana wins a game by 25 in the series. Like, and in today's NBA, that's not really a hot take. Like, like I said, teams, games get away at times. I think Indiana could be really good and create a lot of problems for Oklahoma City. And we know Oklahoma City is going to create a lot of problems for Indiana. I think it just comes down to, I hate to be really simple about it, but like Eric Spoelstra always says in Miami, it's a make or miss league. If Indiana is making threes, OKC has to adjust. If Indiana is not making threes, OKC is just going to go airtight on defense. You have to do something to make the other team adjust to you. The team that blinks first in these games is going to be at a huge disadvantage. The team that gets away from what it wants to do is going to be at a huge disadvantage in these finals. Indiana needs to make shots. They need to score. They cannot win a game in the 90s, in the low 100s. It's not going to happen. And that's why I think this whole notion that the ratings aren't going to be great because these aren't two huge markets, that's probably true to a point. But I think if the, quote, casual fan, and honestly, what else are you watching right now? There's no Stanley Cup games on NBA Finals night. Are you really going to watch Phillies baseball? I'm a Phillies fan, and I'm not watching the Phillies right now because of this. So it's if you're going to miss out on this series because why would I watch the Thunder and the Pacers? Who cares about OKC and Indiana? You're missing out on really good ball, first of all, and you're going to miss out on a ton of points. It's just going to be a fun series. There's nothing about this series that says it's going to be a grinder. I think it's going to be a heavyweight fight with a whole bunch of knockout punches, and at the end, somebody's going to land one, and I think it'll be the Thunder in 7. But if Indiana wins the series, it wouldn't shock me at all. I think they're as capable as anyone in the league of throwing the knockout punch. OKC has been the big bear all year. They've earned it, and they have proven. Winning that Game 7 against Denver in round 2, I think opened a lot of people's eyes to, okay, this team is tougher than we think. This team isn't just a regular season, bunch of young guys together having fun. There's some grit to this team. We probably should have known it before then, but if you had any questions about it, you found out that day. Chess was right. The defense is probably the thing that rates the Thunder the edge. But the great equalizer is if the Pacers have to extend that defense, if they soften up that from the rim out philosophy that the Thunder tend to have, if they make you go out to the three-point line, that's going to open up a lot of gaps for the Siakams, for the Obi Toppins. Halliburton likes to get into the paint. T.J. McConnell's really good at breaking guys down off the dribble and getting layups. We haven't even mentioned Miles Turner yet. If you soften up that interior defense at all by making the three, you're going to give the Pacers exactly what they want, and then it's game on.
He is the NBA writer for the Associated Press and fighting the good fight against Big Watermelon. It is our friend, Tim Reynolds. Tim, we really appreciate the time this morning.
Anytime, guys. Have a good day. Enjoy the finals.
Thank you, sir. That's some great insight there. I love that he says he truly believes this series will go 7. I'm not going to bet on an exact series price or exact series finish, but I will say, just as a fan, wouldn't you love to see this bad boy go 7?
Yeah, just for one of the other points that he brought up. What else are we going to be watching? Dateline? Like, we got nothing. Like, I'm looking at the slate today. We don't have any baseball games. So, like, please, basketball gods, we need something at this juncture in the summer to get us going. So I know that we have hockey as well, but still, please give us 7 games, or at least give us 6 good ones.
Yeah, something to talk about. We're going to need it, man, because we're about a month away from the deadest day on the schedule. What is that, the day after the Major League Baseball All-Star Game? When it's dead air for 3 hours on this show. Like every now and then someone will hook up or something. where you'll hear someone taking a drink of coffee.
Watermelon talk.
Watermelon talk. It might be. It's one of those days where you're just kind of, well, what are you doing today? Not much. What are you doing? Not much. What are you going to watch? Nothing on. Yeah, I know. Nothing on. Maybe I'll take a walk. So we need the sports. And we deserve, after following the playoffs and coming to this point in the season, it's been a great NBA postseason. We all deserve a great NBA Finals. And so at least for now, maybe we'll get just that. Coming up next here on the show, it is a new week. It is a Monday. Everyone's in the house. We got our best bets lined up, ready to go. The Doctor is here as well in studio. So we'll give you a brand spanking new chance to make some money. That is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Double D. Great to have you with us as we kick off the week on a Monday. I know, never easy getting up. We appreciate you waking up with us. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. She is Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. Best Bets on the way shortly. Man, last night I broke my own rule, which I set on this show last week. I said I'm not going to take another melatonin before bed because they're giving me crazy dreams. And then last night, I was like, I need to go to bed. I need to sleep. And I was like, I'll take a half, a sliver. Every hour on the hour, I swear to God, another crazy dream, wake up in a panic. Crazy dream, wake up in a panic. This happened from 10:30 until 4 this morning. Oh, it's awful. The last dream I had, I was at a house party and everyone was smoking weed, and I look and there's a bed, and Alexander Ovechkin is laying on the bed, smoking a doobie, says that anymore, and he's in full hockey uniform, like with skates on. I'm like, and I remember thinking in the dream, like, I wasn't freaked out by the fact he was there smoking. I was like, why is he in his uniform? This is a party. And I woke up and I was like, that's it. Like, that's it. No more melatonin for this guy ever.
That's crazy. Well, at least it wasn't one of your like murder dreams that you can tell you watch like Dateline before bed, but that is weird. I don't know if it's the melatonin or I don't know. Like, do you normally have dreams? Are you somebody who dreams a lot?
Yes, I dream a lot, but I don't wake up I wake up during the night. When I have to wake up this early, I never really sleep through. But even for me, this was egregious. Like, I mean, every hour, like, another crazy, like, what was that? Another one, I was in some tunnel, and I was crawling through a tunnel trying to get something. I don't even know what I was trying to get to. And I was like, why I'm in this dark tunnel underground? I can barely see anything. Where am I going? You wake up, I'm totally stressed out. I'm stressing myself out talking about it. So that's it. No more, for real. For real.
Well, you said that last time, so we shall see. Maybe we'll be hearing about another crazy dream, but we got to find you something else that puts you to sleep that maybe doesn't have that effect. Like, is melatonin the only thing like on the market over the counter that puts you to sleep?
No. You can get some THC. You can get some CBD. I mean, there's certain kinds of teas that can have that effect on you. There are plenty of options.
Sleepy time tea.
Sleepy time tea.
Little bear on there.
Little bear. Look at that little bear. He's ready for to go to bedtime. He got a little sleepy cap on. Oh, look at that bear. He going to sleep.
Oh, that's so sweet.
That's so
I'm
sweet.
going to try that.
That's a lot better than, why is Alexander Ovechkin smoking a blunt and also in full hockey uniform at this party? Why am I at this party in the first place? Oh, yeah. See, I'm just talking about it. I'm like, you know what? Look at that bear. He's so sleepy. I'm sleepy too. That's the way it needs to be. So maybe sleepy time tea. What do you take anything?
The show brought to you by the Sleepy Time Bear. I do take melatonin. I don't ever dream. I don't know what it is if I'm just like really tired, but like I don't have a ton of dreams. Like you can read into that however you want.
Oh wow.
But I don't know. Maybe I just don't get enough like REM sleep. I don't really dream.
That's crazy to me. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like dreams can be, every now and then you get an awesome dream, but at least for me, like more often than not, like not a good dream. Like more often than not, I wake up stressed out. So I would say that not dreaming is, in theory, like, oh, that's not good. But I'm like, maybe that is good.
Or I don't remember them. Because isn't that the thing?
Too.
They say that you always dream, but you just maybe don't remember it.
I think that's true, too. And a lot of times, if you think about it, if you dream and you wake up and you don't immediately start thinking about what you're dreaming, you'll forget it. Like, it'll fade from your memory. Like, very quickly.
Right.
So
I wake up and I check box scores in the morning. I have, like, my phone just, wake up, think about sports. It's time for the show. Like, maybe that's why I don't remember my dreams.
Like you have a nightmare, but then you're like, look at this. Rocky's lost again. That sucks. Anyway, time to start my day. Completely goes your mind. Coming up next on Bed Sweats. What's going on with Bed Sweat? Bed Sweats. Joe O and Sammy P recap the weekend. They will look forward to the NBA Finals. I don't know if the Sleepy Time Bear will make an appearance or not. Alex Smith of the Ice Guys will. He will talk about the Stanley Cup playoffs at 10:20. Then it is Rick Camps of Fat Stacks. He'll be along at 11 o'clock and talk about the NBA Finals. Game 1 set for Thursday in Oklahoma City. Pacers and the Thunder. All right. It is a new week for us here on the show, so let's hand out some winners.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, make us some money.
Yeah, so I didn't love the slate today, so it's time to get creative. And one of the plays I like, I'm going to combine a couple of things that do seem to correlate. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine the Dodgers on the money line and their team total over 3.5 runs. You can get that for minus 125 as opposed to the Dodgers on the money line, which is like minus 170 over the Mets. I understand the Mets are a good team, but I just think the Dodgers have the advantage here. Paul Blackburn starts for the Mets today, and he hasn't made a start in the big leagues this year. He has been coming off a long road from the injured list, and who greets him but the Dodgers, a team that scored 29 runs over the weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the Yankees, and that's a good pitching staff as well. Max Fried went into that game for the Yankees undefeated on the season, also had an ERA below 2, and he was greeted with 5 or 6 earned runs. So I feel like the Dodgers can score some runs in this one. So team total 3.5, that is, a dumbed down number. I think obviously those two are correlated, because obviously you think if the Dodgers win, they can probably score at least 4 runs. So I know it's easy to say maybe this is a letdown spot, but this is back-to-back home games. It's not like they had to travel anywhere for the Dodgers. So I think Dustin May can keep them in this game, and I think Paul Blackburn's going to give up some runs here. So I'm going to go with the Dodgers at home here, where all of their numbers are fantastic. At home this year, 21-9, and they've been good as favorites, 30-18 in this spot. The Mets, you want to play them when they're at home. They're 24-7 in that spot, but only 13-15 away from Citi Field. So let's go with the Dodgers on the money line and combine it with their team total over 3.5 for minus 125.
Good luck. I got a couple bets on the card today. Maybe I'm trying to talk myself into these because, like you, I'm not a huge fan of what we're seeing, but I'm going to start with Padres Giants. Under 7.5, it's minus 125. I got this at 8 personally earlier, but that's really an unbettable number now because money continues to come in on the under. You've got Stephen Kolek going for the Padres, Logan Webb going for the Giants. Kolek has been okay this season, 3-1, 4.11 ERA, but he should be able to miss some bats because the Giants have a really hard time at the plate. Hit well early on in the season, not now. 24th in slugging, 24th in OPS this season. The Padres can hit, but they've kind of been middling recently, and can they get it done against Logan Webb in a pitcher's park? He's been very good to us on this show the past couple years. He has been awesome at home this year. 3-1, a 1.39 ERA. Both of these teams are under squads, especially San Diego. They hit the under more than 57% of the time. Let's go under 7.5. It is minus 125. Okay. One more on the card, I guess. We got to fade the A's, right? The Athletics. Isn't it time to fade them again? Twins, money line, out west, minus 148. This has gone down a little bit, this price, so happy to take it this morning. Joe Ryan going for Minnesota has given up 1 run or less in 5 of his last 6 starts. Minnesota has won 4 straight when Ryan is on the mound. Luis Severino will go for the Athletics. He's pretty good, giving up 2 runs or less in 3 straight starts. But here's the thing. I think he's going to have a tough time against this Twins lineup, and the real key is fading this A's bullpen. They are just tragic right now. Gave up, 6 to the Blue Jays in a loss yesterday. This is an A's team that has lost 17 of 18, including 5 straight. Doesn't matter where they're playing. I like this price on the money line for just a Minnesota win. Let's go Twins, minus 148. There's the card.
When you said tragic, I just imagined the A's on like the cover of that No Doubt CD, Tragic Kingdom. Do you remember that? Like that's like a very visual thing in my mind is when we used to buy CDs and they have the album covers.
Oh, yeah. Gwen Stefani there, and she has like a plate of oranges. Yeah, that's an absolute classic. Not a classic, just a guy. The Donkster. Just some random dude. Nobody says, oh, remember the Donkster's a classic? Nobody says that. But he is here. He always has something to say and a bet. Donkster, good morning. What's going on?
If the Oklahoma City Thunder need some fans, I'm willing to take on OKC as my new favorite team.
Oh, yeah? You know, I don't think I even know. Who are your favorite teams?
Number one is probably the Pepperdine women's volleyball team, followed by the UCLA women's water polo team, but I go back and forth.
Oh. You're willing to give up those teams for Oklahoma City?
Dad, only a couple of weeks. You think I want to follow Chet Holmgren all season? He doesn't turn me on at all.
Okay.
Well,
okay. Let's have a bet, buddy.
Twins at Sacramento, over 9.
Close. Very close. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, we have the great Joe Ostrowski joining us to let us know what we can expect. Joe, good morning.
Good morning, guys. I'm expecting to hear from my teammates on the show how Jack Kaggs is now going to win the AL Rookie of the Year before playing a game. Because they have been on this train screaming about it. Why isn't he going to get called up? Because of the numbers they got. But I'm going to have to remind him about one Jacob Wilson, that he's having a really good year for the Athletics. So that will be discussed on the show. Very excited about that. Alex Smith talking some NHL, Rick Camp on the NBA, as you mentioned. So a lot of fun. Good stuff.
Nice.
As we wait for the NBA. And because you got to get the schedule early and everything's set, so you have no NBA for like a whole week.
yeah, but we do have the numbers. So do you think the Pacers stand a chance against the Thunder?
In a game? Yeah.
Yes, in a game. No, in some wars.
Nah, just hanging out.
Not the series is what I'm saying. In a game, maybe, but not 4 games is what I'm getting at.
I gotcha.
Well, they can still stand a chance. I'm not saying they need to win. I'm just saying it's built into the number.
Yeah, could they get to 6? Maybe 6 games. Maybe. I don't see them winning the series though. I don't see it, guys.
It's a tough sell. Never a tough sell. Bet's what's coming up next. Show. Oh, have a great morning. Have a great show. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Go out and have a great Monday. We'll see you.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Cags the Ripper.
Caglione flies this to right on a laser. Going back is Cavadas, and it's gone! He's homered for a 5th time this week.
Jake was talking about him at 70-1, and we all bet it. 40's still a good number. If you haven't jumped in yet, I would bet 40.
A 1. Launched high in the air, hit well to right center field. Back in the alley. That ball's out of here. Jack Caglione takes a trip around the bases. A 2-run homer into the Storm Chasers center field bullpen. Makes this a 3-1 Omaha lead at the bottom of the first.
They called him up to AAA.
Some of you have heard this before. Jack Caglione hit another home run in the minor leagues.
All he did in his first 4 AAA games is homer 5 times.
3 home runs this week, and now looking for a 4th. Caglione has done it again. The kid's going to be just fine.
Are we too late?
I know you guys have been talking up Jack Caglione over the past week. I think Jacob Wilson could stop playing today and still have a chance at winning AL Rookie of the Year.
You're going to have to make an impact immediately and just go off.
The second he gets called up, that number's 10.
As electric as any player out there. 2-0 scorched high and deep to right. This ball hooking for the corner. It's fair, and it's gone. Jack Caglione smashes one over the right field wall to make it 3-0 Omaha in a blink in this top of the first inning.
Welcome in on this happy Monday morning. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you, and damn were you right, Jake. Oh, you thought we were going to start with the NBA Finals because the Finals are set after another emergency podcast? No. We knew that was going to happen. It was just a matter of time. We told you the Pacers were going to win that series. We've got MLB news to get things going this morning. It will be a fun conversation. As always, Case of the Mondays later on this hour. Today's NFL division that we will preview is the NFC East. A couple of our friends joining us on the show. Alex Smith on the Stanley Cup final. Rick Camp on the NBA Finals. Good morning, Sammy.
It's like Christmas morning, and Santa just came, basically. Problem is, we did our job, and now the player has to do his job. Jack Cags is as low as 9-1 this morning to win the Rookie of the Year. Mm-hmm. And I know what you're thinking. If you don't have a piece, your question is very simple. Should I do it now? My answer would be no. Last week, I believe last Tuesday, was the day that we said this is the last time. There was a 45-1. There was a 40-1. And now I look at the board, 12, 12, 11, 10, 9. I don't think anybody should be adding more because it is still a very uphill battle. But the point all along was that eventually he was going to come up and the number was going to go away. And that's what's happened.
Yep. I think you go late in the week, Thursday, Friday. Those 40s were starting to go away, but I think we mentioned on Thursday or Friday there was a rogue 40 out there, but the number was starting to go. People knew it was coming. We said, yes, while frustrated, it's probably going to be the first week of June. We didn't agree with that decision, but it was probably going to be the first week of June. There are a couple outlier comparisons that we can make with that. But yes, agree with you 100%. Good call by Jake. The second he gets called up, it's 10. And you look right now across the board, and it's shorter than 10 in some places. But you can call it 10 the number. You could find a 12. That's the highest I see. There are 9s as well. Actually, there is a 15 out there. That's the place that had the 40 late last week, I believe, on Friday. 15 is the best number you can get. Can't recommend that either. Can't recommend that. You guys got it at a better number than I did, but yeah, for all year pretty much, it was sitting at 40, just waiting for the call up. And then finally occurs after 50 games of AA and AAA baseball. I'm not going to yell and scream that it was too late. I mean, he was drafted last year. He's the third player from that draft class to get up. We knew the game that was being played. I don't want to support that too much because I think it's garbage, but it's not like he's 25 years old. He was spending years in the minors. He was ready. The Royals need the offense. He's going to have a chance to provide that. But there's a dude that's minus 400 for the same award. That's the thing. Cags gets called up before playing a game. He's the second favorite. Like when you get these big name guys that are performing at that level, they get the hype coming in too. Once they get the call up, I don't know, like Skeens last year, even though it was a different time in the year, different position too, won't be out there every day. So it's not a direct comparison. Man, does that number go. And it went. So anticipating these moves, understanding the rules in place, understanding these organizations and how they're probably going to act when they're going to act is so huge in this. Like us saying bet Cags at 40 before the year 70, but even 40 last week when we figured it would be first week of June versus he's now up on Monday. It's the first week of June. The number's around 10. Like those are very different conversations.
No doubt. He's going to have to dominate too. I think a couple things working in his factor. He's going to run into a lot of home runs because of how big and strong he is. Have you seen the videos of him looking like the Hulk walking around batting practice? I mean, he's a massive human being, 6'5", 250. And that might be light. I don't know when they weighed him last. He looks a little heavier than 250 now. He's going to run into some home runs, and he's going to slug. The other part is that you have the Royals potentially pushing for a playoff spot. Well, not potentially. They are. They are pushing for a spot. And if he can help them get there, that will bode well for him. But he has a lot of work to do. And this is not a celebration of us making the right bet. This is a celebration of him finally coming up into the show, which he probably should have been in 3, 4, 5 weeks ago. Again, I'm not adding anything. I'm not betting 12, 15. No. Forget it. Ain't happening. And people will chase, and that's fine. There are also people last night that jumped into our celebration of a player being called up. Pfft, he's not going to win. Shut up. I don't want to hear that. Don't ruin Christmas, all right? Santa just left. The presents are good. Cut it. Oh, there's not enough time left. Yes, there is. Michael Harris did it with a late May call-up. Yordan Alvarez did it with an early June call-up. It can be done. It's an uphill battle, but I'm sitting there. I'm ready for bed. I'm about to lay down and go to bed. And all of a sudden, all night, into 1 a.m, I'm getting DMs and tweets and texts. Let's go. It's a storyline in our business. This will be a storyline for this show the rest of the way, good or bad.
Yep.
And that's what matters.
100 games. How can you sit there and say 100 games? You can just completely say without fail, that's not enough time. I mean, maybe. Here's the thing. With Cags, there isn't going to be much room for error. Wilson, there's room for error because he's got 57 games in his back pocket. Like, I understand if you think that he's not going to win. The betting market is saying he's not going to win. The number goes from 40 to 10. Yes, massive jump. The betting market is saying he's not winning, though, today. It doesn't mean that's going to be the case in 2 months from now, but today it's saying that Jacob Wilson's minus 400. Yeah, I gotcha. Things change. Things change quickly. He had a lot of hype. Does Jacob Wilson have a lot of hype? Jacob Wilson has some numbers to back him right now, 100%. Look, we should talk about that too. Like Wilson, he's hitting 357. He's got a 396 on base, 900 OPS on the year in 57 games. His B WAR is 2.3. His F WAR is 2.8. He's knocking on 3 wins. That is a huge lead. A huge lead. He's not getting the hype, though. And human voters are involved here. So that's something to be considered. So I looked at the Yordan Alvarez year that we talk about. Okay, 2019, he got the late call-up, early June. He goes on, wins the award. Like, when Yordan Alvarez was called up, like before the number moved, it was well into triple digits, okay? Alvarez played in 87 games, and he had 27 home runs that year. Could Cags do that in 90 to 100 games? That's probably what he's going to have to do. He had 27 homers, 98 hits, hit .313 on base, .412 in 87 games. A 3.7 WAR. This is the scary part. So Alvarez wins it with a 3.7 WAR. Pitcher John Means was second that year with a 4.5 WAR. So the highest WAR doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to win the award. Brandon Lau, a 2.9 that year. Eloy Jimenez, your guy, a 1.6. He was fourth in the AL Rookie of the Year race. So Alvarez wins it with a 3.7. Wilson's probably better than anybody that Alvarez had to deal with that year. That's why it's a little bit of a different situation. Now Wilson goes down to one injury, misses some time. Oh, door's wide open. Wilson slumps, league adjusts to him. Could happen. It's normal for rookies. We saw it with Jackson Holiday to struggle when they come up and go back down. That happens from time to time, and sometimes there are rookies that step in and they just take off, like Chris Bryant, or we can name a bunch of other guys that do the exact same thing. You just brought up Harris with the Braves. So, I mean, there's a chance. Bottom line is, you go up to any better. Hey, you got Cags? Oh, no? Would you like this 40? Yeah, they'll take it. They'll take it 100 times out of 100. That's the point.
Just need a chance. And if you have a piece of Cags, we'd be happy to hear what you have to say about it at bet_sweats. I heard a lot of it last night. Twitter was on fire. I thought either, somebody died or something else. When you get that many
in the championship futures market.
I got to say, I still think in all likelihood, LSU is going to win. And if they win, they're going to have a relatively winnable draw against, I believe it's West Virginia in the Super Regionals. That's no gimme, but that's something I think that they can manage ultimately. But let's also take a look a little bit further down the board. I think a team that could be somewhat interesting if they win today is going to be Oregon State. I think they have a lot of question marks surrounding the depth of their team as a whole because they rely on a few players, but this is a team that if they play closer to their potential, they can get past Florida State next weekend if they ultimately win this game today, because they would be hosting the Noles, who I still have real questions about their bullpen.
All right, Johnny, we're up against it. 30 seconds. Big news from last night. Cags gets called up for the Royals. Finally going to be in the major leagues. Your thoughts on that, and is he live to win Rookie of the Year?
So proud of my guy, man. Jack Caglione, big incubator guy. Watched this kid as a freshman 22 in a limited role at Florida. Knew he was going to be a star, and look where we are. He's going to make every single one of those 5 teams that passed on him regret it for the rest of their lives. This kid is a freak. He's a Titan. AL Rookie of the Year, he's going to have to do something special with 102 games left on the Royals schedule. I think he's probably going to have to bat close to 300, hit at least 20 home runs. He's going to need Jacob Wilson to slow down. Wilson is at this level where consistency at a high level is really driving this home for the AL Rookie of the Year. It's definitely possible. I think I'd probably wait to see how he does the first couple weeks, though, because the price got slashed from 45-1 to 12-1 in basically a 1-week span. But I think he's going to have a chance, man. He's got the pedigree. He's going to have the potential to put up the big numbers if he translates and hits the ground running. But for a guy like him in this time frame, he cannot waste any time. He's got to hit the ground running and come out firing right away tomorrow night. Let's go, Cags. Bet that home run tomorrow. First AB, baby. Cags all day.
Johnny Venezia, join us here on Send It In. Give him a follow on X @JohnnyVTV and check out the Breaking Bet podcast. Johnny, appreciate the time, my friend. Good luck on the games tonight. We'll talk again next week.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Peach.
All right, guys, let's keep it rolling here on Send It In. Extended segment with Johnny today, obviously, with college baseball really being the only thing going on this Monday. We also have some Major League Baseball as well, including the Rockies and the Marlins tonight in Miami. It's Rockies Marlins, folks. There are better things to bet. I'm staying away from that one. Angels and Red Sox today. Tyler Anderson on the bump for LA. They're plus 125 on the road tonight in Fenway. Much better pitcher on the mound, Anderson. You got Richard Fitz going for the Red Sox. So I'm going to take LA plus 125. Anderson's been terrific this season. Brewers and Reds going at it in Cincinnati. Brady Singer taking on Aaron Savali. I'm looking at the over 9 in this game. Savali's only making his third start since coming back from injury. Brady Singer had one start this season against Milwaukee. It didn't go well. Gave up 9 hits, 3 earned, 5 runs in 5 innings pitched against the Brewers. So we'll take the over in that game today. Tigers and White Sox in Chicago. Jack Flaherty going for the Tigers. Jonathan Cannon for the White Sox going to pass on that game as well. Padres and Giants in San Francisco. Big series out in the NL West. Logan Webb going for the Giants. And that's really all I care about. If Logan Webb is pitching at home at night for San Francisco, I'm betting the under 7.5, and I'm taking the Giants on the money line as well. Twins and Athletics, one of my favorite bets of the day. We're going Minnesota money line, minus 155. Yes, we have to lay some juice, but Joe Ryan's going for Minnesota. Has been one of their better pitchers. And then Luis Severino is going for the Athletics, and his road and home splits are as drastic as anybody's in Major League Baseball. Sevy this season, 6.20 ERA at home, 0.87 ERA on the road. When he's away from Sacramento, he's terrific, and you want to bet him. When he's pitching at home, not as good. We'll take Minnesota tonight on the money line. Then we got Mets and Dodgers in L.A., 2 best teams in the National League. Paul Blackburn going for the Mets. You got Dustin May going for the Dodgers. The total in the game is 9.5, and that's what I'm looking at, right? 2 good pitching staffs, even though we know the Dodgers have a ton of injuries. Obviously, 2 very good lineups, but you're talking about one of the better pitcher parks in all of baseball. So when I see a total at 9.5, always makes me think probably going to be a higher scoring game. We'll take over 9.5 plus 100 in Dodgers and Mets. As for some college baseball bets that I like for today, I really like Oklahoma, you guys, plus 2.5 against North Carolina. This game just has the feeling like it's going to be a one-run game that comes down to the wire. UNC's had a really good baseball program here as of late, the last couple of years, and they've played in a bunch of these elimination-type games on Monday, and these games are always close. They're always decided by a run or a walk-off. They always come down to the wire. I don't think tonight's going to be any different. Last night's game was a back and forth. I would expect to see the same thing tonight, so give me the Sooners plus 2.5 against UNC. I also like Wake Forest plus 2.5 against Tennessee as well. I think Wake's live in the game, as Johnny was telling you. Wake's got a really good pitching staff. All the pressure is on a team like Tennessee in a game like this. And I think when the bracket came out, we all expected Tennessee, Arkansas in the Super Regionals. I think Wake might have something to say about that. So give me the Demon Deacons plus 2.5. And then finally, give me Miami outright tonight plus 125 against Southern Miss. What a great opportunity for Southern Miss tonight, right? You're the 16th overall seed. Vandy, who's the number 1 overall seed, got knocked out. So if Southern Miss wins tonight, they host a Super Regional at home, but they got to get through a Miami team first. Last night, Southern Miss scored 9 runs in the first inning. It was 9-0 before a bunch of people turned the game on. Tonight, it's not going to be 9-0 in the first inning. This is going to be a closely played game throughout. I like Miami to find a way to pull it out in the end. As Johnny mentioned, Canes have a great bullpen and a great closer. I think that's the difference in a game like this, so give me the Canes plus 125. All right, let's do a little top 10 here as we dive into our glass ball on Send It In. Top 10 teams right now in Major League Baseball, and we just got to battle the 2 best, in my opinion, on this past weekend with the Dodgers and the Yankees. Dodgers took 2 out of 3. They're the defending champs. They have the best roster in the sport and obviously have a ton of guys injured that hopefully they'll get a bunch of them back throughout the season. But Dodgers plus 240 to win the World Series, heavy favorites, and rightfully so for all the injuries that they have and how difficult their schedule has been up to this point, still 13 games over 500. So the Dodgers, to me, are number 1. Yankees at number 2, they're plus 500, plus 550 to win it all. Yankees are the best team in the American League. Judge is the best player in baseball this season. Max Fried was a terrific pickup. Obviously, the injuries worry you about the Yankees, right? Already got Garrett Cole out for the season. And Judge, even though he stayed healthy last year, he stayed healthy this season. He's always a hamstring or a foot injury away from being on the DL, and maybe that messing him up from the great season that he's having. Yankees, to me, are the clear second best team in baseball and the team to beat in the American League. Phillies, I'll put them at number 3 at 10-1. And for me, it's just because of their starting pitching, folks. That rotation that they have is nasty. And then you talk about World Series futures. Philadelphia is obviously a team with this core that's been to the NLCS. They've been to the World Series. Even though they haven't gotten the job done, we know they have a lot of guys that perform well in the postseason. Certainly Schwarber and Castellanos and Bryce Harper as well. So I would look at the Phillies. They're my 3rd best team in baseball right now. Give me the Cubs as the 4th best team. The Chicago offense is terrific. Obviously, the year PCA's having. Kyle Tucker's a monster as well. Their lineup's really good. Council's a great manager. Cubs bullpen's the one area that worries me, but that's the area that you can really upgrade at the trade deadline. So I think the Cubs will do that. They'll be a team that nobody wants to see come October. Mets are going to be number 5 for me. Obviously, Soto is not having the start that Mets fans would have liked up to this point. Their pitching has been terrific. Kodai Senga's a 1.6 ERA. Making Clay Holmes a starter from a reliever was a terrific move so far. But can they continue this? It feels like some regression is coming for the Mets. I'll put them at number 5. Padres, I'll put in my number 6 team. I love watching this team play. Their lineup is so awesome. They have some great high-end starting relievers, and you know their GM, AJ Preller's a madman. He's going to do what it takes to make moves and make this team better to try and win a World Series. That's something you want if you're betting a future on a team. So give me the Padres, the number 6 team in baseball at 25-1. Detroit Tigers for me are going to be the number 7 team at plus 900. Detroit's got one of the best records in all of baseball. They got a terrific manager, an elite pitching staff led by the best pitcher in baseball in Tariq Skubal. I still have my concerns, though, about this lineup. We'll see what the Tigers end up doing at the trade deadline, and their lineup up to this point has been very good. But can they withstand an entire season of this? Can these guys be this good in the postseason? I'm not sure. I got to put the Tigers at 7. Astros are going to be at 8 for me. They're 22-1 to win it all. I mean, it's still the Astros, right? I know there's no more Bregman. I know there's no more Correa. I know they've lost some pieces. They still got Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez at the top of that rotation. They got Altuve and Yordan in that top of that order. So it's the Astros. And if they get in, nobody's going to want to see them. They're number 8. Braves are number 9 for me at 18-1. Look, at this point, I think the Braves are just kind of an okay baseball team. They have a ton of talent. Acuna's back and Strider's back. They play in a difficult division, and the National League is extremely tough. So they dug themselves quite the hole. They're 5.5 games back right now of that final spot in the NL wild card. They got a little bit of a run in them. I don't like the price at 18-1, but I still think they're the 9th best team in baseball right now. And then by default, I'll go with Seattle as the number 10 team in Major League Baseball. They're 20-1 to win it all. We know how great their pitching staff is, but much like Detroit, for Seattle, it's about the lineup and what moves are they going to make at the trade deadline to help out the Cal Raleighs, the Julio Rodriguez's, the Randy Rosarenas in that order. So Seattle for me, number 10 right now. They are 20-1 to win it all. All right, let's look at a little playoff peach, folks. We got Game 1 of the NBA Finals on Thursday, Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final on Wednesday. We're going to dive more into the Game 1s over the next couple days. Today, I just wanted to look big picture at both of these series, right? Maybe some bets for Finals MVP or top scorer or series spread bets, all those kinds of things. So we'll start in the NBA Finals. And a bet that I absolutely love, Pacers to win Game 1, OKC to win the series is plus 450, right? To give you guys some context, Indiana to win Game 1 is plus 310 on the money line. But if you bet them at BetMGM, there's a special. If you take the Indiana Pacers to win Game 1 and the Thunder to win the series, that's plus 450. And I feel like you should just do that. If you think Indiana is going to win the series, then obviously don't bet it. But if you're in the mindset like me, where you feel pretty good about OKC winning the series, but you also think Indiana's live in Game 1, then how can you not take the plus 450 rather than the plus 310? So that immediately jumped out at me. You look at some of the big favorites in NBA history throughout the years, right? The Lakers in the early 2000s against Philly, they were a massive favorite. Philly won Game 1. How about when Denver played Miami a couple years ago? The Nuggets were a massive favorite. Miami won Game 1. We've seen this in the finals before when we have big favorites, but it's that Game 1 that usually is the hardest one for them to win. And we know all the pressures on OKC in this series, right? Indiana's been a terrific team throughout this entire postseason on the road. I like the Pacers, folks, in Game 1. So give me Pacers to win Game 1, OKC to win the series at plus 450. I also love Pascal Siakam's price to be the leading scorer in this series at 40-1. When we get series like this, where there's a very real chance that we could see a sweep or that it's only going to go 5 games and you're not going to get the full 6-7 game series, and also you get a team like OKC who's got blowout potential anytime that they play, right? Why not take the player who you think is going to be the top scorer off of the losing team who's going to play the most minutes? And that's Siakam. He's the guy who plays the most minutes on Indiana. He's the most consistent scorer on the Pacers. And again, even though SGA averages over 30 points a game, and let's say he scores 110 points in this series, well, we also saw Siakam score 39 and 30 against the Knicks, right? We know he's got that capability in him. So I just think in a series like this, where OKC's got a chance to sweep, and they have a couple of games where they could potentially win by like 30 points, SGA might only play 25, 28 minutes, whereas Siakam could play 35, 36. And getting Siakam at 40-1 to be the leading scorer in this series, I think for the price alone is worth the bet. So I like that one as well. And then also give me the Thunder to win the series. Give me the series spread -2.5 at -110. So basically the Thunder sweep or win in 5, -2.5, then we win our bet. Again, Indiana game 1, and then I like OKC to win the next 4 games and win the series in 5, but obviously wouldn't surprise me if OKC wins game 1. But I like Thunder -2.5. I could see Indiana maybe getting it to a 6 game, but I think there's a better chance that this series is over in 4 or 5 than it is going to a 6 game. So I'll take Thunder -2.5 as my series spread. As for the Stanley Cup final, I do like Edmonton to win the Stanley Cup. I like them at -125. Look, there's stats going out there that I'm sure people know about by now, that when Gretzky and Crosby both won their first cups, it was in the second leg of a rematch of the Stanley Cup final, right? Gretzky in his first Stanley Cup loses to the Islanders. In the second, he plays them again and he wins his first cup. Crosby, in his first Stanley Cup, played the Red Wings. He lost and then played them again the next year, got his first cup, and now here's McDavid, right? Last year was his first Stanley Cup, lost to Florida, has a chance to play them again and get his first cup. It feels like it's just all aligning, and you hear athletes talk about it all the time. Usually the most dangerous teams are the teams that lose in a final, know what that feeling is like, that they were that close to achieving their goal, but then they get right back that next year. I think Edmonton's is better this time around, and they got a hot goaltender in Stuart Skinner, and I would look at him for Conn Smythe at 35-1. I think that is a silly price. We all know McDavid and Draisaitl are 2 of the top players in the league, right? But for context, Bobrovsky for Florida is +250, and I'm getting the Oilers goalie at 35-1. I know Florida is more known for their defense and goaltending, and Edmonton's more known for their offense, but it feels way too high that one goalie's +250, another goalie's 35-1, who, oh, by the way, has had 3 shutouts already in this postseason. There were some lower scoring games in this series last year. I think we could be headed that way again. So for the price, I mean, give me Stuart Skinner 35-1 to win the Conn Smythe, but I do like the Oilers to win the Stanley Cup. All right, promo from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and short game parlays. All right, guys, some of our favorite plays for today as we wrap up the show. Rafael Devers is going to be our pick and going streaking today against Tyler Anderson. I mentioned Anderson's been terrific for the Angels this season. He's got reverse splits, though, which means that Anderson, as a left-handed pitcher, has actually done better against right-handed hitters rather than left-handed hitters. Lefties are hitting like 270 against him. Righties are only hitting 190, and Devers is 3 for 7 in his career against Tyler Anderson. So he's our play in going streaking. Luis Severino, under 17.5 outs. I told you guys earlier, Sevy's road and home splits. You want to fade him when he's at home. That's what we're doing today. We'll go under 17.5 outs. Give me the Sooners, my dog of the day in college baseball, +2.5 against UNC. I think this is a 1-run game either way. The fact that we're getting 2, give me the Sooners plus the runs. And then Twins, LSU money line, parlay at -134. Minnesota, we're fading Severino, and then LSU, I just cannot see them losing the Little Rock tonight. We'll parlay those 2 together, and that'll be our best bet of the day. Thanks again to Johnny V. Appreciate you guys tuning in. Johnny Lazarus going to join us tomorrow to preview the Stanley Cup. We'll have Nick Kenyon on as well. We'll see you guys then.
with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase. Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
NBA final set. You wait until Thursday for game number 1. Then it gets rolling. Don't know that it's going to be a ton of games, though. That's the expectation. Not a lot of excitement. We were more excited to talk about, not excited, but just we got more out of talking about the end of the TNT era, unfortunately, with inside the NBA than what occurred with the setup of this NBA Finals. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, with you. We are here on Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time, and we bring in our buddy Rick Camp at Rick C. Camp over on X. He's got the I'm Fat podcast, and he gives you all sorts of betting angles. Anytime we're starting a new NBA series, new round, he makes sure to make time for us and jump on the show. How you feeling, Campy?
I'm feeling great. Two teams that I enjoy watching in the finals, two teams that I have a wonderful exact on for the finals. So, I'm excited for this.
Remind us again of the price. You've got Oklahoma City to beat Indiana at what?
60.
Good God.
Yeah.
When did you get that?
Middle of the Milwaukee series. I believe it was between games 2 and 3.
That wasn't even before the year.
No, that was in the playoffs, just understanding like what Milwaukee was at that time, but just seeing how Indiana plays and just in terms of style of play, like I've been higher on them, I feel like, than a lot of people for a good portion of the season, and just their style translates to what the playoffs require now. So the fact that obviously plenty had to go right for them to get there, there's no question about that. But when they were given the opportunity, they took advantage. And like, they're not the sexiest team in terms of names, but like in terms of everybody's roles fit together and the roster makes a ton of sense, they're a few better in the entire league.
We have done pretty well in the NBA postseason. It's the opposite of me in the Stanley Cup playoffs, which we don't have to address again. But Joe and I both had the Pacers to beat the Knicks at plus 140. And we were alluding to be careful with Minnesota. This could be a very short series. And it was. And it, aside from that one game where Minnesota came out and blew them out, that was game 3, I think, right? They took that third game and they were up 40 or whatever. But the Thunder were in total control for 4 of the 5. We've done pretty well in basketball, and it's not exactly a hot take to say the Thunder are going to win the series because they're one of the most expensive favorites of all time. But when we throw the number at you for game 1, and it's OKC almost double digits, right? 9.5. What does that get from you? Like what impression or what prognostication do you get with 9.5 on the point spread?
My initial thought was that's a lot of points. But then I kind of like took a step back and I'm like, you know what? Oklahoma City is just that good. And I think even they just take a minute to get used to playing, especially now that you're in a situation where you only play each other twice a year. Chet Holmgren didn't play in either of those matchups. Like, it's, even though they stylistically like to play similar, I think just the physicality and intensity of Oklahoma City is going to be tough for Indiana, and it's probably just there's going to be an acclimation period. So I tend to I'm just going to stay away from it in game 1, and just because I could see this absolutely being a fourth quarter avalanche, or as it's kind of been more likely in the playoffs, a third quarter avalanche, and Oklahoma City is just able to wear down Indiana, ironically, the way Indiana likes to wear down their opponents. And just, if it's the bench units especially, like I think that's where Oklahoma City is going to have a big advantage. So if you're ever looking for live betting opportunities, maybe when more of those second unit players are in, it's a time to attack Oklahoma City, whether it's a bigger spread or it's Indiana's actually coming out well. But in terms of the game 1 overall spread, I'm going to leave it alone just because if you told me this was a 15-point game, 20-point game, I would not be totally shocked. But obviously, if Halliburton is able to be the better version of him, then they have an opportunity to stay within the number. But I think that Oklahoma City could still win, even if you have a very good Halliburton game.
Campy, if you get the best from Indiana, and we know how NBA series go, we've been around this forever. Even though you got a great Indiana series last time around against the New York Knicks, like, you weren't going to get it every game, and that's okay. You didn't get it in Game 5, but you got it in Game 6. If you get a good, very good version of Indiana, what's the most amount of games they can win?
I think there is a world where they win the series, but it's just the narrowest of margins. Like, it is Oklahoma City has to shoot like absolute trash from 3. Miles Turner has to be elite at protecting the rim. And the thing is, at this point, I feel like his defensive reputation is better than his actual defense, because the thing is, and the thing for him is, he has to stay out of foul trouble, just because this is something that happened very early in the year. Within the same month, Indiana's second and third string centers both tore their Achilles. So they've been trying to roll out Tony Bradley or Thomas Bryant, and those guys are not going to be able to hang in this series. Then you're looking at Obi Toppin at center, and that's not good because he's not a good defensive player. And Jarris Walker's out for a couple games. So, like, it's such a narrow margin for Indiana to be able to win this, but they can win it. So it would just be Oklahoma City turns the ball over, they miss their threes, and Miles Turner is playing a lot of minutes and he's elite at the rim. That would have to be how it happens. Aaron Nesmith has to be able to play good minutes and hit his shots. That's the thing. It's like, it feels lazy at this point to just say 3-point variance is going to be part of it, but it's going to be part of it if Indiana's going to have a prayer of winning the series overall. But unless you get that real version, I think 6 games is probably the longest within reason that they can make it go.
We can play the if game all we want. Let me just ask somebody holding a 60-1 ticket: are you betting Indiana 5.25 to hedge?
No.
Okay,
fair.
That's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Yeah, I am just going to let it ride. I fully recognize it in the past. I've fallen victim to like being too quick to hedge. So now that I have that number with as big of a favorite in the market as they are, I'm just going to let it roll.
All right, Rick Camp with us, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Make sure you follow Campy on X, Rick C. Camp, NBA Betting on Fat Stacks, and on Fat Podcast as well. All right, series props. I think a lot of people are like, what do I do here? Like, I can't bet it with OKC minus 700, minus 800. Maybe you do a series handicap, something like that. Like, okay, minus a game and a half, minus 2.5, whatever you end up thinking. But let's talk some other ways to bet this. You always have series props where maybe a leader in a specific stat category, anything like that going in.
Yeah, I haven't bet anything yet, but I was looking over those markets even more this morning. And there's a couple that stand out that I'll probably end up putting something on. I just haven't actually pulled the trigger yet. I think the 3-point market is fascinating because neither of these teams take a ton. Like, the person that takes the most is Halliburton. In the playoffs, he's taken 7.1 per game. After him, it's like Aaron Nesmith and J-Dub, both around 5.5 per game. So I think that's a market that could be pretty volatile. And even if you want to let game 1 go and kind of see how the teams play, like, those markets stay up for the first few games. And, with how few attempts there are probably going to be on average for people, like, I think there's going to be some value in the market unless somebody goes absolutely nuclear game 1. But even if that's someone like Lou Dort, that doesn't mean a damn thing because he could go 0 for the next couple games. So the variability with these 3-point shooters, I think, makes it interesting. In terms of price, like, J-Dub is sitting at 12-1 in the market to lead the series in threes. He'd rather not take a ton of threes, but the thing is, same with everybody in this series. So I do like that opportunity for him in terms of attempts average versus price. Like, I think he makes a lot of sense in that market, so I'll likely end up pulling the trigger on that one. And then just trying to, again, like, find any sort of value. I think this is going to be more of a one big series for Oklahoma City, and I think it will lean more to Chet Holmgren, but Isaiah Hartenstein to get 6 rebounds, and mind you, this is one of those every game props, but there's good value on it. Hartenstein still playing around 20 minutes basically regardless. For him to get 6 boards a game is 10-1. So if you think this is a shorter series, like it seems like a vast majority, seems like the consensus opinion is Oklahoma City in 5. Okay, 5 games of getting to 6 boards. Even last game last series where his minutes started to shrink, he was right there every single game. So to have that at 10-1, I think is a pretty good number, and I will likely be hitting that one as well. And I almost want to bet someone else for most points in the series just because the number is so insane. Like, it wouldn't be much at all. Because the numbers are so insane, we're talking a pittance on it, but I want to attack somebody in that market. Maybe that just ends up being J-Dub.
That's exactly the next question I was going to ask you. Who are we looking at? Because they've got MGM. I give them credit. They got a lot of these markets up, and I applaud them being creative and trying to price this up, which is very difficult to price. But they're telling me there's a 98% chance that SGA leads the series in points. I disagree. Minus 5,000. I don't know who else I like, but I know I'm not laying 5,000.
Yeah, exactly. You can't be doing that. If you really want to be a sicko, there is a book out there that also lists most steals in the series and most blocks in the series, which are insane. I think it's insane that they offer it. Good on them. But at that point, that kind of leads to like what the ways I kind of want to attack game one is more Indiana turnovers, maybe like secondary Thunder players in terms of steals. And that's more or less how I want to try and attack game one. So like in that steals market, I would just, it's got to be an Oklahoma City player to me. And I know SGA is going to be right up there in terms of the odds. He's going to be in the passing lanes. Halliburton still hasn't turned the ball over much against Oklahoma City. So in terms of turnovers, it's guys like Miles Turner. It's guys like Neesmith, like your secondary, tertiary ball handlers that you just need them to get 2. Like, I think that's where in the turnover markets you can really get something. And if you want to be sick and parlays are your jam, then maybe see what kind of hole there is or what your numbers are going to look like if you go turnovers with steals. Generally, there's, you don't get dinged for correlation quite as much on turnovers and steals as much as, your more traditional stats. So I think there is a path to where you can find some value there if you want to take a big swing in game one while there's a lot of things that are really unknown.
Any other betting angles you haven't hit on? If not, I do want to squeeze in a quick food thing.
I think one other that I haven't decided if I'm going to play yet is Siakam most rebounds, or that's about I think 5-1 around there that I've seen in the market, or Siakam 5+ rebounds in each game is like plus 275. So, but I think I might, if anything, rather play the rebound leader thing just because, Chet is a minus number in that market. And he can get in foul trouble. He can kind of drift at times from here or there. So, like, I think it could be a series where it's not a high total. Like, both these teams are pretty egalitarian on the glass. Again, I'll bring that one back out for you guys. And yeah, so I think that's maybe Siakam, but it's not something I'm definitely going to bet as of now.
Okay. All right, very good. Everybody knows you've got the I'm Fat podcast. I've noticed a lot of people trying to hone in on your territory. I'm going to do a food review too. I'm going to find the best Chicago sandwich. Oh wait, there's a new food item. I got to try it in my car and record myself and get it out there. There are a lot of people that are doing that. You guys always try new foods. Any new food that has been released recently that you think is worthy of discussion in the final minute? I saw KFC's doing chicken and waffles. I'm like, what took so long, guys?
Yeah, for one thing, just chicken and waffles in general taking this long to hit fast food. It's not like waffles take that long to make. It's not like they're going to be good waffles anyway. It's just like, again, for KFC, it's like, can we just get something that takes the focus off of the fact that our chicken is not in the same class as Popeyes? Like, that's pretty much all they're trying to do. The thing that I've been interested in is, and Jay and I always rail on Taco Bell because they'll bring something back or have something good and then take it away immediately, is they're going to be doing like different versions of the caramel apple empanada or just like different versions of their empanadas. The fact that the caramel one is going to be, the caramel apple empanada will be back again is wonderful. It's probably the best item they've ever had. And the fact that it was gone for as long as it was and was just brought back for maybe a month, if that, is absolutely ridiculous. So we need it back on a more permanent basis.
Next time we have you on, we should just do barbecue stuff.
Okay.
Like, cooking on the grill, stuff like that. Good stuff,
Yeah.
Campy. Appreciate your time as always.
Always good to talk to you guys.
All right, we will break down the NFC East next, and there's a Madden cover guy. Uh-oh. You want to stay away in your fantasy draft? We'll discuss. Joe O, Sammy P here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Rick Camp for jumping on. We got a lot to get to coming up. See, I didn't know about this. I had no idea about the Pop-Tarts ice cream sandwich thing, and now you've got me thinking, like, it's my mission today to go to the local Walmart. This is the only place that's carrying this, Sam? The only place?
I believe so. So I actually went back and found my old tweet. It's a quote tweet. I thought I posted a picture of the actual sandwiches, but I just quote tweeted it. So IGN shared this on May 8th. Pop-Tarts are headed to the freezer aisle with ice cream pints and sandwiches coming to Walmart's late May 2025. So the pints are brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, and s'mores. The sandwiches will be available in brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, chocolate fudge. And apparently only at the Walmarts. I quoted the tweet and wrote, "Diet starts in June," because I'm witty like that. And Brian Gertch on our show has apparently made several trips to the Walmart, and they're all sold out, which is very funny.
Many?
Like, I
need Gertch. How many Walmarts did you go to?
I think he said 3. He said, "LOL, just 2." Okay, sorry.
Just 2. Oh, okay.
I want this though. I love Pop-Tarts. I love
are
ice
close to me.
cream. I mean, we all would eat that. I don't.
Which one you getting?
I don't.
I'm
know.
chocolate fudge. Where are you going?
Yeah, you are. I'd probably get the brown.
Yes. No strawberry.
I'm chocolate fudge will be on my tombstone when I die. That's classic. I'd probably go brown sugar cinnamon.
All right, but not the pints, right? You're going for the sandwich over the pint.
I want the sandwich. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd get the sandwich. So supposedly they are at Walmart. I can only imagine somebody walking into Walmart like, "I'm here for the Pop-Tarts ice cream."
You run into some whack jobs at Walmart. That's the other thing. And then you got to look for someone with the bright blue vest. Like, "Hey, can you look him back? You got a Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich for me?"
I haven't laughed as hard as I did during the break, and then I thought I was over my giggle spree, and then you came out and said, "I'm chocolate fudge." Oh, I don't know why that's so funny. I'm just a 12-year-old boy sometimes. It's a problem.
Did you see Campy when he started talking about the caramel apple empanadas?
Yeah. He said it's the best item they've ever had. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not even close. I know. I can't. I'm like,
I looked up and I
pass
saw you
out.
with this massive grin when he started going on and on about the empanadas.
All right, man. We really don't want to talk about the NFC East, huh? We've punted this can weight on the road.
Saquon's the Madden cover guy for 26. Madden 26.
That's never good.
Is the curse? Is that still a thing? Has it gone down lately? We remember years ago, like people thought, "Oh my God, look at these guys! They get season-ending injuries immediately." Whether or not it's still a thing, now you get Saquon. Saquon's not going to be your guy. You were big on the offensive player of the year.
Oh,
you talked about that. So, what was it last year? Was it CMC? I think it was CMC last year.
Look, I'm not trying to sound cool here, but I haven't played Madden in a long time, so I couldn't even tell you. I mean, as a kid, I played it all the time. I played it through college, and I actually don't own a video game system right now, so I couldn't tell you. Didn't they put Madden himself on one of the recent ones? Wasn't John Madden on one of the covers? Okay, I remember that, and then I remember Lamar was on it, and Mahomes has been on a couple. I don't remember who was on last year's. Like, if you
it was CMC.
Oh,
he
it was
hurt.
okay.
Yeah.
The curse used to be really bad. I just pulled up a list of some of the guys. I remember Dante Culpepper was on the cover one year. That wasn't a good season, if I remember correctly.
He had a severe
Sean
injury.
Alexander, Vince Young
Michael Vick
was on the cover.
The Vic one. Vic got hurt that year when he was on the cover. You're right about McNabb and Sean Alexander. Marshall Faulk, he had a small injury. Oh, what a bum. Like, he should have never been on. That's when they voted for it. He was voted, I don't know why. What running back? Yeah. And he was terrible after that. So then it started to slow down in the 2010s or whatever. But I guess you could point to last year and say it's a thing. But that's going to be the concern. Most recently, it's been a lot of quarterbacks. Like 21, Lamar, no curse. 22, Brady, no curse. Mahomes, no curse. Josh Allen in 24, no curse. So people might talk about it because of CMC last year. But I think we've realized it's not a thing. Only bring it up to talk about the NFC East, though. Philadelphia, minus 150 to win the division at BetMGM. Washington, your second favorite, plus 225. Dallas, plus 600. And the Giants, I see it is as high as 30-1 for the division, Sam. I mean, the conversation starts with the Eagles, right?
It does. It feels a little cheap, too, at minus 150. We've had this conversation, I think, with every division so far, but this is one where I feel like you could get a little creative if you wanted to go Washington. The hot take would be Dallas. If everything goes right in Dallas, could the Cowboys potentially win this division? There was a stretch for, Paul, you would know this better than Joe and I. There was a stretch when it was a new division winner for what felt like the better part of 10 to 15 years.
Is it not still going?
Oh, is it?
Still
okay.
Going.
Sure.
We haven't had a repeat winner since 03-04, Philadelphia.
Holy cow. All right. So, as I was saying, nobody's won this back-to-back since 2004. That's exactly what I was just saying. I don't feel the need to jump in and bet the Eagles at minus 150. I don't. And you're talking to somebody who may have made more money on the Eagles last year than anybody I know. I'm not interested in the minus 150. I'm not. I don't know that I'll bet this division, Paul. How do you feel as an Eagles guy?
Saquon on the cover. NFC East every other year, something changes. We know we're not doing the year two in the Commanders thing. The Giants, I guess, are fielding a team this year. Kind of points to something we've been talking about. Cowboys. Yeah. Now, that is very hard for me to say. Like, I'm not saying – I don't know about NFC East, but if we're talking about getting healthy, getting hot late in the season, I mean, everything we kind of talked about this offseason, and again, I'm not playing too much into the Madden curse, but teams after a Super Bowl, it's not the Super Bowl loser hangover, but, Saquon gets hurt, they struggle. I mean, granted, 2-2, some people thought they were dead last year. Like, it's getting knocked around a little bit. I see the path for – I just think, like, we've talked about the Cowboys at 60-1 or an NFC longer shot. That's kind of what I'm pointing to. This conversation kind of makes me think to that. It's not like I'm running to the window to bet it, but that's kind of where it's taking me.
It's just so crazy to me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Joe. It's just crazy that we had people betting against the Eagles all throughout the playoffs.
Yeah.
And then they get to the Super Bowl, and it's, cute story. And they beat the absolute you-know-what out of Kansas City. And now it's, they're favored to win next year. And I'm just not there. And Barkley was 25-1 to win offensive player, and now he's 6-1. And we have just completely overreacted to, granted, a dominant postseason run. And the closest game of all in that postseason was against the Ramley. I mean, they pounded Washington and absolutely shoved Kansas City. And now they're the team to beat, which I guess if you're the champ, you're the team to beat. But power rating wise, I have them on line 3. I don't have them number 1. I shouldn't say not close, but I think a lot of people are putting a little too much stock into that postseason run where everything went right. Everybody was pretty healthy, Paul, if I remember correctly. They didn't have really any issues of substance on that side, which is almost impossible to repeat. And is Jalen Hurts, is he an all-pro quarterback? Is he somebody that can take that next step? I don't know. That's a long way around of me saying I'm not betting the Eagles to win the division.
And let's also add everything they lost. They lost their offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore. I believe the biggest strength of the team was its depth on defense, and they lost a lot of depth. A lot. Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, Darius Slay, Isaiah Rodgers, all gone. So now you've got to replace that. How he can, and he will, it doesn't mean it's going to happen this year. So a few injuries, like they did not see last year much of, as they were very healthy throughout the year, and then that could come to a head. And could Saquon repeat what he did last year as well? That's another big question.
That A.J. Brown noise isn't going to go away. I mean, they were doing great. They were doing great, and you're hearing all about that. Like, that is, again, if we see, to Sam's point, Jalen Hurts, not all world. That creeps up again. You're going to have an unhappy wide receiver. If you're not winning games, that becomes more and more of a thing, especially in that market.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
health, I think, is the biggest point.
On offense. Or on defense, excuse me. On defense, they lost a ton.
I think the plays Dallas, guys. They're 7-1 for the division. I know.
I didn't realize it was that high. I mean, if we're out on Washington, that's got to be the play, right?
It's at that number.
I'm also trying. I did this last year with the Texans. And I think more times than not, it's not a bad idea to short the second-year quarterback on the team that everybody is pumping. Because a lot of people are, going to shove Washington in your face for the next 3-4 months.
Yep.
What if they are that good? Like, you have to play both sides here. Did they get worse? Did they have losses? Did they lose coordinators? I mean, where did the Washington Commanders get worse from last year?
They got better. They added Laramie Tunsil and they got Debo on offense.
That's what I'm saying. Like, they didn't get worse. And I know regression is a word. There are two words that are thrown around a lot in betting. One is value, which nobody really knows what that means. People just say value because they like it, especially the influencers. Oh, there's value here. Yeah, because you like it, moron. The second thing is regression. We just naturally expect regression, and it doesn't always hit. It hits quite a bit, but Philadelphia lost a ton. Washington added. So why are we so anti-Washington? I guess I'm asking rhetorically.
So maybe the move's not to fade Washington. The Texans still won the division last year, right? Like, maybe the move's not to fade Washington in the division. Like, we're talking about Dallas. Maybe they make a run at a big number. I think maybe it's just, or at least not buying them here, but like maybe Washington at plus 225. I'm not running to bet that, but maybe we shouldn't be like crossing that off. Kind of what Sam's saying.
I wouldn't hate a Washington-Dallas exacta.
That's not bad.
The second and third favorites.
So Eagles miss the playoffs, maybe?
It's possible. Just things go wrong. As much as everything went right this past year, I could see it. Here's so on Dallas, don't forget about the Pickens ad. I mean, Pickens and Lamb, if Dak's healthy, that's going to be exciting to watch. Here's your cold water on Dallas. Do we know the defensive coordinator? Eberflus.
Is it Eberflus?
It looks
I want to say some guys. I want to say some guys are coordinators.
Yeah. He's not
and
Fangio.
Not coaches, but he's not Fangio, and just the way they lost some games at the very end, like as a defensive guy, you can't forgive that.
Yep, that's scary.
Like the skipping OTAs, I don't know if it matters.
You don't want to bet the division? You don't want to bet it?
I'm chocolate fudge. I want to go under 11.5 wins. I mean, they could be substantially worse on defense. And then you're playing in a lot more track meets. And here's the other thing. If you don't have the meat on the trenches, you're not going to be ahead in all these games, and you can't run the ball with Barkley when you're behind. As much as you'd like to, maybe. So, something to think about.
4 new starters on Washington's defense makes me think Dan Quinn might be having his guys now that he wanted for his defense. So there's another point on Washington. A lot more to discuss. Lightning bets on the other side. Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Chocolate fudge moon. Gertch agrees with me on something, finally. That's why he was scouring every Walmart in the state of Indiana over the weekend, because he needed the chocolate fudge. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network, Lightning Bets coming your way in a couple of minutes. And Sam, we asked the people, hey, you're here every day, you're hanging out, especially if you listen via podcasts. Give us a rating and review over on Apple Podcasts. We appreciate it. We love to read the feedback on the show, and this one certainly stood out to me from Regbo. 5 stars. Bet Sweats, one-stop shop for entertaining, informed, and smart sports betting content. Can't get enough of the subtle jabs at that tea kettle Costos. The only thing that could make this show better is if they had their own late-night emergency podcast. Good stuff, Regbo. Appreciate it.
I appreciate the reviews that are clearly pointing at things we talk about. And we had another smattering of reviews, and I want to save a couple maybe for the next couple of days. One of them made fun of me and McDavid. I love that. Prove to me that you listen. Bring something up from the show. I mean, I appreciate all reviews. But when you get into specifics of things that we talk about, what did he call him? A tea kettle? What does that mean?
That tea kettle Costos. I'm not sure.
Because he just explodes at the blink of an eye?
Oh, yeah, you can see
he turns red, steam comes out?
I don't know.
I've said a lot of things over the years. I've never called somebody a tea kettle.
Yeah, we always calling the kettle black. Like, we know what that means, but I don't know. Is it a height joke? I don't think it is. I have no idea.
I think you guys are overthinking this one.
Well, what does it mean?
I think it's just like a joke about how he explodes, like boils over, steam coming out. You had it the first time. I think
nailed it.
I think we're overthinking it now.
Okay, but we got it right. I'm just wondering.
Joe did not like me questioning him on that one.
Okay, just a quick warning here. Do not Urban Dictionary tea kettle.
Well, now you know what we're going to do.
AKA do it now and look at the second entry.
It's always the second one, isn't it? Like, the second one is always like, holy crap.
The second one is wild. Whew.
All right,
okay.
Yeah. Yep. You'll be able to hear exactly when Joe.
I've never heard of that.
Never in life. Oh,
it started, and I was like, okay, this is it. And then I got to the second half. I was like, oh, okay.
Oh,
If
man.
you're wondering right now, listening live or podcast form, no, Joe and I did not take edibles before the 11 o'clock hour. That did not happen.
This feels like a Friday. This is a Monday. This is Monday. This is the start of the week.
You should read the example on that second entry, too. Like, I love when Urban Dictionary does the examples for context. This one is
last night was freaky.
Use it in a sentence.
Why, bro?
Joe, I would be careful reading this out. That's it. Read to yourself.
Do not do it. Do not do it. But we had a couple reviews over the weekend, and I appreciated all of them. And the one guy was so good. He's like, it's a really good show, and the picks are solid until Sam picks against McDavid.
Yeah.
That's funny. I can take it, Joe.
Can't wait to see what you do on Wednesday with that one. Another thing that was making the rounds, I don't even know what the show is from. I don't know if this is where you first heard about it, but like just group threads that were both on was getting it a bunch of times. I know people were sending links to you and me as well. People ate this up. Maybe I don't even know if we can play it. If we can, we should play it tomorrow. But making the rounds is, I don't know if it's a podcast, a webcast, whatever it is. Dudes betting Angel Reese to miss first field goal attempt every single game, getting hyped, recording it. everybody's in on the same bet, and then just that explosion. What's going to happen? Is she going to make or miss her first shot? It's been very funny. The montages have been put together of every Angel Reese game this year, and let's just say you're in the green if you're betting against her to make the first shot.
What is the price? Have we figured out what the price is on miss?
No.
It has to be minus 300 now, right?
Yeah, it's got to be. Yep. So the first game she made her first shot, right? And ever since it's not happened on the first shot attempt?
I don't know, but I get all kinds of Angel Reese stuff from people. And again, it's one of the underlying, I keep saying bits because it's not, well, maybe the Reese thing is a bit. But Jack Cags, people react. The Rockies, people react. And now it's Angel Reese. And I had a listener send me a stat that in the first half against Dallas, Angel Reese was 1 of 9 from the floor. And 8 of those shots were blocked.
Yeah. But she's great. She's a star. Who was it that I saw immediately? What was her name from FS Fox Sports? Who there are a lot of rumors. I don't want to get you in trouble.
Joy Taylor?
Joy Taylor. Did you see what she had to say?
No.
She's like, why can't Angel Reese replace Caitlin Clark while she's injured as the face of the WNBA?
Stop. Just stop. It's not even a fair fight.
Yeah. Right. So Steve Greenberg of the Chicago Sun-Times was apparently at one of the recent Sky games, and she was asked about her shooting woes, completely turned the other way, and would not answer the question by a reporter. I mean, this is what I hate. This is how you want to be on par with the NBA. You want to get paid more. They answer those questions. They deal with it every day. And then you get a tough question because your shooting percentage is so putrid and you can't even give any sort of response. Like, come on, dude.
I have the quote here from Angel Reese on Caitlin Clark. The reason why we're watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too.
I don't think she has. Does she have a lot of fans?
Don't know.
I don't think she does.
Don't you go to Sky games? Aren't you a season ticket holder?
No, but man, yeah. I think we talked about the price of everything to go to a Sky game like it's the greatest event ever. Like it's an NBA playoff game, and what they charge people, it's out of this world right now. But there you go. Yeah, Joy Taylor. She thinks she can carry the NBA while Caitlin Clark is injured.
She can't make a layup.
That's a problem. That's a bit of a problem. All right, Sam, where are you going with your lightning bet for this Monday?
There's not much. We have no basketball, no hockey, and 7 baseball games. I would love the people to get me home on North Carolina. I'm not going to lay 250 on the heels today against Oklahoma, but I need the power of our audience to get me through there. I need North Carolina to beat Oklahoma. As for lightning bets, I'll go Athletics. Plus 143 is the best price I can get, but the best price consensus, let's call it $1.40. Plus 140 on the Athletics. Severino at home.
All right, there you go. Looking good. I'm going to go with, let's go San Diego Padres. A dog at San Francisco. Yes, Logan Webb is going for the Giants, but there are a number of Padres hitters in that lineup that have hit Webb over the years. So Webb is getting his respect. And guess what? They're betting the Padres a little bit. This opened at minus 180 in favor of San Francisco. It's come down. Actually, not really. I'm looking at a couple books where they'd come down at Pinnacle, but other spots, not so much. Plus 150. Give me the Padres. Turn things around offensively. Too much value there. Not too often you're going to get San Diego plus 150, but that's what you're getting today. That is my only play. We're going to wait later in the week, see if we have some props. some series bets as far as NHL and NBA. So we'll wait on those. But today, shortened card, only going with San Diego. Jake Hassan, what you got, man?
I'll ride with you on San Diego with that one. And also just one college baseball play today. I'm going to go with Murray State against Ole Miss for the regional final to win the region. These teams saw each other twice over the weekend. They split. I just still think this Ole Miss team was dying to lose multiple games over the weekend, and they were able to win a couple close ones. It's a price play for me. You could get Murray State at better than 2-1. I think this is way closer than that, and especially on a Monday after the weekend, you've played a million games. I think things can just get wacky. So I'll bet on that. I'll go with Murray State on the money line to make the upset and win the region.
Jake, we didn't get your thoughts on Jack Kaggs earlier. Now that it's official, it goes down last night. What do you think, and what do you think of the current price?
I mean, yeah, current price. I mean, if you less than that in some places, I think that's maybe just right. I as Sam likes to say, our bread is buttered. I'm good. I'm not going to be telling anybody to go bet the 9s or the 10s. There's a lot of work to do. Jacob Wilson's been awesome. Joe, you brought up Yordan Alvarez's 87-game nuclear streak where he won in 2019. What's working for Jack, though, is that Yordan Alvarez played 10 games in the field that year, too. He was only DHing. It sounds like they're going to get Caglione some work in the field, both at first base and the outfield, so might be able to piece together a couple more points of wins above replacement there as well, which would be helpful too. Yeah, Wilson's out to this awesome lead. He's hitting like 400 over the last 2 weeks. He's not unbeatable, though. There's 100 games left. Like I'm getting tweets like, oh, it might just be over. Wilson's been great. It's been 60 games, and he plays for the displaced Athletics. Like, everybody's been talking about Kaggs for months, weeks, not just us. It's a long shot. He's got to be awesome, but it's not dead. Like, let's just win.
We did our jobs. We did our jobs. Now he's got to do his.
Yep. If he gets sent down, if he has a 2-week struggle, it is probably over, but he's going to have this opportunity. Be here tomorrow. Bet Sweats, 9 a.m. Eastern, right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you ready? It's time to laugh, to win, and to live the thrill of the action.
Hey, baby, let's go out there like a bunch of crazy dogs. What the hell's going on out here? No idea what's going on, but I am excited.
Every pick, every play, every game-changing moment. This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM network.
It's a great day to be alive, and it's a great day to be a better. Welcome to another edition of You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM right here on the BetMGM network. I'm Femi Abebefe, hanging out with you guys over the next 4 hours, where you can find us across a multitude of platforms. Make sure to watch us live 24/7 on the BetMGM network and directly on the free Odyssey app. You can also check us out on Twitch at BetMGM Network and on YouTube at the BetMGM Network. Also, make sure to watch us on YouTube TV, Roku, Fubo TV, Samsung TV Plus, and more. And from 6 to 7 Eastern, head on over to the NBC Sports Now channel, available on Peacock. That's right, it's a Peacock Power Hour each and every weekday here on YBYB. And as always, if you want to listen to us, you can go ahead and do so at Sirius Channel 160 and Sirius XM 205. And throughout these 4 hours, hit us up on social media. You can find me on Twitter at Femi Abebefe. You can find me on Instagram at Femi_Abebefe. Check out the show on Twitter at You Better You Bet, and the entire network at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. You like our show, you like Bet Sweats, BetMGM Tonight, Daily Tip, all the shows across the BetMGM Network, once again, can be found at BetMGM Network over on Twitter. We got the whole crew hanging with us here on this Monday. Tyler Morales, Jay Kassan, Bill Zimmerman, Mike Brown, Sean Ha, Addie Bates, Nick Costos. He joins us 1 hour from now with his thoughts on the Indiana Pacers beating his New York Knicks to win the Eastern Conference. The NBA Finals are set. Indiana, OKC. But first, we will have to go post-mortem on the New York Knicks with New York Nick coming up in about 60 minutes. And as always, because we're going to talk a lot about the finals, Stanley Cup final, all sorts of things going on in the world of sports. If you miss anything across these 4 hours, you're out picking up the kids, running errands, doing God knows what. You miss anything across these 4 hours, make sure you check us out in podcast form. Just search You Better You Bet wherever you get your podcasts. And while you're there, you might as well go ahead and subscribe, rate, and review. We really appreciate how much you guys love the Wagertainment. And then joining us during the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, our one guest on the program today, it's our buddy, the whale capper, Drew Dinsick, who will check in with us at 6:20 Eastern. Whale, of course, betting analyst for the NBC Sports Bet, co-host of the Deep Dive podcast. We'll get his thoughts on the NBA Finals, how he plans to attack the series price, where OKC is a minus 700 favorite over at BetMGM. You can get plus 500 if you want to take it with the Indiana Pacers, where Drew thinks this series will go in the NBA Finals, OKC and Indiana. Plus, he's one of the best at betting the tennis. Gave us a winner last week on the clay. We'll get his best bets for Roland Garros as we're entering the quarterfinals this week at the French Open. So we'll hear from Whale at 6:20 Eastern, but we also want to hear from you guys as well. Joining on the conversation on Twitter, you can tweet us at You Better You Bet. What is your initial favorite bet for the NBA Finals? Thunder against the Pacers. It could be game one, side total, props. It could be series price, finals MVP, series spread. If you want to lay some games, you want to take some games, any series long props, whatever it is, your initial favorite bet for the NBA Finals between the Indiana Pacers and Oklahoma City Thunder. We will go ahead and give you a shout out later on in the program. All you have to do is let us know the bet and let us know why. We need the rationale, folks. Don't be leaving off the rationale. Let us know why you like the bet. And you can go ahead and do so by tweeting us at You Better You Bet. And if you're not on Twitter, put that into the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat. You should know where to find us by now. But let's go ahead and get into what we saw over the weekend as we recap Game 6 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Indiana Pacers beat the New York Knicks 125-108. And you look at the betting market for that game because it closed around, I think it was Indiana 4, which was the biggest they've been favored throughout the entire series, because we saw like 1.5 in game 3, 2.5 in game 4. you were having to pay a little bit of a tax on the Pacers to bet them for Game 6 Saturday night, and it didn't matter. Indiana goes pretty much wire to wire in the game to not only beat the New York Knicks, cover the spread, and win the Eastern Conference, which, as we take a step back and look at like where things stood before the season started, like this is a pretty remarkable run by the Indiana Pacers. It's not every day in the NBA. Think about the history of the NBA where you see chalk prevail. Favorites are the ones that go to the big dance. All the teams that you think will win in the playoffs usually win in the playoffs. Like long shot hunting, like the NBA is not the league to do that. But prior to the start of the season, the Indiana Pacers were 50-1 to win the Eastern Conference. Now, like obviously hindsight being 2020, but it makes a lot of sense that they were 50-1. You know, like the Celtics that were the defending NBA champions. A lot of people excited about the New York Knicks, the very team the Pacers beat in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yeah, the Sixers. I mean, LOL, when you think back on how that season went. Like the Sixers were up there on the odds board with Embiid and Paul George and Maxey. Like Giannis and the Bucks were always in contention with Giannis and Damian Lillard and Chris Middleton and all that. Like there was so much that you could point to that, hey, these teams will be better than a team like Indiana, who this time last year just got bounced out in 4 games by the Boston Celtics. Everyone kind of discarded that as, fluke run due to injuries. Indiana, it's almost like they're the Blazers from a handful of years ago or the Hawks from a handful of years ago who had a conference finals run and then never got anywhere close to matching that playoff success. This one was different. And shout out to anybody who had Indiana. I'm sure there's some Pacer fans that had the Pacers to win the East before the season started. And I'm sure there's maybe a handful of bettors that did as well. But anyone who put their money where their mouth was and bet Indiana 50-1 to win the East, kudos to you. I hope you had a hell of a weekend celebrating that ticket getting home because the Pacers were the rightful winners of the Eastern Conference after the way we saw this playoffs unfold. And the pace was really the story of this series in particular, and it played out once again Saturday night in Game 6. Like we said it, like after Game 3, hey, like the way this is going to play out is if it's going to go over, Indiana's going to win. If the game's going to go under, the Knicks are going to win. And guess what happened in Game 6? That baby went over the total, and the Indiana Pacers got it done. And like the way that Indiana wants to play, getting up and down the court, off of makes and misses, like that came to fruition. Like Tyrese Halliburton as the conductor, the maestro of this up-tempo, fast and furious kind of offense. Like Halliburton in Game 6, 13 assists. Like on any given night, he's going to give you double-digit assists. And we saw like in Game 4, Halliburton had one of the best performances like of all time in the playoffs for a point guard. Siakam, 31 points, 5 rebounds. Like the Pacers play with so much pace. And like there's just like it almost feels reckless at times where like you see TJ McConnell dribbling and it's like, hey buddy, slow down. Like you're not that guy. Just pump the brakes a little bit, but that's their style. That's their philosophy. That's their identity. And they embrace it. And the Knicks, every single game, it just felt like they were holding on for dear life of if they can't control the tempo and slow things down, at some point the dam was going to break. And that happened over the weekend. We saw the first 3 quarters incredibly competitive. New York kind of hanging around, looking to make a run. But then once like the pace just really kicked into high gear, you get to that 4th quarter, the Knicks just could not keep up. And that's when the ill-advised turnovers would really creep in. And then turnovers lead to what? Getting out in transition and running. More pace. Like that's how this game was won for Indiana. And that's how it was lost for the New York Knicks, where we'd see them kind of crumble in the 4th quarter of a large portion of this series. Kudos to Indiana for getting that done, and kudos to their top 2 guys in Tyrese Halliburton and Pascal Siakam, who are once again outstanding in Game 6. And I do have to go ahead and acknowledge this because I know before the series started, we're breaking down the conference finals MVPs. And in the West, I said, hey, if you like OKC, it's going to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He's the best guy. He's the league MVP. There's no way that he doesn't win this award. And if he doesn't win the award, it probably means OKC just lost the series. So it went according to plan in the Western Conference. In the Eastern Conference, I don't want to call it tomfoolery. I don't want to call it hijinks. I don't know what to call it, to be honest. I don't know what the hell happened with this Eastern Conference Finals MVP vote. Like, Pascal Siakam as your winner, which gave us a very funny viral moment, which I'm sure will now become a meme in pop culture. But like, as Ernie Johnson on the TNT broadcast is announcing who's going to win Eastern Conference Finals MVP? Like he says, and the winner of the Larry Bird Trophy for Eastern Conference Finals MVP. And you see on the right side of the screen, because all the players are behind Ernie and Reggie Miller and everybody and Rick Carlisle, they're all behind those guys. You see Tyrese Halliburton take a step forward. Like, hey, this is my time. This is going to be me. This is my crowning moment. And instead, Pascal Siakam is your Eastern Conference Finals MVP. I'm like, what just happened here? And don't get me wrong, Siakam was outstanding. He was awesome in the series. We've been heaping praise on Siakam all throughout this playoffs, particularly in this series where he's been big. But, I mean, we all have eyeballs. Like, the most key moments of this series, the most consequential plays in this series were engineered by Tyrese Halliburton. The game one buzzer beater to force overtime off the back iron and in, like that's an iconic moment in this Pacers-Knicks rivalry, an iconic playoff moment. The game four performance, 30 points, 15 assists, 10 rebounds, 0 turnovers. That's an iconic just a playoff performance across the board. That guy did that, and then top on that, 21-13 in game 6 in the closeout game. And 5 of the voters, which is another reminder, when you're betting on awards and you're betting on human beings to do something, sometimes things can get a little bit crazy. But 5 of the 9 voters decided Pascal Siakam was the ECF MVP and not Tyrese Halliburton. I'll put my hand up and say, you know what? I had it wrong. I don't even think I had it wrong, because even on the broadcast, Stan Van Gundy, before they announced the word, he says, oh yes, Halliburton's got to be the MVP, right? Like asking like a rhetorical question. Everybody who I've seen since break down the series has said, how did Halliburton not win the MVP? So I don't know what was going on with those 9 voters, but you get 9 people, you might get some random opinions. And that was the case with this ECF MVP vote, that Siakam ended up winning and not being Halliburton. But all that aside, both those guys really, really good. And those are the 2 main reasons, in addition to Rick Carlisle being a great coach, as to why the Indiana Pacers won the Eastern Conference this year, which sets up a really, really intriguing, because it's new, kind of a matchup in the NBA Finals. Like, in terms of the competitiveness, I don't think it's going to be that intriguing. Like, spoiler alert, I think the Thunder are going to be your NBA champions. Not a matter of if, just a matter of when. But what's intriguing is how these 2 teams got here, because as much of the praise that we've kind of heaped across of Sam Presti, the general manager for the Oklahoma City Thunder, on the opposite side of this series, how about the job that Kevin Pritchard has done, the general manager for the Indiana Pacers? Like, everyone discusses the Shai Gilgeous-Alexander Paul George trade. That trade can't happen if not for Kevin Pritchard and the Pacers trading Paul George to OKC. Like, that's where this is all connected, which I find incredibly interesting. Like, that single Paul George trade is how these 2 teams got to this point in rebuilding their organizations. I think that's really, really cool. Like, for OKC, it's, all right, we get Paul George, we trade him for SGA, all those draft picks, and off we go. For Indiana, it's we trade Paul George to OKC, but in return, we get Victor Oladipo and Domantas Sabonis, and that Sabonis trade was the asset that they needed to go out to Sacramento and say, hey, we see that you guys have 2 young guards, De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. How about we'll take Tyrese Halliburton off your hands? You get Sabonis, pair him up with De'Aaron Fox. Kings say, you know what? That sounds like a great idea, because we didn't know what to do with 2 ball-dominant guards. We didn't know how we were going to figure it out. They get Halliburton from the Sabonis trade, and then a couple years after that, last January to be exact, January 2024, they trade for Pascal Siakam, to where now you have this Siakam-Halliburton duo, which we just got done talking about, as the face of this team. And when you have a great coach like Rick Carlisle on top of it, man, that's a really, really good foundation. So kudos to Kevin Pritchard, who, like, I think goes under the radar when we talk about top NBA executives. Everyone knows Sam Presti. Everyone knows Brad Stevens. Everyone needs to get to know Kevin Pritchard, because he was really good in Portland and has been really, really good in Indiana in building this team that is 4 wins away from the NBA title. Now, will they get there? No. They're not going to get there. It's going to be OKC. This will be the Thunder coronation as we spin things forward to the NBA Finals, which don't begin until Thursday, mind you. Game 1 in OKC. The Thunder, of course, have home court advantage after being the team with the best record in the NBA this past regular season. As well coached as Indiana is, and they are really well coached, Rick Carlisle, an elite coach, the talent gap is just too big for that to overcome. I don't see how Indiana is able to make this a competitive series. I think that this is very short. it's 4 or 5. I think it's more likely that we get a sweep than we were to get 6 games. I'll go that far. And over at BetMGM, because not everyone's going to want to lay the minus 700 price to go ahead and bet OKC. And I get that. I don't want to lay it either. It's time to get creative. It's time to look at some of the series props as a way to bet this NBA Finals. And for me, series spread OKC laying 2.5 games is the way to do it. You can get minus 115 for the Thunder to win in either 5 or 4 against Indiana. And for the series result, for the exacta, the big kahuna for Thunder to sweep, plus 325. On Friday, I feel like an idiot. On Friday, I would say this might be plus 130, plus 120. You give me plus 325, I'm going to take all of that plus money and put it in my back pocket. Unfortunately, as great as these two basketball stories are, and as awesome and fresh as this matchup is, I think it's going to ultimately be an OKC coronation starting Thursday. Quick and dirty NBA Finals. The Thunder will get it done. We're just getting started here on You Better You Bet. What about the New York Knicks? Where do they go? We'll answer that question next year with our top headlines on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
He had a system for the Grand Salami. I was working in Vegas.
Well, I don't think people know what the Grand Salami is. First, let's mention that.
The Grand Salami is total runs scored in a day. There's a tangible number. They basically just add up all the totals for the most part. Might shave it a little bit. But the number today on the Grand Salami is 63.5. So that's total runs for all 7 games. And you do the math. 63 divided by 7 is, it's right around where it should be. But there was this kid at VSiN back in the day. He was a 23, 24. He used to do like our graphics and stuff like that. And he came up to me one day and he goes, I figured out the Grand Salami. I'm like, what? I said, what do you mean you figured out the Grand Salami? Well, when there's an odd number of games, they don't factor in. He had this whole thing, and he had won 4 Grand Salamis in a row.
Okay.
I don't even remember the exact science, and I'm using air quotes around science. He won 4 in a row, and he had figured out the Grand Salami because that's all it takes. 4 games, and you nailed it. You figured it out.
Beat the market.
He proceeded to lose 9 of the next 10 Grand Salamis. So, and he had won 4 in a row, and then he started to raise the units. So he went full press on the Grand Salami after going 4-0, and then went 1-9. So didn't quite figure it out all the way around, but he had a system for the Grand Salami.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back. This is You Better You Bet, rolling along on a Monday after a fun weekend in the world of sports. Femi Abebefe hanging out with you guys here this afternoon. 40 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Costos with his thoughts. Might not have been as fun for Nick as he saw his team bow out in 6 to the Indiana Pacers in the Eastern Conference Finals. Still a good season for the New York Knicks. I don't think too many people had them in the Eastern Conference Finals before the season started, and especially once we got to the playoffs and that started. But we'll get Nick's thoughts on his team losing to Indiana, and also some thoughts as we spin it forward to the NBA Finals. I just gave my NBA Finals take in the last segment. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much basketball the rest of the way here. I think we got 4, maybe 5 more games left of this bad boy, and then get ready to learn Summer League out here in Las Vegas coming up in July because, I think this is going to be a quick series for OKC. Much better team, best team all season long. They get their crowning moment maybe as early as next Friday during Game 4 in Indiana. But we still got some time before now and then. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and bring in our executive producer, Bill Zimmerman, who joins me each and every weekday here at 3:20 Eastern Time. Bill, how we doing? How was the weekend? What's happening?
Everything's good, Femi. I'm excited for the NBA Finals, but at the same time, a little bit of a bummer when you start losing those winter sports and you get to that dearth of sports there for about 6 to 8 weeks before preseason football saves us.
Yeah, you mean like today, tonight? that dearth of sports that we
for
have.
example.
Yeah. Oh, we're going to shine up that sandwich real nice tonight, baby. We're going to work with what we got. But yeah, like Stanley Cup final not till Wednesday, NBA Finals on Thursday. I'm looking around like, damn, I got some free time tonight. Like, I might go out there and do something. I missed my Peloton ride this morning. Guess what I'm doing after the show? I'm going to ride the Peloton. I don't have a game I have to watch. So I'm going to be on that bad boy sweating it out. So at least we have things that we can accomplish. But in terms of the sports viewing tonight and tomorrow night, not that great. But we'll be back on Wednesday with the Stanley Cup final. But let's go ahead and get to some fun things that we have across the world of sports. What's the number one headline that we have on this Monday afternoon?
Well, Femi, you were talking about it last segment. Of course, the Indiana Pacers defeat the New York Knicks over the weekend to advance to the NBA Finals, where, of course, they'll face the OKC Thunder. But let's spin the Knicks forward here a little bit. Let's look at the other team here, because they've got some interesting choices to make this offseason about how they can improve the team, including what they're going to do with Karl Anthony Towns, who, according to an Athletic article, players and coaches a little bit frustrated with Towns, not just in the playoffs, but all season long, for basically his poor defensive efforts, some bad habits, some things like that. Towns not basically doing what a Tibbs team needs to do on the defensive side of the football. So, Femi, with that in mind, if you're the Knicks, what's the plan this offseason?
Oh, yeah, this was a juicy one that the Athletic dropped. And we always see it every year. Team gets eliminated. Team season ends, and you get like the tell-all like 24, 48 hours after the season. This bad boy was like 45 minutes after Game 6. The Athletic had this bad in the hopper. They had it ready in case the Knicks lost Game 5 the other night. This thing was ready to go. Just need to put the following finishing touches on it. Just update the score, press send it out into the public, send it out into the universe for all of us to consume. I found that very hysterical. The fact that this thing, like the Knicks, I don't even think had even gotten on the team bus. They hadn't even left the locker room. They were still doing the post-game press conferences, and this article was already out, which is hilarious from The Athletic. And great reporting. Like, I'm not even knocking them. Great reporting. I thought it was incredibly interesting, which is why we're talking about it today. But just like you never see it happen that fast. For game to end, 45 minutes later, boom, here's the tell-all. Now, my big takeaway from that tell-all is what I've been saying throughout this series. You cannot have a team that has Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson on it and expect to win an NBA title. It's just not realistic. It's not. I don't know what kind of injuries you need from the opposition for you to actually win the title, because those two guys, as your best players, they're not good defenders. You need good defenders in your starting lineup. And it's not like how sometimes some teams have some good defenders who can't make shots. So it's like, all right, we can maybe hide them on a certain guy or play them limited minutes. No, these are your best players. There's no hiding Karl Anthony Towns. There's no hiding Jalen Brunson. They need to play minimum 35, 36 minutes in a playoff game. So it's a lot of time out there where the opposition can just say, oh, let's go ahead and hunt on to that guy. Like how many times did you see Halliburton or Siakam or one of these guys look to hunt switches to either get matched up with Brunson or to get matched up on Karl Anthony Towns, who they could blow by. Or worst case scenario, Towns just has one of his many, many dumb fouls and they get the chance to go to the free throw line. Like, it's so difficult to win with this kind of roster construction, which the uncomfortable conversation that has to be had if you're the New York Knicks and if you're someone who's looking to bet on the New York Knicks, for me at least, is like, hey, I'm not betting this team to do anything unless they shake this up. Like, that's where I'm at. Like, you can look at this from a fan perspective, like I said in the last segment. Like, if you're a Knicks fan, like, you have to be proud about how the way this team played. Like, this is not to say that this season was a failure, because it'd be asinine to say that the New York Knicks failed this year. They made it to the Eastern Conference Finals and got 2 wins away from the NBA title. Like that is a big-time accomplishment, especially for a franchise that hasn't really done anything for the better part of a quarter century. But if you want to win the championship, if that's the goal, and if you want to bet on the Knicks to do such things, like, they need to make a massive move, either trade Towns or trade Jalen Brunson. Now, I say that to say this. Ain't no way in hell they're trading Jalen Brunson. That dude is Mr. New York City. The fan base would riot if you traded Jalen Brunson. It would be, not to say that he's a similar player to Luka Doncic, but it would be a similar reaction to what you saw with Mavericks fans and how they've treated Nico Harrison and that organization since they traded Luka Doncic. That would be the case in New York City, as everybody would be calling for Leon Rose's head if he ever thought about trading Jalen Brunson, which means the only other guy that's out there to trade that's going to give you something of value in return is Karl Anthony Towns. Like, you had to know when you traded for him last year before the season started, hey, what's Cat weak at? It's defense. What's Brunson weak at? It's defense. Like, it didn't work. You tried it. It didn't work. You got to try something else if you want to win the title. If they run this back, because I've seen that argument made, hey, there were 2 wins away. Just run it back. Let's see what happens. Maybe a full year of Mitchell Robinson. They can get a higher seed. If you run it back, you're going to run into the same problems. Because, yeah, you beat the Boston Celtics. That was with Porzingis having some kind of a virus that I don't even know if the CDC has figured out what it is. And also, like there's so many things that, like, worked in their favor this year that I don't think you can just simply run it back and expect to beat Boston again, or to expect to beat Indiana, who, like, Indiana has their own things that they got to worry about. Miles Turner about to be an unrestricted free agent this summer. Like, they have to kind of shore that up. But, like, the Pacers still have that core to where I don't think you're just going to march back to the Eastern Conference Finals, even though Boston is going to be without Jason Tatum for pretty much all of next year. So I think you got to shake it up. And I think that, like, Karl Anthony Towns deserves some of the blame, but not all of the blame for how this series played out, because Mr. New York City, Jalen Brunson, for the large part of this series, like, Game 5 was standing, like, he was not good in this series. Like, Game 5, he was awesome, and I know what the numbers say, but we watched the games. Brunson was more a liability than he was an asset for the New York Knicks outside of that Game 5. They got to do something to split that pair up, because if they keep it together, it ain't happening at Madison Square Garden. Bill, hit me with the next story.
All right, Femi, the Detroit Lions have had a bumpy offseason. First, they lose 8. Yes, 8 of their assistant coaches to promotions on other teams. And now they are losing the linchpin to their offensive line. Center Frank Ragnow announced today on Instagram he is retiring from the NFL, basically saying he thought he had more in the tank to do it this year, but as it turns out, he doesn't. And he's going to spend more time with his family. So, Femi, this is a huge blow to an offense that lost Ben Johnson and now has lost a key part of that line as well.
I could make the argument that this might be the biggest loss for the Detroit Lions this offseason.
Yeah.
Like, bigger than Ben Johnson, bigger than Aaron Glenn, bigger than the two of them combined. Like, this is a very impactful loss for Detroit. Like, Frank Ragnow, all-pro, Pro Bowl center. He is the head of that offensive line that has been one of the top 2 or 3 O-lines over the last couple of seasons. Now to lose him this deep into the offseason, where there's no NFL draft to go ahead, all right, let's go out there and shore up the interior offensive line. There's no big free agents who are out there. Those guys have all been signed. They're on their own teams. Like, what do you do if you're Detroit? Now, I'm assuming they've been kind of grooming guys within. They're going to try to make things work, see what they can do, but they weren't on, like, the Eagles program where Philadelphia drafted Cam Jurgens and played him at guard with the intent, knowing that Jason Kelce was going to eventually retire, to where you can just put Cam Jurgens at center, and then boom, we're off and running. Seamless transition. This wasn't that. It almost feels like, to me, like Detroit was caught off guard a little bit here, because once again, Frank Ragnow, he was 29. He's not 39. I don't think many people expected this or had this in the cards for this NFL offseason. And the big thing with Ragnow, too, when you talk about the interior of the offensive line, like, that's what quarterbacks hate. They hate pressure up the middle. They can't avoid that pressure. They don't like throwing the football with dudes in their lap. How about a quarterback who, when pressure gets there, Like, Goff has been really good, but if there's one area that you can point to about where does Jared Goff struggle, it's with pressure. He tends to get a little bit rattled, tends to get a little bit jumpy in the pocket, then tends to turn the ball over. That's where the bad Jared Goff comes from. Like, you can see where this is going. Not saying that that's going to be the entire season this year, but I would not expect Jared Goff, with this happening now, Ragnar's retirement, with Ben Johnson now in Chicago, all these things working in concert, I think you have to project a regression from Jared Goff in 2025. And if that happens, and the defense, which I'm sure will be better because they're going to be healthier, Aiden Hutchinson's going to be back and healthy, like, if that happens and Goff regresses, like, I think that Detroit's going to regress. Not to say they're not going to make the playoffs, but I don't think they're going to win the NFC North. This is that big of an issue for the Detroit Lions. I think it sets up well for a team like Green Bay. It sets up well for Minnesota if they hit it with J.J. McCarthy. It sets up well for Chicago if they figure things out in the trenches. But Detroit, I think, comes back closer to the pack. And if you're the Philadelphia Eagles or San Francisco 49ers, these other teams that are contending in the NFC, also a great day to know that the Lions' offensive line is no longer going to be that fastball that they've had over the last couple of seasons. Bill, hit me with the next one.
All right, Femi, the Kansas City Royals are making some moves here. They are finally calling up top prospect Jack Caglione. Royals are currently 31-29, 8 games behind the first place Detroit Tigers, 1 game back of the wild card. So, Femi, the Royals looking to get a boost to their offense, which is last in the American League in runs scored.
They desperately need this. I think they scored, 1 run or 2 runs over the last couple of days. I was watching that series against Detroit because I wanted to watch a Skubal start. And then yesterday as well, I believe they lost the game 1-0 to Detroit. Like, they need offense desperately. And they really need it because if you look at their pitching staff, one of the best pitching staffs in the league. Like, one of the best pitching staffs that they have in the bigs, just like it was last year, a really good staff. This year, it's also a really good staff getting good starts from, Chris Bubich, of all people, is like one of the best pitchers in the American League right now. Like, Lugo and Reagans are going to eventually find their form in addition to what Michael Wacha can do. Like, it's a really good staff, but they just have no bats. And if Cags can come in here and be a bat to help protect Bobby Witt Jr. and protect that lineup, now you're cooking with gas. Now, the big thing with Jack Caglione, I think a lot of people are talking about last night and into this morning and into this afternoon, is, of course, American League Rookie of the Year. Like, this is where I kind of have to pump the brakes here and pour a little bit of cold water on the excitement of Cags. Like, look, if Cags was in the NL, all right, boom, like, all systems go. Let's bet him into oblivion. He has a legitimate chance to win. He can win AL Rookie of the Year, but damn it, he better be perfect because the guy that he's chasing, Jacob Wilson of the Athletics, batting .357. Already a 2.5 win player, one of the top 6 batters in the American League. Like, he's not chasing some jabroni. This isn't last year's American League Rookie of the Year race where it was Colton Cowser, who on 1 month might hit like 190 or whatever. It was Austin Wells doing God knows what in September. Luis Heel having his kind of high wire act starts that he was having. This is a legitimate potential star player in Jacob Wilson that Jack Caglione is chasing. So, if Cags, if he wants to win, he better hit the ground running and avoid any of those rookie slumps that tend to happen. So at current price, at 10-1, I wouldn't bet it. If you got the 40 and 50, kudos to you for getting ahead of this movement here. But at 10-1, I think it's unbettable right now to bet Jack Caglione to win American League Rookie of the Year. Bill, hit me with the next one.
Now, Femi, how about a little golf? Because Scotty Scheffler won the Memorial over the weekend without too much trouble from the field. Scheffler won by 4 strokes after Ben Griffin faded on the back 9 on Sunday. And even Jack Nicklaus, of course, the Memorial is Jack's tournament. He said after the round on Sunday that due to LIV, Scheffler didn't really have any competition in the field.
Ben Griffin's a nice player. Sepp Straka is a nice player. Nick Taylor's a nice player. Those are all the guys that were there basically coming down the stretch. But he knows that those guys, are not in his league. Now, if he'd have had the top Xander or somebody like that would have been there, he might have said, well, that might be a little tougher. I might have to do something. He didn't have to. Just asked Scotty if he watched the leaderboard. He says, yeah, I do. I said, well, I did too. I always watched the leaderboard and found out what my competition was. And I always felt like what level I had to play to fight that competition off. And sometimes you didn't have to fight it off because you knew they'd self-destruct. And so, so you just don't make dumb mistakes and play solid golf and you win.
So there you go, Femi. Your thoughts on Scotty chalking up another win against a soft field.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack Nicklaus hit the nail on the head right there. He's absolutely 100% correct. And it's been the gripe that we've had on this show about betting golf, especially at these PGA Tour events. Like, he pretty much, in a very, very nice way, just said, yeah, Ben Griffin, no chance. Nick Taylor, no chance. And that's how it feels when you bet on this stuff and you watch this stuff. Like, I was watching a lot of the coverage on Saturday, and I was texting back and forth with Tyler during it. We're like hoping that, like, all right, if the leaders are just at like 5 under or 6 under, maybe Cantlay or Keegan Bradley have a chance to kind of get back into it. But once you saw like Scheffler getting to like 8 under, I believe it was, after 54 holes, it's like, yeah, this is just done. It's going to be Scotty's coronating moment, and Scotty's going to win and be the first person since Tiger, the only person in addition to Tiger Woods, to win back-to-back at the Memorial, which is not an easy tournament, but it's made to be a lot easier when you're going against some of the slaps that we have in the PGA Tour who are trying to take down Scotty Scheffler. Those are your headlines here on a Monday. On the other side, we'll get you caught up on what happened over the weekend in college baseball with our guy Jake Hassan, marquee games as well as best bets to wrap up the hour here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
So I got my first couple college football bets of the season, and this is the best time of the year in my opinion. So the streak did get ended last year. It was like when Kevin Nash and Scott Hall used the taser on Bill Goldberg in '98 to knock him off and break the undefeated 150 or whatever it was streak. Last year I did not have any Travis Hunter, so we're going to look to bounce back, and we're going to bet Lenora Sellers as the first Heisman pick. 20-1, 18-1 right now I'm seeing over at BetMGM. I like the 20-1 a little bit better. But he's still young. He's only going to be 20 years old this season. Was a backup in 2023. Didn't really see a whole lot of time. And then last year, especially the second half of the season, was excellent. Dual threat quarterback. Numbers weren't like going to win a Heisman last year. 18 touchdowns, 7 picks, but did complete over 65% of his passes. Also rushed for 674 yards, 7 touchdowns. And now it's going to be year 3. He's had the same head coach, Shane Beamer, the last 3 years. He's had the same quarterback coach. They do have a new OC coming in. But, man, I really like the way that they finished the year last year at South Carolina. They went 6-0 in their final 6 games. He had 1,917 yards of total offense and 17 touchdowns. Was really good on third downs with his legs. I think he's going to rush for over 1,000 yards, throw probably 25 to 28 touchdown passes, limit the picks. I think Lenora Sellers is at least going to be in the running. I also think he's going to be in the running for number 1 overall pick. I think that's like 6-1 to 8-1 right now if you shop around. But I'm going to go with the Heisman 20-1. I still like it at 18-1 for Lenora Sellers, quarterback for South Carolina this year.
Let's get back to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network.
Let's get back to it here on a Monday afternoon. It's You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. Femi Abebefe hanging with you guys here. 20 minutes from now, we'll be joined by Nick Kostos with his thoughts on the Indiana Pacers beating his New York Knicks Saturday night to punch their ticket to the NBA Finals. We'll go postmortem Knicks and turn the page to the NBA Finals, which begin on Thursday, Game 1 in Oklahoma City. And with the finals beginning this week, we wanted to know from you guys at home that are listening. Join in on the conversation. You can tweet us. What is your initial favorite bet for the NBA Finals? It could be a series price, Game 1, Finals MVP, whatever it is. Tweet us at You Better You Bet on Twitter. And if you're not on Twitter, you can put that into the YouTube chat or into the Twitch chat. We'll give you a shout out later on in the program. We must include the rationale, though. If you don't have any rationale, you get no shout out. You know how it works here. You should know this by now. For the new people, now you know the rules. Give us the bet, give us the reason why, and we'll give you some love later on in the program in the third hour of the show. But Pacers, Thunder, that will be top of mind all throughout the week and into next week as well with the NBA Finals. We have a couple of marquee games, which we'll get into shortly later on here in this segment. But joining me right now is our baseball aficionado here at You Better You Bet, and on the network, it's our buddy Jake Hassan to help us make sense of what we saw over the weekend with the NCAA baseball tournament. Jake, and we got to start off with like the top seeds that we saw lose. I saw this stat floating around earlier this morning, but for both the top seeds to fall in the regionals, just the second time that that's happened since national seeding was introduced in 1999, and it was Wright State beating top-seeded Vanderbilt and UTSA beating number 2 Texas. What in the world happened over the weekend with these two teams? Are you as shocked as everyone seems to be to see the Vandy boys and the Longhorns bounce before we even get to the Super Regionals this upcoming weekend?
I mean, it was surprising. And if you want to make sense of the weekend that happened in the regional round, I don't know if I'm the right person. I don't know if anybody's the right person because it was weird. I mean, there were people saying as we came into the tournament that, hey, this is probably the most competitive field of 64 that we've ever seen. And that's kind of proving to be true here. Usually when you get to the Monday after the regionals, you don't have this many elimination games to decide the region. Usually you have like 1, 2, maybe 3. We have a handful today, and it's wild. I mean, there's one happening right now. And like you said, the top 2 teams get bounced, among others. Oregon gets bounced too, RIP to those tickets. LSU's on the ropes. Like, seemingly the only top seed that waltzed through this thing was Arkansas, and they're just sitting with their feet up right now. As far as who I was more surprised by, I was way more surprised by Texas. I thought they had this thing in the bag. They got their star Max Ballou back right before the tournament started. They had a manager who was just there with Texas A&M last year and took them on a ride all the way to the championship series, and they just fall flat. I know some people had some concerns about their pitching depth and lack thereof because of injuries, but I didn't think that region was super competitive or was going to be that big of a problem for Texas. And here we are. They don't even make it to a sudden death Monday. They get ousted on Sunday night. Vanderbilt was a little bit more writing on the wall with them just because they were mediocre in the middle of the year. It took a really hot run through the SEC tournament, winning the SEC tournament to get them that number 1 overall seed. And I think there were a lot of people, myself included, who were ready to poke holes in that. And you saw it even in the first game on Friday where they're getting no hit through 6 innings. And then in the elimination game with their backs against the wall, they go, I think, 1 for 8 or something like that with runners in scoring position. It's just not how you win games.
Yeah, no, it's pretty wild. And like we know about the top seeded curse or whatever, which was broken last year by Tennessee. But usually it's like, hey, avoid the top seed. But it's usually not, hey, like they're going to get bounced out in their own regional. Like that's not how it usually works. It's like maybe super regionals or maybe they get to the College World Series and flame out, like go 2-10 or something like that. But never the first weekend, which is pretty wild to see by Vandy and also Texas on top of that. Other takeaways that you had, like what else stood out to you? I know you mentioned Oregon. You had the futures on them that didn't really go your way there. But what else stood out to you? A team that maybe impressed you or a team that you maybe look at and says, okay, like that didn't really make sense, that kind of a performance?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised. Florida, they were the popular team. We asked Colin Wilson about Florida on Friday, and everybody was going to be on them. Everyone, and myself included, I bet them to win that Conway Regional. Coastal Carolina ends up coming out with it, but I was surprised by how just flat they were. Florida just did not look ready to play. They get absolutely embarrassed in the first game on Friday by East Carolina. So that was really surprising. And I think my biggest thing is these Supers are going to be very, very chaotic. I don't think it's over because now we're in just unknown territory here. A lot of territory that we just weren't expecting, which still could get even wackier. I like Murray State to beat Ole Miss today. Clemson, one of the top teams, also get ousted right away. Louisville takes that region. So just a lot of different stuff that this is all coming together. I will say, West Virginia, I think, is poised to make a run here. I bet them to win that region. That was about 2-3 to 1, depending on where you bet it. And they end up coming out. I think that they are primed because they were a team that was playing really well in a competitive Big 12 all year long. And then I think, and I said this last week, I think people are looking at like, oh, West Virginia, not known as a baseball school, we'll just slap a number up there. Worked out for us because they win the region at pretty nice numbers, and I think that's going to continue. I think they're a team that is tested. They played a lot of upper-tier competition in the regular season as well, so I think the Mountaineers might be a team that we're going to have to be betting going forward.
Yeah, no, Colin Wilson was talking about Big 12 teams don't make runs. How about that, Colin? How about that one? We love you, Colin. We're just giving you, just got to push back a little bit. But yeah, no, that's a good call for you on the Mountaineers to advance to the Super Regional. So I guess before we get to today's games, because we have 3 of them that get underway at 6 o'clock, USC, Oregon State, we have Murray State and Ole Miss, and then Wake Forest and Tennessee. I know Wake Forest, a team that has intrigued you before we got to the start of the regionals this past weekend. Is there a futures bet that you would make at current prices right now? I know right now at BetMGM, I think the numbers are off the board since we have a game going on. But like, is there a team that you would identify as we turn the page to the Super Regionals before we get to tonight's game?
Yes, because I don't think they're bettable though, because they're your favorite. I mean, Arkansas, I mentioned, they just took care of business. Now they're sitting with their feet up, and they looked every bit of the team that I thought they were. I think I was on this show when I said they're 10-1, they're 11-1. That's wrong, and that was about a month ago. I still maintain that with Arkansas. I think they're kind of far and away the best team left. LSU's a close 1A, 1B if we're talking about splitting hairs here, but LSU is also in an elimination game tonight, and they might get ousted. The thing with these games tonight is I think anything can legitimately happen. You're in a Monday wacky elimination game for these regions. You're throwing your 4th, 5th, 6th guys out there. Your star pitchers aren't available for the most part. It could get weird, and that's why I bet Murray State against Ole Miss, because I was trying to go against Ole Miss in their region as it was, and the price, I don't think Murray State, these teams saw each other twice already over the weekend, split each way both times. Now you have a deciding third game. Think it's going to get weird, so I think getting better than 2-1 with Murray State is just a wrong price, so I took a little bit of a flyer on that. But when it comes to who's going to actually win this thing for me, I think it's probably just Arkansas or LSU, but I will say I was impressed by Coastal Carolina. Sitting at 16-1 at BetMGM. They hosted the region. They're probably set up to host the Supers, host a Super as well. We'll see how it shakes out, who gets limited in tonight, how that all shakes out. But Coastal Carolina, a team that a lot of people had some issues with their offense coming into this, saying that they were mostly built on pitching. But Coastal's timely hitting is really, like, they just have like this knack for it. And so I think same as West Virginia, we're going to kind of look at Coastal. And remember, Coastal won this tournament within the last decade. So they're a team with a little bit of experience here. Their coaching staff and the guys that are around that team, I think Coastal maybe could be a team that can make a run to Omaha and maybe even deeper.
Yeah, Coastal 16-1, like Jake mentioned, to go ahead and win the College World Series, which begins on the 13th, which is a couple of weeks from right now. So you like Murray State tonight, plus 270, I think is the best price that I see. Any other bets that you have for the 2 games? You have USC, Oregon State, and then also Wake Forest and Tennessee.
Yeah, I think I'm percolating on USC just because Oregon State as a team I was trying to go against I didn't make a bet for them to lose their region, but Oregon State is a team that's just wacky in a bad way to me, where they can easily give it up. I think kind of why I went with Murray State tonight against Ole Miss too. I think Oregon State was dying to lose a couple of these games, same way Ole Miss was over the weekend, and so Monday could get weird. USC surprised me. I wasn't expecting much from them at all over the weekend. I thought they'd be one of the first teams out, and here we are where they have a chance to win the region. I kind of like this spot as well, the hashtag spot for USC. The price is about plus 160, plus 170. I think that could get a little weird. We'll see. Might wait until the last second and try to get the hashtag value. But Murray State for sure, and I'm considering USC.
All right, so we're rocking with Murray State, which, like, if you want to tail that, because I will be tailing that one, plus 270. You don't have to twist my arm to go ahead and make that bet and watch that at 6 o'clock Eastern as the NBC Sports Now Power Hour begins. But that total, for those who just want something exciting, 16.5 is the total of that game. So that's going to be a fun one. Murray State and Ole Miss in the Oxford Regional. Let's go ahead and bring in our guy Tyler Morales as well to go triple box here to wrap up this 3 o'clock hour. Tyler, what is your favorite bet for the weekend? And also give me about 45 seconds on the memorial that we just saw, which was an embarrassment by the rest of the field, and Scotty Scheffler once again crowned as the winner.
Yeah, your memorial update, Scotty Scheffler won by multiple strokes. Yeah, I mean, we listened to Jack Nicklaus audio last segment. I mean, no one on the PGA Tour is really touching him right now. Ben Griffin, nice player. Sepp Straka's a nice player. So is Nick Taylor. But, like, these guys can't catch Scotty Scheffler. Thankfully, Scheffler's off this week, so maybe we can actually win an outright bet finally. But, I mean, Scheffler has won there. He won at the Memorial once, finished second there. I mean, it was I like betting against Scotty Scheffler, but it kind of felt like it was going to happen all week. Unfortunately, we lost our bets, but we'll bounce back this week, hopefully, and thankfully Scheffler's not in the field. And as for tonight, my best bet, I like the over in the Twins A's game. Severino's home road splits are like awful, and they're playing at home today. 6.2 ERA and 0-4 at home, Severino, compared to 0.87 on the road, which is insane. The A's bats are awesome, but like they can't pitch. Their pitching is terrible. I like the over here. Great hitting weather too. It's like 80 degrees, 10 miles per hour out in the field. So it's hitting season. So let's go A's Twins over.
Hitting season in Sacramento, where the A's reside, which still, we've been doing this for almost 3 months now, still feels a little bit weird to me. Last point on Scheffler, too. Maybe he's a United States merchant. He doesn't want the smoke north of the border. RBC Canadian Open later on this weekend. Thankfully, he will not be playing. Jake, any other bets that you like outside of Murray State and what you also have in college baseball?
Yeah, I like the Padres a little bit, getting plus money with them, going against Logan Webb, who's our guy, but I'll take a little bit of plus money. I think that's just, again, wrong price.
Yeah, it pains me to say. I mean, Logan Webb, I feel like he was on that skyrocket to where, and NL Cy Young's wide open, but like, buddy, let's get it back on track here. Last couple starts have been lackluster from our guy, Logan Webb. That is Jake Hassan on college baseball. Tyler Morales giving us his analysis on the Memorial and the bet that he likes. Twins A's over tonight on the Diamond. I'll give out all of my best bets, 6:40 Eastern, gambling night in America. But up next, Nick Costos post-mortem on the New York Knicks as the Pacers punch their ticket to the NBA Finals. It's all coming at you here on You Better You Bet.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
There is a team that midway through the season, I'm interested. I don't know if they're championship material, but they're a good little team. LSU wins 7-0 over Little Rock yesterday in Baton Rouge, Red Stick, Louisiana. I watched this team come to Columbia got a chance to see them take on South Carolina. South Carolina took the first game. LSU smoked them in games 2 and 3. I think that first game win was a bit emotional because obviously South Carolina's new head coach is Paul Maneri, the longtime LSU coach who retired. And by retired, I mean LSU said, hey, bro, this ain't it. You got to go, but we'll let you call your shot on the way out. I think it was a very emotional Friday night game that South Carolina won. LSU just went on cruise control to take 2 and 3 to make sure they finished towards the top of the SEC, top 6 team in baseball. This might be, Jake Hassan, not just one of the most balanced teams in baseball. This team is fast as hell, man. Like, base running is a track and field event if the Tigers can just get guys over on first. I think LSU's coming out of the Baton Rouge Regional, which is bad news for Clemson because if they win theirs, that's where they're going to have to go. And I'll take LSU in a super over Clemson as well. Buddy, the more I look at LSU, the more I think LSU might be a legitimate national championship team.
BetMGM Network presents to you the show where anything can happen.
Yeehaw!
It's the king of Wagertainment, the prop king himself.
Your boy has got this ish figured out like I always have.
Nick Costos.
Go eat your Five Guys burger with your 1-star take.
You better, you bet.
We need to celebrate betting on sports.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas on the BetMGM Network.
What's up, everybody? Happy and merry, magnificent Sports Monday to you and yours. This is You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you here on the Odyssey app, on SiriusXM. We're on YouTube. We are on Twitch, the final hour on NBC Sports Now and Peacock, and heard on radio stations nationwide. And as always, we are in your hearts and in your minds as we bring you the fastest show in all of Wagertainment. Talking all things sports betting. The show presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. All right, you know how we do. Costos, who's upset. Sports weekend did not go great for him. Costos, Femi, the crew, and you here on You Better You Bet. So much sports betting goodness is coming your way, including us breaking down the Stanley Cup final as we get the rematch with the Florida Panthers and the Edmonton Oilers. I've got a series bet that I think is going to interest some people, and I think is going to surprise some people. My handicap of the Oilers and Panthers. I'll give you my bets for the Stanley Cup final. Femi will give you his bets for the Stanley Cup final. And we're going to tell you how Conn Smythe is going to shake out for Edmonton and Florida. Game 1 coming up on Wednesday night. We will look to answer the question asked since the mid-90s in a Disney movie. Who killed Mufasa? It was Scar. It was his brother. Today, perhaps another lion has bit the dust. And perhaps the Detroit Lions have bit the dust for this NFL season. Longtime star center Frank Ragnow surprisingly retiring at the age of 29. How much does this matter to the 2025 Lions? We'll discuss a little later in the show. Also, happy Jack Caglione Day to everybody that celebrates. Been talking about Jack Caglione on this show since before the baseball season started. It is official. He is up for the Kansas City Royals. A good Italian boy. You absolutely have to love it. Is there value now betting Jack Caglione to win American League Rookie of the Year? And is the best betting value on Rookie of the Year in Major League Baseball in the other league? We'll break it down as we move along. And all our bets for tonight, Final Hour, Power Hour, NBC Sports Now Hour. And by all our bets, I mean there's like 6 baseball games. Welcome. It's a sports wasteland. It's just a sports wasteland. We don't have Stanley Cup until Wednesday. We don't have an NBA game until Thursday night. Buckle in, everybody. The dog days of summer have basically arrived. I wish we could talk about that for this entire segment, the first couple segments of the show. But we have to start with what we saw over the weekend in the National Basketball Association as the Indiana Pacers take care of business, beat down my Knicks in an extremely impressive performance. Game 6 on Saturday night. Indiana wins. Indiana covers. And I talked about that on the podcast that I did after Game 5 with the Knicks and the Pacers. I feel like it's going to be extreme outcomes in this game. I think either the Knicks are going to win outright or Indiana's going to win by double digits. I think you get nothing in between, and there was no in between. And unfortunately, the outcome was Indiana winning by double digits in extremely impressive fashion. I can't believe Pascal Siakam won Eastern Conference Final MVP. Like, I actually can't believe that that's a thing that happened. Like, as soon as they're about to announce it, Halliburton starts, like, taking a couple steps up, like, oh, I'm going to go get this award. And Siakam wins. And, like, Siakam was awesome in the series. Like, Tyrese Halliburton is literally the reason why Indiana won the series. That is one of the most egregious, and I don't even like the award's ridiculous, like Eastern Conference Final MVP. It's one of the most egregious, like, award winners in recent memory. Like Abaji winning for Kansas, Final Four Most Outstanding Player. Iguodala over Steph Curry famously in the 2015 Finals. This one's pretty ridiculous. Siakam over Tyrese Halliburton, but I digress. Indiana whips the Knicks, and now we get the Pacers and the Thunder in the NBA Finals. And I know people want to hear my thoughts on the Knicks, and I did a lot of it on You Better You Bet After Dark following Game 6, but, we really need to start here crediting the Indiana Pacers and what an incredible run this has been for Indiana. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I don't like the Pacers. Like, I hate them. I grew up, they're a huge rival of my favorite team. They've been a thorn in our side. And, in the 90s, the Knicks had the upper hand over the Pacers. There can be no question now that over the 30 years that this rivalry has really been really red hot, and at points both teams have been bad. But in the 30 years that this rivalry has been excellent, the Indiana Pacers now clearly have the upper hand in the rivalry. There's actually no question about it, and it makes me pretty sad. We need to credit the Indiana Pacers because while I hate them, I really, really, really respect them. And I actually find it hard to dislike them, even as a Knicks fan, with how well coached they are, with the aesthetically pleasing brand of basketball that they play. Halliburton's a legitimate star. Role players that know their roles. Guys that can come off the bench and do something. What a novel concept. Knicks, are you taking notes? Just really good stuff by the Indiana Pacers. And this is no fluke that Indiana's gotten here. And they're a pretty weird NBA finalist, right? Like in the history of the league, at least in the 30-plus years that I've been watching, there aren't that many weirder finalists, right? Like one of the final two teams standing. And sometimes you can point to maybe injuries helping a team get there, whatever. This is not a fluke for Indiana. And you might say, well, Damian Lillard's hurt in the first-round series, and then like Garland and Mobley and DeAndre Hunter are banged up during the second-round series against the Cavs. Like, come on. Like, let's be honest. Like, I'm a Knicks fan telling you this. Like, the Cavs were not as good as Indiana. The Pacers handled Cleveland in the second round and just ripped their soul out in Cleveland in Game 5 when the Cavs have everybody healthy. And are we really going to do this thing like if Milwaukee were healthy, Milwaukee could have given Indiana a series? Like, no way. Like, I'm sorry. I'm not here for it. I'm not here for the Indiana-Milwaukee stuff. Not here for it. So the Pacers take care of business against the Bucks, take care of business against the 64-win Cavs, and then, really, handed it to the Knicks. Handed it to the Knicks, who are the 3 seed in the East. So this is Indiana takes down Milwaukee with Giannis. Indiana takes down the 64-win Cleveland Cavaliers, and Indiana takes care of business against the Knicks. This is no fluke. No fluke at all. And in the aftermath of Game 6, I was sitting there, and I'm thinking, what did I... And I think I can extend this out because I don't know anyone that bet the Pacers before the playoffs started to win the Eastern Conference. What did we miss with Indiana? Is there something that we can take from Indiana's run through the Eastern Conference here and apply it moving forward to maybe making a valuable bet next year in the NBA playoffs or in 2 years in the NBA playoffs when the situation presents itself? And the one thing that I can say is it feels like to me a little bit too much emphasis was placed when people evaluated Indiana on the first couple months of the season, when Tyrese Halliburton was clearly not right. And I'm not even necessarily talking about injury. Mentally, he's not there. And he's talked about that a lot, in the months that have followed as Halliburton has made his true star-making turn here and now will be the best player on a team that has made the NBA Finals. Too much emphasis placed on a bad early start to the season when the Cavs basically run away with things and the Celtics look like, the reigning defending champions, and Boston's still there winning 1 million regular season games, and my Knicks are in a bigger media market, and the Knicks get a ton of attention, obviously, because they play in New York, and we all kind of glossed over the Indiana Pacers, despite the fact that from the new year on, this is one of the best teams in basketball. None of this that has happened is actually a surprise, looking back at it now. And that's not me lecturing people to say, hey, idiot, how come you didn't see this? This is me looking in the mirror saying, hey, idiot, how come you didn't see this? How come you didn't see this? Now, maybe I wouldn't have picked Indiana to beat Cleveland because Cleveland is more like a historically great regular season team, but I definitely would not have dismissed the Pacers heading into that series the way that I did. No way, no how. Maybe it leads me to make better decisions in that series. And I liked Indiana in round 1, but I'll be candid with everybody. That's way more about the Milwaukee Bucks and me not liking Milwaukee than it is being pro-Indiana. So maybe it would have led me to make better decisions in the Indiana-Cleveland series. And candidly, and I let my emotions get the best of me sometimes when it comes to my team, this is one in retrospect, and hindsight's 2020. Looking back at it, the series price was asinine with Knicks Pacers. And I know it's easy to say that now that, that the dust is settled and the smoke is cleared and it's done, right? The Knicks are shoulders down, looking up at the lights, to use wrestling parlance here. It's easy to say that, right? Knicks minus 155 to win the series was a ridiculous price. But, when you kind of factor in everything that I said here, I think this is how collectively we all missed the boat, or most of us at least. I'm sure there are some people that liked Indiana, certainly against the Knicks, but how we collectively missed the boat on Indiana from the start. So my challenge to us and to you, the audience, and selfishly to me, because I want to win money, is moving forward, I think that we need to have more in-depth, more thoughtful conversations about some of these teams that are not the 1 seed that wins 60-plus games. or not the 2 seed that's the reigning defending NBA champion. I think people can see where I'm going here, right? 28-1 in those whereabouts, 30-1 in those whereabouts, 25-1 in those whereabouts to win the East at the start of the playoffs. Dispatch Milwaukee in the first round, embarrass the Cavs in the second round, and I understand that the Knicks won a couple games and could have won game 1. The Pacers kind of embarrassed the Knicks, right? Is that fair to say that Indiana embarrassed the Knicks in game 6 and over the course of this series? And just on game 1, because as a Knicks fan, you're kind of left to wonder what might have been. And we'll talk about the Knicks in a minute here, right? I've heard a lot of people make the arguments, and the Knicks fan in me wants to make this argument that if the Knicks had won game 1, well, so let's say Halliburton's circus shot doesn't go in, or the Knicks end up winning the game in overtime, that the Knicks win the series, that they get it back. At the very least, there's a game 7 tonight at Madison Square Garden. I'm going to be real with everybody, and I said this on Saturday night after the game. I don't know that that's true, that the Knicks get it to game 7 with how the rest of the series played out. And also, I don't know if I would, deep down in my heart, in the dark, deep recesses of my mind, which is a scary freaking place, man, I would like Indiana in the game. Right? Put water gun to my head. Who wins that game? If game 7 were tonight, who would I think would win? Indiana. That's how good I think the Pacers are coming out of all of this. So, big time congrats to Halliburton, who's a legit star. And this is not like Trey. I also kind of like Trae Young, but this is beyond Trae Young. As far as Knicks haters go, the players that love to perform against the Knicks, Halliburton's way better than Trae Young and way more worthy of respect. And I like Trae Young also than Trae Young is. Siakam, who was a great performer for the Raptors when they won the title in 2019 and has been a big-time performer throughout his career. Big-time credit to him. He was tremendous once game 1. Game 1 was whatever for Siakam, but nails from game 2 on for the Indiana Pacers. And to Nembhard, who just absolutely put Jalen Brunson in a body bag in game 6 with the defense and didn't have a shot going for much of the series and then turned it on in the second half. And you can see the light bulb go off for Nembhard a little bit. He gets a ton of credit. Aaron Nesmith, who turned into Steph Curry at the end of game 1 and played and gutted it out on a sprained ankle. And Miles Turner and Thomas Bryant and TJ McConnell and ain't no stopping Obi Toppin, this collection of what you think are curtain jerking jabronis, molded into a cohesive unit and an Eastern Conference champion by the man, Rick Carlisle. What an unbelievable coach Rick Carlisle is. And it's lazy to just say, oh, well, he's better than Tom Thibodeau. He outcoached Tibbs. Duh. I have let me see here. I have a remote control here, right? I'm holding it for people watching on this, a remote control. I have an LG TV here. It's an LG remote control. If I put this remote control on the sideline to coach for Indiana, put it in I don't know, maybe we want him to dress up. We put the remote control in a suit. Or maybe he just puts on a Pacers, warm-up set, whatever. This remote control would have a decent chance of outcoaching Tom Thibodeau. So this is not, wow, look at what Carlisle did against Tibbs. Duh, of course he outcoached Tibbs. This is Rick Carlisle's ability, and a lot of people have talked about this, and they're all right. To win in so many different styles, whether it's the Pistons back in the day, whether it's the different variants of the Mavericks teams that he coached, one winning an NBA championship with Dirk as the main player, and now with this run-and-gun Pacers team. Just a outstanding job by the Eastern Conference champion, Indiana Pacers. On the other side, we'll talk about what went wrong for my New York Knicks, and I'll give you my early thoughts on the NBA Finals with OKC and Indiana.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
But I am going to miss this back and forth between these two fan bases, and it does feel like a rivalry reignited. This series had so many layers to it. I'm going to miss it.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, not only, and I think it's because there's such a rich history between the Pacers and Knicks. And what's crazy is if you go back to all of their playoff meetings since the early 90s and the Reggie Miller Spike Lee thing and later on up until now, it's the Pacers that have the advantage. It's the Pacers who have won the most games, which if you're thinking about NBA history, you wouldn't necessarily think, oh, it's Indiana. It's Indiana. So I think that's been part of the intrigue. Like, this has been a much more fun series, much more intrigue, so many more storylines than we saw with Thunder Timberwolves. Like, it wasn't close.
Oh, absolutely. And I think this is part of the things that makes sports fun is like all of the other X factors. It's not just the guys who are competing on the court. And obviously people who really love basketball, you don't need any other storylines, but it does make it a little bit more fun when you have these celebrity influences and you see where people are like, we got to get Kylie Jenner to Indiana. She's the good luck charm. And then she goes to Indiana and they still lose. So take that in your pipe and smoke it.
It's been a quarter of a century since Indiana has gone to the finals. But for the first time in 25 years, they are going to the NBA Finals.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
Kevin Harlan with the call on Saturday night. And, we said this last week on the show. Sad that was the final broadcast for the NBA on TNT. Ending an incredible run for Turner Sports and the NBA. I think I speak for literally 100% of people that we loved the way Turner covered the sport. And I'm pretty encouraged because I think Turner does a really nice job. Like, Turner's killing it right now with the French Open coverage at Roland Garros. Our pal Adam Lefko hosting it. So I don't think Turner Sports is going anywhere. And that's a good thing for sports fans because I think they do an awesome job, but it obviously sucks. And inside the NBA is its own thing, going to ESPN and like that's making headlines now. But just the game broadcasts were excellent. So it stinks that the NBA on TNT is coming to an end. But for us, selfishly on this show, we are very happy that the NBA now migrates over back to NBC. Da 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 da. So it stinks that the NBA won't be on TNT anymore. It also stinks that the My Favorite Basketball team went out kind of like dogs on Saturday night. To paraphrase T.S. Eliot, not with the bang, but like a bunch of absolute losers. Terrible performance by the Knicks. And, we are left to sift through as Knicks fans and as sports bettors and as sports, talk show hosts and analysts, etc. Left to sift through the wreckage and try and figure out, what happened and now what's next. And there's a Knicks-specific conversation to be had here, and there's a more macro, a broader conversation on the Eastern Conference to be had here. And I want to start with the micro, which is the Knicks themselves and how piss poor this was. Jalen Brunson, and I don't like how the discourse with Brunson has turned into either you can never criticize him or he sucks. It has to be somewhere in the middle with Jalen Brunson. And I think Mike Greenberg does an awesome job, and I think Get Up is a great show, but I think he's way off base when he says, and then it goes viral, and so, Knicks fans, you can't criticize Jalen Brunson. Really? He was horrible in this series. So, Brunson, I think, along with Tom Thibodeau, who we'll get to, right, are the main figures. Brunson, number one on the list. He's the main transformative figure of this team. This moribund franchise, resurrecting and resuscitating the New York Knicks and taking them from the doldrums. And by the way, Julius Randle deserves some credit also. I know Knicks fans love to bag on Julius Randle, and NBA fans love to bang on Julius Randle. Julius Randle was one of the 10 best players in the league the COVID year when the Knicks were the 4th seed and lost to the Hawks in 5, but Randle was great. And Randle with Tibbs that year prior to Brunson, and then Brunson. These are like the main characters in getting the Knicks back to relevance, and Leon Rose as well, but Jalen Brunson is obviously the face of all of it. He is a great player, and he is an all-time great Knick. Also, let's tell the truth. He stunk in this series against Indiana and was not just outplayed by Tyrese Halliburton, thoroughly outplayed by Tyrese Halliburton. And for as great as Jalen Brunson is, you can't get shut down by Andrew Nembhard with the season on the line. It can't happen. It cannot happen. And I understand that, Nembhard's picking him up full court, and the Pacers are in their heads, and Indiana's up in the series, and the game's in Indiana, and the crowd's going nuts. Kind of inexcusable. And I liked with Brunson. I kind of liked him losing his temper a little bit. He actually headbutted Nembhard. And I've said this a couple times over the course of the series. Brunson kind of lost his composure on more than one occasion. And he's generally pretty unflappable. You could tell that they got to him, that they broke him. And if you're the leader of the team and you're going to be the best player on a team that maybe wins an NBA championship, which is the hope, you can't have that happen. Now, this is a really high bar that I am setting for Jalen Brunson, and I understand that. But this is how we talk about him. People are the Knicks could very well be the Eastern Conference representative next year in the NBA Finals. It could happen. If this is what Jalen Brunson's going to be, and Giannis isn't on the team, there's no way they're winning the championship. Just no way. No way. Brunson was brutal. Brutal in this series. I don't care if he had games where he scored 30-plus points. Watch the games, and you'll see what I'm talking about. The best Knick in the series was Karl Anthony Towns. The worst Knick in Game 6 was Karl Anthony Towns. And it's the good with Karl Anthony Towns giveth, and then Karl Anthony Towns taketh away. Where I praise him games 1 through 5 for, playing super hard and not flopping and playing pretty good defense and driving to the basket and making the threes that he takes. It's a disaster in Game 6. It's an absolute disaster. Now, part of me did appreciate the comedy, and I mean this sincerely. It's not funny because they lost, but it's funny just because it's funny. Of Towns just saying at points during Game 6, F it. When I get the ball, I am going to put my head down. I'm larger than everyone on the court. I am going to run as fast as I can into you, whether you're moving or not, and then just throw the ball up in the air and hope to get a call. Including on a couple of occasions, kneeing players in the nuts. You would have thought he got, there was an incentive in his contract for it. He gets $50,000 every time he scrambles someone's testicles. It was unbelievable. So I appreciated the comedy of that. Dude, He stunk. He was horrific. And I know a lot of people are doing Brunson and Towns can't play together. I don't know. They made it to the Eastern Conference Final. I don't know if I'm going to go that far on this, or Towns has got to go. I don't know if I'm going to do that. I thought Towns was a warrior in the series. Played through injuries, but he was terrible in Game 6. You did in Game 6 get a good Mikal Bridges game. You got a good OG Anunoby game. A decent Mitchell Robinson game, especially early with the offensive rebounds, but not nearly enough to get the Knicks over the hump. So the question now becomes, what do the Knicks have to do next year? What do the Knicks have to do this offseason to be back in the Eastern Conference Final next year? I think the answer to that question, nothing. I don't think people realize and fully appreciate yet how bad the Eastern Conference is going to be next year in the NBA. Now, the Knicks obviously have to make moves if they're serious about winning a championship. But I think they could roll out the exact same team as this year with Tibbs as the coach. And if they get health lock, which every team needs in the playoffs, why can't they win the East next year? Think about what this conference is going to be. You're going to have Cleveland, who's going to run it back most likely, right? Do you trust them in the playoffs? Tatum's not going to play next season. Cross the Celtics off the list. Milwaukee's screwed. They either keep Giannis and win 45 games and lose in the first round, or trade Giannis and they're in the doldrums next year. No way. Orlando's got to make a big swing. Maybe go get Kevin Durant. But if that's the same team, does anyone think they're ready to win? With full respect to the Pistons, Detroit's at least a year away from serious contention. And the Pacers are awesome. So again, why can't the Knicks win the Eastern Conference next year? Why can't it happen? It absolutely can happen. And I mean that not as a compliment to the Knicks, but as an insult to the Eastern Conference. The problem would be if and when the Knicks got to the NBA Finals, they get wiped off the face of the earth by whatever team wins the West, likely the Oklahoma City Thunder, pending health for them as well. The Knicks, and we'll see if Indiana is. I have my doubts. The Knicks are not even close to being a championship team. So hear me out again. The Knicks can win the East next year and not do anything because the East is terrible. As far as winning a title goes, no way. So what do the Knicks need to do this offseason? I think one move is obvious, or moves are obvious, and the other is not so obvious. The obvious moves, you have to develop a bench. You need more of a bench. This can't be what it is next season. It can't be you're playing basically 7 guys, or 7.5 guys when it comes down to it. It doesn't work. Because when it doesn't work in the playoffs, then the coach resorts to throwing bleep at the wall to see what sticks. Here's Landry Shamet, and it worked, to be fair. But why weren't all these guys getting run in the regular? That's why you played the bench guys in the regular season, so that they're ready to go potentially in the playoffs. They need a second ball handler. Maybe Tyler Kolek, the first-round pick out of Marquette, or their first pick last year in the draft out of Marquette, who I really liked, and I still can't believe they lost to NC State. It's a really frustrating betting result for me. I like Kolek a lot. Maybe Kolek develops. I'm also not, Jonathan Gavoni. I'm not watching, the college film. And I do mean that derisively. I do. Maybe Kolek can be the guy, maybe not. But I think we need to find out, or they need to get someone that can handle the ball and take some pressure off of Brunson. That has to happen. Could you imagine? What if the Knicks had TJ McConnell? I'd take TJ McConnell on the Knicks handling the ball. No questions asked. And the Knicks need a legitimate scorer off the bench. I like Deuce McBride. Deuce McBride is not that guy. You need a legit 6-man scorer who can go up there and get you buckets. And it can't be Josh Hart in a playoff game. And he was terrible also. Terrible. And then there's Tom Thibodeau. I kind of think you may ask the question, because I'm going to say I think Tibbs needs to be fired, while acknowledging everything he's done for the franchise. The question that you, the listener and viewer, might ask is, okay, who do you want to replace him? Is there an audible version of the shrug emoji? I don't know. I don't think Michael Malone is the answer. Michael Malone, to me, feels like Western Conference Tom Thibodeau, except Malone got to coach Nikola Jokic and Tibbs gets Jalen Brunson, which is not an insult to Brunson. It's a compliment to the great Nikola Jokic. Is there some Euro coach out there who's like going to reinvent the game of offensive basketball? I don't know, maybe. Is there a great assistant coach out there that I don't know? That's there and like is ready to take the next step and to mold this Knicks offense into something coherent? That's not iso ball with Jalen Brunson. Again, because I like Brunson. He's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan. Like, he's not Luka Doncic when Luka's at his best. And Brunson's great, but he's not, to use a Femi word, he's not this like, he's not that. Like he can be to win you 55 regular season games. You're never winning 16 playoff games with Jalen Brunson being the heliocentric part of your offense. That doesn't mean they can't win a title with Brunson, but they need to do something different. And I think like the book is there on Tibbs, right? Like this is what it's going to be. It's what he's done his whole career. Like, why would it be different? It's like your buddy who stays with the girl that keeps cheating on him. And this moron tells you, this time's different. She won't cheat this time. It's like, really? You don't think she will? Gotta have a long track record of doing it. I'll bet you she does. When people tell you who they are and show you who they are, believe them. This is what Tibbs has done. He's a punchline running his team into the ground. Let him go coach like the Charlotte Hornets. Because like Charlotte will be in the play-in next year with Tibbs. Like he's a really good coach. But he's reached his expiration date here. So you ask me who should replace him? I don't know. I don't know, give me like a Mad Libs Euro name. I was going to say like Vladimir Zelensky. That's the Ukrainian president. I don't know. Give me like a random Euro name. Like people in the chat, give me a random European name. Like the New York Knicks have named blank their head coach. Mike Brown says Stanislav Dabrowski. A nice poll. Coaching in the NBA. We like that. Stanislav Dabrowski. Like, let him coach the Knicks. I don't know. What about like the Fenerbahce coach? The Real Madrid coach? I don't know. I don't know who it should be. Just I don't think that it can be Tom Thibodeau. The East is going to be fascinating. Absolutely fascinating next year. Where you're going to be able to make the case, and we know this right now already, for one of, do you think Orlando can make the jump? Because think about the teams that made it this year. The Bulls, no way. The Heat are going to be in the middle of a rebuild. Atlanta's a little interesting because they have tons of assets, but do we really like a Trae Young team is going to win the Eastern Conference? I know they made it to an Eastern Conference final. They beat a Knicks team way over its skis and a team whose second best player at the time refused to shoot. A bunch of losers in the Philadelphia 76ers. Orlando, could Orlando get there? Take the next step? Maybe, but not as currently constituted for the Orlando Magic. And we went through the other teams. Are the Pistons really going to make that jump and be the team that wins the East next year? I love Cade. I think they're at least a year away from, and maybe a year away from being a true year away. But they're on the up and up. I don't mean that to insult the Detroit Pistons. So brutal for my New York Knicks, brutal for Jalen Brunson, and I think changes have to be made this offseason. Most notably, the head coach, Tom Thibodeau, I think has got to go. On the other side, early thoughts on the NBA Finals, because they don't start for about 3 weeks, with the Pacers and the Thunder, and Femi will join me and we'll rap about how this is going to play out with Indiana and OKC.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, I don't trust that. I'll take the under. I think it's going to be in the 900 to 940 range. Again, a fine back-end wide receiver 3 in fantasy, but probably not much more than that unless somebody really shocks me under center for the New Orleans Saints. All right, let's get a team lean in here. Over-under on wins. The standard number is 6.5. A juice way to the under, not surprisingly. A minus 165, plus 140 on the over. I'm way under on 6.5. Are you way under as well?
Yeah, and I mean, you told that right to Detillier's face, or not to his face, but on the phone, man, and I said the same thing on his radio station today. I'm like, usually I want to say good things about your team, but I don't think they win 4 games. So under 4.5 at plus 240, that might be the bet. I was shocked to see this win total 6.5. Maybe that's giving a lot of credit to Kellen Moore, who was just the OC for the Super Bowl champs, but we have no idea who the quarterback is. That defense has been aging for years. And so is the offense now, so way under, man. I was shocked to see that open up at 6.5. This team is not winning 7 games, even in a bad division.
I love that 4.5 under at plus 240. Yeah, I'll get seduced by the juice on that one. I saw that today. Again, those all win totals are now live on BetMGM, so sort those out, check them out, and try to find and unearth amazing value, and I think that's one of them. Now, you look at the Saints. They have the projected 6 easiest strength of schedule. But Mike Clay only gives them better than a 50% win probability in 4 games. That's it. And I think it's exactly what they're going to win. They're number 23 in offense projected, number 23 in defense. This team is going to be lousy, folks. Again, worst team in the NFL, plus 650. I've locked and loaded it.
Doesn't look like anybody's left. They want to be here for the big applause and thank you and salute. But of course, the job not done. There's only one goal for this team. And that challenge will start next Thursday. Another 30-point plus win. Well, the magical season continues. The Oklahoma City Thunder are going back to the NBA Finals.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and the crew on the BetMGM Network.
Mike Green with the call. Oh, man. Who's excited? Who's excited for the NBA Finals? Here's Doris Burke and Richard Jefferson. Yeah, who needs Reggie Miller and Stan Van Gundy? And Charles and Shaq. Kenny and Ernie. No. Let's get like 15-second segments. Well, Tyrese Halliburton only scored 4 points in the first half. He needs to be way more aggressive in the second half. We'll be back right after this. The great stuff. Anyway, the Oklahoma City Thunder. We have a lot to get to today on the show. I want to talk about Austin Ainge at some point. It's like I'm saying that out loud, so I remember. We have to remember. The show's gonna fly by today. I hope we get to. I don't think we're gonna get to everything. I'm wasting time right now with empty words. So let's get on to the good stuff here. The NBA Finals is set. Oklahoma City and the Indiana Pacers. OKC, as you might expect, is a massive favorite in the betting market. No surprise. We knew they would be. They were a huge favorite prior to the Pacers taking down the Knicks. Indiana's actually been bet a little bit, so I started my After Dark pod on Saturday night, literally right at the conclusion of the Knicks and the Pacers. OKC was minus 750, then got bet out to minus 800. Now we're sitting minus 700. There's not a huge difference between these prices. OKC is a massive favorite, obviously, but worth noting, a little bit of movement towards Indiana at that number, at least. Again, the Pacers are still huge dogs. SGA is a massive favorite to be NBA Finals MVP, minus 625. I think that price is incorrect, but again, we're quibbling a little bit here. I think SGA is 1-1 with the Thunder to win the NBA Finals. And I forget what guest it was, guys, let me know. That came on last week and said that, Shea could get, maybe it was Drew Dinsick, I don't know, whatever, that Shea got hurt. If Shea gets hurt, like midway through the finals, that they could still that the Thunder could maybe still produce a finals MVP, whatever. I think SGA is 1-1 to win finals MVP with Oklahoma City winning the championship. I think the Thunder are a little short still. Oh, it was Jay Croucher on the show on Thursday. Femi writes in our chat. It was Jay Croucher on the show, NBC Sports betting analyst. So here's where I'm at with OKC and Indiana. I think that they are remarkably similar teams. They don't turn it over. They force tons of turnovers. They have a lead guard that basically runs the entire show. They're well coached. They're incredibly deep. Here's where I would draw the line with the two. And I think this is a really important distinction to make. The Thunder are better literally everywhere. Maybe with the exception, and maybe, I say maybe because we could be 2 weeks from now and maybe we're going to say like Mark Daigneault is the next great coach in the NBA. But you give Rick Carlisle the edge right now, obviously. Okay, so heliocentric player. Tyrese Halliburton's awesome. It's not an anti-Halliburton thing. But is anybody who's not like John Halliburton, is anyone taking Tyrese Halliburton over Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Like, seriously. That's not an insult to Halliburton. It's a compliment to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So you take Shai over Halliburton. Okay. Second best player / second scorer / like Robin to Batman. Pascal Siakam is a really, really good player. No question about it. I spent a couple minutes praising him in the open of this show. J-Dub is better. Jalen Williams is better. Now, is it possible that J-Dub kind of like turns back into a pumpkin like he was last year against Dallas? It's possible. Also, like, he's been great in this postseason. He's probably going to be really good, is my guess. And if that's the case, J-Dub's better than Siakam. It's a no contest between Chet Holmgren and whatever big guy you want to throw out there, Miles Turner, whatever for Indiana. No contest for the Thunder. You take Caruso over Nembhard easily. You might take Lou Dort over Nembhard. And yes, like both teams have depth. Oklahoma City's depth is way better than Indiana's depth. Way better. I think the Thunder are going to have an easy time in this series. I said it on Saturday night. And I can be wrong. I'm wrong a lot, so I'm not trying to I think I'm going to be right. I bet OKC minus 2.5 games. And I think, and I just want to see what the price is here. Oklahoma City minus 1.5 games. Does anyone have that series price here? So I have BetMGM, but it's going to take a while to navigate sometimes. Oklahoma City minus 1.5 games is minus 250. I think that price is short. I think it's short. If there's a game 7 in this series, I'll eat this headset. This headset. I wear this when I do radio interviews during football season. It's a Comrex headset. It's big. I would die trying to eat it. So what I'm saying is, I won't. I'll kill myself if the series goes 7. I won't. I don't mean that. It's not going 7. I think that price is short. So I like Oklahoma City to win the NBA Finals. And I was wrong about Knicks Pacers. I can certainly be wrong here. I would be stunned beyond words if the Pacers even got this to 7. I think OKC is a death machine. They're the Death Star, fully operational, and Indiana's Alderaan, and we're about to feel a disturbance in the mother effing force. You bet on this Monday. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew, and you. Femi with me now. Femi, thoughts on the NBA Finals series price, Finals MVP, series spread, etc.?
I will not be eating my headsets. I'm going to go ahead and out there and get in front of that right now. Put that on Front Street. Will not be doing that.
What about kill yourself?
No, I will not be doing that either.
Yes,
I will not be doing. Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. I don't want to leave that up in the air, open to interpretation.
Yeah.
Yes, let's put that on the record as well. But like, I want to rewind back before I get to like OKC and Indiana. Like, I'm a little bit surprised about how you feel about your New York Knicks heading into next year.
Oh,
like you think this roster is like fully formed? Because like usually you like New York sports fan Nick Costos.
I don't think that. I think they can.
Okay,
I think the East sucks and they can win the East because the East sucks. I don't think like they're like I would never pick them to win the championship.
But you've seen them win the East. They won it back in '99. You've never seen them win the championship. That's what we were talking about with the New York Knicks. Can they actually win the championship?
Yeah.
I don't think they can do it with this Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns thing. Like, which is why, like, even though Tibbs is the guy that you probably should like get rid of if you want to take that next step, like, as much as it is unfair to say about Karl Anthony Towns, and he's been getting killed for the last 48 hours. It's not all on him. He's part of it. Brunson's also part of it. For some reason, nobody wants to criticize Brunson like you were saying. Like, he's part of it as well. I think you have to break up that duo. I don't think that's a duo that can win the NBA title. Exactly. Because like
you're never training Brunson. You're never
the town would riot. The town would riot if they traded Jalen Brunson. Like, he is the dude. It would be like Dallas when they shipped out Luka. Not saying Brunson's as good as Luka, but like it would be like that where people would be. Yeah, I don't know if they can work that out for you. Maybe there's somebody else down the line 2 years from now that Adam Silver can kind of finagle to the Garden. But like, I think you got to trade Towns. Like that Athletic article. I'm not sure how much of it that you read. I read some of it this morning. Like, say what you will. Like, obviously there was some frustrations with Tibbs and Towns. Yeah, it was the hit piece that, which funny enough, dropped 40 minutes after the game. Like, that thing was ready.
Yeah, I mean, this
in
always
case they
happens.
lost Game 5. Yeah, like but like usually not 40 minutes. Usually it's like 24 hours, but like 40 minutes after the game, it came out talking about how like
this
players
is
were frustrated
like
with
the LeBron,
Tibbs.
like actually
and,
like
yes,
LeBron needs to have his leg
hurt.
amputated.
Yeah,
This always happens.
he was playing on a torn Achilles, and he was the only person to ever overcome that. That's actually why they lost.
And basically,
the
they're
series.
saying like the Nova clique, like doesn't really like Towns, right? Is basically what, or maybe not like personally, but like basketball wise, that they don't really
basketball wise, like they didn't feel like he was being like, I guess. They didn't feel like he had a self-accountability about what he was doing, screwing up with the defensive errors, essentially. Because like that, in that article, which I read, you didn't hear anything about Jalen Brunson. So I think we can kind of pinpoint who this is coming from. It's probably coming from the Nova clique or Rick Brunson or someone close to the situation. Like, that's where it's coming from. And if that's the growing sentiment right now, after just one season, what do you expect to happen next year? Because we talk about a tiger never changing his stripes. Cat ain't changing his stripes. Like, he's never been a high-level defender. You get what you get with Karl Anthony Towns, which the Knicks agreed to back in September when they made the trade sending Randall and DiVincenzo to Minnesota, which is why I don't know why they're so surprised that come playoff time, he's not like this like rim protector or whatever, or screws up defensive assignments or has dumb fouls. Like, this is a part of the Karl Anthony Towns experience. So if you don't like it after one season, I mean,
what do you want to
gotta
get for him?
Something. You got to mix it up. Like,
you got to give me something
kind
here.
of
Like, okay, so Knicks trade Karl Anthony Towns. Like who do you want them to get?
I mean, we talked. I mean, like, obviously Giannis would be like the pie in the sky. I don't know how realistic that is, but like that's the guy that we brought up last week. Like, if you could ever package Cat with Anunoby or Cat and Bridges or whatever it takes to try to get Giannis, because you need to get another high level defender to pair with Jalen Brunson, because like you can win a title with Brunson, you can win a title with Cat. Like, but you can't win a title with those guys together. Like,
what about who Tyler wrote in our chat? What about him? Who Tyler wrote in the chat?
I mean, Kevin Durant would be a guy. Can he stay healthy? But I mean, I would at least do it. It's different. It breaks this thing up. And Durant, you at least know is going to be a lethal scorer in the postseason.
Towns and Booker are boys, right? Like the Kentucky connection.
Back to Kentucky. Yep, the Kentucky guys. Like,
I'll tell you what,
Booker.
I'll tell you what, man.
He'll at least defend.
See, like, Durant, like, hates the Knicks. Yeah. So I have a confession. I go to Kevin Durant's timeline on Twitter at least once a week. And I read, like, everything
active.
he tweets. He's so funny. He's just, people will tweet him and say, like, and they're all right, obviously. Like, you're a multi-millionaire. Why are you engaging with trolls? And his response is always, because I'm a troll. And I love that. He's just, like, imagine.
I saw one where he said it keeps me young. That's what he said.
Like,
He's got time.
why are you responding to someone with like 16 followers who's questioning like why you left OKC a decade ago? Like, why are you doing this? Because he's a troll. Like, some people like get off on this stuff, man. Like, I don't, but I respect him if he's open about it. I would take Durant on the Knicks. Oh yeah.
Mix it up. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, you have to mix it up because it's currently constructed. They're going to keep hunting those guys on mismatches, and it's going to keep going how it's been going.
I don't think they're going to win a title. It makes me sad to say that. I don't think this group's ever winning a championship. All right, hour 1 done, hour 2 for you coming up on the other side. We'll talk more NBA to start next hour, and we'll give you our Stanley Cup final early preview with the Panthers and the Oilers.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Yeah, so I didn't love the slate today, so it's time to get creative. And one of the plays I like, I am going to combine a couple of things that do seem to correlate. So what we're going to do is we're going to combine the Dodgers on the money line and their team total over 3.5 runs. You can get that for minus 125 as opposed to the Dodgers on the money line, which is like minus 170 over the Mets. I understand the Mets are a good team, but I just think the Dodgers have the advantage here. Paul Blackburn starts for the Mets today, and he hasn't made a start in the big leagues this year. He has been coming off a long road from the injured list, and who greets him but the Dodgers, a team that scored 29 runs over the weekend, taking 2 of 3 from the Yankees, and that's a good pitching staff as well. Max Fried went into that game for the Yankees undefeated on the season, also had an ERA below 2, and he was greeted with 5 or 6 earned runs. So I feel like the Dodgers can score some runs in this one. So team total 3.5, that is, a dumbed down number. I think obviously those two are correlated, because obviously you think if the Dodgers win, they can probably score at least 4 runs. So I know it's easy to say maybe this is a letdown spot, but this is back-to-back home games. It's not like they had to travel anywhere for the Dodgers. So I think Dustin May can keep them in this game, and I think Paul Blackburn's going to give up some runs here. So I'm going to go with the Dodgers at home here, where all of their numbers are fantastic. At home this year, 21-9, and they've been good as favorites, 30-18 in this spot. The Mets, you want to play them when they're at home. They're 24-7 in that spot, but only 13-15 away from Citi Field. So let's go with the Dodgers on the money line and combine it with their team total over 3.5 for minus 125.
results are on You Better You Bet with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Hey, this is Joe Buck, and you have done it. You have found it. You are listening to You Better You Bet. Great decision.
The great Iron Eagle.
Nick and Femi are such close friends. I would even consider getting divorced, even though I'm very happily married, just to get remarried, to have them as groomsmen. That's how much they mean to me.
Hi, this is Kevin Harlan of CBS, Westwood One, and TNT, and I'm listening, as you do every day, to You Better You Bet, with the most handsome single man in the radio business. A man who, if I was not married for 38 years, I might consider myself the kind of guy that can electrify a listening audience and a crowd of bystanders watching him do what he does so well each and every day. Continue to listen right here on You Better You Bet.
This is You Better You Bet, brought to you by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
The magnificent Sports Monday edition of You Better You Bet rolls on. Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, the crew. You here, BetMGM Network. We will get to this hour, I hope, a lot of content. Frank Ragnow retiring from the Detroit Lions, how that impacts Detroit this season. I've got stuff to say about Scotty Scheffler winning the Memorial, where he's made $10 million in the last 30 days. He's won 3 of the last 4 tournaments he's played in, including a major, and will be not a minus price, but the clear favorite, the U.S. Open in a couple weeks. I kind of think we should just, we're going to waste our time collectively. Here's Patrick Cantlay. Here's Dean Burmeister. Who's that Liv Jabroni, the Spaniard that Tyler likes? David Puig. What a name. We are going to collectively waste our time with all these names. It's a year ago. I think Patrick Reed at 120 to 1 could maybe make a run at it this week. Is it just Scotty? Are we wasting our time? We'll talk about it. Or not. Jack Hag, we have to make sure we talk Jack Caglione because that's very topical. We actually have to do that at some point this hour. We'll get Femi's take. We'll get Jake's take. I also have something that I really want to say about Austin Ainge and nepotism, which I guess could wait until tomorrow. I think it's going to be... You know what? We'll get to the NBA Finals in a second. Femi, I want to bring this up. So Josh Allen got married this weekend. Mm-hmm. Now, perhaps you're a big fan of NFL... Congrats to Josh Allen. Perhaps you're a fan of NFL Red Zone. In which case, your question is, which one? Not Josh Hines Allen. This is just Josh Allen. The Bills.
Just Josh Allen. MVP Josh Allen.
MVP Josh Allen. So here's my thing with Josh Allen's wedding. He married Haley Steinfeld.
Correct.
I have a confession. This is not for content. This is not a bit. I don't know who she is or why she's famous. Who is she?
I mean, she's a famous actress. I've only seen, of the things that she's done, I've only seen Pitch Perfect 2. Big Pitch Perfect fan. Which I guess goes in line with more of my Mick Ultra and all that sort of shtick,
What's
I
that?
guess.
That's like a choir
it's
show,
like the
right?
acapella singing.
Movie?
Yeah. The acapella movie. Yeah, with Anna Kendrick and like that whole crew there. But they had the first one, but she was in the sequel.
Anna Kendrick?
Yes, Cups. Yep. The song, it was like the...
I don't remember how it goes, but it's very catchy.
Yeah, like that. 2 bottles of whiskey. I don't know the lyrics, but I can kind of hum it along. But she was in the sequel, Pitch Perfect 2. That was my introduction, and I guess only introduction to Haley Steinfeld. But she's super famous, and her and Josh Allen have been together.
Is it Stanfeld or Stanfield or like Jerry Seinfeld?
Stein. No, it's Steinfeld. Unless I'm wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Haley Steinfeld.
Haley Steinfeld. Okay.
Yes, Haley Steinfeld.
If it's Josh Allen married celebrity Haley Steinfeld. Who is she? I'm not saying anyone needs to know who I am. I'm not criticizing her. I just don't know who she is.
I think she's one of the it girls, one of the it actresses, and she was also in Sinners, the Michael B. Jordan movie that has been crushing it at the box office. I have not seen that one yet.
Yeah, that I would. Yeah,
it's a horror movie dating back in 1930s. Yeah, it's Ryan Coogler. We're getting a lot of praise for it. I guess it's going to win a lot of awards. I think. I don't know.
Who's Ryan Coogler? Who are these people? Is that the guy that is supposed to get Brian Baldinger for us and can't? Like Brandon Coogler from Odyssey?
It's his brother. Ryan Coogler.
Ryan Coogler is Brandon's brother. Let's shout out
American
to our guy,
film
Brandon
director.
Coogler.
39
American
years
film
old,
director.
Ryan Coogler.
Oh, he's 39. See, that's sad because we've gotten to the point now where like I'm so hashtag how old am I?
Oh, so he's done a lot of stuff that you might have seen though. Like he directed like the Black Panther movies, Creed. So
I
he's
saw
worked
the
a
first
lot
one.
with
I
Michael
really
B.
liked
Jordan.
it.
Yeah, so he did the first one and the Wakanda Forever. He did Creed. So he and Michael B. Jordan clearly
not
they
see
got
Creed.
like a.
I've seen
I
Creed
like
in
Creed. I like
concert.
Creed. We know from the Super Bowl week.
Yeah,
we know. He did Judas as the Black Messiah, and the Black Messiah.
Okay.
So yeah, he's worked a lot with like Michael B. Jordan.
Seems like just the name of the movie, a movie that my extended family would not appreciate. Like Judas, like they're not big Judas fans.
Yeah, not big fans of Judas. What
Not
about the
big
Black
fans of
Messiah?
Black Messiah, I think
fans
we
of the
could
Black-
get behind a little bit, but like the guy that portrayed Judas, I don't think we can really go with that.
So like those are the movies that Ryan Coogler has done. But she was recently in the Coogler Michael B. Jordan operation with Sinners, which I have not seen yet. Nor will I ever see. I don't know. Maybe I will.
how much more famous is Kylie Jenner than Haley Steinfeld?
Oh, way more famous.
Like way more, right?
I would guess so. Like somebody in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would guess that she's like I know who Kylie Jenner is. You know who Kylie. Like everybody knows Kylie Jenner. I don't know if everybody knows Haley Steinfeld.
I want to know what the young people on our crew like. Do people like? Do you like Timothée Chalamet? I've never seen any of his movies.
Neither have I.
Like Dune to me. I don't know what Dune is.
Emphatic no from Addie.
No,
on
Addie
Chalamet.
Banks does not like Timothée Chalamet.
Stock down Timothée Chalamet.
I've never seen Dune. It's like they're in the sand and there's like sandworms from Star Wars. It all seems like really stupid.
It's not for me.
Yeah, maybe, I'm sure maybe it's good. Like does Bob Dylan. Like I'm so good on that. Like no, like less than no desire. Like let me sit down to watch this 2-hour Bob Dylan movie. I'll listen to his music.
I'm surprised you didn't watch if you like his music. Like, I've never really been into Bob Dylan music, so that's why I was like, I'm not going to watch this. Why am I going to watch a movie?
I like Rolling Like a Rolling Stone is a great song.
Yeah. Which I think they use that in the trailer.
The Answer, My Friend, is Blowing in the Wind is a great, which I think is just called like The Wind or Blowing in the Wind is a great song.
You might like the movie then.
Yeah, probably not.
Maybe not. But yeah, I'm not into Bob Dylan, so I didn't go watch it.
Yeah.
So I didn't. It's like I've never seen anything Chalamet's been in, but like I know obviously he's like a massive star. Hosted SNL before the Academy Awards. We were championing for him to win it. Didn't win it, but yeah, like he seems like he's like that guy now, like one of the all-time like A-list kind of guys. And
I'd tell you something.
I can get
It's where
behind it.
it's like I'm like a thirsty old married man with a kid. I had to, Kylie Jenner in the Knicks jacket like did something for me. Just like this is like we've reached like we're close to like the pinnacle of like humanity here. Like put her in a Pacers jacket and I'm looking the other way, but in the Knicks jacket,
that orange and blue.
And we're not talking Mets. Like we're talking Knicks here. I liked it. Just saying. Shout out to Timothée Chalamet. Haven't seen any of his movies, but I did enjoy that. Let's talk some NBA Finals. I like the Thunder, as I said in last hour. Where are you at on the series? The OKC is a massive favorite, and I talked about like the OKC minus games prices as well.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Thunder as well. I'm not going to come out here and make the case for the Indiana Pacers, even though the Pacers have been really good this season.
I feel
They're
like
just
you
up
like them a
against
little
it.
bit in the series, though, based on like the conversations we were having off air. Like not to
No,
win,
I don't
maybe, but
I think that they can push it to 5. That's how much I like them, which doesn't say not a lot if I'm saying push it to 5. And in fact, I'll say this. I think if Indiana pushes it to 5, they have to win one of the first 2 games in Oklahoma City. I don't think they're going to win a game in Indiana. I'll put that on there right now. June 2nd, clip this for games 3 and games 4 next week. The Pacers will not win at home against OKC. I think it has to be early on where they can maybe catch OKC by surprise, maybe make an early adjustment that OKC was not ready for. That's the path to victory for them to at least like extend this to 5 and not be a sweep. But if OKC goes to Indiana up 2-0, I think next Friday night we're talking about the Thunder looking to clinch the NBA title and winning this thing 4-0, a series, a sweep here. So I think Indiana, their path is to win it in one of these first 2 games. That's how I'm betting this, is that like I think it's OKC in 5. I'll bet some sweep just because the price is so big, and I think that's also a possibility, more likely than what the market has it, plus 325 over at BetMGM. But my bet is lay the minus 2.5 games, minus 115, and there's some fun series exact outcomes. And one of the reasons why I think Oh, sorry.
So,
I was like,
no, I was going to say, because I like
ahead.
that bet also, the -2.5 games. Continue.
Oh, perfect. I think the way to play this is like, once again, like Indiana winning one of those first two games, because we see teams all the time, and even dynastic teams, in that first run, the first time they make the NBA Finals, sometimes it doesn't go as easy as they think, or like maybe they get caught early in the series because the stage is just much more grand than earlier in the playoffs. Like the finals and the conference finals, big difference, even though it's just another series along the way. Like you hear a lot of former players talk about like, yeah, like we got to that stage and whoa. Now, it's not an apples to apples comparison, but I always think back to like the 91 Bulls, like that game one, losing it to LA. Now, of course, that's Magic Johnson and like a very veteran.
Who hit the winner for the Lakers?
It was a sleepy Sam Perkins, wasn't it?
It was Sam Perkins. I remember watching that game, and I remember like with my dad, and my dad saying, like, I think the Lakers are going to win the series now. Generations of Costos men getting it wrong.
Now, James Worthy got hurt, Byron Scott got hurt, but of course, yeah, they were never going to win the series. But yeah, like you could see now, Indiana's not a veteran team. Only Pascal Siakam has experience from winning the title with the Raptors back in 2019. But Indiana's also the underdog. OKC has legitimate expectations to not just win, but win like in 4 or 5. Sometimes that gets the best of one of those young teams that's on this stage for the first time. So, like, I think the Indiana Pacers could be live in games 1 or 2. I'll have some Pacers plus 9.5 or Pacers money line in one of these first 2 games, probably game 1. But I think at that point, OKC settles in and you see the talent difference go out there and win the rest of the way. There's a series exact outcome market over at BetMGM. So this is to predict how all the games will go in the series. It's plus 1750. So just under 18 to 1. Thunder game 1, Pacers game 2, Thunder games 3 through 5.
Dude, that now you sound like Mike Somich reading. Now you sound like Somich reading like the Derby exacta. It's like win game 1,
Pacers
Thunder
win.
game 2, or over.
Or
like,
you could go.
You love these bets, and I don't even mean that as a criticism.
I
just
do.
like you love this.
Hey, man, this minus 700 is a series price. We got limited stuff to work with here.
I understand.
We got to get creative a little bit. So I like Pacers with Thunder game 2 with Thunder game 3, Thunder 4, Thunder 5. So like either Pacers to win game 2 or Pacers to win game 1 and the Thunder to win the rest of them. Both of those pay out plus 1750. That is how I will be betting this. Because once again, I think for Indiana to win a game in this series, it's got to be one of those first 2 games. Once OKC figures them out, see you later. Good night. They ain't got no chance.
Yep. Say it again. Like what's the exact order?
So series exact outcome. Thunder game 1.
Okay, OKC game 1, Pacers game 2, and then Thunder
game 2,
3, 4, 5.
Thunder 3 through 5. And then the other one is Pacers game 1, Thunder 2 through 5.
So the bet is basically Thunder in 5 and Indiana wins one of the first 2 games.
Correct.
Okay.
Which is, I think, more likely than people think.
Do you agree? I guess like tons of money is getting bet, and like the price is the price, so it can't really be that wrong. OKC minus 1.5 games, minus 250. If Indiana gets the series to 7, like I'll pay to see it. I'll pay to see it.
I mean, yeah, from a content standpoint, that's jackpot. To get a 7-game series in the NBA Finals, I'd be shocked if it gets to 7 games. Like, would I be shocked if Indiana wins one of these games? No. It's an NBA game. I think Indiana's really good. I'd be surprised, but I wouldn't be shocked. Like, if Indiana were to force a 7th game, who got hurt? That's my next question for OKC. Like, who got hurt? Did Chet go down? Did J-Dub go down? Like, SGA, like, knock on wood, did he go down? That's the only path I see for this being a long series. And I'd say that with a lot of respect for Rick Carlisle and what Indiana has done. They're just up against it in this matchup.
Finals MVP thoughts? You agree? Just like, is SGA 1-1? Do you want to make the case for J-Dub or anyone else for OKC?
I mean, shoot, based on the people they have voting for some of this stuff, maybe J-Dub is more alive than we think. After what happened in the Eastern Conference Finals, I mean, I'm still not over that. I think it's SGA. He's the MVP of the league. And I think people will want to make the history of being the 3rd player, Michael Jordan and Shaquille O'Neal, the only other 2 players to win regular season MVP and finals MVP in the same season. I think that narrative will carry home SGA, barring J-Dub averaging like 40 in the series, which I don't think would happen.
Yeah, well, I want to. So you think you'll probably like take the points with Indiana in game 1?
I think so. Like I want to see where this market goes. Like it looks like some of the 9.5s got bet today, but I think we'll see some OKC the closer we get to Thursday. I mean, ideally, I'd love to get double digits, but even at 9.5, like that's a big number to lay and like to go out there and exceed if you've never done this before. Like these are finals expectations on a stage they've never been. If it's Indiana, I'll take the points, and I think you also owe it to yourself to put a little bit on the money line if they're going to keep this close. Maybe OKC's a little bit tight early on, trying to figure out what the Pacers are trying to do to them.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the game one's not till Thursday. Have a couple days to think about it. We'll have obviously a lot more betting breakdown, a lot of great guests talking NBA Finals, one of which will join us next hour on the NBC Sports Now Hour, our pal, the whale capper, Drew Densick, and more to come throughout the week. All right, on the other side, we turn our attention to the Stanley Cup Final with the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. We'll also talk Frank Ragnow retiring from the Detroit Lions, Jack Caglione being called up by the Kansas City Royals. It's You Better You Bet on a Monday on the BetMGM Network.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Pop-Tarts are headed to the freezer aisle with ice cream pints and sandwiches coming to Walmart's late May 2025. So the pints are brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, and s'mores. The sandwiches will be available in brown sugar cinnamon, strawberry, chocolate fudge. And apparently only at the Walmarts. I quoted the tweet and wrote, "Diet starts in June," because I'm witty like that. And Brian Gertch on our show has apparently made several trips to the Walmart, and they're all sold out, which is very funny.
Many?
Like
I need Gertch. How many Walmarts did you go to?
I think he said 3. He said, "LOL, just 2." Okay, sorry.
Just 2. Oh, okay.
I want this though. I love Pop-Tarts. I love
are
ice
close to me.
cream. I mean, we all would eat that. I don't.
Which one you getting?
I don't.
I'm
know.
chocolate fudge. Where you going?
Yeah, you are. I'd probably get the brown.
Yes. No strawberry.
I'm chocolate fudge will be on my tombstone when I die. That's classic. I'd probably go brown sugar cinnamon.
All right, but not the pints, right? You're going for the sandwich over the pint.
I want the sandwich. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I'd get the sandwich. So supposedly they are at Walmart. I can only imagine somebody walking into Walmart like, "I'm here for the Pop-Tarts ice cream."
You run into some whack jobs at Walmart. That's the other thing. And then you got to look for someone with the bright blue vest. Like, "Hey, can you look him back? You got a Pop-Tart ice cream sandwich for me?"
I haven't laughed as hard as I did during the break, and then I thought I was over my giggle spree, and then you came out and said, "I'm chocolate fudge." Oh, I don't know why that's so funny. I'm just a 12-year-old boy sometimes. It's a problem.
They took out the Kings in LA, the Golden Knights in Vegas, now the Stars in Dallas, and the Oilers are headed for a rematch with the Florida Panthers in the Stanley Cup Final.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew, presented by BetMGM.
Sportsnet courtesy of the call. The Edmonton Oilers handling the Dallas Stars in Game 5, to the point that Stars coach Peter DeBoer embarrasses himself and embarrasses his goaltender, Jake Ottinger. Pulls Ottinger early in the game, which you can say is like, okay, it's defensible, like season on the line. Ottinger clearly doesn't have it. Let's see if you get a spark, and maybe DeSmith can play well. And Dallas clawed back into the game. I mean, the McDavid breakaway goal is just is filthy beyond words. That put Edmonton up 4-2 in the game. So that just it was what it was. But then DeBoer in the post-game press conference, you can't throw your franchise goalie under the bus like that, which he did. And it was one of those where, sometimes a coach will say something or a player will say something post-game or a pre-game, or whenever. And I think for the most part, you will have people that can take both sides, right? That can say, I agree with what he or she said, or I disagree with what he or she said. And some of these people may be bad actors, and they're doing it just for clicks or just for content. But I think for the most part, enough stuff is nuanced that you can make a case one way or another and feel strongly about it. We don't often have it where everyone disagrees with what somebody said. And that was one of those where in the moment, it's like, oh, no, that's not how you said it. And it was. And that will be the last time we discuss the Dallas Stars until about October. Now let's talk about the Stanley Cup Final. Thank you. See it. And thankfully for Femi, the Stars are now done. Oilers Panthers. Man, it's awesome. This is a great Stanley Cup Final. I would do hey, what did we miss from before the playoffs? But I don't really follow hockey that closely to be able to give a really good answer. So I don't know what the answer is. I don't know. And I think a lot of people, like really smart people that I respect, I think we all collectively missed the boat here. Maybe it was just Florida was the best team. And I think in the East at least, Toronto was probably the best team and was just mentally weak. Florida annihilated Tampa and then annihilated Carolina. And Toronto hosted Game 7. And if Toronto, you feel had the mental fortitude that the Panthers have, Toronto would have won the Eastern Conference, and we would have had the Canada Stanley Cup that I predicted before the second round started. As far as the West goes, is this just like Connor McDavid's conference? And this is just what it's going to be moving forward now? And Edmonton's just going to, most year, this is going to be like what it was in the 80s with Gretzky? Is that what this is? Maybe. Edmonton Western Conference champs for the second consecutive year. Florida, dominant in the first and third series, and then destroys Toronto in Game 7 on the road. Edmonton, famously, on this show, we were very happy after Games 1 and 2 in round 1 against the Kings. Edmonton goes from that point forward. So they're down 2-0 going back home for Game 3, and then are down in Game 3 and come back to win. The Oilers are 12-2 in the postseason since dropping the first 2 games in round 1 to the Los Angeles Kings. absolutely incredible. And, McDavid is great, and Draisaitl's awesome, and Bouchard's been great. Really, the story of this has been, to me, and McDavid's always the story, has been Stuart Skinner since he came back. After Calvin Pickard kind of held the fort down against the Kings, Skinner's been unbelievable. And that leads us now to a series price in the Stanley Cup Final. And remember this year, the difference between this year and last year, Edmonton has home ice in this series. Florida did last year. So we go to a Game 7, Edmonton would host this year and not the Florida Panthers. And also Edmonton does not have Zach Hyman, who's obviously out for the rest of the postseason. Edmonton's actually gotten bet a little bit from open. So at BetMGM, this opened Edmonton minus 120. The Oilers now sit minus 125. So a little bit of movement towards the Oilers who have home ice in the series. Florida plus 105. McDavid is a plus 100 even money choice to win Conn Smythe as the playoff MVP. He'd win for the second consecutive year if he won. This time, last year in a losing effort. Sergei Bobrovsky of Florida is next up, plus 250. And Sasha Barkov of Florida is plus 500. Remember, Jay Croucher last week on the show made a case for Barkov if Florida wins, and for Leon Draisaitl, who's 7-1, if the Oilers win. Femi disagreed last week. He liked Bob if the Panthers win. We'll find out in a moment if Femi still holds that opinion that it's Bob if Florida wins and who wins if the Edmonton Oilers do. So I thought about it, right? And I think this is where I've arrived with my handicap and bets for the Stanley Cup Final. I think we know what we're going to get from the Florida Panthers. It would be pretty surprising if Florida, the model of consistency, a potentially dynastic team when it's all said and done, if Florida came out and looked different than they did en route to the Stanley Cup Final a couple years ago when they got slammed by Vegas, probably weren't ready. Last year when they won the final, this year throughout the entire run. I think we know what we're going to get from the Florida Panthers. And for the Edmonton Oilers, I think we pretty much know what we're going to get for the most part, right? Like McDavid, who was hurt last year in the final and was still really good. Like you would expect, and it's possible they could go cold, but probably not. McDavid's going to kick ass, and Draisaitl's going to kick ass, and their frontline players are going to be awesome. You would expect some of the role players to play well. Maybe it's Corey Perry. Maybe that's got to be Evander Kane. We'll see. But I think we know, by and large, what we're going to get from Edmonton. And we certainly know what we're going to get from Sergei Bobrovsky. We know. Like, he's going to be good. And if Florida loses, it's not going to be because Bob has given up like 6 goals a game. Now, like Edmonton did score 18 goals over the final 5 games of the series last year when they went down 3-0 and then, or the final 4 games of the series, excuse me. They did score 18 goals. But Bob, by and large, he's a big game goalie. Who did we have? Liam McHugh last week on the show said that Bob has replaced Andrei Vasilevsky as the preeminent big game goalie now in the NHL. Like, Bob's going to be really good. So there's one wild card here, and it's Stuart Skinner. I think Stuart Skinner is going to decide if the Edmonton Oilers win the series or not. If the series goes 7, and it's Game 7 in Edmonton, who's picking the Oilers? Who's picking the Oilers if it goes to Game 7? Like, I'll take my shot if it gets that far, and I have an Oilers exact matchup to beat Florida. I have that sitting already. So I feel pretty good about that. I mean, it's going to be hard not to like Florida if it gets to a Game 7. I think the way Edmonton wins this series is if Skinner is just unbelievable. Skinner stands on his head. And outplays Bobrovsky, or at least plays to the level of Sergei Bobrovsky. And if that's the case, I'm going to like Edmonton. So I think, and I'm curious if Femi's going to agree or disagree, if you, a listener and viewer, will agree or disagree. My thought is, if Florida wins the series, I think it's late. I don't think it's possible that Skinner just pisses down his leg and he's horrible and Pickard has to come in or whatever. Like, they lost the first 3 games last year. My thought is, Florida wins this, it's late in the series. And if Edmonton wins, it's a little earlier because Skinner has been really good. Oilers minus 1.5 games is plus 165 at BetMGM. It's like Oilers in 6. And it's pretty It's pretty good, pretty serendipitous, the highlight that Jake played coming back from break from Sportsnet, that Edmonton vanquished the Kings on the road in L.A., the Knights on the road in Vegas, and the Stars on the road in Dallas. And perhaps in the House of Horrors last year, where their quest for a Stanley Cup championship, the first for the franchise since 1990, ended in sunrise, would it not be poetic for Edmonton to lift Lord Stanley's Cup in the place that they lost it last year? And I will close with a delicious narrative, which we love on this show, or at least I love. The last two Stanley Cup final rematches prior to this one, and I alluded to this last week, 83-84, 83 Islanders over Oilers to go for the Islanders to win their final of 4 consecutive Stanley Cups with Brian Trottier and Billy Smith and Dennis Potvin and company. Dun, 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 dun. Potvin sucks. Shout out to the Rangers fans. 84, Oilers get revenge. Wayne Gretzky's first Stanley Cup. 08, Red Wings beat Sidney Crosby and the Penguins. 09, Penguins get revenge. Sidney Crosby wins his first Stanley Cup. Now 24-25. 24, Panthers over Oilers. 25, do the Oilers get revenge? And Connor McDavid wins his first Stanley Cup. It's a hell of a story. My betting history and my bet slips say I would very much like for it to come true. You bet on this Monday. Femi, thoughts on the Stanley Cup final, Oilers v. Panthers?
Yeah, I think the goalie matchup here is like the big thing for me. And when I look at this, I look at the team that has been like the best team in my opinion throughout these playoffs. Now, famous last words. I'm also the guy that has been betting against Edmonton like my life depends on it. And if that were the case, I would not be here doing the show. If that were the case. Luckily, it's not. But still, I sit here, I look at this matchup, and I'm on the Florida side. Like, I do like the Florida Panthers to win it. They just look like such a complete team.
Can we halt the show for a second just to say this? So this will now be you're 4 for 4 picking against. You could be right.
Yes.
I'm just saying you're 4 for 4 going against the Edmonton Oilers.
This will be the 4th consecutive round. The first 3 didn't go well.
No.
Which I appreciate your LA Kings reminder after that was up 2-0 in the series.
Well, I mean, to be
hey,
fair,
Kings.
I also liked the Kings.
Yeah, it was.
And dude, I still have some BetMGM bets that are like still in like the open that are dead. Like exact finals matchups that feature the Kings, the Lightning, the Leafs, and the Blues in various matchups. They're still there somehow. And can we count them as losers, please?
Just mark it as an L. Like there's no world where the Kings just show up and they actually are the Western Conference representative. Just mark it as an L. There were big prices that did not come home, unfortunately. Very, very long time ago. The Kings bowing out of the playoffs in 6. But I just think that like Florida, like what they have at Bobrovsky, and like this year, I think he's actually even been better in net than he was last postseason. Like he has already like almost a 92% save percentage, which is usually your threshold for winning a Conn Smythe. That's where I'm at with him in the Conn Smythe market. Like I hear what Jay's saying with Barkov, and he has a chance. Shout out to Barkov, won the Selke Trophy earlier this morning for the best defensive forward as the NHL now starts to unravel some of these awards throughout the course of this week.
When do we find out about Hellebuck? Wasn't that supposed to happen last week with Hellebuck? When I say Hellebuck, I mean, dude, it's so funny how like just like let me be as selfish as possible. Like, did we find out about Hellebuck? Like, what I should say is we should find out who won the Hart Trophy. The way I'm phrasing it is like, did we win our bet on Connor Hellebuck or bets on Connor Hellebuck?
So in a press release when they announced, I think last week about like, hey, like some of the awards about to come out here pretty soon, it said through the 12th. So I think the 12th is the absolute last day they're going to announce awards. Yeah, which was earlier than usual. I mean, last year it was like the 28th. So I guess we should be somewhat happy. But yeah, it's going to be either this week or next week. I'm guessing next week as they slowly unveil these awards. Like they still have the Norris and the Vezina, the Jack Adams, the Calder, all these awards, and like some of the other like tertiary awards that are not like ones that you can bet on.
Lady Bing.
Like the Lady Bing for like the fair play or whatever the hell it is. Like all of those awards are going to start coming out this week.
That's like the
then we'll get to the real
award.
Correct. Yeah, the sportsmanship.
Would you want to win the Lady Bing?
Not in a sport like hockey. No, hell no. Like if it was
you think, like
golf, I guess.
Now,
but no,
I think
this
like
is
I think a lot of great players have I think Gretzky won the Lady Byng a lot.
I feel like it's almost like, isn't it kind of like soft a little bit? Like, oh, like you're a good sport.
Like you're a
in hockey.
snitch.
I mean, yeah. No, I'm trying to win. Like, what's the Rough House Award? That's the one I want.
Okay, so you ready for this? So here are
Please.
I'm just going to name some winners since 1990 of the Lady Byng. Yep. Brett Hull.
Yep.
Gretzky. Dude, Pierre Turgeon, who like people don't remember from the Islanders, was
I was like, I don't know.
He was freaking tremendous. Yes, Pierre Turgeon. Ron Francis, who like kind of got overshadowed by Yager and Lemieux, but was a great Penguin. Paul Kariya, who scored 1 billion goals for the Ducks. Pavel Dimitra, who was good. Joe Sakic, Mogilny, who was one of the great goal scorers of the 20th century. Pavel Datsyuk won 4 in a row. He was great. Marty San Louis. Ryan O'Reilly, who I think won the Conn Smythe for the Blues when they won in 19. Andrei Kopitar, the late Johnny Gaudreau, Nathan McKinnon. So, the good players have won this award.
Yeah. I guess you do want to win the Lady Byng.
Do you think when they walk into the locker room, people are like calling them like a euphemism for cat?
In a hockey locker room, I'd say yes. Yeah. I didn't spend a lot of time in hockey locker rooms, but I did spend some time to know that yes, they would 100% say that about the winner of the Lady Byng.
Like you win the Lady Byng, I feel like you're a snitch.
Yep. Which is why I don't want it. I don't want stitches.
No, but a Hart Trophy will be announced at some point before the meteor hits. I guess is the point.
Yeah, July 4th maybe.
Also, that by the way, that's when the finals start. It's Wednesday. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. On the other side, we will talk to Frank Ragnow retirement and Jack Caglione and how to bet Rookie of the Year in the AL and NL in Major League Baseball.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Like, don't think like, like big Thanksgiving parade in New York. Think like some police cars and stuff. And every time I would have to hook up my own broadcast, sometimes we wouldn't even have a board op. And so I'd have to sign on to what was known as the Marty. And the sirens would be so loud, they would just kick us off. And then there'd be dead air. So I'd have to drive back to the... Anyway, life has always really been a mess for me. I don't know. I should have honestly listened to my dad and been like a lawyer or something is what I'm realizing as I speak. So, I got to pay off on this, all right? So we all think that there's a good chance the Dolphins could be a disaster. If you want to ride, they're 25-1 to have the worst record in the league. But I was talking about Mike McDaniel and how I think he's overhyped. And maybe he is an offensive genius. Maybe he could be an offensive coordinator, a running backs coach, a wide receiver coach, anything like that, right? I don't know that he could be a head coach. And I don't know that anybody's had this take yet. Maybe they have. I thought he was like kind of a cool dude, right? He's quirky. He's got the shades going. He's Miami South Beach now. He's got the peach fuzz going. The more I think about it and I put in his name, like into the Google images in the search, my man's out there like wearing capris. Remember he had the it was like kind of cold. It was like 70 degrees, and he had the shirt like, I'm not cold enough. I want it colder or whatever. And I'm thinking, man, like, we think head coaches, we think football guys. I know LaFleur like gets his eyebrows done, but listen to that man talk. He commands a locker room. McVay's a hard ass. Dan Campbell, like, he's in there. Do you think he's wearing capris to practice? I think that's the issue. Like, if you're Bradley Chubb, right? Like, if you're Kenneth Grant and you're 325 pounds, pure steel, are you going to listen to what that little nerd has to say? I think Mario's onto something. I think he already lost the locker room. Tyreek Hill clearly doesn't respect this guy. And would you guys either? Like, you think football coach, you think like gym teacher, right? We're talking Ditka, Bears. You got this little pipsqueak coming in there telling you, curfew and this and that. Yeah, it's going to end bad for the Dolphins. I think I'm in. Brandon, I don't want to leave you out of this. Your thoughts. You're running the board out there in Chicago, working 2 jobs, supporting your family. What are your thoughts here on the Dolphins this season? And my take on Mike McDaniel. I think he's too soft to be an NFL head coach. Yeah, what a take on a Friday night. Hell yeah. I should go home on that one.
I love the take.
First and goal. Into the end zone. Walking in. David Montgomery for the touchdown.
This is You Better You Bet with Nick Costos, Femi Abebefe, and the crew. Presented by BetMGM.
Was that Al Michaels? The last time we heard Al Michaels' voice on the show. Love it. It's good. I like that theme song. I think and people are like, oh, the NBA on TNT theme song, we're going to miss it. I thought it was okay. I think it was great.
Yeah. It just made you feel good.
Yeah, it's good.
It's not like Round Ball Rock. Shout out to our NBC Sports Now Power Hour that's about to get underway in 20 minutes. But like Round Ball Rock's like iconic. The NBA on TNT one was just good, not iconic. But
is it possible? All right, just a quick power ranking of sports, like games or like whatever, like theme music. Number one is Round Ball Rock. NBA on NBC.
Oh, I might push back. I might go Monday Night Football.
Well, Monday Night Football is number 2, and we're not talking like whatever like bastardized perverse
we're not doing
version that's happening now. Who does it?
Where are my friends?
Like Jelly Roll and Snoop Dogg. Who does
Jelly
it?
Roll, but they have the aloe black one
It's not
beforehand.
Jelly
But no, it's Chris Stapleton. It's Chris Stapleton and Snoop Dogg. Yeah, but like the aloe black one before,
white, like quasi country, like quasi whatever. I don't know.
No, that was my ringtone when I was in high school.
Dude, I'll take
it'll always be my number one.
Now Hank Williams Jr. has kind of been like redacted because he's not a good person. But look, he said some not nice things. Not great things. Also, like his Monday Night Football theme song was pretty good.
Yeah, it was great.
All my rowdy friends are coming over tonight. That's up there. What about Red Zone?
Doesn't do it for me.
Dude, you're crazy. No. I said, well, I have now said that I'm not watching Red Zone this year.
Yeah, which congrats to Scott Hansen doing another season this year. But the Red Zone music doesn't do it for me. I don't know. It's
dude on an NFL Sunday when you get the dun 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 dun. Oh man, honestly, right now I feel like I did when I saw Kylie Jenner in the Knicks jacket.
Like I have the
Dun,
Fox
dun, dun,
NFL
dun,
music
dun.
higher than that. Yeah.
No,
like the like Fox is
the best
higher
part
for
of the
me than
Fox
Red
music
Zone.
is when here's like Dak Prescott's laying on the ground and his ankle's facing the wrong way, and they play like the dun 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 dun. Kind of break.
I saw a
Jim,
tweet.
I think he sprained his ankle, Jim.
He's
It's
trying to
actually
put
like
music
yes, his foot
ankle
is
back into place.
hanging. His foot is hanging at a 30-degree angle. Oh, Jim, I think it's a sprain.
I saw a
All
tweet that said that somebody said, "When I die, please lower me 6 feet under with this music playing." And I was like, I've never related with somebody more than that.
The Yes Network does this. Like the Yankees TV network does this when there's like an injury or like a rain delay. They have like the slower version of the theme that plays. Which I don't know. It's a national audience. Who cares? I guess I don't know. I live here, so there you go. We have to do Frank Ragnow and we have to do Caglione, right?
Yes.
I want to talk about Austin Ainge and nepotism. We'll save it.
Well, Power Hour.
Yeah,
Start the Peacock Hour.
Yeah, it's great. So
Let
I'm
me
sure
tell
no
you
one,
about
no one,
Austin
no one, no one on the air or off the air at NBC has been helped by like a successful parent. But my nepotism take, I feel like it's actually gonna be pretty nuanced. I'm
Get it out
saying
here
this
real
like I'm
quick.
gonna win an award for it. Like
60 seconds on the clock. Give us your Austin Ainge take.
Okay, my Austin Ainge take is that like I'm bitter when stuff like this happens. When like kids get and like Austin Ainge is not a kid. He's been doing this for a long time, right? He's like been in the Celtics organization for 14 years. Like he got hired by the Celtics because his dad was there, because his dad's Danny Ainge, and he's got the Jazz job because of this. Like I'm bitter because I didn't get anything handed to me. Now you could interpret that as me saying like, look at how great I am. I did this myself. While I do think that, and while I think anyone in my position should think that you do it on your own, also like I'm a little bitter. Like, I wish I had something handed to me. I wish I didn't have to work as hard as I did. So I want to make sure that people understand the place that this is coming from. I wish I had it. I'm bitter. So it does annoy me, right? And it doesn't mean that products of nepotism can't be great. Like, Joe Buck's great. He's sensational, right? And his dad, Jack Buck, was a legend. Like, Noah Eagle's awesome. Ian comes on the show. Noah's great. Kenny Albert's calling the Stanley Cup final. His dad's Marv, like he's fantastic. It's not to criticize the kids. It's just that I feel like a lot of people are like me, right? And you see kids get hired of like a famous parent, and you're like, man, screw that kid. He or she doesn't have to work as hard as me. But now that I'm a parent, I think like in 20 years, if I have the opportunity to do this for my daughter, or I have another daughter, or I have a son, or whatever, you're damn right I'm going to help them. Of course I'm going to help them. Now, like, I want them to work hard and be good, but I'm never going to, like, not help my kid. So, like, does it bother? There's part of me that's bothered by it, and I think it's the part of me that bothers. If you're bothered by it, you're bothered for the same reason that I am, right? But now that I'm a parent, it gives me so much more perspective on this, where it's, of course you help your kid. Of course you do. So here's new president of the basketball operations for the Jazz, Austin Ainge. Part of me says, man, must have I'm sure he really worked hard for that gig. But the other part of me is, if I were Danny Ainge, I'd do the exact same thing. Mm-hmm. And also, by all accounts, Austin Ainge has worked his ass off. So that's my nepotism take. Thank you for allowing me to. I wanted to get that off my chest. Was it fair?
I knew. I think it's 100% fair. Shouldn't we all be so lucky to put our kids or future kids in that position to succeed and live out their dreams as well? Like that's what you do it for, isn't it? You know, for your family, your loved ones, and everybody.
Does it bother you at all? Here's Bronny James.
Oh, I mean, of course. Like, how could it not? Because I mean, I'm in an industry like my parents were in like way different industries, like finance and like all that stuff. Like I didn't follow their path, so I had to carve out my own path. And like, yeah, you get help from mentors along the way, but yeah, like I mean, that's the world, you know. Like either what is it? Don't hate the player, hate the game. Like you know what? If I'm in a position to help out my child, or whoever in the future, if I'm lucky to have them, like hell yeah, I'm gonna do that. It's open those doors. That's what you got to do.
Absolutely, and you know, the hope is, I think, in a lot of these cases, like the kid like works really hard, like he or she works really hard, which is awesome, right? I think that's probably contingent. Like the mom or the dad is probably like, hey, like you'll get this gig, but don't embarrass me. That's what I would say to my kid at least. So I just think like being a parent has kind of given me like newfound perspective on this.
Be like Kyle Shanahan.
And Shanahan's great. Right?
Exactly.
And he's kind of blazed his own
100%.
trail. And there will be like a generation of kids who don't know who his dad is. His dad is just like a name in a history book. It is wild, right? We're old. Maybe I'll do Rag now for a couple minutes in Lights, Camera, Action. We need to do Caglione here. So Jack Caglione, the Royals prize prospect, officially called up to the majors. We've been talking about him for months. Femi's been talking about him. Jake Hassan's been talking about him. And Jake, pop on here. I want your take. Jack Caglione, Femi, and that's JAC, like Collinsworth, is now the second choice to win American League Rookie of the Year behind Jacob Wilson. Wilson's a huge favorite. Caglione's plus 1,100. Femi first, then Jake. Is there a bet to be made an AL Rookie of the Year with Caglione now called up?
Unfortunately, no. I think the bets were last week, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, when it was the speculative bets when he was at 50-1, 40-1. Right now at 10-1, 11-1, no. Like, you're just wishing upon a star, literally and figuratively, with betting Jack Caglione. Like, Jacob Wilson is so far ahead of Jack Caglione. Now, can he catch him? It's within the realm of possibility. But at 11-1, like, you need Cags to damn near be perfect, because Wilson is one of like the 6 best batters in the American League, and like all the polling early on has been like unanimous in favor of Jacob Wilson. So like he can definitely lose it to Cags, but Cags can't have any sort of rookie slump, which at that price I would never encourage anyone to bet that. So for me, it's a pass. I don't have any Cags. Let's see how this plays out. I haven't bet anything in the AL Rookie of the Year other than our guy Kurtz for the A's, but like that's it for me. Like, I think this is a no bet. In fact, the NL Rookie of the Year one is a lot more interesting than the AL is, but I'll let Jake go ahead and give his thoughts on Cags, since I think he has some stock in him.
Yeah, so Jake, give us just very quickly. Jake, what do you think about Femi apparently being like, has Femi hung out with him, Cags? Like, can he get in at bat before Cags here? Just like when?
It's just easy to say. It's easy to say because sometimes I'm like Caglione, but I'm like, no, it's Caglione. So I'm like, in order to not have that mistake, I just call him Cag.
You know what? As someone who's part Italian, I'm offended. Jake, go ahead. Your thoughts on Cags?
Yeah, I mean, I yelped when the Jeff Passan notification hit the phone last night. Starting to go to bed, and now here's a nuke on Sunday night right before you go to sleep that your boy is getting called up, that Jack the Ripper is finally getting called up to Kansas City. Is it worth betting at 10, 11-1? Not before he sees a pitch. Now, if he homers in his first at-bat tomorrow, sure, let's go, let's rock. But, like, my bread is buttered with Jack Caglione already. It has been since November, since January, since opening day. So I'm going to be riding hard for this. I'm going to be tweeting every single time he does anything good. Is Jacob Wilson catchable? Yes. Is it a long shot? Also, yes. The two don't have to be mutually exclusive. I think that Caglione does have enough runway here, though, that if he does what he's done at the last two levels of the minors at AA and AAA and just absolutely tears it up, then I think he can catch Jacob Wilson, especially with 100 games left. And his first two series, by the way, against the Cardinals and the White Sox, there's a real good chance that Jack could hit the ground running here. And if he homers a couple times in the first couple games, I think the 10 and 11s are way bettable.
So Jake, your thought would be to bet this now.
I would say watch the game first. Like, not before he sees a pitch, but a lot of these books, a lot of places leave the markets up while the games are happening. Watch the games, and if he homers on his first pitch, then yeah, I think that's a really good start.
Okay, good stuff. Femi, can you pack in your thoughts on NL Rookie of the Year here to close?
Yeah, I can definitely pack it in there. I think Matt Shaw for the Chicago Cubs, a guy that Jake has brought up, which were massive prices about 2 months ago, a month ago or so. He's now down to about 7-1, 5-1. I still think that's bettable, honestly. Like, I think that from a betting standpoint, much more interesting than the AL with Cags and Jacob Wilson. I think Shaw has the argument that he should be the favorite, given the fact that he's an everyday player, and Drake Baldwin, the current favorite for Atlanta, the catcher, is kind of platooning, mixing and matching with a little bit with Sean Murphy and what they want to do with that in their lineup. So I think Matt Shaw is the guy that I would hang my hat on in the NL race.
So what's the price for Matt Shaw that people should be betting, Femi? That's good to what?
Matt Shaw, I think he's good to be favorite. So I'd bet it until he becomes if he's not the favorite, it's a good price to bet.
And for people that are not watching the show, Jake is on camera and is nodding. So Jake agrees with Femi. NBC Sports Now Power Hour coming up next, featuring all our bets for tonight in the world of sports.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
There is a team that midway through the season, I'm interested. I don't know if they're championship material, but they're a good little team. LSU wins 7-0 over Little Rock yesterday in Baton Rouge, Red Stick, Louisiana. I watched this team come to Columbia. Got a chance to see them take on South Carolina. South Carolina took the first game. LSU smoked them in games 2 and 3. I think that first game win was a bit emotional because obviously South Carolina's new head coach is Paul Maneri, the longtime LSU coach who retired. And by retired, I mean LSU said, hey, bro, this ain't it. You got to go, but we'll let you call your shot on the way out. I think it was a very emotional Friday night game that South Carolina won. LSU just went on cruise control to take 2 and 3 to make sure they finished towards the top of the SEC, top 6 team in baseball. This might be, Jake Hassan, not just one of the most balanced teams in baseball. This team is fast as hell, man. Like base running is a track and field event if the Tigers can just get guys over on first. I think LSU's coming out of the Baton Rouge Regional, which is bad news for Clemson because if they win theirs, that's where they're going to have to go. And I'll take LSU in a super over Clemson as well. Buddy, the more I look at LSU, the more I think LSU might be a legitimate national championship team.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femia Bebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
Bring it up, Jake. You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network. Nick Costos, Femia Bebefe, the crew, and you. You Better You Bet's NBC Sports Now Power Hour, presented today and always by the sportsbook born in Vegas, the great people at BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app. Visit BetMGM.com. Coming up 20 minutes from now, Femia Bebefe and yours truly, me, Nick Costos. We will be joined by the great Drew Dinsick, NBC Sports betting analyst. He is better known to you and yours as the Whale Capper. And in 20 minutes, Drew is going to give us his thoughts on the NBA Finals with the Pacers and the Thunder, and we will also get his thoughts on Roland Garros. Bets for the French Open, bets for the NBA Finals from our friend the Whale Capper in 20 minutes and 40 minutes from now. You know who we are, and you know why we're here. To get you, dear listener, you, dear viewer, set to bet and win tonight in the world of sports, gambling night in America. All of the bets, all of the handicaps, all of the analysis for 6 games in Major League Baseball. Welcome to June. We need like Sean Connery, welcome to The Rock. We need welcome to June. I said that like Bane from Batman. Welcome to June, everybody. Here's a couple baseball games while we wait for the WNBA to return, while we wait for Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final on Wednesday night, while we wait for Game 1 of the NBA Finals on Thursday night. So our baseball bets will close the show, and we've got some college baseball bets as well as the regionals wrap up. So college baseball and Major League Baseball bets to close the show. It is all on the way in the fastest hour in all of Wagertainment. And it starts right now.
Lights, camera, action.
You know, thankfully, Pacers-Knicks Game 6 was Saturday. Got to try and enjoy my Sunday yesterday. Got a little bit of a buffer, right? It wasn't like they lost last night, and here I am, my team seasoned. Here I am. Great song. It's Rick Ross. It's really good. Got how much money I was spending on her. She could be my baby. She could be my lover. Every superwoman needs a Superman. Here I am. I would have been depressed. Thankfully, I had a day buffer, right? So feel a little better today. My Knicks get sent packing on Saturday night by the better team, with the better coach, and the better star point guard, Rick Carlisle, Tyrese Halliburton, and the Indiana Pacers. And I'll give my thoughts on Pacers Thunder, preliminary thoughts, because, you know, the game's not for Game 1's not for like 6 months from now. Just feels that way. Thursday night, Game 1. Give my thoughts on the NBA Finals later in this segment, but first, absolutely have to credit the Indiana Pacers. It feels like it's a fluky run to the finals by Indiana, who entered the Eastern Conference playoffs, entered the playoffs anywhere from like 25 to 30 to 1 to be the Eastern Conference representative in the NBA Finals. Like, how the hell did this happen? Like, we don't see stuff like this happen typically in the NBA, where it's usually at the end of the season, here are the best teams playing for the NBA championship. And when we get like an oddball result like last year with like here's Dallas in the NBA Finals, they get waxed by the other team, the Boston Celtics, that happened to be last year. Maybe that'll be the case this year with the Thunder against the Indiana Pacers. But when you really think about it, right? Indiana, way better. And hindsight's 20/20, easy to say this after the fact. Indiana, way better than the odds would have implied from before the start of the playoffs. And it leaves me, personally, and perhaps you, the listener and viewer, and us collectively as sports bettors, I think that we need to ask ourselves questions in moments like this, right? Because I don't know one person that picked the Pacers to go to the finals at the start of the playoffs. It doesn't mean they don't exist. I'm just saying I don't know one person that did, and I know a lot of people. No one liked Indiana. They either liked Cleveland or they liked Boston. No one even really liked the Knicks, and I understand. I'm a Knicks fan, and I didn't even like the Knicks. But it was Cleveland or it was Boston. So we need to take things like this, outliers like this, results like this, and say, what can we learn moving forward? And for me, with Indiana, it's, I think, collectively, we put way too much on the start of the season, the first couple months when Halliburton wasn't right, and he has said that after the fact he wasn't right, when the Pacers were not playing great basketball, and we did not put enough weight on the final couple months of the season, where by any metric, the Pacers were one of the best teams in the league. Now, maybe that doesn't get you to the Pacers beating the 64-win Cavs in 5. Maybe it doesn't get you that far. But, I mean, I think about my process, and I think I'm a pretty smart guy, and I'm a huge sports fan, and I think about this stuff analytically. I'm not saying I'm the best at it. I didn't give the Pacers a chance in that series against the Cavs. Like perhaps a little more critical thought about what Indiana had been able to accomplish would have at least led me to say, man, I think the series is going to be close. Maybe make some better bets on Indiana in that series against the Cleveland Cavaliers. And perhaps would have led me to not being so emotionally attached to my Knicks. And maybe I would have bet the Pacers, where I think it's easy, again, to say after the fact that Indiana's better than the Knicks. I think kind of like the numbers all said it also. Easy to say in retrospect, but I think that's the lesson to take moving forward into next year, because, a year from now or like 10 months from now, when we're handicapping next year's NBA playoffs, we're going to think about this, and we should think about it. We'd be dumb not to think about it. Tyrese Halliburton is a legitimate superstar. Pascal Siakam should not have won Eastern Conference Final MVP, but he was magnificent in the series. A true second banana. A Robin to Halliburton's Batman. The bench, incredible. Nembhard locking Brunson down in Game 6. Rick Carlisle doing yet another magnificent coaching job in a long career of great coaching jobs. Whether it's with the early Pistons teams prior to Larry Brown coming and winning an NBA championship, whether it's the Mavericks team with Dirk that beat the Heatles, whether it's the iso ball Luka Mavericks teams, and now this Indiana team running and gunning with Halliburton and company. What a job by Rick Carlisle. What a job by the Indiana Pacers. Some people will say, well, if Halliburton's shot at the end of Game 1 doesn't go in, maybe the Knicks win the series, or at least we've got a Game 7 tonight at Madison Square Garden. I'm not going to say that. I also think if the Pacers had played the Celtics, Indiana would have won, based on how things went. There's no fluke. Took care of Milwaukee. I don't care that Lillard doesn't play. Lillard could have played. Indiana still would have won. Embarrassed the Cavs. I know Garland's hurt, and Mobley and Hunter missed a little time in that series. Indiana has shown they're the best team in the East, and then took care of business against the Knicks in 6. So it pains me to say it as a Knicks fan and as a Pacers hater. Full credit goes to your Eastern Conference champion, the Indiana Pacers.
Now watch this drive.
As for the New York Knicks, whose season ends, to paraphrase T.S. Eliot, not with the bang, but like a bunch of frickin' losers, man. I don't think Eliot wrote that specifically. The Knicks season ends in Game 6 in blowout fashion against Indiana, and they were pathetic in that game. Towns, who I thought was the best Knick in the series, and so much discourse around Towns right now, and all of it is lame. I think he's a great player who had a bad game in the closeout game, but otherwise, I thought Towns was the best Knick in the series. I thought Brunson was brutal in the entire series, and it can all be true. Brunson can be the driving force behind the transformation, the resuscitation, the resurrection of the New York Knicks as a franchise, from irrelevance back to relevance, to the cusp of an NBA Finals appearance for the first time since the late 90s. That can be true. Also, he stunk, and Hart stunk, and Bridges had moments where he stunk, and Anunoby had moments where he stunk, and the bench, by and large, never gets used, and Tom Thibodeau stinks. Where do the Knicks go from here? And there's a broader question that needs to be asked, or at least a broader thought that needs to be had as it concerns next year, the Knicks and otherwise. The Eastern Conference is going to be dreadful. 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 The Cavs are likely to run it back. Okay, great. They'll win 60 games, pending health, and then who's picking them in the playoffs? Jason Tatum's not going to play next year. Let's cross the Celtics off the list. Cross them off the list. Is Orlando going to get Kevin Durant? If not, I'm not interested. What's Milwaukee doing? They keep Giannis. They're not winning a title. They trade Giannis. They're going to be in the lottery. Like, cross them off the list. The Knicks could basically run it back with the same team and the same coach, and they could win the East again next year. I think Indiana deserves to be thought of as the best team, but the Knicks could easily get to. They almost made the finals this year. Why can't they make it next year? But they're never winning a championship. Not with this team. No way. They ain't beating the Thunder or teams in the West. The Knicks have got to get a shooter off the bench. They need a second ball handler to take pressure off Jalen Brunson. And I think we've reached the expiration date on Tom Thibodeau as Knicks coach. And this is not a hot take. This is not prisoner of the moment. The Knicks, they can't run the iso ball offense anymore. Brunson's not Kobe Bryant. He's not Michael Jordan. They need a new voice. Let Tibbs go coach the Charlotte Hornets and take them into the play-in. And that sounds like an insult, and it is, but I don't mean it as one. That's what the Knicks need to do this offseason to get to an NBA Finals next year.
Cannot win with them.
Quick thoughts on the Stanley Cup Final with the Edmonton Oilers and the Florida Panthers. Rematch for the first time since 08-09 in the Stanley Cup Final, when the Penguins played the Red Wings twice in a row. Detroit winning in 08, the Penguins winning in 09, with Edmonton against Florida. The Panthers winning last year, winning the first 3 games, losing the next 3, and winning Game 7 at home. Edmonton has home ice this time around, and Edmonton is a slight favorite at BetMGM. Minus 125, plus 105 for the Florida Panthers. When I conceptualize and think about and handicap this series, I think we know, by and large, what we're going to get from the Panthers. A team that's won the Eastern Conference 3 straight years and is going for back-to-back Stanley Cup wins. Bobrovsky's going to be awesome. Like, the team has tremendous depth. They're going to be in these games. They're not... I would be shocked if Florida lost 7-0 in every game in the series. I think we know what we're going to get from Florida. And I think we know what we're going to get from Edmonton by and large in terms of the skaters, with McDavid and Draisaitl and Bouchard and some of these other, Corey Perry, Evander Kane, etc., Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. We know what we're going to get. The question mark is in net for the Oilers with Stuart Skinner, who won 3 finals games last year and played pretty well in Game 7 and was outdueled by Bobrovsky. Skinner has basically been unconscious since he returned to the lineup this postseason. He's been standing on his head. He's been unbelievable. I think if Edmonton wins this series, it means that Skinner's great, and I think Edmonton wins a fast series. 6 at most. Edmonton minus 1.5 at BetMGM in the series, plus 165. But if this series goes long, and I think that's Florida's path to victory, we go to a Game 7, even in Edmonton, I'm going to have a hard time picking against the great Sergei Bobrovsky and the Florida Panthers.
Drop the puck.
Want to close with a little National Football League, where huge surprise today as Lions All-Pro, All-World center Frank Ragnow retires at age 29, which is just, poster child for, man, football's a tough sport. Walking away at age 29, like a potential guy with Hall of Fame upside. Frank Ragnow, I don't think this is hyperbole. And really, for you listening and watching, think about this, right? Think about the composition of the Lions as a team, not just the offense. Frank Ragnow is kind of like the heart and soul of this team. A team built on the strength of its offensive line and dominance in the trenches on both ends. Ragnow walks away and leaves now a gaping hole on this Detroit Lions offensive line, where they'll have 2 phenomenal tackles in Penei Sewell, who's arguably the best in football, one of the best in football, and Taylor Decker. But the guard spots and at center, it's going to be a rookie potentially, Tate Ratledge starting at center for Detroit, maybe Graham Glasgow, who's a journeyman. I know, there's a guy whose last name is Mahogany, which makes everyone think of Anchorman, but, it's all unknowns for Detroit. This is something that could make a difference when it comes down to it, losing Frank Ragnow. But I don't want people to go overboard on this. Just remember this, and it's not apples to apples. The last NFL team to lose its starting center to retirement and both coordinators from one season to the next, last year's Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl. Which doesn't mean the Lions will win this year. I'm just saying, let's not write the Lions off. Ragnow's a great player, but his absence doesn't mean the Lions can't or won't win. On the other side, the whale capper Drew Dinsick joins Femi Abebefe, joins me and you talking NBA Finals on NBC Sports Now.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
I was tagged in that many times last night. It was shared and shared and shared. And I love doing these. I don't want to call them bits because it's not a bit. We genuinely hate the Rockies this year, and we've literally bet against them in many ways. So it's not a bit, but these season-long, what's the term I'm looking for? It's not a bit, but it's a talking point. It's a discussion. Anytime something happens negatively against the Rockies, we get tagged in it. And it's so much fun. How about this one? Since September 22, 2024, this is from Andrew Mason at Mace Denver. September 22, 2024, the Broncos and Rockies both have 10 wins.
Whoa. Come on. Yeah, I know. It's a date thing. Yes, get it. They didn't play, but would it have mattered much? Even if they were playing every day? Maybe not.
It's still funny.
It's
Hold on. I
laughable.
got one more. More Rocky stat, and then we can move on. Rocky starter, Antonia Senzatella, one of Joe's guys.
Yep.
He has racked up 10 losses before Colorado hit 10 wins.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM Network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femia Bebefe. Presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network.
All right, coming up 20 minutes from now, all our bets for tonight. It's just baseball. That's it. Welcome to June. 6 Major League Baseball games. The Stanley Cup Final. Yeah, happy summer, everybody. The Stanley Cup Final, Wednesday night, Game 1. The NBA Finals coming up Thursday night in Game 1. Just to say this, because there is a baseball game that's starting in about 20 minutes. It is the Marlins and the Rockies. German Marquez and Max Meyer, I believe, pitching for the Marlins. The Marlins are a minus 200 favorite at home. Total in the game is 8. Apparently, there are people that like the Colorado Rockies in this game, despite the fact that they've lost 22 straight series, which is an MLB record, and their record to begin the year is 9-50. Tyler Morello's on our show crew has bet the Colorado Rockies tonight. To him, we say good luck and Godspeed. I will not be making that bet tonight. He likes them first 5, just in case anyone wants to tail. The Rockies. Good. Like I said, it could win. Good luck and Godspeed. The rest of our bets coming up at the end of the show. But joining us right now to talk the NBA Finals with the Thunder and the Pacers, and we'll talk some French Open as well at Roland Garros, is our good buddy, NBC sports betting analyst, the great Drew Dinsick, on Twitter at whale_capper. What is going on, my friends? The NBA Finals now set with OKC and Indiana.
Yeah, I'm having a better summer than the Rockies. Holy smokes, those numbers are insane. A friend of mine texted me last week. He's like, "Gosh, can you believe that this win total for the Rockies 38.5?" And I was like, "What? That can't be right. How is that possible?" I'm not following baseball, but my goodness gracious, that is some serious futility on the mound. I mean, on the diamond. No, this is a great week of sports. If you haven't already been following the French Open, we have probably. I don't think it's hyperbole to say this, but the women's side of the draw right now, this is the best final 8 that we've ever had. The quality, the space between the women. There's one surprise in Lois Busson, French woman who's made a shocking run here to this quarterfinal stage, but otherwise, this is like 7 of the best 7 women on tour right now, all playing at the peak of their powers, and it is going to be an absolutely thrilling.
Can I ask you this?
Week 2.
So when you say that, and you're a massive tennis fan and tennis handicapper, right? So what I'm about to say is not to disagree with you. Yeah. I've been watching tennis, not the way I did when I was a kid, when I was locked into every major. It's just too much going on now. I mean, I think about, the Williams sisters or Steffi Graf back in the day and Monica Seles and Jennifer Capriati, like I said. And I know I'm missing a lot of Maria Sharapova, a lot of really good players. I just want you to really reiterate that. That's not hyperbole, not prisoner of the moment, that you think this has a chance to legitimately be the best final 8 of a women's tennis major in your lifetime. I want you to reiterate, to really punch that home.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't betting tennis in the 80s and the 90s. When I was alive.
You were watching, right? You're around
watching.
my age, right? I'm sure you were watching, yeah.
Yeah, and, we had runs of form where Steffi Graf was just impossible to defeat. And then all on comes Monica Seles, and she's, finally have a test. But it was always, 1 or 2. And that's the same with the men. We've lived through an entire era of the big 3 where there really were just 3 men who had a chance to win every slam. And it's wow, okay, so I guess we'll tune in for the semifinals and finals when things get interesting in a couple weeks. But here we sit now with women's tennis. And I think, I really don't think that there is another even close one in the last 10 years since I've actually been handicapping tennis day by day, match by match, and, slam by slam, obviously. This is the deepest and most talented top of the women's field that I've ever seen. And it is going to be absolutely thrilling this week. Right now, as we have the odds up, you can see Sabalenka is the short shot here at plus 220. For us to be this deep into the tournament and that's your favorite and that's your price point, that speaks for itself. I don't think it's ever been anywhere close to this, that it's been this flat at the top. And it is, this week 2 is going to be all time. And I honestly I can't even think of a close second because, it's just the state of the women's game has never been in better shape. And honestly, the round 4 matches that happened the last 2 days were the quality that you usually see in semifinals and finals on the women's tour. Elena Rybakina taking on Iga Swiatek on Sunday was just glued to your television, just the highest level you could hope to see, and it's happening in a round 4 match, which is just awesome. And this is just on the heels of the Svitolina comeback against Paolini, which was equally thrilling. So very exciting that the state of women's tennis is where it is right now. And I like everything I'm going to say about what's going to happen in the rest of this week. You should just to understand that my confidence is very, very low, not because I don't think I know what's going to happen, but just because the margins between these women are so narrow.
All right, so here's what I want to do. I want to get your thought on who's going to win the women's French Open, and then we're going to do the men, and I want to clear that in a couple minutes here so we have enough time to do NBA Finals. But you have me into this right now. So, Drew, just based on your analysis, right? And you know way more about this than me, more than almost anybody out there, right, when it comes to handing. It doesn't mean the bets are going to win, but you know what you're talking about. So I'm looking at BetMGM at the screen right now. I don't know who this person is. Boisson?
Boisson. She's the only one without a chance.
Okay.
If we're doing a draft, she's the 8th pick.
So she's 66 to 1. So then we go to Svitolina and Madison Keys are both at 16 to 1. Based on what you said, if the margins are so thin, then perhaps the best course of action is to tread lightly. I just love that line from Breaking Bad. Perhaps the best course of action is to take the longest shots. Agree or disagree? Who's going to win the women's side? Who should we bet? In seriously, no, this is important. Yeah. In 30 seconds so we can do men and then NBA Finals.
Yeah, so because again, to get a price home They don't just have to have an upset in the quarterfinals. They're going to have to face a very tough player in the semis and a very tough player in the finals. And so if you really have your heart set on Madison Keys, who, by the way, is the only slam winner of this calendar year so far, she won the Australian Open. So she has the goods. She's playing with confidence. But like, even, she has to beat Coco, then she's going to have to beat Mira, then she's going to have to beat Sabalenka. Like that rollover price for me is going to be higher than 16-1. So I think realistically, if you think there's still going to be chaos that could unfold here, every woman, whoever wins this is going to have to do it themselves. There is no easy path anymore, right? Like usually when you're praying in the futures market, you're praying on chaos unlocking some path where even if your player doesn't, create the upset themselves, they're getting equity from some, player being upset. And there's just no way that happens right now. And I will say this, Svitolina is probably a pass at price just because of how much time she's spent on court and how hard she's had to play to get to this stage, right? She can beat Iga tomorrow morning. Absolutely no question in my mind. She's playing that well. But then turning around and beating Sabalenka is a tough ask. Then turning around and beating Coco Gauff, that is a tough ask. So I think Svitolina is a toss. I think Keys is probably a toss, even though, the prices are good. Zheng Qingwen is almost surely a toss because I think she is a bet against for in her quarterfinal match against Sabalenka. I ultimately think Iga spent too much time and took too much damage against Rybakina in that round 4 match to be able to go win here. So for me, it's still between Sabalenka, Andreeva, and Gauff, and between those 3 women, Gauff is the best price at 4-1, and she does have a head-to-head, impressive head-to-head resume against Andreeva, who she would play in the semifinals. So I'm sitting on Gauff at pretty close to the same price from pre-tournament. Things have barely moved because again, no one has lost, and I think of the 3 women with a realistic shot to more than 20% chance to win this, it's Gauff for me.
All right, you bet on this Monday. We'll get to the NBA Finals in a minute, but let's do the men's side of the French Open right now. Carlos Alcaraz is the same price he was, Drew, at the start of the tournament. Even money, plus 100 to win this. Jannik Sinner, same price, plus 140. The differing price here, and I said at the start, Novak Djokovic at double digits is always going to attract your eye. Djokovic now the third choice on the board at plus 600. Drew, how are you betting the men's side of the French Open here? And then we'll get to the NBA Finals.
Yeah, so Djokovic has gotten a relatively soft path, and he's looked pretty good, and that's why there's been some market support for him, but not interested, even at that 6-1 price still, because the guy who has impressed the most eye test wise has been Jannik Sinner for me, and again, I'm a Sinner guy from pre-tournament, so maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see, but he has looked unbelievably good. Just clinical defeat of an Andrei Rublev today in the primetime spot where, nerves can get a little tight in that primetime spot. And he was just truly clinical in dispatching Rublev. Meanwhile, Carlos is making a mess of his matches against much lesser competition. Now, Ben Shelton is a fun up and coming player, and he had great tactics, I thought, yesterday. But dropping a set to Zoomer in round 3 was really, really a strange.
Imagine dropping a set to Zoomer.
No, my God.
Just what a
Zoomer.
joke.
Amir Zoomer? Are you serious, Alcaraz? But so he doesn't have the sharpness.
It's like dropping a set to Skype. You can't do it. StreamYard.
Exactly. Get out of here with this. Unbelievable. Zoomer. Unbelievable. So yeah, he has not been sharp. He has not looked kind of as focused, as dangerous as he has in slams past, certainly. And so I think Sinner still is the choice for the men's side. And really in particular, that the problem with Djokovic and why he's a pass at price is because he has a Sinner problem. Like his game does not play into the what he does. He very much does. Most do. Sinner's only lost 7 times in the last in the last 90 matches. He is on an unbelievable.
I'm more talking about carnal pleasure than Jannik Sinner. But I understand what you're saying.
I see. I know. Yeah, I mean, we all know Jannik Sinner is he is a problem for everyone. But yeah, Djokovic, he went head to head against Sinner on his preferred surface at his venue where he was the most decorated champion of all all time in Melbourne 2 years ago, and Sinner just absolutely undressed him in that semifinal match. And it was kind of like, okay, well, if Sinner's game is here and Djokovic's is here, then I don't know that he's ever defeating him head-to-head in a best-of-5. But I will tell you, Djokovic has far surpassed my expectations of him on this clay tournament, winning Geneva, turning around and doing what he's done here at Roland Garros so far. And he has shed no blood, no sweat. Usually by this point in the tournament, he has had a couple of matches where he's taken some damage, and that has not happened so far. So he is still very fresh and very dangerous. And I think the rightful favorite over Zverev in this match in the quarterfinals, where he is, kind of in the -116 range. The problem is, I think I would make him about 3-1 against Sinner with the way Sinner's playing right now.
Let's talk a little bit NBA Finals here, Drew. And for those who might be curious, the Americans that are going tomorrow, it doesn't sound like they have a chance. From talking with Drew before we got on the air, Tiafoe, Tommy Paul, big underdogs in their matches coming up tomorrow morning over at Roland Garros. NBA Finals, though, OKC, Indiana, Thunder -700 over at BetMGM. You have the Pacers +500. Who wins the title? How many games? How are you looking to bet this one? Because we have a massive price with OKC. Seems like a coronation is on deck here over the next couple of weeks.
I think a coronation is on deck here over the next couple of weeks. This is an super team. I don't know what else to say. Their net rating at home these playoffs has been like literally as good as any NBA team I've ever seen. And now they get a Pacers squad who is certainly unique and different, but the way they've been succeeding, really kind of leaning into the pace, no pun intended, leaning into their depth. Oklahoma City matches that with authority. So I don't really know that there's like a clear and obvious advantage here for Carlisle, who has done an amazing job coaching these playoffs. But this is by far the toughest test. The Pacers, for what it's worth, have never played a team in these playoffs where they didn't have the best offensive player on the floor. Halliburton was the best offensive player in round 1, the best in round 2, the best in round 3. And it was a close margin with Brunson in round 3. It was a close margin with Giannis in 1, and you could make, some people maybe make an argument that it was close with Mitchell in round 2, but now he has a huge gap to make up, because SGA is absolutely the real deal in terms of his offensive efficiency that he's bringing to the table. And then, then you get into the interesting part on the defensive side of the ball, where the Thunder have the best 5 defenders on the court by my count. Like I don't like, if you're making an all defense team out of these two rosters, like the first team is all Thunder. Like I honestly don't think you have a case for a Nembhard or a Siakam cracking the best 5 defensive players on the Thunder, which is crazy to say out loud. So this is, to me at least, this is a very, very sincerely difficult test for Indiana to come up against, and I give them a little bit less than a 10% chance of winning the series. My fair price is OKC -861. That is saying that they have about an 89% chance to win this series. My most likely outcome is OKC sweep. My second most likely outcome is OKC in 5. And I just in general think that with being a younger team and Pacers having some unique kind of, there may be some figuring things out, expecting this to go 5 is completely reasonable. So that being sort of the market highest likelihood outcome, I think is a reasonably fair prediction. Oklahoma City winning 4-1. My number for OKC at home is 9.5. My own number for OKC on the road is 5. So ultimately, Pacers probably get game 3 in this one, and we get a gentleman's sweep with the Thunder clinching at home in game 5.
If the Thunder win the championship, is it as easy as SGA Finals MVP? Like 2 seconds for the answer.
I'm going to say no. And it's just because
who would you bet? Because we're out of time. Who would you bet?
I like Holmgren. Holmgren 80-1 is a fun one. The voters seem to like to make a statement. Like Siakam winning over Halliburton was insane.
That's very interesting. Drew,
I liked
we appreciate
it, but it was insane.
On Twitter at whale_capper. I want to talk to you during the break about this. All our bets for tonight on the other side. Gambling night in America.
We'll be right back with You Better You Bet, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
when's the last time you thought the Eagles had a bad trade? I feel like I respect their front office so much, and maybe it's just because they're constantly trading with my Titans and, just picking all of our best players. Like, oh, AJ Brown, we're going to take him. So let me ask you, I feel like this is maybe an in the weeds question. I even had to Google it. When's the last time you think the Eagles made a bad deal? I feel like they don't make bad deals.
I don't know. Honestly.
Right?
I mean, that's one of the, Howie Roseman is unbelievable as a GM. I cannot name every general manager in the National Football League, but Roseman is one of the best.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when he makes a deal, it's generally pretty solid, if not one of the best deals you could make. Didn't just put this in the chat, which is a fair point. The Jahan Dotson trade was pretty bad, where the Eagles thought they would bring him from the Commanders, and the Commanders were done with Jahan Dotson, and he didn't really do anything in Philly. So not everyone hits. But on the whole, your point remains the same.
Yeah.
And it's completely valid. I mean, not every single trade you make, it's just not going to work out just by law of averages. But you're right. That's a real challenge of playing in this division. It's not that the Eagles are so good if you're talking about, our team, the Commanders. It's that they're also managed really well. So Adam Peters has done a wonderful job with Washington, but also he's not just competing against right now superior talent. He's dealing with a GM who is also just as good. And when you have that sort of alignment in your franchise, it's a real challenge.
You're tuned in to You Better You Bet on the BetMGM network and streaming live on NBC Sports Now with Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe, presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM network.
All right, have some thank yous, Adola, before we wrap up the magnificent Sports Monday edition of You Better You Bet with all our bets for tonight. 6 games in baseball. It's June. Everything kind of wraps up for a slow summer of baseball and training camp in the NFL preseason, which we absolutely love. We love all the sports here on You Better You Bet. One wonderful guest on the show today, the whale capper Drew Dinsick, who is very into the women's side of the French Open. And he sold the hell out of it, man. Got me excited to watch the Final 8. Gave us bets on the men's side and thoughts on the NBA Finals as well. Thanks so much to the whale capper, Drew Dinsick. Throughout today's edition of You Better You Bet, Femi and I broke down the NBA Finals with the Thunder and the Pacers, the Stanley Cup Final with the Oilers and the Panthers, a bunch of other stuff as well. Jack Caglione gets called up by the Royals. How should you bet AL Rookie of the Year and NL Rookie of the Year? Frank Ragnow retires from the Detroit Lions. What does that mean for Detroit? And so much more. And if you, dear listener and dear viewer, if you just pop in, right, and you're here for the NBC Sports Now Power Hour, first, thank you. Second, if you miss the first 3 hours of the show, all you've got to do to find it is search You Bet wherever you find your podcast. That can be Odyssey, that can be Spotify, that can be Apple. Like, I don't really care. And one of the great things about Peacock, right, in addition to the fact that we're on it, is that they have the full WWE library. You want to go watch Survivor Series 88? You want to see Hulk Hogan take on Zeus? It's a real thing that happened. You can do that. You want to watch the career-ending match from WrestleMania 7, the match that made me fall in love with professional wrestling, Ultimate Warrior and the Macho Man Randy Savage, where Macho turns face after the match with Miss Elizabeth. Rest in peace to both of them, to all three of them. You can do it on Peacock. And you can also watch the Attitude Era. And you can watch the biggest movie star in the world, Dwayne Johnson, better known to you and yours as The Rock, just starting to ply his trade as a young entertainer, taking the then WWF by storm, winning the Intercontinental Championship at SummerSlam in 1998 at Madison Square Garden. I was there. And everyone would love when The Rock would take the microphone and The Rock would deliver his legendary catchphrase, "If you smell la 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 la, what You Bet is cooking," because all you have to do is search You Bet wherever you find your podcast to get the award-winning Wagertainment on a regular basis. Our executive producer is Bill Zimmerman, our technical director, Tyler Morales, our engineer, board operator, Jake. And our video producer is God's Perfect Creation, Downtown Mike Brown. Shout out to Addie Bates as well, always doing a great job on the show. I don't know what she does. Bill tells me she does great work. And she makes very fun comments in the chat. Thank you very much to Addie. Coming up after us on the BetMGM Network is a 4-hour live betting extravaganza known to you and yours as BetMGM Tonight, featuring our friend Ryan Horvath. And our guest at this time, the returning hero, the prodigal son, is back. He was once lost, and now he is found. And he is back on You Better You Bet. The one, the only, Brad Evans. Brad, I was hoping that that your shiny dome would be a little more tan after a week off, but welcome back to the show nonetheless.
Hola, amigos! Step into a Slim Jim! I love the Macho Man reference there. I got a Macho Man action figure behind me in my display here at Casa de Evans. You see it every night on BetMGM Tonight. So, strong shout out there. Well done, my friend.
Was Macho Man your favorite wrestler as a kid?
Yeah, him. It was him and the Ultimate Warrior. 1-2. Yeah, definitely.
So do you remember watching the career? It's one of the best. It's Shakespeare, the career-ending match at WrestleMania 7 with Warrior and Savage, which was Savage lost and then he was back like a year later, like literally in one of the main events of WrestleMania 8.
I was probably like 9 or 10 years old and watched that. I am not the
way older
historian. Dude, I'm only 27. I mean, come on, man.
No, I was like 7, and you're like at least 11 years older than me. Brad, what is the I turned 42 this week. I need to stop talking. Brad, what is the best bet coming up for tonight in the world of sports?
Oh, let's go to the hits prop market. Luis Ariz, gentlemen, I'll take the over on 1.5 slaps in the outfield at a plus 160. Yeah, get seduced by that juice. That's for you there, Costos. He has done this 8 times since May the 1st, going against Logan Webb. Now, I appreciate Logan Webb. Usually bet the over on his outs prop, but Ariz has owned that ass in his career against Webb. 8 for 13 live time, all 8 hits have been of the one-base variety, by the way. So the singles market, you might want to look at that if you're looking for a parlay leg. But I think he's going to get a pair of base knocks tonight. Batting .303 on the road this season is Ariz. And in his career against the Giants, 79 at-bats, a .392 batting average. So with Luis Ariz over a 1.5 base hits, plus 160 there at BetMGM.
Brad, awesome stuff. We absolutely love it. Did you bet the Rockies-Marlins game? Tyler bet Rockies first 5, and Colorado's actually up 1-0.
No, I will jump on the Marlins on the live line. I also have the Marlins minus 1.5 on the run line. The Rockies bullpen blows. They will find a glorious way to melt late. So continue to monitor that game. And again, I would take the live line, the run line. Miami minus 1.5, get it a better number. I got it a plus 110 earlier today.
Brad, we missed you last week. I mean that sincerely. You help us you help this final segment out. We love having you. We appreciate it, buddy. Have a great show tonight, and good to have you back.
Jonathan Cannon over 4.5 Ks, plus 105 against the Tigers. I'm out.
Cannon, the great Brad Evans, BetMGM tonight coming up right after us here on the BetMGM network. Oh, baby, how about this? Jake gave out this helps no one except for us. Jake Hassan, who you'll hear from momentarily, our college baseball betting expert, our excellent engineer, our board operator, as he said, bet Murray State, the Racers, John Morant's alma mater, in the college baseball regionals. Murray State up 4-0 right now. I don't even know who they're playing. I made the bet. Let's go. Okay. Let's get to all the bets for tonight, but first we pay the bills. Jake the Snake, tire yourself away, please, from the Murray State game and kindly drop the dope-ass beat. We want you, dear listener and dear viewer, to make a fast break for the action with an NBA Playoffs Odds Boost token. Use your token to get a bigger payout on a winning playoff bet coming up Thursday night, Game 1 of the Finals. Download the BetMGM app and please gamble responsibly. And Murray State's playing Ole Miss, obviously. Who doesn't know that? Now listen, we know there's no offseason when it comes to the NFL. Tune in to PFT Live with Mike Florio and his co-host Chris Sims to get all the latest news from around the NFL. Watch PFT. Who wrote this? This is new. I've been reading, so just to pull the curtain back, I get like it's the same copy that we've had since December. It's like Mike Florio and Chris Sims break down Broncos-Bengals coming up this Saturday in the AFC wildcard chase. And every day I have to ad-lib something and make it sound topical. They actually, without me asking, redid the copy. So shout out to whoever did that. Bill is blaming NBC. Now, I would never say something like this. I would never say, Bill, you're the executive producer. Why don't you just do it? I would never say that. So thanks to whomever got this done. PFT Live weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on Peacock and the new NBC Sports Now channel, and you can listen wherever you get your podcasts. All right, we're feeling patriotic, everybody. Before we put the Major League Baseball slate, we have a couple college baseball games starting. These are regionals. The regionals are wrapping up. We got, who is Miami playing? What logo is this? What is that?
The Panic on
who are they
Southern Miss.
Playing? Okay. Southern Miss. I was like, is that Iowa? No, right? Okay. Miami's playing Southern Miss. And LSU against Little Rock. Okay, that it says Little Rock, so I'm able to get that. Jake Hassan is with us. Jake is our stud college baseball handicapper. Jake, how are we betting the college regionals coming up tonight?
Yeah, I actually like Southern Miss on the run line here. Miami's getting bet, but I like Southern Miss. I like the Golden Eagles. They're hosting this. I think they continue to get undervalued because nobody knows who Southern Miss is. So I'll take them minus the 1.5 tonight, and I'm going to wait till the last second because people are betting Miami right now.
Okay, so Southern Miss against Miami is the bet for tonight in the College World Series for everybody.
The Fighting Favres. Yeah.
Well, let's not do that.
I guess we're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like that documentary is pretty bad for him. Good documentary. Okay, Major League Baseball only. Did you? Yeah, we'll talk about it tomorrow. 6 games coming up tonight. I've got bets on a couple of them. I guess the headliner tonight, right, is the Mets against the Dodgers with, I was going to say Pete Blackburn, who's a friend of ours. Paul Blackburn making a season debut tonight against Dustin May for the Dodgers. Not Dusty May, the Michigan head coach. Femi, how are you betting tonight in Major League Baseball?
I do want to call him Dusty May every time I see his name. I'm just like, Dusty May, but it's Dustin.
And I want to call Paul Blackburn Pete Blackburn, who covers the NHL, and we've had him on the show before every single time.
Yeah, Pete Blackburn not injured. Paul Blackburn, though, injured, coming back from the IL stint. We'll go with the Cincinnati Reds in the first 5 against Milwaukee. Aaron Savali, he's working his way back, it's funny enough, from the IL. This will be his 3rd start since his IL stint. I don't really trust him on the road against a division rival. And also Brady Singer at home. I like that setup for him. Give me the Reds first 5 on the money line, minus 118. Also play the home dog, the Athletics of Sacramento, plus 130 in the first 5 on the money line against the Twins. Joe Ryan's been cooking. I realize that. But every now and then, you get a stinker from Joe Ryan. I just have a funny feeling that the stinker comes tonight. Obviously, we have Luis Severino on the mound. That's not the greatest of situations for the Athletics, but I like the cut of this Athletics team's jib. I think the Athletics go ahead and get it done in the first 5. And then the Dodgers first 5, I'll rock with Dustin May against Paul Blackburn making his season debut against a really good LA Dodgers lineup. So give me the Dodgers minus 160 on the first 5 money line.
I like the cut of their jib.
Cut of their jib.
What is that? I don't know what it means. We don't have time. Also, you did every now and then, and you needed to do every now and then he falls apart and sing it. Because that's what it was, right? Every now and then he has a stinker, right? Every now and then he falls apart. And you need him now. Now listen, it's important. Richard Fitz.
I mean, more than ever.
No, so I like that. Richard Fitz is starting tonight for the Red Sox. This kid probably had like a nightmare on the playground growing up.
Just destroyed.
I mean, yes.
And kids are relentless too, man.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just like that, you know. He doesn't really pitch that. He doesn't pitch deep into games. I'm going to play Red Sox first 3 against Tyler Anderson and the Halos. I'll lay -140. 2-team money line parlay. Joe Ryan does not fall apart in Sacramento. Give me the Twins parlayed with Logan Webb and the San Francisco Giants. That pays +155 at BetMGM. Twins, Giants money line parlay. Red Sox first 3. -140. And that does it for the Magnificent Sports Monday edition of You Better You Bet. We'll catch everybody tomorrow on a Tuesday. Until then, Nick Costos wishing you minimal sweats, winning bets, the absolute very best of luck. Peace.
Thanks for listening to You Better You Bet. Up next, it's BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
You know, I'm a very, very heartbroken Knicks fan right now. I have a lot of credit and a lot of respect for the Indiana Pacers. And again, I barely even talked about them, but what Tyrese Halliburton did in most of this series was phenomenal. I mean, he was incredible. He was the leader that Indiana needed him to be. Double-digit assists in almost every game. Outside of the dud in Game 5 the other night, he was tremendous scoring the basketball. Siakam was a beast. You know, they've got a guy like Nesmith that can drop 30 on a given night. They've got Benedict Mathurin that came off the bench and scored 20 points a couple different times in the series. Obi Toppin goes for 18. Nembhard can hit threes. Miles Turner, although he didn't really show it, he's a guy that can score 20. If you leave him open, he can hurt you from deep. That being said, Sean, you've watched the Thunder play. I've watched the Thunder play all season. Now the rest of America has seen the Thunder. Mm-hmm. They've seen SGA. All the haters and the doubters have been silenced and pounded into submission. I said on my show on Infinity Sports Network on the Pat Boyle Show, I think the Thunder are in the midst of one of the greatest seasons in NBA history. They had the best turnover differential in the last 30 years, best point differential in NBA history, most double-digit wins in NBA history, 30-point wins in the playoffs. They've got 4 of them. They're not stopping now. There's nothing the Pacers are going to do to stop them. So, again, unless you think this is, like you said, Sean, Super Bowl 42, where we've got a miracle coming on our hands, it's very unlikely. You could be the person, you could be the guy, you could be the woman that says, I told you so to everybody. But there is a 1% chance the Pacers win this series. And the closer you can get to realizing that and finding out how to bet it, you will be better off for it here. And I think that this is a sweep. And at worst, it's a gentleman's sweep. So how am I looking to play this, Sean? Thunder minus 2.5 games, a.k.a. Thunder to win it in 5 or 4 is minus 110 on BetMGM. That's what I'm betting. That's my bet for the series. Thunder win it in 5 or Thunder win it in 4, -110. And then I even might throw a couple bucks on Thunder to sweep at +325, which, again, I think it's very, very plausible that they don't lose a single game in this series.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points +6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's good! It's good!
Oh,
it is good!
No way!
It's good! Holy God! It is good!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Hola, amigos! It's time to bring the noise here. Another movement edition of BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with it. Ryan Horvat alongside me for the ride on this Manic Monday edition of the show. And we got a dandy for you tonight. Of course, going to be viewing our cards here momentarily. Our top 3 plays tonight. I like it to be Major League Baseball dominated, as really it's kind of the only game in town unless Horvat is looking to eye some futures, the world of college football or the NFL, and I will certainly allow it. On top of that as well, are going to be talking some game bets tied, potentially some series bets tied to the NBA in the finals. Another edition of Hoop Scoops. We're also going to roll out some better up Major League Baseball action. We got like 3 late night games to choose from, so a decent slate in the midnight hour. And of course, we're going to do another Crew to Cash, our hot hit parlay. Hopefully going to start off with a bang here this week on this Monday. Jared Smith's going to pop on in and also talk a little MLB, NFL, and NBA. He's a smorgasbord of sports betting goodness, and he's handsome and svelte as well. So we're looking forward to talking to Jared about all his various betting endeavors. Keith Smith is also going to be stopping by, breaking everything down in the NBA Finals. Who is going to hoist Larry O'Brien in the end? Could the Sirs, War Daddy, our producer Mario, his squad, Pride of Indy there, can they get it done? They're 5-1 underdogs to win the title, but pretty extreme value there. Maybe Tyrese Halliburton goes absolutely berserk in the NBA Finals, and a surprise team can continue to levy some surprise uppercut punches. This time against goes OKC. We're going to talk to Keith Smith about all of that. We're doing another edition of NFL Exotics, looking at various futures or the player props market or elsewhere. And a 3-point stance this week. We're going to be focused on the AFC East. And tonight, the Jets, Jets in this Justin Fields era. And we got a fun little factoid that came off the wire today from Albert Breer that I'm going to bring up when Horvath get his opinions on it. You won't want to miss that, especially if you're already starting to contemplate and strategize about your fantasy football keepers or your fantasy football drafts, and peak season really just a couple of months away. So all of that and two, we want to talk to you, the 2.02 average listeners and viewers of this fine program. If you got any questions for us, all I got to do is pick up the phone and dial us, fools, at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among the New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields, a quarterback, 19, Breece Hall at RB 12, Garrett Wilson at WR16, or rookie Mason Taylor at tight end 29. So far, over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop off your comments. We're going to read those a little bit later on in the show and give you a shout out on air. So keep bringing the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let's bring in my handsome and esteemed colleague, the one, the only, the incomparable Ryan Horvath. Harvey, I hope all is good in your hood. Question for you, my man. The Madden cover release happened today, and really to no surprise, it was a reverse hurdle by Saquon Barkley. So Saquon is gracing that video game's front. Do you believe, my friend, in the Madden curse? And do you feel this is a death now for one Saquon Barkley? You're going to avoid him like the plague in your fantasy draft.
I thought the funniest part about the whole thing was, like, for Saquon, that was just a day at work. He got a paycheck to go do that. Imagine you show up to your job and they're like, hey, 3 or 4 times today, we're going to need you to levitate backwards really quickly. The guy's just a freak athlete. So if anybody could break the Madden curse, and people have had good seasons, but I mean, it is a real thing, man. I mean, see Christian McCaffrey last season, plenty of names. I'm not going to lie. It's not going to scare me away from Saquon Barkley. If I'm in a draft and he's available. Now, I'm not going to play his season-long props just because I think those numbers are way inflated. Injuries do happen. Even last year, I mean, he had a shot to break pretty much every single record, and they still sat him that final week because the Eagles already had everything locked up. So I don't know that I want to play inflated season-long props, but no, man, if he's there, I'm drafting him, and I got my fingers crossed that the Madden curse somehow avoids him because it is a real thing. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, uh-oh. Time to bet the Cowboys to win the division, jokingly, because I do still think people are sleeping on Dallas a little bit, man, and I've never said that. But, yeah, I saw that, and it did worry me a little bit.
Yeah, you and I have already broken down the NFC East this season. And by the way, if you miss any of those episodes, you can always go back and listen to them on the BetMGM Tonight podcast. Subscribe, download, like, wherever you get your podcast, the BetMGM podcast. But yeah, I'm in concert with you when it comes to Dallas Cowboys. I think they're going to be better than advertised. I think Dak Prescott is going to have a stellar year. Now he's got George Pickens in tow to go along with one of the best wide receivers in the NFL there in CeeDee Lamb. And that defense could be subpar. And that could only boost the potential for the overall numbers that Dak Prescott could post here this upcoming fall. And you and I also believe that the Commanders could take a slight step backwards. I'm not saying they're going to miss the playoffs, but I believe they're going to finish third in this division. I still think Philadelphia is going to be the bee's knees. I don't believe in King Tut's curse. I don't believe in the Hope Diamond curse, the Mummy's curse, whatever you want to apply to it. I think Saquon is still going to be incredible. I still have an RB2. I don't give a damn if he's on the cover of the Madden video game. I will still draft him with supreme confidence. Why? Because he's got one of the best offensive lines in the NFL, and he's a literal do-it-all running back who's going to have ample opportunity share, which will lead to substantial overall volume. So pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance, dance. Keep investing at Saquon. Who cares if he is the athlete gracing the Madden video game cover this season? All right, with that put to bed, let's get after with our cards this evening. These are our top 3 plays of the night. Numero uno on yours, mi amigo. What do you have?
All right, I was surprised to see this one when I dove in today at BetMGM because it was even money, plus 100. Now it's back to minus 110, which makes more sense. I'm not going to lie. This weekend, I was all in on Dave Matthews Band in the Chicago Cubs, baby. And Brett, I don't know if you saw this, man. Tuesday, June 17th, you got to go to the game or you got to find somebody to get up there. They got the U of I hat. It's Illinois Day. Oh, my God, is that thing. I just saw it in the email. I need this. I need this hat if anybody can get me one. That said, though, I hate to do this when we're talking about the Cubs especially. I got to play the Brewers here. Earlier today, they were even money against the Reds. Now they're minus 110. On Thursday, I was a little worried about the Reds, man. I said they're heating up in the division, but the Brewers are now one of the scarier teams in baseball. They swept the Red Sox. I know they're having some issues right now, and they took the series from the Phillies in recent weeks. Their winning streak, I believe, is at 7 games. And during this streak, all of a sudden, their offense is on fire. They're averaging nearly 7 runs per game. And I just don't understand how Savali was the favorite here. His last 2 starts came against the Red Sox and Pirates, but he lost both of them. And I'm sorry, Brady Singer has actually struggled. Savali's been pretty good. He won his last 2 starts. Singer, short sample size against the Brewers, but he struggled a little bit. And in the month of May, he had 11 walks to just 13 strikeouts and had a 6.39 ERA. So I'll take the Brewers even at minus 110 right now. Liked it a little bit better at even money, but they're hot right now. So I think that they win this game.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent call. You're going to hear more about that game here momentarily. Numero uno on my card. And maybe it's the Malort talking, but I'm going to bet on a Chicago White Sox. Yes, a White Sox member, Jonathan Cannon. Give me the over on his strikeout prop tonight against Detroit. That number sitting at 4.5, and it's plus money, plus 105 there at BetMGM. Why do I like Cannon on the over 4.5 Ks? Well, it's very simple. Over the last 2 weeks, Detroit has the highest strikeout rate of any team in Major League Baseball. Over that span, they have punched out at 27.7% of their plate appearances. Now, Cannon faced them earlier this season, back on April the 4th, only had 3 strikeouts in the game, but only went 3 2/3 innings. He has been lights out. Guy is really finding and hitting the mitt in the right spots. He has greatly reduced his walks rate, so the location's improved. He is cashing the over on 4.5 Ks in 5 of his last 9 games, and the swinging strike percentage is starting to steadily climb, and I think it will only continue to do so tonight against the free-swinging Detroit Tigers. So give me the over! Jonathan Cannon, hopefully he's going to be packing that bazooka on 4.5 Ks at a plus 105 juice against the Tigers. Numero dos on your card, mi amigo. What else do you have?
Yeah, let's stick with that game, actually. I was tempted to go run line with the Tigers, man, but instead I'm going to play the under at 8.5. Flaherty's making his 12th start of the season. He's 3-6, but they've won 2 of his last 3 starts, and all we worry about is him not giving up a ton of runs. His ERA is 3.94, 72-19 strikeout to walk ratio. On his last start, he went 6 scoreless, so I think he's only going to continue to get better. I think with Jack Flaherty, especially at 29 years old, looking for one more big deal, I think he's going to have some positive regression this season. Cannon, like you said, making his 10th start of the season. The record's not great, but the problem is there as he pitches for the White Sox. But I like the under at 8.5 more than I like Detroit tonight.
All right, numero dos on my card. As I mentioned, let's go back to Brewers and Reds. I'm going to play this as the same game parlay at BetMGM. Give me Brady Singer, 2 or more walks. And then give me the Reds as well, plus 2.5 on the run line. So a little negative correlation there. I'm trying to trick the books to get the plus money. Achieved at plus 102 there. Again, at the Lions Roar. If you look at the last time Singer faced Milwaukee, it was back on April the 5th. He only had 1 walk in that game, an 11-7 win, by the way, for the Cincinnati Reds. He has gone over the 1.5 walks in 7 of 11 starts this season, 3.53 walks per 9 mark. That's rather paltry. And 26.2 call plus swinging strike percentage as well. So he's not missing a whole lot of bats and piling up those Ks. And you look at the Brew Crew, they've been ultra patient at the dish. Over the last couple of weeks, the 5th highest base on balls percentage in baseball, or that free pass on 9.6% of their plate appearances. Savale has been pretty good. I agree, but I think the Reds will be able to keep this within sniffing distance, plus a 2.5. They are 3-1 against the plus 2.5 run line ATS on the season against Milwaukee. So to recap, Brady Singer, 2+ base on balls, and the Reds +2.5 on the run line, +102 there at BetMGM. Numero tres on your card. Horvat, bring us home.
All right, I'm going to fade the Red Sox. I don't advise anybody join me to do so because I'm going to take the Angels, who haven't been much better at the dish. They're 26 among all Major League Baseball lineups in WRC plus since May 24th. They have a brutal 28.5% strikeout rate, but we had a free bet after the weekend because we got crushed betting the Knicks. And so we're going to bet the Angels because Mike Trout is back. He's played a couple games since coming back from his injury, but we got Tyler Anderson on the mound. We'll fade Boston. Crushing blow to me, man, is I had that great number, 125-1 on Bregman to lead the league in doubles. He had, I believe, 17, gets himself hurt. The Red Sox are all beat up right now, so I'll take a shot here with the Angels at plus money, +125.
I like that call right there. Numero tres on my card, though. I'm kind of going to go against you, so I lied. I really like that. Give me the Angels, Tyler Anderson, and I'm going to take the land down under on 16.5 outs at a -105 juice. So light juice on that one. Taking on the Boston Red Sox, as Horvat already mentioned. I look at Tyler Anderson, and Homie's been great. 2.34 ERA and 34 2/3 innings pitched. But on the road, that balloons to 4.78 over 26 1/3 innings pitched. He has been under 16.5 outs in 4 of those last 5 road starts. And a guy with also a sky-high walks for 9, which really elevates a pitch count. 3.54 in that category. I know Boston only number 22 WRC plus the last couple of weeks, but decent 16 and 14 there at Fenway. And the last time Anderson faced him, only went 4 1/3. That was back in mid-April. So put it all together, Tyler Anderson under 16.5 outs. My last play on the card tonight at a -105 juice. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Parlay Pete's got to drop on by, get his action on the board. We're going to say hello to our little friend Rule. The shoulders get seduced by the juice and working some bonus time bets. Don't you go anywhere, fools. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Now, Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath bring out their sledgehammers on BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house as well on this Manic Monday edition of the program. We're going to get some more bets on the board. Yes, here momentarily. Parlay Pete's going to drop on by. He's getting slobber knocking at the bar per usual. But he does have a wager in Major League Baseball. All parlays all the time. We're going to get that to you here momentarily. We're going to say hello to our little friend, the Sledgehammer Special. We'll roll the shoulders, get seduced by the juice, and working some bonus time wagers as well. On top of that, we want to hear from you, the 2.02 average viewers and listeners of this fine program. If you got any hot fantasy football takes, maybe you got some hot sports betting takes as well. We're all ears. Maybe you got some questions and you want our opinion on various matters. An easy way to contact Horvath and I on this show. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking this: among New York Jets, Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PBR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at QB 19, Breece Hall at RB 12, Garrett Wilson at WR16, or rookie Mason Taylor at TE 29. Over 260 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep the votes coming and bring the noise. Drop us a comment on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Speaking of the king of sportsbooks, let me tell you about the sweet promo going down at BetMGM. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if you wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGP. So opt in right now on the Any Sport Parlay Boost token only at the king of sportsbooks. That, of course, is BetMGM. Speaking of a guy who loves parlays, let me call him away from the bar. Pardon me for a second. Hey, you jackass with the sword, get over here. Yeah, shiver me timbers. I'm here to make some booty. Yeah, Parlay Pete is back in the house after a week off. Of course, he's been spinning at the bar every single day. He is locked and loaded on this same game parlay night on the left coast, which is indeed the best coast in the matchup between a pair of Golden State teams, that the San Francisco Giants, and the other opponent being the San Diego Padres. Leg numero uno. Parlay P, it's going to roll Logan Webb over 4.5 strikeouts, and leg numero dos, Luis Ariz over a half a single, and that's it. So that simple two-legger, I will reserve the juice. Let me give you the reasons straight from the bony hand of one Parlay Pete. Again, going back to leg numero uno on Logan Webb over 4.5 strikeouts. He already did this early this season against San Diego. 5 innings pitched back on April 29th. Punched out a half dozen. That's 6 for you remedial minds that are out there. He has gone over 4.5 Ks in 10 of 11 games of this season. Outstanding and really kind of uncharacteristic. 10.31 K per nine. He's on pace for a career high in that category with a 31.6% call plus swinging strike percentage. Again, off the charts for Webb, who's been really spinning it, to say the least. He's been leaning more on the slider this season. He'll go along with his plus sinker. The changeup and the fastball, so really deceiving hitters. As a result, San Diego only number 24 and strikeout rate over the last couple of weeks, punching out at 19.3% of their plate appearances. But Logan Webb, again, he's done this in all but one start this season. Partly people believes he is going to strike out at least 5, that is 5 batters of the Friars. And leg numero dos, so go with the Friar. And a guy that is one of the hitting sensations in the league, 2-time batting champion, and Luis Ariz over a half a single. Hopefully he's going to split a gap and stop at first base. Arise has gotten a single in 4 of his last 5 games. In fact, 42 of his 59 hits this season have been of the one-base variety. And here's really the clincher. Against Logan Webb in his career, he is 8 of 13. Outlandish success rate. All 8 hits, all of the first base variety. So put all together, Logan Webb, a 4.5 on the over strikeouts, and Luis Arise over a half a single. That same game parlay at BetMGM, a cool plus 126. Yeah, shiver me timbers there at BetMGM. By the way, parlay Pete up 7.13 units lifetime, and his parlay plays right here every night on BetMGM tonight. All right, it's time to pivot, and say hello to our little friend, Ryan Horvat. What is the phrase that pays?
Daddy wants, daddy needs, daddy's got to have it. Give me the sledgehammer, Brando.
Ooh, yeah.
There it is, boys. There it is, girls. 81 days, 17 hours, 33 minutes, and 5 seconds until week 0 of the college football season, August 23rd, 2025. And when you think college football, I know what you're thinking at home. Chicago's Big Ten team. Not Illinois. Yeah. They're winning double-digit games.
No!
Yeah, they're winning double-digit games. They got the college football playoff to think about, man. They're going to be last year's Indiana team. But I think the market's sleeping a little bit on Northwestern, believe it or not, at 3.5, minus 135 to the over. Don't love the price. Shop around. But they bring in Preston Stone, who I actually liked at SMU. The reason he lost his job is because they have Jennings, who's an absolute stud, and they had really shaky offensive line play, and Jennings is a dual-threat quarterback. Stone's more of your classic drop-back quarterback, but he did throw for over 4,000 yards and 41 touchdowns at SMU. And his full season as a starter, threw for nearly 2,000 on passes that traveled 20 or more yards through the air. That was 3rd in the country, only behind Drake May and Jaden Daniels that season. So he's going to look to push the ball down the field. Northwestern offensively can't get any worse. They always have a decent run game. And defensively, they bring back 62% of their production, which is top 40 in the country. They were pretty good against the run. Their issue last year was their secondary. But what I like what they bring in here. They bring in Fred Davis, who started last year at Jacksonville State. And then they also bring in Dylan Tatum, who's a former 4-star that was at Michigan State. So I think they win 4 games, man. So I'm going to go over 3.5 on Northwestern, actually, over at BetMGM for the sledgehammer.
Well, talking about clacking, rolling the dice. 3.5 wins. Got me a bit of a stretch for the Wildcats this season. By the way, Chicago's Big Ten team, the dumbest slogan of any team in these United States of America. ILL. That's all I got to say. We're going to make the college football playoff this year. All right. I'm going to go with the diamond for my sledgehammer. So daddy want, daddy need, daddy gotta have it. Let's go. Ooh, yes, sir. Let's go to the series market. I say the Toronto Blue Jays win the series against the struggling Philadelphia Phillies at a minus 105 juice. The Phillies have lost like 8 of the last 9 games. So right now, front seat passengers on that struggle bus. And you look at the matchups. The game 1, they could ultimately lose because Zach Wheeler, who is my pick to win NL Cy Young, was going to be toeing the rubber for the Phillies going against Bowden Francis. So that's a bit of a mismatch. But after that, Jose Barrios against Christopher Sanchez. Abel, the rookie, who was really good in his first start for Philadelphia, going against Grizz, the Basset Hound, who has certainly been earning his sausages this season. Toronto, a team that's been top 15 WRC plus over the last couple of weeks. Philadelphia has been in the bottom 10 in that category. Toronto, they were at home playing pretty good baseball. And again, Philadelphia is just slumping massively right now. So for the Blue Jays to take that 3-game series, I think the odds are definitely on their side. And you're getting a lighter juice right now at a minus 105. So I'm going to back Vladdy Daddy, Bo Bichette, and company. And hopefully he'll get the job done, though they, again, could lose game 1 because in Zach Wheeler, I certainly trust. All right, we got to shift gears and get some plus money on the board. It's time to whoa the shoulders, my man, and get seduced by the juice. Thank you, bartender, for the hand support. Daddy certainly has needed that elixir. And hopefully I'm going to get a sizable win as well at plus money. And once again, Horvat, you're going back to a college football future. What is it?
Oh, yeah. I bet these like crazy before the Phil Steele magazine and all the other publications come out here in the next 8 days. So here is a twofer, as we call it in the biz. Let's go Clemson to win the ACC, plus 120. Let's also take a shot on Clemson to win the Natty this year, 16-1. If you can't beat them, you join them. And that's what Dabo learned. The guy that once said this program is built on God's name, image, and likeness is now dipping into the transfer portal like every coach should be. And they brought in some big names, man. Will Helt's going to come in. Really solid edge rusher. Was at Purdue. Sorry, Mario, but nobody knows him because he spent time at Purdue. Had 68 total tackles, 11 tackles for loss, 5 total sacks, and a fumble recovery. And what I love is Cade Klubnik, man. Last year, finally lived up to the hype as a 5-star, 4-star. And they finally, at Clemson, are recruiting and going into the portal and getting wide receivers that could create separation. That's been their issue. They've had really good running backs, Will Shipley, Phil Maffa, who did get beat up last year. But the problem has been the wide receiver position. Now, finally, they got some guys, man. So I'm really excited for Clemson. The ACC, again, I don't think it's going to be very tough this year. So I like them to win the ACC, definitely at plus 120. But I think they're going to make a run again this year, and I really like that 16-1 price for them to win it all this year.
Oh, I think it's an excellent call. I'm going to go back to the series that you and I already talked about. By the way, on a live dive right now, the Reds at the end of the first inning, they're up 2-0. And the other note I want to throw out there, your Angels are up 6-0 right now on the Boston Red Sox after the first inning. So, yeah, way to go, buddy. Great call on that one. Hopefully, Tyler Anderson won't suck, although I kind of hope he does and doesn't last to cash the over on the 16.5 outs. I'm on that under. Anyway, I think the Brewers are still going to win this series against a big red machine on the road along the banks of the Ohio at plus 125. They may lose this game tonight, but Brady Singer's been a bit of a misadventure, to say the least. So it's far from over, even though they're down a slight deficit there, 2-0 at the end of one against Aaron Savali. But game two is going to be a dandy. Freddie Peralta taking on Hunter Green. Really going to pile up the K's there. Hopefully we'll get the good road version. Bit of a roller coaster ride there at Peralta this season. We don't know who's going to start from Milwaukee in game three. We do know that Andrew Abbott is going to get the ball, really blanked the Cubs the other day brilliantly there at Wrigley Field. And yes, the Reds, only number 21 in WRC plus last couple of weeks, but the Brewers at number 6 in that category. So put it all together, I think the Brewers will win 2 out of 3 in this series. So give me Milwaukee, the good land, as Alice Cooper said in Wayne's World. They will take that series against the Reds plus 125 if they do. Oh, guess what? It's bonus time! Whether in Major League Baseball, maybe another college football future, maybe look at the NFL, the WNBA, the NBA Finals, the Stanley Cup Finals, whatever pick. It is your poison, my man, but hopefully it will not be a sad ending to your wallet. What else do you like? Just give me another bet and anything that you desire, my friend. What do you have?
Yeah, after our 5-year streak, our Heisman streak got snapped last year with Travis Hunter, unfortunately. We're getting one this year, though, so we're going to add to the bucket of Heisman bets. So far, Lenora Sellers, 18-1. Jeremiah Love, homer play, 50-1. And Ty Simpson, 66-1 is what I bet. We talked about this with PJ when he filled in last week. He's obviously a big Alabama fan. Half of his boys, he says, are all in on Ty Simpson. Some of them want to throw Kalen DeBoer out the door already. I think Bama's going to be really good this year. Hot take. I think they go back to winning double-digit games. I'm not the biggest Milroe fan. We'll see what he is at the next level, man, but I don't think he was the right fit for the Kalen DeBoer offense. Ty Simpson, former 4-star man, 6'2", everything I'm hearing, he can make all the throws. And they have Ryan Grubb coming back to call plays, or repairing him, I should say, with Kalen DeBoer. So 66-1 on an Alabama quarterback, if you think they're going to win double-digit games, is insane. So I had to grab that immediately, man. And it's still available right now at BetMGM.
I might have to tell you on that little sprinkle, if you will. 66-1, insane in the membrane, insane in the brain. Pete Crow Armstrong. Remember I was saying at 50-1 it was worth a bet? Then I doubled down and said at 40-1, also worth a bet. You can go back and listen to previous episodes. It's about a month ago here on BetMGM tonight. I was only half joking, and I actually did sprinkle a little action on it. Well, for him to win the NL MVP, in that market. It again has cascaded from 50-1 to 40-1 now to 10-1, and I think it's only going to further shrink. He is number 2 right now in WAR. He is tied with Jeremy Pena at number 1 in the National League in that category. Where's Shohei Ohtani? Number 6. Where is Fernando Tatis? Both those guys ahead of him in the odds market at number 10. He's the best defensive center fielder in the major leagues. I saw it firsthand at Wrigley Field on Saturday with a clutch diving catch in the top of the 9th inning to ice it against the Reds, and he's on pace for 40 home runs, 138 RBI, 124 runs, and 51 stolen bases. PCA MVP 10-1. My final bet I'm making tonight in this segment. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. We come back. Our good buddy Jared Smith, the tightest beard in the game, is going to be joining us. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Norman in the house as well here on this Manic Monday edition of the show. Our good buddy Jared Smith is going to be joining us here momentarily. But a friendly reminder before we bring Jared on, if you want to talk some fantasy football or sports betting with us, you absolutely can. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PBR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at RB 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or rookie Mason Taylor at tight end 29. So far, over 280 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Key the votes a comment and drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on in the show, so bring the noise. At BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X, at BetMGM Tonight. Quick scoreboard update. I got my eyes peeled right now on a game that nobody would remotely watch, and I even like the players' moms, and that is Miami and Colorado. But all we do is fade the pebbles because they constantly get pulverized. Now, they got up 1-0 in this game to Colorado on the road against Miami. Remember, they're 9-50 this season. They are an historic pace for being just miserably, terribly, god-awful bad. But they're starting to crawl back to make this thing competitive. The Marlins did get 4 on the board after 2 innings. They were up 4-1, but just gave back a couple of runs at Max Meyer. So it's now 4-3 Miami over Colorado in the bottom of the 4th inning, but there's already a man on first base and nobody out for the Marlins. So your boys got a little action on the Marlins on the run line, -1.5 at +110. So hopefully that will still come through in the end. We'll keep you up to date there. Any other action in Major League Baseball as well. But right now, we got to bring on the tightest beard in the sports betting game. Also, man, that's finally chiseled. He's rocking a 6-pack of abs right now, and God bless him for that. The one, the only, the handsome Jared Smith from Viva Las Vegas, a host on Fox Sports Radio and right here on the BetMGM Network. And a man that you got to follow, one of the best betting analysts in the biz, at Jared Smith Bets on X. Again, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, welcome back, my friend, to BetMGM Tonight. Straight out of the game for me, we got to talk about the NBA Finals. They are set with an unexpected matchup between Indiana and Oklahoma City. Give us your favorite series bet for the Larry O'Brien this year. And also on top of that, give us a pick for Finals MVP. What do you like?
Yeah, it's great to be back. I appreciate the warm welcome as always. This is probably from a betting standpoint, and I think from a rating standpoint, probably not going to be a very sexy NBA Finals. I think the basketball is going to be pretty good though. Like I'm honestly excited to see SGA and just what level of basketball he brings to the finals, because obviously there was a little bit of pushback on him winning the MVP. Everyone thinks Jokic is the best player. I think he silenced a lot of those critics during what has been an elite finals run. It's not a really intriguing series wager just to bet the side or even the number of games, because I think all of us expect it to be an OKC win in a relatively short time span. However, we've discussed this before. Some of the player futures markets in the NBA Finals, for example, SGA to average 8 assists per game is +150. I think that is a very intriguing bet, right? Instead of betting SGA to win the Finals MVP, which is juiced to high heaven, you can look at it from a unique perspective, because I do think both of those markets, not only to win the series itself, but also SGA winning the MVP. Like, I just don't think it's a very attractive wager at this point. You want to zig when everyone else is zagging and say Jalen Williams maybe steals the MVP from SGA's nose. You can make that argument to me, but I think this is SGA or bust. So I would say I did bet the Thunder in game 1, actually. I did lay 9 with OKC on Thursday night. And I kind of like that SGA to average 8 assists per game in the series, a plus 150. Again, if you think he's going to be the MVP, I think he's going to be a distributor as well as a scorer. And that was the one of all of those prop futures bets for the series. That was the one that caught my eye.
Love it.
Jared, I keep going back to these win totals, man. Talking a little football, making the switch here. And I know the Patriots, according to some, have the third easiest strength of schedule coming up this season. I know it's Mike Vrabel's first year. They spent a ton of money in free agency, and a lot of people are in love with Drake May. But I keep going back to that win total, 8.5 minus 115. You could get a 7.5 right now at BetMGM, severely, juice minus 145. What are your thoughts on New England coming into the season, man? We got Stephon Diggs, wide receiver number 1, partying on a boat with Cardi B. That doesn't bother me at all. I just feel like, man, winning 5 games to 9 is a huge jump, and I don't know that I'm there yet, even in a weak division with a weak schedule with this Pats team.
I'm with you, Ryan. I honestly, I think when you look at the NFL, it's less about the schedule and more about what you're asking the team to do relative to what they did last year, which is a big jump. You know what it actually reminds me of? Not quite apples to apples because you don't have a rookie quarterback like you did with Caleb Williams, but it's very similar to what we saw with the Bears last year. They draft Caleb 1. There's all this excitement around the team. They're basically a trash heap the year prior, and then they're expected to be a playoff team the next year. That was a big jump for them last year. Obviously fell short of that. New England, they are favored in 11 games. So I think it's fair to say that they can go over their win total. But again, you're asking a lot of things to come together very quickly. And I think that's where I would be hesitant. The other thing that makes me hesitant, everybody thinks New England is going to be good. And that also, again, there's no data that says, well, just because the public likes something, that means it's going to be on the other side. But it makes me a little bit hesitant. So I'm not running to the window to bet an over on New England. I do think there are better bets, especially at this time when we're still very early on. You never know. Something could happen. Drake May could get hurt. That number could drop, and then you might have the buying opportunity on the Patriots. Right now, it seems like you're paying a premium. You're buying the top of the Pats market.
Great point, man, because it's June, right? So if you're going to tie up your money for 8-9 months, you want to fire off on prices, numbers that you don't think are going to be available. Like if you believe that the Pittsburgh Steelers are going to have Aaron Rodgers as their starting quarterback, maybe you want those prices now where we talked about, you're getting the Mason Rudolph prices. All right, you kind of teased it up, man, during the commercial when we were talking off the air, that there's a Coach of the Year bet that Brad and I possibly just haven't even thought of ourselves. So now I'm intrigued. I was going to ask you about individual awards when you start diving in. Give us your Coach of the Year look now, though, because I'm intrigued.
Yeah, forget about the small talk, right? You're just going to buy me the drink and ask me out on the date. None of the small talk or anything like that, Ryan. All right, so I will say this. I did read your question earlier. I think this is around the time when betting the futures market becomes more attractive to me because I think we have enough information. The schedule really is the last piece of the puzzle before I feel comfortable that I'm at least getting the full picture. Obviously, there are still variables that we're not going to know until August, September, when we see preseason and kind of see things go through. But I think right now is kind of the sweet spot that you're starting to enter. Have you considered Shane Steichen yet for Coach of the Year?
Oh,
have any of you considered that yet?
No,
I have not.
Well, I think there's 2 reasons why. First of all is obviously just the way that the Coach of the Year market is kind of graded. He fits all the boxes, right? If you go back to 1989, which is as far back as I could find preseason win totals, the average regular season win total for a Coach of the Year winner is about 7.5. What does that tell me? You're not going to get a Coach of the Year on a team like the Lions or a team like the Eagles or the Chiefs that the expectations are so high, there's nothing to exceed. It's going to be a team just like last year, the Minnesota Vikings, with a win total of 6.5 that wins 14 games. Now, that was an extreme case. They went way over their win total, but Indy's win total sitting at 7.5. They missed the playoffs last year. And actually, in Steichen's first year, when they were an inch short of beating the Texans in the final week of the year, making the playoffs, he was a candidate to win the award that year. So you get, obviously, he checks the boxes. They're a team that has a kind of shaky quarterback situation, just like the Vikings did last year, just like the Giants did with Brian Dable 2 years ago when he won it. And the win total is sitting at a very modest 7.5. But I think the thing that sets this apart for me of other bets, right? This is a market that is determined by the media. And I think there is going to be a sympathy vote for what happened with Jim Irsay. And I know that's very morbid, but at the end of the day, the human element is involved here. And if Shane Steichen can take Anthony Richardson or, God forbid, Daniel Jones and turn the Colts into a playoff team. And then additionally, you have the narrative of the owner just died and all of this, I would say, sympathy coming towards the franchise. I think that's something that can push Steichen over the edge. So I mean, I'm not very bullish on Anthony Richardson or Daniel Jones, but if Steichen can figure out the right buttons to push, I think he is a prime candidate to win this award.
You're certainly selling me there. We're talking to Jared Smith, host on Fox Sports Radio, right here on the BetMGM Network. Follow him on X, would you kindly, at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, I made the argument once again for PCA, Pete Crow Armstrong, take home NL MVP honors. Now the number's at 10-1. I loved it when I bet on it at 50-1. Loved it even more when I recommended a second time at 40-1. I know Aaron Judge is practically the L word to take home the AL MVP. But what do you think about PCA? Am I nuts to be recommending him? Can he chase and take down Shohei Ohtani and also Fernando Tatis Jr.?
I don't think you're nuts. I think this is what we do in Kentucky Derbies. We try to unseat the favorite. That's the only time we're finding value. I think at 10-1, I'm not interested. 40-1, I'd be interested. My issue is I did this with Soto earlier, and I did it with Acuna too when he first came back. I feel like we're trying to chase the anti-Ohtani narrative because there's just nobody wants to lay it with Ohtani. But my fear is we're going to get to September, and then all of a sudden he's going to start pitching, and it's going to be like we're just chasing this, this Mustang running through the open plate. Like there's just nothing we can do to chase this guy down. Aaron Judge is already far gone. Like forget it. Like that ship has sailed. It has gone to the other side of the ocean. I think there is maybe a little bit of value on somebody outside of Ohtani. I just fear at the end of the day it's going to be Shohei's award.
All right, Jared, we only got like 30 seconds left. Quickly, Yurfie Nerfy, you're the daddy. Do you have a pick on the late night tip tonight?
Padres Giants. Logan Webb's on the mound, and I hope he gets us through in an outdoor environment in San Francisco.
Oh, I love it. A great call there. Outstanding stuff from Jared Smith, host on Fox Sports Radio right here on the BetMGM Network. Again, follow him on X at Jared Smith Bets. Jared, we're up against it. We love it. We'll talk to you soon. We got to exit stage left. We come back. Keith Smith's going to be joining us to talk the NBA Finals. Don't go anywhere. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let the chaos commence.
We are the betting show.
There is no other show on the planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's good! It's good!
Oh,
it is good!
No way!
It's good! Holy God! It is good!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to BetMGM tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to be talking to Keith Smith about the NBA Finals here momentarily. But before we bring on Keith, a friendly reminder, if you want to talk the NBA with us, if you want to talk some fantasy football, maybe we'll talk about the Stanley Cup Finals, or the action going down on the diamond right now. The Rockies are winning, America! Gather as many, imperishable goods as you possibly can, because hell is freezing over. The world is about to end. They're on 5-4, top of the fifth inning. Though plenty of time on the road against the Miami Marlins. We'll keep you up to date on that. But if you want to talk to us about any of those sports, or maybe a little fake pigskin in the fantasy football world, all you got to do to contact Ryan Horvat and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at running back 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or rookie Mason Taylor at tight end 29. Over 285 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and fire off your comments. You can bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and talk to Keith Smith, contributor to Sports Track, and also a co-host of Front Office Show. Make sure you follow him on X as well at Keith Smith NBA. Again, on X at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Let's go in and dive right in, my man. The finals are set. And some feel it's rather unexpected, with OKC taking in the surprising Sirs of Indiana. What was your playoff finals matchup prediction? Just curious about that, and how shocked you really are these two teams are meeting for Larry O'Brien. Also, give us a percentage chance Indiana can spring the series upset. Right now, the Fighting Rick Smiths are plus 500, extraordinary odds to win the Larry O'Brien Trophy. So give us your general thoughts on this series and the percentage chance that Indiana can actually hoist the hardware in the end.
Playoff picks were close to my preseason, which was Celtics over Thunder. I thought Boston was going to repeat before things went sideways for them against the New York Knicks. And then in this series, I think pretty big surprise that the Pacers are here. No surprise at all with the Thunder. I thought they were going to get through, as I think did most in the West. But then with the Pacers, the first round, sure, no issue with them beating the Bucks. Most had the Cavs dispatching the Pacers in the second round. I called the East Finals a toss-up. I picked the Knicks because I didn't really know who I thought was really going to win. I was like, all right, I'll just go Knicks in 7 at home. So the Pacers taking care of business is huge. And now I think they're getting underrated against the Thunder. I think, whether it be the analysis, the pundits that are picking, I know some of the betting lines are heavily favoring the Thunder. I think the Pacers have a decent chance. I'd say if I'm putting percentages on it, somewhere around 30, 33%, a chance to win. I think it's going to be a long competitive series.
Keith, I'm excited for the NBA Finals. I want to get back to that in about, a couple minutes here. But, if you're a fan of the 28 other teams, you don't care about the NBA Finals. Maybe for some betting purposes, but you want the offseason to get here because we think this might be one of the crazier off seasons we've seen, and that's saying something in the NBA. Kevin Durant, Giannis, Toronto, what are you hearing about that situation? Is that something that you think is possible? Where do you think those guys end up, man?
Yeah, we're going to see. Toronto is, by all accounts, ready to push things forward. They do not want to be stuck in a long rebuilding phase. They feel like they've got the guys in place now to do some stuff. They've got some tradable contracts that they're sitting on, and they are looking to upgrade in a big way. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Masai Ujiri, there's a pre-existing relationship there. Those two guys go way back and have done a lot of work on the international scene together, so it wouldn't be a surprise at all. And Ujiri is not someone who has shied away. When they traded for Kawhi Leonard, it was done with Kawhi basically saying, hey, there's no guarantee I'm going to stay here after the 1 year. And they raised the banner and he left. And I think the Raptors are like, yep, good enough for us. Let's see. So I think there could be something there with Kevin Durant. We'll see what happens. That one's a little harder because he's only got 1 year left under his contract. He's obviously a lot older. You have injury concerns. But there are definitely teams that are basically looking at things and saying, you know what, we're maybe a Kevin Durant away. And one of the teams to watch there is Minnesota. They were heavily engaged on Durant during the season at the trade deadline. But because of how expensive he is and the fact that the Suns and the Timberwolves are both second apron teams, it was just going to be too hard to pull off. But we've seen it time and time again in the NBA where teams get close at the trade deadline. Then what they do is they kind of regroup, get back with each other, and make it happen when we get into the offseason.
I'm Jack, man, just because I think a lot of teams are going to look at this Boston situation with the Tatum injury and maybe think, hey, we could go for it now in the East. So I'm excited. Also excited, obviously, for the NBA Finals. Not a lot of people, like you said, Keith, saw the Pacers making this run. We all know about, obviously, SGA, the MVP of the league, and Tyrese Halliburton. Who are some other guys you think might play a big role in this series to help decide the winner? Who are your X factors, I guess, would be the question of the 2025 NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think on the Pacers side, they're going to need Andrew Nembhard to be big time for them. They need him to really be good defensively. He's probably going to get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander quite a bit, and they're going to need him to be just as good against him as he was against Jalen Brunson at times in the Knicks series. And then on the Thunder side, I think Chet Holmgren has a chance. He's not that he's not a good player, and he always is a good player, but he was kind of a little bit out of the limelight in the last couple of series at times for the Thunder because there was so much about SGA, and then you had Jalen Williams doing his thing, and Alex Caruso is getting a lot of publicity, especially for his work on the defensive end. But I think Holmgren's got a chance to have a pretty big series here. I think the Thunder are going to go small quite a bit to kind of combat the Pacers' speed, and in those lineups, that's where Holmgren needs to be really good when he's in those single big lineups.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're talking to Keith Smith, contributor to Spoon Track, co-host of Front Office Show. And make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Keith Smith NBA. Again, on X, at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, I'm personally writing value in signing with Tyrese Halliburton to win a Finals MVP at plus 700. SGA, a.k.a. the free throw merchant, is the heavy favorite to take home the coveted award and honor, currently at minus odds there at BetMGM. Who's your pick to win MVP in this NBA Finals? Do you think OKC is going to take care of business? If you do, you got to bet on Shai Gilgeous despite the heavy juice. You got to look outside the box. And if you're back in Indiana, do you feel that Halliburton is an extraordinary value at 7-1?
Yeah, my pick is Thunder in 6, and because of that, I am going to pick SGA to win MVP. I think he's the most likely player to win. If they're going to win, he's going to be a big part of driving the success towards that. But if Indiana wins, I would pick Tyrese Halliburton or Pascal Siakam. It'll be one of the two who I think get it done if the Pacers are able to pull off the upset. But I think it'll be the Thunder in 6, and I'm going with SGA.
All right, so you're going to say OKC in 6. That was going to be my bonus time question, so I'm going to throw this curveball at you instead. The Thunder are laying 9.5 in game 1. You got $100 worth of hole in your pocket. Are you going to roll with the Thunder and lay that heavy spread of -9.5 at home? Or are you going to go with the Sirs plus the 9.5 instead? What do you like?
Yeah, I would go with the Pacers to keep it close. I think they're going to surprise some people in this series, just with how competitive they are with the Thunder. So I would go with the Pacers just because I think they're going to be right there. I think the challenge for the Thunder is going to be, what does it look like? They've been off for a while, even longer than Indiana has. In these game 1s of the finals, if the prior series wrapped early, tend to be a little sloppy because the teams have been off, and I think that leads to a closer game, and that's why I would pick the Pacers to keep it close.
Yeah, maybe the under is a play there as well if you feel there's going to be turnover prone. It's a sky-high total of 230.5. Game 1 there between Thunder and also the Pacers of the NBA Finals. Outstanding stuff from our friend Keith Smith, contributor to Spotrac, also co-host of the Front Office Show. Foam on X, do it now at Keith Smith NBA. Get on X at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, enjoy the NBA Finals, and hey, man, the offseason right around the corner.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're almost there. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you, Keith. Appreciate the time. There he goes. Keith Smith saying Thunder in 6. Are you buying or selling, Horvey?
Yeah, Thunder in 6 sounds about right. Like when we talked about it last week, because we just kind of figured it was going to be Indiana and OKC. Even if we went to Game 7 in MSG, I would have bet the Pacers. I just thought that they were the better team, and Brunson was all beat up. I said the bet for me would be Thunder in 5, gentleman's sweep. Kind of changed my tune, though, man. I think Indiana could take a couple. I agree with Keith. I think they're getting disrespected. I think they win at least 2 games in this series. As good as OKC is defensively, they are going to give you some open looks. As long as, Indiana doesn't just forget how to shoot the basketball, which I don't see happening, man. That's what I love about this team. They're so efficient on the offensive end. They shoot 40% from 3, still around 50% from the field here in the playoffs. And if a guy's off, like if it's a night where Halliburton's only going to attempt 9 field goals, it could be Siakam. It could be Naismith or Nebhard, Miles Turner. So I think they steal 2. If I had to make a bet, I'd probably go Thunder in 6. But that said, these prices are outrageous, and I get it, right? They're trying to get you to back the dog because they've got enough OKC money. They're a huge liability. They were the best team in the regular season. They could have won 70 games if they really wanted to. So now they're trying to force you to bet some Indiana. But I might do it, man, like a crazy lunatic. I hate to even bring this up, but in the NBA playoffs, especially the last 6-7 years, how many injuries have we seen to star players? Kevin Durant in the NBA Finals. Granted, he only played a half. Right, we had the Kyrie Irving injury in the playoffs a couple of years ago in that series against Milwaukee where it looked like Brooklyn was in full control. So that would be the case that I would make for Indiana. And who knows? Maybe they beat this OKC team healthy. I don't think it happens. But let's say SGA goes down or he's hobbled. Then is Jalen Williams good enough to carry a team? Is Chet going to have the series that Keith said that maybe he thinks that he can and be that X factor? So I think the market's completely disrespecting Indiana. But, man, OKC is damn good. And I think that Game 1 price being 9.5 tells you everything that you need to know. And spoiler alert, I grabbed Indiana immediately at 9.5. That number's too high. I'd make it 7.
I think it's going to be a heck of a lot closer to even 7 points. I think it's going to be 5 points or less, to be frank. I think that number was definitely sky high. I was rather shocked that the market was disrespecting. And that's the thing about Indiana. They've been disrespected this entire playoff slate, and they just keep conquering everybody in their path, and they're doing it in convincing fashion. They've been so impressive, doing it in variable ways. They can play in a slog, and obviously they feel very comfortable at a brisk IndyCar pace, pun intended there. They're applying daggers and plunging them late in a game. See Tyrese Halliburton with a back iron through the rim to push that game in overtime and knocking off the Knicks. They just keep finding ways to win. And that's what I'm saying. I'm going to talk about this later when we get That's a little hoop scoops. I like the Pacers to take this series, frankly. I think they got a great shot at swinging the upset. The fact they're 5-1 plus 500 to win this series is absurd to me. So, everybody's stacking their greenbacks and their chips on OKC, but immediately writing off and overlooking and assuming that is going to be the case and, disrespecting the Sirs, I think is a fruitless proposition. I think that team is going to be highly competitive from beginning to end. By the way, the Miami Marlins are officially underdogs against Colorado Rockies. They're down 5-4. They're plus 105 on that money line. The Rockies bullpen were the worst in baseball. I'm playing at Horvat. I'm taking the Marlins. No stinking way. Colorado's going to win the game on the road. They've only won like 3 on the road all season long. Famous last words from me. We come back, more bets and better up right here on the show that always is bringing you all kinds of variable bets, whether the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NFL, college football. We'll even do some WNBA tomorrow. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat will be right back with more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Let's cash in on the diamond with Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
That's drilled right center field. Bush puts a charge into one. That's back, and it's gone! Into the bleachers in right center, Michael Bush. A two-run homer into the wind, and it's 4-0.
Exclamation point on the Cincinnati Reds in this series because of the Michael Bush homer and the key actions of one PCA. What a monster game on Sunday. Shout out to Marquis for that Bush call from Boog Shambi. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvath in the house as well on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to do another edition of Batter Up here momentarily. Get some more bets on the board in baseball. We got some late night action tonight. So if you're looking to get a sweat on, we're going to give you various options that we're digging in on, plus our crew to cash, our hot hit parlay of the night, and nearly 2-to-1 odds. Where the legs? Well, you got to stick around to find out. On top of that, if you want to talk to us about Major League Baseball betting, if you want to talk to us about fantasy football in the NFL, maybe the NBA playoffs with the final set, or the Stanley Cup playoffs, or anything else top of mind, all gaming related, all you got to do to contact Tori and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also reach out to us on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at running back 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or Mason Taylor, rookie, at tight end, and he is number tight end 29. There's ADP right now. Nearly 300 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise in democratic rights. Keep bringing your votes and bringing the noise. Drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little bit later on the show. Fire that off on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. All right, with that business put aside, it's time for another edition of Batter Up.
Shin on the diamond. Ryan Horvath and Brad Evans are swinging for profits. It's Batter Up on BetMGM tonight.
Yes, sirs. Let's get after it here. Here are your options. Of course, futures market always open for business. You can look ahead to some of the Tuesday games. Some of those lines already trickling out right now at BetMGM. Or you got 3 games yet to be played tonight: Padres, Giants, Twins, A's, Mets, and Dodgers. So, as always, a man with elite speed on the base pass. He is our PCA. Though PCA has been batting further down the order because he's just raking everywhere, whether the 4 spot, the 5 spot, 6 spot, sometimes the 3, doesn't really matter. But tonight, he's going to bat leadoff. That is, of course, Ryan Horvath. He's going to probably slap a base hit in the outfield, and he's going to steal some bags as well. So he is our guy, stepping to the plate first, taking some hacks at the dish. He is going to give his picks, going to give the reasoning behind it, and then he's going to drop a little baseball-ism at that point. That's going to be the signal to one Brandon working the board here on BetMGM tonight. Brandon's going to drop a famous baseball call or a movie reference, and that sounder will be my cue to pick up the baton and run with it. We'll go back and forth and work at as many bets as we can, and then apply the exclamation point with our crew to cash hot hit parlay of the night. So, Ryan, you're up first with your initial Batter Up.
All right, let's go with another future in the National League. We took a long shot with the Dodgers, of course, and that's still plus 140 for them to win the National League, which I, of course, do like. But I think the prices are a little bit off here, man. I think that if the Detroit Tigers had the opposite roster, right? Like if the Yankees and Tigers switch places, I think these prices would be different. Right now, the Yankees, and I know they made the World Series last year, they have the second best record right now in the American League, but they're plus 220 to win the pennant, and the Tigers are plus 325. The Tigers are the better team. I know it's the regular season, but they're not going anywhere. They're 6-4 in their last 10. And right now they're plus 325 to rep the AL. I just think it's the name, man. The Detroit Tigers, why they're not getting enough respect. I'm a big AJ Hinch guy. If I was the Chicago White Sox, that would have been the hire that I made a couple of years ago. But I love this team at the plate. Spencer Torkelson this year has 14 homers. He's only hitting 235, but he's getting on base, and he has a .510 slugging percentage and an .856 OPS. Riley Green's been really good. He's got 13 dingers. Kerry Carpenter's got 11. Kerry Carpenter, I can't speak English today, has 11 homers and 24 RBI. And I don't know where this came from, Javi Baez, man. He's hitting 273. He's got an on-base percentage of 306. His slugging percentage is 442. His OPS is 748. I don't know if that's sustainable. History says probably not. But they have the lineup, they have the manager, and they have Skubal, who's right now the best pitcher in the American League. So I'll take a shot here on the Tigers, plus 325. Right now, the best team in the American League to represent the AL in the World Series. I think that's a really good bet. Brando, fire me the heater.
That ball hit deep into left center field. Wise back, makes the catch.
What a play.
Wade Wise makes the catch. What a play by Wise. Mercy.
No, shout out to Hawk Harrelson. By the way, Tigers up 5-0. Kerry Carpenter, you mentioned him. He's got a 2-run home run tonight. They're playing the White Sox. The White Sox are playing better baseball, but the sucky version definitely showing up. And I'm looking at you, John the Cannon. All I need is one more strikeout to cash the over on 4.5 Ks if he can survive another inning. All right, let's go to the left coast, which indeed is the best coast. That's working a little two-leg parlay. We're going to start off with one of those Golden State matchups. I'm going to take the Giants on the money line for leg numero 2. Leg numero 2, give me Joe Ryan on the over 17.5 outs, taking on the A's there in the sack. That's plus 128 on both of those legs. Look at the Giants. Last couple of weeks, they're only number 28 in WRC+. San Diego not a whole lot better, though, at number 27 in that category, only one spot higher. But the Giants at home, 17-9 straight up. San Diego on the road, 13-14 this season. It's Logan Webb against, was it like Kolick? For San Diego, who got rocked at his last start. Webb has been money in the bank. He's an innings eater. The K/9 way up. I think he'll get enough run support, possibly get the W, but I think San Francisco ultimately will win the game. So I'm going to take them on the money line. And then look at Joe Ryan at 2.31 road ERA this season. He has gone over 17.5 outs in 5 of his last 6 starts. I know the A's are number 5 in WRC plus over the last couple of weeks, but the 1.86 ERA, the very low walks per 9 mark on the year, that 1.86 ERA in May for Joe Ryan, I think he'll last a full 6 innings. So 2-leg parlay, Giants money line, Joe Ryan over 17.5 outs against the A's, plus 128 there at BetMGM. Brando, let's book it out of the box.
The outfield is shallow, the infield is up. Finley today is 1 for 4. Franklin set, Wayne ready and deal, swung on, high fly ball to deep right field. Wherever it goes, the Dodgers have won, and it's a grand slam home run.
Love it. All right, let's go with the player prop here, actually. I am going to go against Logan Webb, which is always scary, but I don't want to bet against the Giants. If anything, I would bet the Giants, but they're minus 180 favorites. Don't really want to do that here on my Monday night. So instead, I'm going to look for a player prop, and I'm going to go with Jackson Merrill. I'm going to go with over 1.5 total bags, which is plus money. You could also go over 1.5 hits in the game, which is plus 150. You, of course, need 2 hits, but short sample size against Logan Webb. He's 5 for 7. He struck out once. That would give him a 7.14 average, and the guy's just an absolute stud. Doesn't matter who's on the mound. He's hitting .331 this season. He's got 5 homers, 22 RBI, and his OPS is 905. So let's target Jackson Merrill, Baltimore legend tonight for the Padres. Over 1.5 total bases, plus 115 is the price right now. Brando, let's go around the horn.
Or maybe not.
Again in the air, down the left field line. Reaching into the stands and couldn't get it. And he's livid with a fan.
That's awfully close to fan interference right there. The umpire's all over it.
Oh, yeah, fan interference still haunts my nightmares with the Cubs won a World Series in my lifetime. It's all that matters. Let's go with another Friar. Luis Ariz. You're going to hear that name again. I'm going to take the over 1.5 hits at San Francisco to plus 160 juice. Yeah, I'll roll the shoulders because I got seduced by the juice. A guy that's done this 8 times. Since May the 1st. Hasn't happened often, but a guy that has rocked Webb's world in his career. 8 for 13 lifetime. Actually, all 8 of those hits have been of the first base variety. He's batting 303 on the road this season, his rise. And on top of that, he's batting 392 lifetime against the Giants in 79 at-bats. So I think he's got a really good shot of collecting a pair of hits. Luis Ariz over 1.5 hits at plus 160. Awesome value. Hey, somebody buy me a hot dog.
And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here.
756. All right, let's go with my main man, Carlos Correa, to have an RBI tonight. Short sample size, 16 ABs against Luis Severino. He's 5 for 16, but he's got 4 RBI. Has also struck out 5 times, but a 313 batting average. You're nearly getting a 2-to-1 price. He's got 18 RBI this season. Correa does. He's only hitting 247 with 5 homers and a 677 OPS, but I like that price. And I do think we'll get some runs tonight in Minnesota and I almost said Oakland. Twins, A's, whatever the hell we call them these days. I kind of like the over, so I'm going to go with Carlos Correa instead to have an RBI at nearly a 2-to-1 price. Right now, plus 180 at BetMGM. Brando, give me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks.
And Schwarber sends one high and deep, way back, and this ball is long gone.
Mercy. What in the world?
Over the scoreboard on to Sheffield it goes. Schwarber.
Schwarbs! Oh, man, that's another fun, memorable moment, to say the least. All right, cherry on top of the Sunday for me. This is going to be famous last words. I'm going to fade Juan Soto. Give me the under on 1.5 on the HER, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HRR. In LA, taking on the Dodgers at a minus 130 juice. It's going against Dustin May. Not a great history against May. 1 for 8 lifetime. I just have the 3 walks, only 2 strikeouts, but he has gone under 1.5 on the HRR in 9 of his last 13 games. So he did it in every game of the series against Colorado. That's the Pebbles. By the way, you're still winning right now, 5-4 in Miami. He's also done this in 2 or 3 matchups earlier this season against the Dodgers back in the earlier part of May. But Dustin May, 2.96 home ERA. And a K per 9, much higher at home. I think Juan Soto, he may get a hit, but I don't think he's going to apply the 2 needed to cash the over 1.5 HRR her at a minus 130 juice. Brando, give me one more baseballism.
Sure as God made green apples, someday the Chicago Cubs are going to be in the World Series.
Yes, indeed. And they're going to win one, too. And it happened. I can die happy now. All right, crew to cash time. This is our hot hit parlay of the night. Every single one of us is going to give you a leg and the reason why. And I'm going to finish it off with the odds. I'll bet lead off here. Luis Ariz, why the hell not? I've already featured him on Parlay Pete's parlay, the over 1/2 a single. I think he's going to go over 1.5 hits, so he's going to get a hit tonight. I'm confident of that. Again, batting 392 lifetime against the Giants. I can't ignore it. And 79 at bats. He gets a hit this evening. That is my pick to click. What is yours, Ryan? Who gets a hit?
I'll go with that Shohei Ohtani guy. He's pretty good at baseball. Right now, he's about 300 favorite to win the MVP. In his career against Paul Blackburn, 4 for 9 with the homer, 2 RBI. He's got a 444 batting average. Ohtani for me.
War Daddy, our producer Mario, who gets a hit tonight?
Manny Machado got great numbers against Logan Webb, and I DM'd Machado. Said, "You getting a hit tonight?" You said, "Yes, sir." So Manny Machado.
Oh, macho man. Great call there. Brando, look at the board. Wrap it for us, my man. Who is the 4th man to knock in, or maybe he's going to knock in somebody, just knock a hit in the outfield. What do you like?
Give me Byron Buxton. The guy has 4 hits since coming off the IL on Friday, and he is 1 for 2 actually against Luis Severino with a home run. So give me Byron Buxton to stay hot.
All right, to recap our crew to cash tonight, Luis Ariz, Shohei Ohtani, Manny Machado, and Byron Buxton. Uno, dos, tres, and cuatro, mi amigos. All 4 legs if they get a hit. Plus 199 there at BetMGM. Fader followers, we always say that is up to you. All right, we got to take a little siesta here on BetMGM tonight. When we come back, we're going to go from the diamond to the hardwood with another edition of Hoop Scoops, all NBA Finals related. You don't want to miss that. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Actually, like 2 blocks away from where I lived the first time, in Old Town, right off LaSalle. My, my one of my good buddies just has a place, and he was just like texting me. He's like, "Yo, if you need, somewhere to crash, like I need a roommate." So I'm like, "All right, that's perfect." Surprisingly, this is what's crazy. It's cheaper there than here. I don't know why it rattled me so much. I was like, holy shit. coming in with a highlight too.
Long shot, Halliburton. Oh!
Night.
Tyrese Halliburton has gone mad.
For TNT for that call on the rejoiner. Welcome back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to do another edition of Hoop Scoops here momentarily. Get some of our favorite plays, whether on the NBA Finals from a futures perspective or possibly in Game 1 as well. We've already talked about the spread and who we like on that. Maybe Horvat's going to be doubling down in that market. By the way, if you want to talk NBA with us, you want to talk the Stanley Cup playoffs, you want to talk fantasy football or action on the Major League Baseball diamond, all gaming all the time, you absolutely can. Phone lines wide open, Team Huevos. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at RB 12, Garrett Wilson at WR 16, or Mason Taylor, rookie tight end. A lot of people impressed with him at tight end 29. Nearly 300 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise. Yeah, Democratic right. Keep bringing your votes and also bring the noise. Drop us a comment. We're going to read those a little later on the show, so keep on sending them in. Jerome on X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. The Rockies are hanging on right now. End of 7. 5-4 over the Miami Marlins. Again, hell might be freezing over tonight. The devil is got teeth chattering as we speak. I bet on Miami. I think they're like plus 120 right now on the live line at BetMGM. I'd still play the Marlins because I just completely distrust the Colorado Rockies in the bullpen. But maybe, just maybe, this is going to be their night. A 9 and miserable team that's won like 3 games on the road all season. Maybe they will win game 1 of the series. They have not taken a series the entire year, but could get a leg up on the Miami Marlins, who played some decent baseball. I mean, they're 11 games below 500, but they've been highly competitive, unlike the Rockies, who are just an absolute miserable, embarrassing, humiliating 9-50 this season. But right now, the Pebbles up 5-4 on the Miami Marlins. So keep you abreast of the action there and elsewhere on the diamond. But right now, we got to talk a little kisses off the glass in another edition of Hoop Scoops. All right, here is how this segment works. So the newbies in attendance, the veterans already know the ins and outs of all this. Ryan, he just keeps growing, folks. Last checked, he is 9 feet 6 inches tall. So naturally, he is going to win the tip. He's just bigger than everybody else. And he's uber athletic at 9'6". It's kind of crazy, obscene, absurd. So he's going to win the tip. He's got to throw it up the court to a man who is already sprinting out. I think it's Tyrese Halliburton, who's going to throw it down and hopefully get us home a winner straight away. So Ryan's going to give you the first play. He's going to give the reasons behind said first play. And then he's going to say, hey, Brando, who's working on the board here on BetMGM tonight, hit me with the hoops. Brandon then is going to drop a famous call, some sort of basketball reference. I will take it from there and do the same thing. We're going to go back and forth and work in as many wagers as we possibly can. So, Ryan, again, you're going to win this tip. What is your first hoop scoop?
All right, let's go to game one, and I'm going to take the 9.5 with the Pacers. I also like the plus 310 on the money line. Good chance I regret this bet, and OKC just is that good, man. But, it's game one of the NBA Finals. I do think that there's going to be some nerves setting in, really for both teams. Maybe Indiana in the first half, also worth a look. But, this team right now is playing with house money, Brad. Coming into the season, their win total was 46.5. Their NBA Finals odds were 66-1. You had to go all the way down the board. But ever since that most overrated player poll or whatever, Tyrese Halliburton has been on another level. Kind of reminds me of Fred VanVleet when he had a child and then all of a sudden was like unconscious from the field against the Milwaukee Bucks and against the Warriors in the NBA Finals. But Siakam has NBA championship experience. I don't think he's going to be rattled or, I don't think the moment's going to be too big for Pascal Siakam. And I just love this roster, really well coached. What scares me, the trends, right? Game one, NBA Finals, dogs are only 2-18 straight up and 3-17 against the spread going back to 2005. 4-25 straight up, 8-21 against the number going back to 96. So history tells you to take the favorite, and that's why this number's priced the way it is. I'll take the 9.5 with Indiana, though. I don't think they're getting enough respect, and I think they might even be able to steal game one on the road. So I like plus 310, and I like Indiana at 9.5. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
The hungry dog gets the bone. We got guys that think they're way better than they are. They're nice kids. They're completely delusional about who they are. And the team that's mind is on the right stuff and hungry to get a win in conference play is the team that's probably going to win.
That's Mick Cronin, is it not?
Yes.
Brandon, was that Mick Cronin?
Right?
Yes, it was.
Oh, that's outstanding.
Where'd you even find it?
So much. I think that just happened last year. Yeah, he had a moment there. He had a complete meltdown behind the mic, and he got lambasted for that. Kind of run through the ring, and understandably so, throwing his team under the bus and in spectacular fashion. But that's typical Mick Cronin. He's a firebrand. Yeah. That's fantastic. Good pull by you there, Brando. All right, Pacers are going to win this series, and I'm double checking this because I had to go back and make sure this is correct, and it is. NBA Finals winner right now. The odds are Thunder minus 700, which is absurd. The Pacers are plus 500, 5-1 to hoist Larry O'Brien. Is OKC that much better than the Indiana Pacers? No, I'm not buying that at all. There's only one bet to make, folks, unless you're going to make it like Oklahoma City in 6, Oklahoma City in 5, Oklahoma City in 7. You can get decent odds as a result. But if you're taking this straight up, you can only bet Indiana at 5-1 because that's where the value lies, and I'm going to do exactly that. The story this entire NBA playoffs, they just find ways to win, to overcome, to silence their critics, to silence their doubters, and I think they are going to do it again. Indiana, number 4 in net efficiency in the playoffs, number 2 in offensive efficiency, number 9, and that's a shortcoming in defensive efficiency for this team outside of Miles Turner. They really have a true rim protector. You look at OKC, number 2 in the net. They're number 3 in offensive efficiency and number 1 in defensive efficiency. In the regular season, they only played twice. Indiana lost both those games, 120-114, 132-111. So there's a lot of evidence that suggests Thunder, and Thunder again. But where there's a will, there's a way. They're going to find a way to, again, overcome. I say Indiana takes this series at plus 500. Why the hell not? Little sprinkle, certainly worth the investment. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
I'm unhappy with these seniors. That's what I'm unhappy with. It has nothing to do with X's and O's. We got the worst group of seniors right now that I've ever been associated with. Their mentality's awful. Their attitude's awful. I'm unhappy with these seniors.
Love these.
Got a new folder tonight or something, Brando. We got some great coaches press conference. This isn't my favorite bet, man, but there's not a whole lot I like in this series, to be honest with you right now. SGA points were 33.5. Definitely don't want to go over that number, although he's been on a tear. I kind of like Chet. I agree with Keith Smith, who came on earlier and said he could be the X factor, but I ended up going with Jalen Williams, man. In the regular season, averaged 21 points per game. He's been off and on here in the playoffs. He had 19 in the clincher against Minnesota, 7 of 14 shooting. Didn't have to do a whole lot. He also facilitates and rebounds. He had 5 dimes and 8 boards in that game, but before that, had 34 points against Minnesota on 13 of 24 shooting, 26 against Minnesota on 12 of 20 shooting. It's right at his average. I think he goes off game one and scores closer to 24. So I'm going to go over on Williams at 21.5, minus 115. I think one of those guys is going to have to go off between him and Shea, and I would rather take the guy to score 23 than 35. I think Shea's properly priced. So let's go with Jalen Williams game one to score 22. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
Yes, Kawhi is better than Kobe was.
And I say this now with Ben Simmons. Hey, LeBron, we're good, bro. You can go. You can go.
The game on the line, Iggy or Curry?
Of everyone on Golden State. Open shot, fate of the universe on the line, or the Martians have the death beam pointed at Earth. You better hit it. I want Iguodala.
Oh, look at that. Going with Iguodala. There's a deep pull. We're up against it here, and I have no sound reasoning outside of just gut faith in this. Series in 6 games. It doesn't matter if it's OKC, Indiana. I think it's going to go 6 games exactly, plus 275. Mic drop. Brando, hit me with the hoops.
They shot 18 times in the paint and had 32 free throws. Kawhi shot more free throws than our whole team. Explain it to me. You know, I know Pop's got pedigree and I'm a young rookie, but they're not going to rook us. That's unacceptable. That was unprofessional. My guys dug in that game and earned the right to be in that game, and they did not even give us a chance. Take that for data.
I was looking at the Finals MVP market, and I feel like if you like Indiana, you should bet some Halliburton 7-1, especially after he thought that he was going to win Eastern Conference Finals MVP, and it went to Siakam. Instead, though, I do think OKC ultimately wins this series. Let's say it is an SGA. Minus 625 is an insane price, man. It could easily be Jalen Williams. He's their second leading scorer, and if they throw the kitchen table, Indiana, at SGA, I think he could average 25 in this series, and 30-1 is a crazy price, down from 35-1. So Jalen Williams, Finals MVP, 30-1 is my final bet, and I like that one quite a bit.
And I'm going to go with Tyrese Halliburton, doubling down on Indiana to take MVP at 7-1. All right, we got to exit stage left. We come back. NFL Exotics. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Elizabeth, I'm coming, baby.
Don't miss out on the action. If you miss the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM tonight, presented by BetMGM.
planet that packs in more picks nightly.
With the big noise, Brad Evans.
Oh, sharp action! They gotta listen to the sharps! Get the heck out of here with that nonsense. I'm on JMU as well. Drake, hate the Drake. Love the Drake, hate the Drake. No, you never fade the Drake!
And the mad better, Ryan Horvat.
The Keep the Points special. I'll keep cashing tickets around here on Odyssey. Yeah, put me at night, baby. That's where we cash tickets.
They're bringing the heat and helping you cash in big.
It's a lock! It's over! It's a guarantee! It's easy money!
Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy. They're going to win this game outright, but I'll be safe and take the points plus 6.5.
And delivering the late night sweats.
And it's gone! It's gone!
Oh,
and it's gone!
No way!
It's gone! Holy God! It is gone!
I need to celebrate tonight with my family! Do it for my kids! Do it for my boy!
It's BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to BetMGM tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you alongside my guy, Ryan Horvat, on this Manic Monday edition of the show. We're going to be bringing out some NFL exotics here momentarily. A bunch of NFL futures props. Football season still a ways away, but the market is flooded right now at BetMGM with various ways to peel back the layers of the onion, team by team, player by player. If you're into, such a thing, we're going to break things down here in this segment. A lot to choose from. So grab a plate. It's a buffet of sports betting goodness. Also, if you want to talk some NFL features betting, if you want to talk fantasy football, we're more than just betting here on BetMGM tonight. If you want to talk MLB betting, NBA betting in the NBA Finals and the Stanley Cup Finals in the NHL, you absolutely can. All you got to do to contact Horvat and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at running back 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or Mason Taylor, the rookie, at tight end 29. Nearly 300 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes coming and drop in your comments. We're going to read them coming up here in a couple of segments. Give you a shout out on air, so bring the noise. On X at BetMGM tonight. On X at BetMGM tonight. Going back to time, give you a scoreboard update here real quick. The Rockies are winning, folks. It is 5-4, top of the ninth inning. The Rockies have a man at second. Maybe an insurance run? There's one out in the inning so far in that frame, but the Rockies, impossibly a 9-win team with 50 losses. I think they have like 3 road wins all year long. Somehow, some way. They're beating Max Meyer, who was drawing the start for the Marlins, and the Marlins were up 4-1 early in this game. They ruined it. They are now down 5-4, 1 out, runner on second for the Pebbles. We'll keep you up to date on whether the Rockies, nobody cares except for sports gamblers, honestly. People in like fantasy baseball leagues don't give a crap unless you got like Hunter Goodman, who's got a pair of dongs tonight. For the Rockies, but everybody's ignoring this game except for us degens who are glued to it because we can't believe, and I got money on the Marlins, that could be losing and making a donation to BetMGM because the Rockies may actually win a game on the road. Again, we'll keep you up to date as that unfolds. But right now, we got to get to some NFL exotics. Here's how this works, as we always do in these segments. Ryan is going to, receive the kickoff. Incredible speed in the open field. He's going to get a nice wedge block. He's going to split the gap, take it right up the gut, and then sprint up the left sideline and maybe take it to the house. He's going to give you the first pick, and he's going to give you the reasons behind said first pick. And when he is done, he's going to drop a little football phrase, whatever is to his liking. Brando then is going to go in the sounds folder and drop famous call, some sort of football reference. That'll be my cue to pick up the torch and run with it and do the same thing. We're going to work in as many bets as we possibly can tied to the National Football League here in this segment. So, Ryan, you're up first, man. What is your out-of-the-box NFL exotic?
Let's start with the team that tortured me throughout my childhood and my young adulthood, and that is the San Francisco 49ers. Last year on this show and every other show, I said this team will miss the playoffs. The Madden curse is real. Christian McCaffrey, see him. And the Super Bowl hangover is real. See the Philadelphia Eagles a couple of years ago. Granted, they did make the wild card round. They got bounced early by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They were burned out. This year's San Francisco team, at least coming into the year, is healthy. Now, I'm a little worried about the reports coming out of OTAs about Christian McCaffrey's speed. The last we saw, good Christian McCaffrey fumbles in the red zone in that Super Bowl, only averages like 3.5 yards per carry against the Chiefs. And then surprises both of us, Brad, on Monday Night Football against the Jets and they announce he's hurt, and we barely see him. So that worries me a little bit. But even if McCaffrey isn't the old Christian McCaffrey, this team is loaded again on the offensive side of the ball. Purdy should be healthy. Even if he does go down a few games this season, you have Mac Jones as his backup. And I know it's Mac Jones, but it's Mac Jones with Kyle Shanahan. See Sam Darnold a couple of years ago. Curtis Rourke, third-string quarterback. Isaac Guerrero, if McCaffrey doesn't go back to being that guy, I think is a serviceable back. You're going to get Brandon Ayuk back this season. You have Demarcus Robinson. Juwan Jennings last year had 70 receptions and 1,000 yards. I think this year he takes over that Debo role. Ricky Pearsall Jr., year 2, fully healthy. George Kittle, now paid. That last contract he's going to get. They bring back Kyle Juszczyk. Trent Williams is still one of the better tackles in all of football. You bring back Robert Saleh on the defensive side of the ball as coordinator. I love the deal for Bryce Huff. You got to do something on the interior to free up Bosa. Fred Warner is still one of the better cover linebackers in the league and plays sideline to sideline. So I like San Francisco to win 11.5 games. That's plus 200. But I also like them to win the NFC 8-1. I think they get back to the Super Bowl, and I think this year they might even get the job done for Shanny. Brando, hit me with a little play action pass if we got it.
It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them. Cannot win with them. Cannot coach with them. Can't do it. I want winners. I want people that want to win.
And I want winners too.
Yeah.
And we talked about this earlier. Jared Smith's got a formula for his NFL Coach of the Year market. And this guy is in the conversation according to his parameters that he set. You know, a team that may exceed expectations, likely going to be in that like 8 to 10, maybe they get to 11 wins. But you look at the current over-under of the wins market, he's looking at, teams that are in that like 7.5 to 9.5 range. He's not looking at Philadelphia. He's not looking at the Buffalo Bills. He's looking kind of the, next tier or two down from there, and a team that, could overachieve. And how about Bear Down, Chicago Bears? There it is. Yeah, Brando working the board. He is in the Windy City right now. I'm 2 hours south in the Champaign area. I love this franchise. Brando does as well. And even Horvath, who is a diehard Packers fan, is on the Bears bandwagon, much at his fandom and kind of chagrin. But Ben Johnson, I think, is going to win NFL Coach of the Year. Is it chalk? It is. But it's not like a heavy chalk. It's plus 650 for him to achieve that. I think he's going to do wondrous things in the Windy City this season. You look at Mike Clay's projection at ESPN. He's got a projected the Bears to win 8.5 games. He's got a 50% or greater win probability in 8 games specifically this season. But maybe they get a tick more, 2 ticks more. Maybe they're a 9-win team, a 10-win team. Given the somewhat murderous schedule they have, I know it's middle of the pack, and so it's overall strength of schedule, but they got some tough road games. You're on the road against Vegas, who should be greatly improved. You're at Washington. You're at Baltimore. You're at Cincinnati. You're at Philadelphia. You're at the 49ers, who Horvath just talked up to win the NFC at 8-1. If they even split those games, it's going to be a magical year in Chicago. They take care of business at home. I think you're going to see a much improved Caleb Williams. I think it's going to be a borderline top 10 defense. I know you got question marks at running back. The wide receiver core is amazing. Roma Dunze, I think, is going to be a breakout sensation. Colson Loveland is a guy who's going to make an instant impact, working in tandem with Cole Kmet and a lot of two tight end formations. I think this team is going to be a borderline top 10 offensive team and, again, a borderline top 10 defensive team. I think they're going to win 9 games this year. If they win 9 games this year, they're going to make the playoffs, maybe win a game or two there. Ben Johnson, I believe, going from Detroit to Chicago, is going to win NFL Coach of the Year in year numero uno plus 650. Brando, hi.
We played them in the third game. Everybody played 3 quarters. The Bears are who we thought they were. And that's why we took the damn field. Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass. But they are who we thought they were. And we let them off the hook.
Never forget watching that press conference with my buddies in college, man. So I think it's a 2-team race in the NFC North. I really do. I think it's going to come down to the Bears and the Packers. The Lions dealt another tough blow today, man, with that offensive line. So I believe it was my favorite band, right? I believe it was back in July of 1967 when a little English rock band released a track known as All You Need Is Love. And that's when I look at the MVP market, Brad. That's all I need is a little Jordan Love. Some have called me a Jordan Love hater. So I'm going to try to make the situation right here, right? Last year, he was beat to hell. The Packers, if they didn't lead the league in drops, they were definitely top 5. And Jordan Love was never fully healthy. Yet, still, the numbers were decent. 63% completion rate, 3,389 yards, 25 touchdowns, 11 picks. The year before that, though, threw for over 4,000 yards, 32 touchdowns, 11 picks, had a 96.1 QB rating in his first full season as a starter. This is the best wide receiver room he's had. Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden, who they draft, finally used a first-round pick on a wide receiver. Romeo Dobbs. You still have Wicks. You still have Bull Melton. Hopefully, at some point, Christian Watson does come back next season, although it's probably after week 13, week 14. And then you have Tucker Kraft, Luke Musgrave, Ben Sims in that tight end room. He could throw 40 touchdown passes and 4,000 yards this season. He's got to limit the turnovers a little bit. But if the Packers do finish with 11-12 wins, they win the NFC North, they're a top team in the NFC, and he has numbers like that, I think Jordan Love's worth a bet at 25-1 to win MVP. Brando, go long.
Playoffs? Don't talk about it. Playoffs? You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game. Another game.
Shout out to Jim Mora. I love doing radio with that guy back in the day. Let's go to Detroit. Jameson Williams, give me the over on 5.5 touchdowns. It's even money right now at BetMGM plus 100. I think it's a great value. And a guy that the coaching staff, Dan Campbell's already come out and said he is going to break out in a massive way. It already broke out. I mean, he had 58 catches for 1,001 yards and 7 touchdowns last year. I think he's going to catch at least 7 touchdowns this year. This number 5.5 is way too stinking low. He was number 12 in YAC last season, number 11 in average yards of separation per target, and number 19 in win percentage, route win percentage. So guy gets ample separation. I think he's going to get at least 115, maybe upwards of 120 targets. I think he's going to be a beast this season. So juggernaut Jameson Williams, give me the over. 5.5 touchdowns at plus 100. Brando, hey.
You show me the kind of smarts makes me wonder if you know the difference between a sneeze and a wet fart. You're going to be second string all your life, boy.
What a great movie, man. Saw that in the theaters. I was not old enough to see a movie like that in the theaters. I don't even think I was in the 4th grade. I don't know. I got to go back and look when that was released. I'm going to go all in on Atlanta this year. So I already played their win total over. It opened at 7.5. I also played over 9.5 wins, plus 225 over the weekend. I think this is a 10-win team. I am a believer in Michael Penix. I am a believer in Bijan Robinson. I am a believer in Drake London. And I think that offense is going to be much improved. Now you take away Kirk Cousins, what's left of him, Desmond Ridder, you get yourself a real quarterback with all those weapons. Even Kyle Pitts might show up to the party. But what I really like is what they've done on the defensive side of the ball the last couple of years. I know they reached with James Pierce Jr. moving up at pick 26 to get him in the first round. But before that, you get Jalen Walker, another edge rusher at pick 15. That's what this team's needed, a pass rush. They get my guy Xavier Watts, round 3, pick 32. I thought that was a little bit of a steal. Billy Bowman Jr. in the 4th round, and then a tackle, Jack Nelson, later on in like round 7 or round 8. I think this is a 10-win team in an easy division. They have the 4th easiest schedule in all of football. I'm all in on Atlanta this season, over 9.5 wins, and better than a 2-1 price. Brando, Hit me with a quick slant.
Attacking an amateur athlete for doing everything right. And then you want to write articles about guys that don't do things right and downgrade them, the ones that do make plays. Are you kidding me? Where are we at in society today?
Kidding me?
Come after me. I'm a man. I'm 40.
40.
I'm 40. I will reserve my last NFL exotic for tomorrow because we're up against it. So a little bit of a cliffhanger here on BetMGM tonight. All right, let's take a little siesta. When we come back on the program, we're going to stick with a little American tackle football. Another 3-point stance. We're starting the AFC East. Which team is going to be first? We're going to tell you. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
The Ryan Horvat in the house, and we're plowing through a bunch of NFL segments on tonight's show, and we're about to get into one, another edition of 3-Point Stance. These are team-by-team previews from a fantasy football and sports betting perspective. We're all about the mishmash of gaming here on BetMGM tonight because chances are, if you're dabbling in the sports betting markets, you're also a fantasy football player. So it's only a natural marriage to intertwine them both. And so we do it every single night here on the program. By the way, if you want to talk fantasy football with us, if you want to talk NFL futures betting, if you want to talk MLB betting, NBA betting, NHL betting, you absolutely can. All you got to do to contact Horvat and I on the show is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833 732 3875 833. I got to get the number right. Yeah, no, I got it right. 732 3875. I can also just up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM tonight, where we have our poll question of the day. And it's asking this: among New York Jets, we're going to be talking about here momentarily, which player profits most at his current position ADP in a half-point PPR fantasy football setting? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at running back 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or a rookie tight end Mason Taylor at tight end 29. Nearly 300 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and drop us a comment. We're going to read them coming up here in the next segment if you do. So bring the noise on X at BetMGM tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM tonight. Real quick before we get in the NFL talk, congratulations, Colorado Rockies. You won a game on the road. Again, hell's frozen over, folks. The world is about to end. It's over. It's done. It's a wrap. The Rockies have won their 10th game on what is it, June the 2nd of the season. Their 10th game on June the 2nd. Unbelievable. And I believe it's their 4th road game that they have won all year. And they came from behind to do it. They were down 4-1 against the Miami Marlins, and they win in the end 6-4. So again, way to go, Pebbles. Give me an opportunity to fade the living daylights out of you tomorrow. And you watch. They'll somehow beat Miami and win their first series of the stinking year. But Colorado tonight, winners, which is a rare occurrence, especially on the road, 6-4 over the Miami Marlins. I'm sweating out right now. Milwaukee is Cincinnati. I'm hoping the Reds come back, get the victory. They're down 3-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Your Angels still clinging to a lead against Beantown. They're up on the Red Sox 7-5 in the top of the 7th. Detroit clobbering the White Sox 10-0 right now in the top of the 6th. And we still have 3 more games to go. If you miss any of our late night sweats on the Diamond, you can always listen to the podcast version of BetMGM tonight. Download, subscribe wherever you listen to your podcasts. Check us out, the BetMGM podcast. All right, with that business put to the side, let's get after it with another 3-Point Stance.
Ready, set, hike. Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat are lined up in their 3-point stance to blitz through every NFL team on BetMGM tonight.
All right, tonight's team is going to be the New York Jets. They're not exactly an exciting franchise, to say the least. Likely going to be basement dwellers in the AFC East. However, there's still some fantasy value on this team. So let's go ahead and dig in right now to some of the ADP information that I pulled from Best Ball 10s. And you can slice and dice the date parameters on that fine site. It's all free there at the Best Ball 10s. And there's a lot of excellent ADP data. So I'm sorting by the last 2 weeks of drafts because, values are always shifting based on some of the rumors that are churning that are out there, or it could be, related to an injury or something else. So there's a lot here at play, and some of those values are constantly, again, on the move. So let's start at the quarterback position with Justin Fields. Right now, according to Best Ball 10s and drafts conducted over the past couple of weeks, quarterback 19 is the average draft position by position, overall at 138.90 and a half-point PPR setting. So I ask you the question, as I always do, Horvat, based on that valuation, is he overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, my man?
I'll say he's a little undervalued. I would have him top 15, probably right there at 15, just because I do think that he's going to make every single start this season by default. Tyrod Taylor's the backup. I think you already know what you have in him, if he is even on the roster. Adrian Martinez, I believe, is the third-string quarterback. Then they have Brady Cook, who's only a rookie. We know what he's going to bring to the table with the rushing yards and with his legs. And I feel like this is going to be a run-first offense, especially if that defense is able to bounce back after a rough season where we thought that they had potential to be top 10, maybe even top 5, especially a guy like Sauce Gardner needs to be much better. But we'll see what they do with Breece Hall. You still have Braylon Allen, Garrett Wilson, Josh Reynolds there. So I'd say top 15, man, just because if he makes every start, he could rush for 800 to 1,000 yards at the position.
Yeah, no doubt. I think he's terribly undervalued as well. I got him right now at quarterback 15. And I feel like I'm almost undervaluing him at that point. I mean, he could definitely be a guy that teeters on the QB1 line in a 12-team fantasy league. I think he's going to be right there in that 12 to 15 range. In the end, Mike Clay is kind of projected for 2,807 passing yards, 14 passing touchdowns, 10 INTs. But again, that's not where his bread is buttered. As you've already mentioned, he's got a projected for 680 rushing yards and 6 rushing touchdowns. Got him a quarterback 16. I think Clay is undervaluing him somewhat according to his algo. You look at the strength of schedule, it's the second hardest. That's a worry. But he's got a decent arsenal that he can throw to. Breece Hall, one of the best pass-catching running backs. And you got Garrett Wilson there. I like Mason Taylor as well, and he's certainly earned some hype so far in OTAs and rookie minicamp. He's a guy I think is going to run. I'll say this. If he plays 15 games this year, it's going to be a minimum of 725 rushing yards. Yeah. And, he's a guy, he's not going to get back to like 1,100 rushing yards that he had in 15 games in 2022 as a member of the Chicago Bears. But I think he's going to certainly get the job done on the ground and be, again, that borderline guy that you're going to have to debate. You may draft him as your QB2. Do I start him? Do I sit him? And he's kind of matchup proof because he always takes off and runs. And that offensive line, if it stinks, I think it's going to benefit him because it's going to force him to get flush out of the pocket and for him to create in space with his legs. So I like Justin Fields quite a bit. I think he's a phenomenal quarterback 2 investment who, probably 60% of the time, he's going to work every time, and you're going to be starting him as your QB1 in that 12-team format. All right, let's march on to Dance Hall Days. Willoughby, that Wang Chung classic cranked in the background for Breece Hall. Mara has no idea what the hell I'm talking about. It's a song, look it up. RB12 is the ADP, 33.60 overall, and a half-point PPR. So, again, I ask you, overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued on Breece Hall?
Yeah, as a Breece Hall owner, I can tell you that he's overvalued, man. Right now, I have him outside my top 15. He just never really came back from that knee injury. His rookie year, he looked awesome. Like he could have been the offensive rookie of the year. Then he goes down with that knee injury, came back. I mean, he's had some nice games, man. And he's still got the burst, but I don't know. I worry a little bit that they like Braylon Allen. If he gets traded, maybe this changes. But right now, outside my top 15, I'd probably have him closer to 17 to 18 range.
Yeah, overvalued, man. Way overvalued. I got him at RB 18 exactly, and I feel like I'm going to shift him down maybe a little bit more. You already brought up the trade rumors. There's a reason for that. Like, I love Breece Hall when he came out of Iowa State. A guy that's a legitimate 3-down back. Mike Clay, though, has him projected for, let's see, he's got him at RB 15 overall, 1,052 on the ground, 6 rushing touchdowns, 42 receptions. And again, that's where he really makes his hay, 365 and 2. He was RB 17 a season ago in the 16 games that he played in. His strength of schedule at number 22, not the greatest. He was marginal number 22 in YAC per attempt and 27 in total missed tackles force. He's good. He's not great. And that offensive line, a little bit questionable. They're going to be playing from behind in some games, which could benefit him because of the pass-catching ability. I worry about Braylon Allen, though, man. I think Braylon Allen could be a breakout player. Brees Hall suffers any kind of injury, gets limited. He could be, rendered useless, not useless, but forced into the RB2 role at times or full-blown RBBC. So I worry about that downside for Brees Hall. RB12? A certifiable RB1 back in at 12-team leagues? Not buying it. He's overvalued. Let's go to Braylon Allen. He's only 22 years old, second-year player out of Wisconsin. RB55 right now in ADP, 189.31. I already know what I'm hitting at. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, Horvey?
Severely undervalued, I'll say here, man. I think he could be, we'll see, a top 30 running back maybe. Like you said, they could be trailing in a lot of games, but I like him as a pass catcher. Not a huge sample size his rookie year, but he was only a 21-year-old rookie, like you said. I loved him at Wisconsin, only 92 carries, 334 yards, did average 3.6 per tote, 2 touchdowns, 19 receptions. They loved him in that locker room. Even Aaron Rodgers loved him. So I'm going to say undervalued, man. I think by the end of the season, he could be running back number 1, especially if they do move on from Brees Hall.
Yeah, I get him at RB48. He's very undervalued. I'm probably going to move him up. Why? Albert Breer said this, one of the better insiders of the NFL. He works at SI. He said this today. He believes that Braylon Allen's role in the Jets offense, quote, could be pretty significant, end quote. What does that mean? Well, I think the opportunity share is going to rise. Could be 11 to 13 touch per game kind of running back? Sure. He's a guy that can catch the ball in the backfield. He's a guy that can pound inside the red zone and be a premier goal line back when given those opportunities. You look at the secondary analytics, unexciting last year. It was RB33 in YAC per attempt, RB49 in total missed tackles forced, only had 10 on 92 carries. Again, the strength of schedule is not great, but, start following the breadcrumbs. There's a trail here of clues. Braylon Allen could be a breakout candidate. And the other takeaway is this. Let's say the season goes way south for the Jets over the second half of the season. Are they going to go out there and run Brees Hall on the ground? No, they're going to want to see what Braylon Allen's got. And that's, something else that presents some upside. So, yeah, way undervalued at RB55. He is somebody who's going to be highlighted on my cheat sheet this year in the world of fantasy football. All right, let's move on to the wide receiver position. Garrett Wilson. Wide receiver 16, 36.09 overall in a half-point PPR setting. Overvalued, undervalued, or properly valued, Horvey?
I'm going to say he's overvalued, man, because I'd probably have him outside the top 20 right now, but there are things that I like. One, his skill set. He had another 101 receptions last year in a down year on a down team. I do like the connection with him and Justin Fields. They spent time together in 2020 at Ohio State. And I like all the stuff that I hear, like Garrett Wilson talking about when he would watch film of Justin Fields when he was in Chicago and be like, I would have caught that. I would have caught that ball. I think he's going to see a lot of targets. But still, I'll say overvalued a little bit. I would have him outside the top 20 right now.
Yeah, I got him outside of the top 20 as well. I got him, I think, at 21 or 22. I think he's overvalued as well. Clay's got him a wide receiver 22, projected for 80, 1,014, and 5. Strength of schedule stinks. The fourth hardest in the NFL. He was number 20 in air yards, not bad. Number 19 YAC, also not bad. But number 56 in yards per route run. But number 5 in total route wins. He's going to have his moments. He's going to be a fine WR2. But I don't think he's going to flirt with WR1 numbers, even in 14-team leagues this year. All right, let's go to a prop stop. Justin Fields, over under 550 rush yards, minus 115 either direction. What do you say, over or under?
Over. The only thing I would worry about, Brad, would be injury. I don't think he gets benched unless he's just horrific. But who are you benching him for? Tyrod Taylor, Adrian Martinez, Nebraska legend? I don't think so. So over.
Way over for me. Brees Hall, over under 5.5 rushing touchdowns, plus 100 on the over, minus 130 on the under.
Not touching. I would go under. I mean, he probably should finish with at least 6, but I could see him hitting 5 on the nose. I don't know how many touches he's going to get. I don't know where he's going to be. I lean under.
I lean under too, and that may shock some people, but then again, that's where the juice is lying at the minus 130. Garrett Wilson, over under 925.5 receiving yards, minus 115 either direction.
I still lean over, man, right? I still think he finds a way to go over this number. I think he gets double-digit targets per game. I don't even know who wide receiver number 2 is behind him. So I would lean over. I don't want to bet it, though. Seems just about right.
I think he's going to crack 1,000. I'll be low
Yeah.
1,000s. Clay's got him 1,014. That feels right. I'll take the over as well, although the injury imp always lurking. All right, team lean over under 5.5 wins. Juice away the over minus 155 plus 130 in the under. Go, Ryan.
Under. I'm not a believer in Aaron Glenn. I think there's a good chance he's out next year. So under for me.
Believe it or not, I think the over is going to hit. I think they win 6 exactly. All right, we got an exit stage left. When we come back here on BetMGM tonight, we're going to review our cards. Oh, mine looking fine and dandy. Find out if that is indeed true. Stick around. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
It's time to place your bets. This is BetMGM Tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to BetMGM Tonight. Brad the Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. Going to be wrapping up my time on the show, but stick around for a bonus. Should I go ahead and say the phrase at pace? Bonus time! Bonus time! Hour of the program with Ryan Horvat is going to be breaking down more bets and more various insights, probably a lot of it tied to football, whether on the junior circuit or, of course, the senior circuit in the National Football League. We're going to update you on our cards here momentarily. But friendly reminder, phone line still wide open. If you want to talk a little fantasy football with us, you want to talk some sports betting with us, whether on the gridiron, on the diamond, on the hardwood, on the ice, you absolutely can. Just pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. I can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. Let me go ahead and shut that bad boy down. It was asking you this. Among Jets, which player profits most at his current half point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options were Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at RB 12, Garrett Wilson at WR 16, or Mason Taylor at tight end or TE 29. Officially 303 votes cast. Horvey, who led the way?
I'm going to go with Justin Fields, man, because of the rushing yards and because there's still a lot of Justin Fields believers out there, I feel.
Ding, 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 ding. Correct. Justin Fields led the way, 38.3% of the vote. The silver medalist, Garrett Wilson, at 29.4%, followed by Breece Hall, who you and I both believe is criminally overvalued at 28.4%. Mason Taylor, not getting any love, sight unseen.
No.
Though there is some buzz around him in the Big Apple, only 4% of the vote. We did get two comments, conveniently, two men working the show tonight. First, Brandon working the board said Justin Fields is the answer. And deep leagues or two quarterback leagues, he finally doesn't have to look over his shoulder and has zero expectations. He could be a league winner with an OC who coached with Ben Johnson calling the plays. We'll see. I don't know if he's going to be a league winner, but certainly in a super flex, a two quarterback format, he's going to be worth the investment. No doubt about it. Dan Turner working the video side of things on BetMGM Tonight said clearly it's Justin Fields. Has some Konami code upside. He does. He's the guy in the offense, and he's throwing to his college teammate and Garrett Wilson from the Ohio State. Both of them, of course. I expect a top 15 year from him. Totally agree. With both fine gentlemen, Brandon Combs, Dan Turner working the show on the audio platform for the board there in Brandon and the video side of things with Dan Turner. I appreciate you guys chiming in. And it's unanimous. We all love Justin Fields and think he is grossly undervalued at quarterback 19. Good stuff there. Horvat again, tonight, just crazy night in the world of Major League Baseball because the Rockies won on the road, America.
Yeah.
Against the Miami Marlins. And the Marlins don't stink. I mean, they're at least competitive, but they won 6-4. The Angels up 7-6 again. Ooh, by the hair of your chin, possibly. Brewers won 3-2 officially. Way to go, Reds. Way to suck. The Tigers up 10-1 on the Sox. San Diego, San Francisco just underway there by the Bay. And we're still waiting on Twins, A's, Mets, and Dodgers to get the first pitch out of the gate. Let's go ahead and review our cards this evening, our top three plays of the night. Horvey, I'm looking at your options. Not too shabby, my man. Go ahead and review it for our audience.
Should have been a 3-0 night on the card. It's going to be a 3-1 betting night for me, though. So I had the Tigers originally, but I was going to go with the run line. Got a little scared off. So with the Tigers run line, I bet the under in the game at 8.5. So that was a mistake. But luckily, like you said, the Brewers, not luckily, I would like for them to go away, but they do get the win. Bet that earlier today, even money, closed at -110. So felt good about that. Right now, the Angels, hopefully it's a 2-1 night on the card, but They got a 1-run lead, and it is the Angels in their bullpen. So we'll see how that plays out. But right now, we're looking at a 2-1 start to the night. Sledgehammer special, you'll have to sit on a little bit, but 3.5 wins for Northwestern, I think, is a good bet. I think this is a 5-6 win team. Didn't throw this in the breakdown, but since really the college football playoff era, any year where they have a losing season, the next year they go over their win total by at least 3 wins. So there's a trend for you. Clemson to win the ACC, I think, is a great bet, plus 120. Don't get cute and bet Miami or any of these other teams, SMU. Clemson's the real deal this year. I think they could win it all. That's 16-1. I also bet that. Ty Simpson to win the Heisman. He's the quarterback at Alabama, and he's 66-1. I think they win 10 games. Everybody at camp has been raving about this kid. So even if he makes it to New York, you got some hedging opportunities, and 66-1 with Alabama's quarterback is tough to break. Coming up, I got the Tigers to win the AL. We talked about that and batter up, and we need Shohei Ohtani for the hit parlay. That was my selection. Yeah. He's been on fire. He's also pretty good at baseball. He's minus 300 to win the MVP for a reason. So looking like a decent night, but a lot could go wrong still because it is the Angels clinging to a 1-run lead for me.
All right, my card tonight, perfecto, mi amigo. My first play, Jonathan Cannon, he got rocked, but he did get 5 Ks. So he hit the over on 4.5 strikeouts, a plus 105 against the Tigers. Cha-ching! Play number 2, same game parlay. Brady Singer, 2 or more walks. I believe he had 3. And I had the Reds plus 2.5 on the run line. They lost by a run. So cha-ching! At plus 102. And then Tyler Anderson, I had the under on 16.5 outs. He didn't make it through 5 innings. So that one also hit at minus 105. So triple cha-ching for your boy. So I swept the board. Parlay Pete, still waiting for an outcome to his because the game just got underway. He has Logan Webb on the over 4.5 strikeouts against San Diego, and Luis Urias over a half a single at plus 126. Sledgehammer special, we got to wait for a few days. Blue Jays to win the series against Philadelphia at minus 105. That'll get underway tomorrow. Seduced by the Juice, Brewers to win the series at the Reds at plus 125. Well, they won game 1, just got to win one more game, and another ching will come through. And then one of my favorite bets, and I've been talking up. I talked about it on the show at 50-1, talked about it again at 40-1. Nobody took us seriously. Horvat was backing me through and through because he loves the Chicago Cubs as much as I do. PCA to win the NL MVP at 10-1 now. Third best odds in the National League. Again, the guy is on pace for 40 home runs and 51 stinking stolen bases. If he achieves that, he's going to best Shohei Ohtani. He's also going to best Fernando Tatis. The only 2 guys are ahead of him in the National League race. So we'll see how that one shakes out. One other, I'll just give this to the audience right now because I forgot to earlier. Bonus time, Horvat. Shohei Ohtani about to start. I took the over on 2.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as HER, at plus 105. He is number 1. My buddy Michael Montgomery runs batters-box.com. Use it for your baseball betting research. One of the best tools. It's free. That's out there. He's got number 1, according to his metrics, best matchups tonight. Going against Paul Blackburn. It's Paul Blackburn's first game in 9 months. He was out with a bad hand injury, and there was an illness that was attached. It was quite the saga for him to get back. But a guy who we saw last season, a 1.40 home run per 9 mark allowed. So a lot of hard contact. 4.66 overall ERA, but the road ERA for him at 6.41 a season ago in those 20-plus starts that he had. He's at Chavez Ravine. So Shohei could have himself a night. One crack of the bat, and we could cash here on the over 2.5 HRR at plus 105. So love that bet, and I think you kind of like Shohei as well tonight, don't you?
Yeah, I love Ohtani. 1.5 total bags. Really anything that you could play, any type of prop for Ohtani, I think is good to go. I threw it in the hit parlay, and I love the matchup as well, man. I mean, against Blackburn, who, like you said, just came back from an injury. Ohtani, not the biggest sample size, but 9 ABs. He's 4 for 9, has a homer, has 2 RBIs. He has struck out 3 times, but 4 for 9, hitting 444. I like his chances tonight. Wouldn't be shocked if he hit another homer. Guy's unreal.
Yeah, he really is. Let's get some more bets on the board if people missed it. Again, I had Luis Arise on the over 1.5 hits. He's 0 for 1. He flied out in his first at bat. So not great there, but some more opportunities. That's a plus 160. I also took the Giants to win this game on the money line with Joe Ryan on the over 17.5 house against the A's. Really like that at plus 128. And this is a stupid one, and I'm probably going to regret it. Juan Soto took the under 1.5 on the HRR, hits plus runs plus RBI, against the Dodgers at minus 130. Why? History's not great against us in May, 1 of 8 lifetime. He's been under this in 9 of his last 13 as well. But he's been over 2 of 3 games against the Dodgers this season. That one I'm a little bit reluctant on, but slim pickings of some of the choices that are out there. But still, 3 games. One just got underway, the other 2 about to start. What are your favorite bets in those 3 left coast matchups?
Yeah, not a whole lot for me, to be honest with you, man. Geez, if I had to play something, maybe grab some Dodgers at minus 160. Anytime they're under minus 200, I think maybe they're worth a bet. A's maybe plus 140 would be a lean for me. I just, not a whole lot really for me. I'll go back. Something interesting about PCA. Last week I talked about this when you were off. Through 51 games, there's been 2 players since 1991 to have 15 homers and 15 stolen bags. And it was Pete Crow Armstrong and Barry Bonds. So I think he's in pretty good company right now. It is crazy to see that MVP price go all the way down to 10-1, man. So that's why sometimes you got to get in early on the value. But as far as tonight's card, just to stay away. I have had really bad luck either betting the Dodgers or betting against the Dodgers. And my A's money train has finally slowly started to fade away a little bit, man, where they were one of the hotter teams in baseball. I was backing them every night. And then last week, I just got absolutely crushed. So I'm taking a little break, riding out some College World Series futures. I got Georgia 13-1. Hopefully, that goes well. But that's really it for me this week.
By the way, one last PCA factoid. The only other Cubs player to go 30 for 30 in this season, Sammy Sosa, not once but twice. I think he's going to get there. All right, I got to exit stage left. Horvat's going to stick around for that bonus hour until tomorrow. Adios, amigos. Let's go, Shohei.
Out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Let the madness begin.
Raise up, take your shirts off, throw them around your head, spin them like a helicopter.
It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, with Ryan Horvat.
Some zig, I'm gonna zag. All right, the theme of the night is all dogs hopefully take us to heaven. Nobody wants to bet Seattle U, except for this guy.
Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Happy Monday, June 2nd. Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Shout out to Bone Thugs and Harmony. It's not really the first of the month, but we weren't here yesterday because it was Sunday. So technically, for the show, it is the first of the month. Happy June. One of my favorite months, mainly because usually I go on vacation. The weather warms up. It's pool season. Got good news. Could start some physical therapy when I get back. So maybe, just maybe, I'll be lifting some weights here soon, which will be nice because I'm sick of cardio. Although, damn, losing a lot of weight. Not going to lie, feeling pretty good right now. But we got to get back to the weights. Football season coming up. Only about 70 days until college football gets underway. Excited about that. Fired off a couple more win totals that we'll talk about when I get back from vacation. Hopefully the numbers are still there. Major League Baseball tonight. Not a whole lot going down. Earlier, the Brewers stay hot. They've now won 8 straight games. And all of a sudden, this offense is averaging about 7 runs per game during this win streak. Christian Yelich is on an absolute tear. This looks like the NL MVP version of Christian Yelich before all those injuries to, well, really every part of his body, mainly his back. That's been the issue the last 3-4 seasons in Milwaukee. But the Brewers do get the win tonight. They've won 8 straight, 3-2 winners over the Reds. They were minus 105 favorites. Earlier this morning, they were even money when I bet them. But they did close as favorites in a pick situation. Total goes under 9. The Rockies have done it. They have won a baseball game. I believe this is their 9th victory of the season. What's funny, in the month of May, Scotty Scheffler, best golfer in the world, had 3 wins. The Colorado Rockies baseball team that plays every single day had 3 wins. That's how bad the Colorado Rockies are this season. They had as many wins last month, in the month of May, as a professional golfer in Scotty Scheffler. But they do get a victory tonight. The Angels up right now 7-6 over the Boston Red Sox. In fact, I think that game just went final. It did, so another win for your boy tonight. The Angels were plus 127 dogs. Total goes over 9.5. Mike Trout, who just got activated a couple games ago off the IL, does homer tonight. Great to see him healthy. His home run prop tonight was plus 325. In my opinion, one of the all-time greats. Sucks that he's played for a crappy organization his entire life. Even when Shohei was there, never made the postseason. But a great player when he's healthy and when he's right. I would love to see him get moved at the deadline to go elsewhere, but he loves playing in Los Angeles for whatever reason. Tigers, in my opinion, the best team in the American League. The record tells you that they are. The odds tell you that the Yankees are still the favorites to represent the AL, win the pennant, plus 220. Give me the Tigers. Anything over 3-1 right now, I still think is a good bet. I believed in them coming into the season. I'm a big AJ Hinch fan. And, man, that lineup is raking right now, and the rotation has been solid as well. They got a 13-1 lead over the White Sox. Granted, it's the White Sox. They're horrendous. Not quite as bad as the Rockies, though. San Diego and San Francisco just getting underway. Actually, that game's on the top of second right now. Scoreless. Total down to 6.5 with Logan Webb on the bump for San Francisco. They're huge favorites right now on the money line. Minus 230 with Logan Webb pitching tonight for the Giants. Coming up in about 10 minutes, the A's at home, if you want to call it home, in Sacramento. No longer the Oakland A's, soon to be, we think, the Vegas A's. Plus 135 dogs tonight with Luis Severino on the bump. He's got a 3.89 ERA, taking on the Minnesota Twins. Twins minus 61 favorites. Joe Ryan going for them. He has a 2.57 ERA this season. He's been solid. And then the Dodgers in action coming up in about 10 minutes as well. They got Dusty May on the bump. He's got a 4.20 ERA. Nice. Going against Blackburn, who has not pitched yet this season. Dodgers minus 160 favorites. Total in that game, 9.5. I like Ohtani props. 4 for 9 in his career against Blackburn with 2 RBI and a homer. If you could still grab some of those props if they're available. No hockey. We'll see game 1 of the Stanley Cup Finals on Wednesday night. Edmonton, a minus 130 favorite against Florida. The Panthers are plus 110 dogs. Total in that game, 6.5. And then game 1 of the NBA Finals comes up on Thursday. The Pacers were 9.5-point dogs. Now that's 9 flat. Total in the game, 230.5. I know the trends are terrible for dogs in game 1 of the Finals. I think in the last 20 game 1s, underdogs are 2-18 straight up. But I think Indiana's actually live. I don't know that they win the game. I don't know that you want to waste money
on a plus 330 money line price, but I do at least like them to cover the 9. And if you do want a 9.5, it is still available right now, minus 108. So Pacers for me, at least game 1. Earlier today, kind of some shocking news in the NFL. If you've been listening to the show really the last 45 days, I've been kind of ragging on the Detroit Lions ever since that playoff loss. Everything this year, last year, whatever you want to call it, was right in front of them. They win 15 games in the regular season for the second consecutive year, for the first time since 1992, mind you. They win the NFC North. They have home field advantage in the playoffs, the best offense on paper. The defense, we always knew the defense was going to be a problem for the Lions last season, at least if you were paying attention. They had no pass rush, and they had the best pass rusher in the league through week 8 or week 9, whenever Aiden Hutchinson got hurt. Had 6.5 sacks, led the league in pressures, got hurt, and the pass rush completely fell off a cliff. And that was my concern coming into the season for Detroit, was the defense mainly, that pass rush. You bring back Aiden Hutchinson, but he's coming back from a broken leg. His sack prop, by the way, is huge this year, 14.5. I would only bet the under. If he stays healthy and if he comes back as the Aiden Hutchinson that got hurt, he probably has 15, 16 sacks. That's a big-ass number, man. And again, he's coming back from a broken leg. If you're watching these workout tapes or the OTAs, he's got this big knee brace on or leg brace on right now. So a little worried about that. He should still be a fine player. But on the opposite end, you have Marcus Davenport, who hasn't played 10 games in 3 consecutive seasons. They're trying to fix up the secondary with young players, but you also have a brand new defensive coordinator coming in. You lose Aaron Glenn. He's now the head coach for the New York Jets. On the offensive side of the ball, you lose the best coordinator, not named Andy Reid, in all of football, in Ben Johnson. He's now in Chicago. That's why I'm buying in on the Bears and Caleb Williams. And I was selling Detroit at least as an 11-win team, with the win total being at 11 or 10.5. I think they take a step back this season. And then today, the one thing that you feel good about, right, is obviously the skill position players and an offensive line. Right next to the Philadelphia Eagles, 1B or 2, I think the Detroit Lions had the second best offensive line next to the Eagles, the Super Bowl champs. But today, out of nowhere, their center, Frank Ragnow, who's a 4-time Pro Bowler in 7 NFL seasons, announces his retirement, and he does it on social media. The quote was, I got it right in front of me on Twitter, "These past couple of months have been very trying as I've come to the realization that my football journey is ending and I'm officially retiring from the NFL." He put this on Instagram, by the way. "I've tried convincing myself that I'm feeling good, but I'm not, and it's now time to prioritize my health and my family's future. I have given this team everything I have, and I thought I had more to give, but the reality is I simply don't. I have to listen to my body, and this has been one of the hardest decisions of my life. The Lions organization has been absolutely incredible throughout this process, and I cannot emphasize this enough how grateful I am for this team and for all the fans. It was an absolute honor to go through this battle for you all." Now, he had multiple injuries throughout his career. 2021, he played with a fractured throat, which, imagine going to your job at the post office, lawyer, doctor, firefighter, you work at the golf course, you have a fractured frickin' throat. He played through that. How do they reward him? They make him the highest paid center at the time with a $54 million 4-year extension. It's crazy because he's only 29 years old, man, but injuries have caught up. And you also wonder, did Detroit have any idea about this, right? Because they probably would have taken another center, in the draft, or another offensive lineman. At only 29 years old, he played 16 games last season. He only missed the week 4 game against Seattle, and he had a partially torn pec. So it made sense. Didn't miss a single start after, was named to the Pro Bowl for, I believe, the 3rd consecutive season. And the dude's an absolute stud. Behind him, they do have a rookie, actually. They have Tate Ratledge, 2nd-round pick out of Georgia. So they probably had an idea that this was coming, but he played guard in college. He has been taking the first-team reps at center during OTAs. But this is a huge loss, man, losing Frank Ragnow. Did have some toe injuries, missed 13 games in 2021. Had that throat injury that I talked about, but this is one of the better centers in the league, especially now that Jason Kelce is retired, on one of the best offensive lines. Now I'm really worried if I'm a Jared Goff fantasy owner, if I'm a Detroit Lion fan, if I already bet the win total over, or the NFC North futures, or the win total, like I said, because Jared Goff has had 3 consecutive seasons thrown for over 4,000 yards, but that was with Ben Johnson as his offensive coordinator, gone. And that was with Frank Ragnow as his starting center, now gone. So I'm fading the Lions, guys. Under 10.5 wins for me on the Lions. Over on the Bears, 8.5 wins. I think the Packers could win the NFC North. I would only play overs on them. But if I'm betting unders on the NFC North this year, it's Detroit and it's Minnesota. But I'm not running to bet unders on Minnesota. I do think it's going to be a retool year. I haven't seen J.J. McCarthy at the pro level, but I have too much respect to bet an under on a team coached by Kevin O'Connell, especially a team that still has Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, Aaron Jones, a ton of talent on the defensive side of the ball. So I do think Minnesota takes a step back, but now I definitely think Detroit takes a step back after losing Frank Ragnow unexpectedly. We got Mario producing the show. We're out here in the DMV. We got Brandon running the board in Chicago. Mario, I'll come to you first. You're obviously a Chicago Bear fan here in the NFC North. Where are you at now with the Lions, man? It's just been a rough offseason. You lose your defensive coordinator in Aaron Glenn, who's now a head coach with the Jets. You lose your OC in Ben Johnson. And now out of nowhere, in June at OTAs, you find out your starting center, one of the better ones in all of football, is just going to retire. Doesn't this seem like everything's kind of working against the Lions, especially, again, when last year you had everything right in front of you, home field advantage with a rookie quarterback coming to your dome, and you still couldn't get the job done and at least make it to the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, it feels like the next thing we're about to hear about the Detroit Lions is that Amon-Ra St. Brown's like out for the year, like towards ACL or something. That just seems like the direction where it's bad news that's hitting this organization. Nate Tice had some very interesting stuff when talking about Frank and his kind of impact on this offense. They go third in the NFL in yards per play, down to 13th when he doesn't play. EPA per play, they go from tied for second best in the league to 27th. Just like these massive jumps when he's not on the field. And now he's gone. And it's just like, it's probably also a huge voice in the locker room, a huge leader. And that speaks volumes to how like the team morale is going to be. We're going to see how good of a coach Dan Campbell is this year. And if he's just a rah-rah, here's like 18,000 coffees that I just chugged and I can still go. And I'm like the man. He like cut his blood and it's full of like creatine and testosterone. Or if he's actually a good X's and O's coach, we'll see this year. But it makes me think, Brando, that this Detroit team is going to come in third place in NFC North.
Yeah, it's tough because of what they had already lost with defensive coordinator, offensive coordinator, and now losing your all-pro center. And not to mention, you're playing the NFC North just plays a brutal schedule all the way around. Like every team in the NFC North has a brutal schedule, and that includes the Detroit Lions. And I mean, you look at their first 6 games. You get the Packers, the Bears, the Ravens, the Browns, the Bengals, the Chiefs, the Buccaneers, and the Vikings. Like that is a gauntlet to start your season, especially a season where you're going into a lot of unknowns. So it's going to be a test. And like you said, Mario, I mean, you're going to find out right away whether or not Dan Gamble is the guy in Detroit that everybody thought he was, or whether or not it was the coordinators pulling the strings that made him look really, really good.
Yeah, exactly. That's what. And I didn't even mention that, dude. Let's find out how good Dan Campbell really is. Dan Gamble, right? We all love him when he's going for it on 4th down, and he's the rah-rah guy, biting kneecaps, drinking all the coffee. But when you start 1-3 or 2-3, sometimes that message wears thin in the locker room. Well, I got both of you guys. All right, so out on the Lions, in on the Bears, in on the Packers, Vikings wild card. But NBA Finals, Game 1. Now with the Pacers being 9.5 point dogs. Total 231.5. High total for Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Mario, I'll start with you. You think the Pacers could at least steal 2 games? Do you think they're live in this series? And what do you think about Game 1?
Yeah, so the series overall, I get kind of nervous for the Pacers because you had the benefit of playing the New York Knicks where your style was the exact opposite of them, and you can kind of force them to play their game. You can't force the Thunder to play your game because that is their game. Like, if you want to push the pace, that's what they want to do. You want to play fast. You want to push the ball up the floor defensively, offensively. That plays right into their hands. You want to go deep into your bench. That's what they're going to do. That's the worrisome thing for the Pacers. I think it gets done in 6 games. I think they can still 2. In this first game, because both these teams are fairly young and fairly inexperienced besides a couple players in the NBA Finals, and because of how intense this Thunder defense is. I mean, look at Anthony Edwards, man. He could never get open in any game in that Western Conference series. I like the under a lot. I think there's going to be a lot of emotions in this game one. Guys are going to be nervous. There's going to be tough rush shots. They're going to be playing too fast, lose the basketball, and the defense is really going to show strong in that game. So I love the under in game one.
Brandon, what are your thoughts? Pacers, Thunder.
Yeah, look, I think the Pacers can push it. And I mean, I already bet the Pacers to win the NBA title before the Eastern Conference Finals started, so I'm going to be pulling for them. And I think they can. I think they can be a sleeper. I'm not going to pretend like OKC almost didn't even get to the Western Conference Finals and almost didn't lose in 7 to Denver.
Yeah, people forget about that, man, right after that Minnesota series. All right, we'll take a quick break. We're back. It's BetMGM the night after dark.
Don't go anywhere. You're listening to BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
Back to BetMGM Tonight. Brother Big Noise Evans with you. Ryan Horvat in the house on this Manic Monday. We're going to be talking to Keith Smith about the NBA Finals here momentarily. But before we bring on Keith, a friendly reminder, if you want to talk the NBA with us, if you want to talk some fantasy football, maybe we'll talk about the Stanley Cup Finals, or the action going down on the diamond right now. The Rockies are winning, America. Gather as many, imperishable goods as you possibly can, because hell is freezing over. The world is about to end. They're on 5-4, top of the fifth inning. Though plenty of time on the road against the Miami Marlins. We'll keep you up to date on that. But if you want to talk to us about any of those sports, or maybe a little fake pigskin in the fantasy football world, all you got to do to contact Ryan Horvat and I is you pick up the phone and dial us fools at 833-732-3875. 833-732-3875. You can also hit us up on the X or the Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, where we have our pole dancing poll question of the day. And it's asking you this: among New York Jets, which player profits most at his current half-point PPR fantasy football position ADP? Your options are Justin Fields at quarterback 19, Breece Hall at running back 12, Garrett Wilson at wide receiver 16, or rookie Mason Taylor at tight end 29. Over 285 votes cast. Make your voice be heard. Exercise your democratic right. Keep the votes a-coming and fire off your comments. You can bring the noise on X at BetMGM Tonight. Again, on X at BetMGM Tonight. Right now, let's go out to the phone lines and talk to Keith Smith, contributor to Sports Track, and also a co-host of Front Office Show. Make sure you follow him on X as well at Keith Smith NBA. Again, on X at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, welcome back to BetMGM Tonight. Let's go in and dive right in, my man. The finals are set. And some feel it's rather unexpected, with OKC taking in the surprising Spurs of Indiana. What was your playoff finals matchup prediction? Just curious about that, and how shocked you really are these two teams are meeting for Larry O'Brien. Also, give us a percentage chance Indiana can spring the series upset. Right now, the Fighting Rick Smiths are plus 500, extraordinary odds to win the Larry O'Brien Trophy. So give us your general thoughts on this series and the percentage chance that Indiana can actually hoist the hardware in the end.
Playoff picks were close to my preseason, which was Celtics over Thunder. I thought Boston was going to repeat before things went sideways for them against the New York Knicks. And then in this series, I think pretty big surprise that the Pacers are here. No surprise at all with the Thunder. I thought they were going to get through, as I think did most in the West. But then with the Pacers, the first round, sure, no issue with them beating the Bucks. Most had the Cavs dispatching the Pacers in the second round. I called the East Finals a toss-up. I picked the Knicks because I didn't really know who I thought was really going to win. I was like, all right, I'll just go Knicks in 7 at home. So the Pacers taking care of business is huge. And now I think they're getting underrated against the Thunder. I think, whether it be the analysis, the pundits that are picking, I know some of the betting lines are heavily favoring the Thunder. I think the Pacers have a decent chance. I'd say if I'm putting percentages on it, somewhere around 30, 33%, a chance to win. I think it's going to be a long competitive series.
Keith, I'm excited for the NBA Finals. I want to get back to that in about, a couple minutes here. But, if you're a fan of the 28 other teams, you don't care about the NBA Finals. Maybe for some betting purposes, but you want the offseason to get here because we think this might be one of the crazier offseasons we've seen, and that's saying something in the NBA. Kevin Durant, Giannis, Toronto, what are you hearing about that situation? Is that something that you think is possible? Where do you think those guys end up, man?
Yeah, we're going to see. Toronto is, by all accounts, ready to push things forward. They do not want to be stuck in a long rebuilding phase. They feel like they've got the guys in place now to do some stuff. They've got some tradable contracts that they're sitting on, and they are looking to upgrade in a big way. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Masai Ujiri, there's a pre-existing relationship there. Those two guys go way back and have done a lot of work on the international scene together, so it wouldn't be a surprise at all. And Ujiri is not someone who has shied away. You know, when they traded for Kawhi Leonard, it was done with Kawhi basically saying, hey, there's no guarantee I'm going to stay here after the 1 year. And they raised the banner and he left. And I think the Raptors were like, yep, good enough for us. You know, let's, see. So I think there could be something there with Kevin Durant. We'll see what happens. That one's a little harder because he's only got 1 year left under his contract. He's obviously a lot older. You have injury concerns. But there are definitely teams that are basically looking at things and saying, you know what, we're maybe a Kevin Durant away. And one of the teams to watch there is Minnesota. They were heavily engaged on Durant during the season at the trade deadline. But because of how expensive he is and the fact that the Suns and the Timberwolves are both second apron teams, they're just going to be too hard to pull off. But we've seen it time and time again in the NBA where teams get close at the trade deadline. Then what they do is they kind of regroup, get back with each other, and make it happen when we get into the offseason.
I'm Jack, man, just because I think a lot of teams are going to look at this Boston situation with the Tatum injury and maybe think, hey, we could go for it now in the East. So I'm excited. Also excited, obviously, for the NBA Finals. Not a lot of people, like you said, Keith, saw the Pacers making this run. We all know about, obviously, SGA, the MVP of the league, and Tyrese Halliburton. Who are some other guys you think might play a big role in this series to help decide the winner? Who are your X factors, I guess, would be the question of the 2025 NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think on the Pacers side, they're going to need Andrew Nembhard to be big time for them. They need him to really be good defensively. He's probably going to get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander quite a bit, and they're going to need him to be just as good against him as he was against Jalen Brunson at times in the Knicks series. And then on the Thunder side, I think Chet Holmgren has a chance. He's not that he's not a good player, and he always is a good player, but he was kind of a little bit out of the limelight in the last couple of series at times for the Thunder because there was so much about SGA, and then you had Jalen Williams doing his thing, and Alex Caruso is getting a lot of publicity, especially for his work on the defensive end. But I think Holmgren's got a chance to have a pretty big series here. I think the Thunder are going to go small quite a bit to kind of combat the Pacers' speed, and in those lineups, that's where Holmgren needs to be really good when he's in those single big lineups.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're talking to Keith Smith, contributor to Spoon Track, co-host of Front Office Show. And make sure you follow him on X, where he's always giving it to you there, at Keith Smith NBA. Again, on X, at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, I'm personally writing value in signing with Tyrese Halliburton to win a Finals MVP at plus 700. SGA, a.k.a. the free throw merchant, is the heavy favorite to take home the coveted award and honor, currently at minus odds there at BetMGM. Who's your pick to win MVP in this NBA Finals? Do you think OKC is going to take care of business? If you do, you got to bet on Shai Gilgeous despite the heavy juice. You got to look outside the box. And if you're back in Indiana, do you feel that Halliburton is an extraordinary value at 7-1?
Yeah, my pick is Thunder in 6, and because of that, I am going to pick SGA to win MVP. I think he's the most likely player to win. If they're going to win, he's going to be a big part of driving the success towards that. But if Indiana wins, I would pick Tyrese Halliburton or Pascal Siakam. It'll be one of the two who I think get it done if the Pacers are able to pull off the upset. But I think it'll be the Thunder in 6, and I'm going with SGA.
All right, so you're going to say OKC in 6. That was going to be my bonus time question, so I'm going to throw this curveball at you instead. The Thunder are laying 9.5 in game 1. You got $100 worth of hole in your pocket. Are you going to roll with the Thunder and lay that heavy spread at minus 9.5 at home? Or are you going to go with the Spurs plus the 9.5 instead? What do you like?
Yeah, I would go with the Pacers to keep it close. I think they're going to surprise some people in this series, just with how competitive they are with the Thunder. So I would go with the Pacers just because I think they're going to be right there. I think the challenge for the Thunder is going to be, what does it look like? They've been off for a while, even longer than Indiana has. In these game ones of the finals, if the prior series wrapped early, tend to be a little sloppy because the teams have been off, and I think that leads to a closer game, and that's why I would pick the Pacers to keep it close.
Yeah, maybe the under is a play there as well if you feel there's going to be turnover prone. It's a sky-high total of 230.5. Game one there between Thunder and also the Pacers of the NBA Finals. Outstanding stuff from our friend Keith Smith, contributor to Spotrac, also co-host of the Front Office Show. Foam on X, do it now at Keith Smith NBA. Get on X at Keith Smith NBA. Keith, enjoy the NBA Finals, and hey, man, the offseason right around the corner.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're almost there. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, thank you, Keith. Appreciate the time. There he goes, Keith Smith saying Thunder in 6. Are you buying or selling, Horvey?
Yeah, Thunder in 6 sounds about right. Like when we talked about it last week, because we just kind of figured it was going to be Indiana and OKC. Even if it went to Game 7 in MSG, I would have bet the Pacers. I just thought that they were the better team, and Brunson was all beat up. I said the bet for me would be Thunder in 5, gentleman's sweep. Kind of changed my tune, though, man. I think Indiana could take a couple. I agree with Keith. I think they're getting disrespected. I think they win at least 2 games in this series. As good as OKC is defensively, they are going to give you some open looks. As long as, Indiana doesn't just forget how to shoot the basketball, which I don't see happening, man. That's what I love about this team. They're so efficient on the offensive end. They shoot 40% from 3, still around 50% from the field here in the playoffs. And if a guy's off, like if it's a night where Halliburton's only going to attempt 9 field goals, it could be Siakam. It could be Naismith or Nebhard, Miles Turner. So I think they steal 2. If I had to make a bet, I'd probably go Thunder in 6. But that said, these prices are outrageous, and I get it, right? They're trying to get you to back the dog because they've got enough OKC money. They're a huge liability. They were the best team in the regular season. They could have won 70 games if they really wanted to. So now they're trying to force you to bet some Indiana. But I might do it, man, like a crazy lunatic. I hate to even bring this up, but in the NBA playoffs, especially the last 6-7 years, how many injuries have we seen to star players? Kevin Durant in the NBA Finals. Granted, he only played a half, right? We had the Kyrie Irving injury in the playoffs a couple of years ago in that series against Milwaukee where it looked like Brooklyn was in full control. So that would be the case that I would make for Indiana. And who knows? Maybe they beat this OKC team healthy. I don't think it happens, but let's say SGA goes down or he's hobbled. Then is Jalen Williams good enough to carry a team? Is Chet going to have the series that Keith said that maybe he thinks that he can and be that X factor? So I think the market's completely disrespecting Indiana, but man, OKC is damn good. And I think that game 1 price being 9.5 tells you everything that you need to know. And spoiler alert, I grabbed Indiana immediately at 9.5. That number's too high. I'd make it 7.
I think it's going to be a heck of a lot closer to even 7 points. I think it's going to be 5 points or less, to be frank. I think that number was definitely sky high. I was rather shocked that the market was disrespecting. And that's the thing about Indiana. They've been disrespecting this entire playoff slate, and they just keep conquering everybody in their path. And they're doing it in convincing fashion. They've been so impressive. Doing it in variable ways. They can play in a slog, and obviously they feel very comfortable at a brisk IndyCar pace, a pun intended there. They're applying daggers and plunging them late in a game. See Tyrese Halliburton with a back iron through the rim to push that game into overtime and knocking off the Knicks. They just keep finding ways to win. And that's what I'm saying. I'm going to talk about this later when we get to a little hoop scoops. I like the Pacers to take this series, frankly. I think they got a great shot at swinging the upset. The fact they're 5-1 plus 500 to win this series is absurd to me. Everybody's stacking their greenbacks and their chips on OKC, but immediately writing off and overlooking and assuming that is going to be the case and, disrespecting the Sirs, I think is a fruitless proposition. I think that team is going to be highly competitive from beginning to end. By the way, the Miami Marlins are officially underdogs against Colorado Rockies. They're down 5-4. They're plus 105 on that money line. The Rockies bullpen were the worst in baseball. I'm playing it, Horvat. I'm taking the Marlins. No stinking way. Colorado's going to win the game on the road. They've only won 3 on the road all season long. Famous last words from me. We come back, more bets and better up right here on the show that always is bringing you all kinds of variable bets, whether in the NBA, Major League Baseball, the NFL, college football. We'll even do some WNBA tomorrow. This is BetMGM tonight on the BetMGM Network.
Don't miss out on the action. If you missed the show, you can listen back on the always free Odyssey app. It's BetMGM Tonight, presented by BetMGM.
Got the whole tune in there.
Let's get back to the madness. It's BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Ryan Horvat.
BetMGM Tonight, final segment of the night, final show for me for the week. So we're going to do some UFC picks because I'm excited for the card. I'll be ordering it, and I'll be betting Sean O'Malley, even though it's probably a bad bet. I'm all in on this new version of Sean O'Malley that I haven't really seen because he's not on social media anymore. He's not smoking weed anymore. Joe Rogan was talking about this. It's going to be a tough-ass fight, but hey, for a little fun and a little pizza money, better than 2-1 odds, I'll probably make that bet. We got no NBA Finals tonight, of course. Game 1 coming up on Thursday. We talked about that. Check out the podcast, BetMGM Tonight. Like, subscribe, review, rate, all that fun stuff. Indiana, a 9-point dog. Total in the game in Game 1, 230.5. NHL Stanley Cup playoff action in the Stanley Cup Finals. That begins Wednesday. Edmonton will be a -130 favorite in Game 1 against Florida. Total in the game, 6.5. The only Major League Baseball scores that we have going down right now out in San Francisco were scoreless. Giants and Padres. The Twins beating the living hell out of the A's early, 6-0 in the bottom of the second. And the Mets have a 1-0 lead on the Dodgers. That game's in the top of the third. Like I said, though, good UFC card. So let's get some bets before I get out of here for the week. We got Mario producing the show, our UFC expert, and our other UFC expert, Brando, running the board out in Chicago. Big pay-per-view, guys. We got UFC 316. I'm looking forward to it. And if I'm going to spend the $80 on it, I need some winners. So where are we going?
Where do you want to start?
Yeah, where do you want to start, Brian? Like, I could talk about this thing for 4 hours. I mean, this is going to be an amazing fight.
We even have the EFGD ready on each fight.
Yeah,
Good.
yeah.
That's
Do you
what
want to start with
I need
Pena versus
takedown
Harrison?
defense. I need all the numbers. I need all the metrics. Start with things that you actually want to bet. We could work our way up, like, undercard. Even if you want to do some of the, some of the other stuff, and then just work your way down to the main card and the main event. Let's do it like that. Prelims.
All right. That prelims.
That's what escaped my head for a second.
So one fight I love right away is I gotta find it. All right, so it's on the main card, but hear me out here, Brando. You have Patchy Mix, who's taking this fight on a short notice.
Yeah.
His first UFC fight coming from Bellator, 7 straight wins, hasn't fought in a year. Takedown artist, his last fight was his first time he's ever KO'd someone. He fights Mario Batista, great name. Mario's 15-2, 6 wins by submissions. Insane striker. Here's a little stats for you, Ryan. 5.33 strikes landed per minute. Takedown defense is 67%. He's won 7 in a row as well. Patchy's taking this fight. This was supposed to be Chito Vera, and then Chito had a bounce in the fight. Now Patchy comes in very cocky. Mario's plus money. I'm going to take the guy that's been in the UFC before, that's been more active recently, and is not going to be too scared of the spotlight, if you will. A lot of time, recently, and Brendan, you correct me if I'm wrong, we've seen these Bellator guys come in, and they give these guys the biggest hype of all time. This guy has been in everyone in the Bellator. He is the son of Zeus. And then they come in there, and they get overwhelmed, or they don't start off hot right away, and they kind of let the fight come to them, but the fight never comes to them, and then they end up losing. So at plus money, I'm taking Mario just for that honestly reason, and he's an insanely balanced fighter, 15-2. He's a beast. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I was looking at this fight earlier, and I was thinking, I'm like, man, I don't know which way to play this, because I've watched Patchy Mix at Bellator, and I like the way that he fights. I think that it's a good matchup for him against Bautista, but I think you're right, man. These guys come over into Bellator, and they just, like, I don't know if the spotlight's too big for them, but I think they just get so hyped up that they tend to make a lot of mistakes. And I think you're going to get that mistake from Patchy Mix, and Bautista's going to catch him. And the thing about Batista is he fights a lot of boring fights too, though. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of his fights go the distance. And if Patchy comes in and he's just calm and he doesn't go crazy like a lot of these Bellator fighters do, he can sleep Batista quick. So this is one where I'm not sure which way to go. I think it could just be like an all-out brawl. And usually when it's an all-out brawl, I go with the favorite. So I think I would lean Patchy Mix here, but I don't know, man. This is a tough one to bet. I would probably lean, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to lean for the fight to go the distance. I think that would be my
agree with
play on
that.
this one. Yeah.
It's going to be a brawl. I think it's going to be a kind of a sleep. So is Vicente versus Kevin Holland. I think that's going to be a very insane brawl. If you want to look at two guys that just, hey, let's point the finger down the center of the octagon and just toss until one of us falls. That's going to be this fight. I can't wait for that one. I don't know. Okay, you do too?
I think I'm putting Luque. Yeah, I do like Luque in this one. I'm sorry, Ryan. I know you're a big Kevin Holland guy. I think Luque is the better fighter. I think he's the better striker, and I think he sleeps Holland in this one.
No, I do too. I'm not even a Kevin Holland guy. I just told Mario, I said every card the dude's fighting. Like, does he ever get tired?
Yeah. That's
I'm with
fair
you guys.
too.
I'm fading him too.
Yeah, he is in every card. I don't know if he ever took a card off.
No,
he never takes one off, and I think he's going for a record. I believe he said that in an interview. He's going for some record for most fights in the year. Yeah, and by the way, his fights aren't the boring. You're the guys against the cage the whole time, and there's not a lot of damage. Like, his fights are, God, dude, how are you still up after that one? Like, his fights are fun to watch. The wars.
Yeah.
Isn't he like a teacher or something too? I might be off on that. I thought he was like a teacher or something.
He coaches. I mean, I think he coaches a lot of guys. I know that.
Oh. Thought he was like a school teacher, weirdly, or like a substitute teacher, or some weird story like that. I might be off on that. I think I am way off on that. All right,
him and Sean Levine, both substitute teachers.
Yeah, Jesus, that's even. I don't know which is scary. What do you think about the? All right, let's get the co-main event since we only got a couple. We got time, but just so we could go back. O'Malley's plus 240. Talk me out of betting him here.
All right.
I can't talk you out of it. That's the thing. Like, we were talking about this on the break. I watched. I hope it's just not a hype video that just got me so hyped to watch a fight, because I love Sean O'Malley. He's one of my favorite fighters that I've ever watched. And the I don't know if you saw it the other night, because I know you were at a concert, but they show this promo for him, and he's like. He's talking about how he got off social media, he stopped smoking weed, and the loss just kind of humbled him. And when you have a guy like Sean O'Malley who is a sniper, who just all of it can strike you and can hit you from anywhere in the octagon out of nowhere, and now you've got him focused. I think I'm betting O'Malley here, and I think O'Malley's going to win this fight. I think he might humble Walashvili. Like, I just do. I think that it might be his time to get the belt back.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This. Mario, what do you think?
When DC went to Merab's house after he won the belt, he got there. Merab was not there. He was on a run. Running. Oh my God. After winning the belt.
I'm going with Merab.
This guy.
Yeah, I saw that too.
This guy, they call him the machine, and even if you watch the embedded, even his coach is like, he's the only fighter I've ever trained where I am dead tired, and I look over at him, and he's the one telling me, all right, let's go. Let's keep going. His engine is unmatched. O'Malley, I'm happy. He's going to be healthier this fight. Like, has 2 hips in this one, which good, because defending a Merab takedown, you kind of need 2 of those. But it doesn't matter. I think Merab's pressure, and it's not what he does in round 1 or round 2 or even round 3. It's what happens in 4 and 5 of when he's going to the center of the octagon and he looks just like he did in round 1. I don't think you can train for that. I don't think you'd be prepared for that. I think O'Malley probably has drastically improved, but so has Merab. You watched his stand-up versus Umar versus Sean O'Malley. It looks like 5 times better. And if he's making those big of a leaps, I don't care how prepared O'Malley is, Merab's going to take him out. And I think, it's going to go the full distance, because that's how just this battle's going to go, and that's how Merab fights. So I think it's Merab by the points. That's how he wins this one again.
So you would bet it that way then, right? Because you're not. I mean, minus 290 is probably unbettable for Merab. So you would go for it to go to the distance.
Yeah, I'd go for it to go the distance. If you want to parlay with like another fight, go ahead and do that. But yeah, I'd bet to go the distance. That would be my way to go. Because I really don't think Sean's going to go down. I don't think he finishes him. I think Sean's probably takedown defense is drastically improved. Now, obviously, you're not going to knock him out. He's too good at that. But I think it's just going to be Merab's just going to own the octagon again.
Yeah, dude. I mean, shoot, man. I know that he like couldn't even like do any groundwork because he had a hip injury. But like Merab going out the next day and jogging. Rogan was talking about that on his podcast with Aaron Rodgers too, and even Rodgers was like, Jesus. But I'm excited to watch that. Anything else from a betting standpoint you guys would fire off on? On anywhere on the card, any prices?
Yeah. So this is the let's get nuts. Is me and Brando maybe betting Pena over Kayla Harrison, and it's because she's a 4-1 underdog and she's the champ.
Yeah, you may be betting Pena. I don't think I can.
You don't think you will?
Gosh. No, I don't know if I can. Look, Kayla Harrison scares me. Like I was watching promo, I was watching the video, their pre-fight press conference that they had where they talked to one another, and like I was scared for Juliana Pena. Like I looked at her and I was like, dude, Kayla Harrison's gonna eat her. I don't know what's gonna happen.
I have a theory. I think Pena's got to stay in her head though. If she can get Harrison outside of her head and like overthinking the fight and like fighting with anger and not smartness, I think she wins. So like she's got to
fight a boring fight.
Yeah, she's got to fight really boring. Like make me fall asleep. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I might take a flyer on it.
I like.
I'm gonna bet.
I'm in now.
Pena. I'm gonna bet Pena.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hedge it.
Yeah. I'll take a little flyer. Why not? That's Saturday, by the way. You guys still got a whole week of shows. You guys will be back tomorrow. BetMGM tonight, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'll be betting Sugar Sean, so you guys could tweet and call me an idiot or, text me on Saturday night and tell me I'm an idiot. Game 1, Pacers, +9. Go Pacers. BetMGM tonight. That'll do it for us tonight. We're back tomorrow on a Tuesday.
That's a wrap. Come back for more Wagertainment on BetMGM tonight, Monday to Friday, 7 to 11 p.m. Eastern on the BetMGM Network.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. And now it's time for Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner.
Hey, welcome in. Back to the Futures is back again. Brandon Sprague out here in Portland, Oregon. My great co-host, as always, Will Ortner, the pride of Hockinson High, the 62nd greatest offensive line prospect in Hockinson High School history. Look it up, Google, fact check it. You will find that I am correct. It is good to be with you here this evening on the BetMGM Network. Will, good evening. How was the old gambling weekend? Did we partake much in the gambling? And how you doing?
Not doing too bad. Got out on Saturday morning, first golf round of the new summer. Not too bad. You got to start the golf season off with a best ball. I think that's the best way to kind of work your way back in. You need spring training. You can't just go out there and try and shoot your best round ever. You need to be with the buddies, kind of ease your way in. You're going to have some bad shots. You're going to have some real bad shots, and you'll have one or two good shots. Are you disagreeing with me? I'm seeing you're making faces. You don't think best ball is the way to start off your golfing season?
So you guys collectively each hit a tee shot, and then you all just choose the best tee shot and then hit from there?
Well, it was a tournament. It was a best ball tournament. I think the best way to sign up.
You didn't specify that it was a tournament. You said I got out from my first round of the year, and it's the best way to do it is best ball, which it's like if that's just a regular round, that's bullish, man. You got to go out there and golf for yourself, and if you shoot on 110 or you shoot a 90, your score is what your game is at. So, like, you didn't specify it was a tournament. Had you said got out, golf round, good tournament, we did a best ball style, I wouldn't have given you a face, but you made it sound like it was your first round with just your boys with no real stakes. And I'm sitting here going, why would you play best ball? What a ridiculous way to play with a round that doesn't matter.
You've never wanted to go out with your boys and tried to shoot a course record? Like, every once in a while, we used to do that all the time.
But it's not a record. It's cheating.
It's not cheating. It's just a different way of getting to the course record. Like, let's see if we can if four of us together can beat one guy. Come on, man.
If you're in a tournament, sure. That's how we do our radio station tournament out here in Portland. You know that at the Fan Golf Classic. Yes. But if you're just you and your boys at your local Muni and it's just a regular foursome at 1 o'clock on a Saturday, I'm screaming at you guys if you're playing best ball if I'm behind you. Like, get this amateur hour stuff out of here. What are we doing? Have some course etiquette. Have some respect for your golf game.
That is respect for the course, and it has great course etiquette because we're not searching for balls that are lost in the woods. We're motoring through. We're probably done in less than 4 hours.
You're still looking
what
for the
this
ball.
is? No. You know
Everybody
what
looks
this
for the
is?
ball.
This is the 100 men versus the gorilla, except we're just doing it 4 men versus the golf pro. That's all that it is. It's just, your Tiger Woods or whatever your course record champion is versus us 4. And that's a fun way to get going. It's a nice way to ease into your season. If you're doing it in August, that's different. Probably don't do that then. But if you're doing it at the beginning of like May, end of April, when the golf season just starts, I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay, but the problem is you said it was a tournament, but you didn't start it as a tournament. Then it's a tournament, and now you're arguing as if it wasn't a tournament because you know how ridiculous it is if it's not a tournament. So were you in an actual tournament, or are you just saying you played around with your boys and played best ball? Which is it?
I was in an actual tournament raising money for my alma mater, the Hawkinson Hawks. Go Hawks.
Okay. Then I'll tell you, as a bad golfer who loves to golf, yeah, play best ball. But if it's just you at Tri Mountain on a Saturday at noon and you play best ball, shame. Absolute Game of Thrones, shame on you. Be better than that.
I think we're just going to have to agree to disagree. I think sometimes it's okay to go and do a little bit of spring training. Sometimes you need to go to the par 3 course and get warmed up for the year.
Kenny asking the important questions. You were 71st last week. How did he move up? Unfortunately, 9 kids died since this last show. So he went up to 62nd because 9 of them perished. So there you go. Sorry, Kenny. That's what happened. We don't have to name names. Let's not talk about this publicly anymore, Will. We don't want to make people feel bad, okay? It's Mother's Day, for God's sakes. We have a lot to get to on the program tonight. Let's start the NBA playoffs as we await the start of Game 4 between Cleveland and Indiana. Indiana stealing 2 on the road. Cleveland coming back with another great Donovan Mitchell Game 3 performance. Legendary, some say, in Cleveland. Tyrese Halliburton was having a good run, and then he went out there and had maybe the worst game of his entire career in Game 3, and the Pacers really just stunk it up. So we'll wait, and we'll keep you updated as Game 4 is just minutes away from tipping off. Let's start with the other game that happened today. Let's start with the big one. At least we thought it was a big one. Maybe it was a big one. It sure didn't feel like it when we watched it. 2 teams shooting 24% from 3. We had the lowest scoring first quarter in NBA playoff history. The Nuggets had an 8. Yes, you heard that correctly. They had 8 total points after the first quarter, and somehow these teams got to the back end of the 90s and the front end of the or back into the 80s, front end of the 90s. 92-87 was the final somehow after like a 16-8 first quarter, 17-8, whatever it was. Just atrocious basketball. But it ended up being a close game and coming down to the wire. And the Thunder, even up the series, they are tied 2-2 as they go back to Denver. Takeaways. Let's start. What were your takeaways from that pivotal Game 4?
I was impressed that the Thunder kind of learned from some of the mistakes that they've made in the fourth quarter. It felt like that they didn't, come together and feel the pressure. It didn't feel like they tightened up in this one, right? It was a back and forth affair at different points early on in the fourth quarter. Even the Thunder had the lead. I mean, when Russell Westbrook is hitting 3-pointers on you, that's got to make you not feel awesome if you're the Thunder. And going into the playoffs, what did we talk about with this Thunder team? If they don't win it, it's going to be because they are inexperienced, and it feels like they've gone through some of those punches. Nikola Jokic is the best player in the world right now for a reason, and he's come out in this series and absolutely put on a clinic. Whenever they needed, the Nuggets need him to score, he's scoring. When they need him to get rebounds, he's getting rebounds. No one's better at finding open teammates than Jokic, right? So it felt like the Thunder kind of looked at, hey, we lost Game 1, we lost Game 3. Why? Late fourth quarter collapses. How do we find a way to make those adjustments and win this ball game? I felt like Caruso's defense was otherworldly. He was all over Murray. He was all over Braun whenever he got it on the top of the three-point lines trying to start the offense. It felt like, the Nuggets weren't able, if it didn't get to Jokic, they weren't able to get a clean look. So I was just very impressed on the changes that the Thunder made to make sure that they got out of Denver tied up with this series.
Yeah, what's interesting is like SGA was seen smiling at the end of Game 3. He played just an awful game. I know it's SGA. I know he's going to be the MVP. I really wish Jalen Williams would have got the look at the end of the ball game. SGA just didn't have it going at all. They go to overtime, they lose. Aaron Gordon was amazing in that game. He kind of vowed that he was never going to be that bad. I actually didn't think he was much better, except when it mattered, and that was the fourth quarter. OKC outscored Denver 29-18 in the fourth quarter. He talked in the postgame what was the difference? It was their defense. Their defense came out today. Now, look, I say this understanding how ridiculous the box score looks versus what reality is. Jokic has had a struggle here now for 3 games. Now, he still finishes with 27-13, which is we all grew up seeing centers get that stat line and be like, oh, what a monster. And it's a good stat line. But he's not shooting very efficiently. His percentages are dipped. He's 5 points per game less in his last 3. And I don't know whether this is a combination of OKC throwing 2 to 3 at him every other and getting him to throw out. You know, it's interesting. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we both love basketball. And, I grew up with Shaq and Duncan and Dream and, all these bigs, back to the basket traditional bigs. They get that ball on the low block, and sometimes they initially throw 2, and they'll throw it back out. And then sometimes they get that second defender off. They'll throw it right back in, and then the big will operate. Denver's not doing that. I find that very interesting. Jokic should be getting more looks, better looks. He outweighs Chet Holmgren by 380 pounds probably. When he gets rid of it the first time, Denver doesn't go back to him. And I find that odd because, that seems like a recipe that should work. And they went away, and you know what? He was awful. They were collectively awful. It was finally the bad Russell Westbrook game. Christian Brown wasn't really efficient for them. Watson couldn't do much of anything. Porter had a big game 3, couldn't do much in game 4. And, Jamal Murray was inefficient as well. So it's a combination of stuff, and I don't know how to exactly pinpoint the Jokic stuff other than to say maybe it's the combo of great team defense swarming mixed with this dude's 7'1", 300 pounds. It's just natural for these guys to wear down, especially playing the style that he plays.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, with the Thunder is the amount of bodies that they have. I mean, you go through the stat line, and it's SGA has 25 points, but then it's you get a little bit from Hartenstein, right? He's got 8 points, 14 boards. You go to Chet, he's got 8 points. He's got 13 boards. Wiggins had a big 3, right? When it seemed like Denver was coming back at the end of that fourth quarter. You're going through Jalen Williams, the smaller one. While he's not having his typical, what people were hoping he would step up to and be in that second scoring option, it still feels like when he needs to get a bucket, he has the opportunities to go get him. Alex Caruso gets a steal late in the game that leads to a foul, right? That gets Denver in the bonus early. So it just feels like, too, the Thunder, while maybe it's not one player truly asserting themselves up above everyone else, it's that depth that we always talk about with this team of everyone is doing a little bit more of their part. Now, I understand that, hey, this could all flip back on its head in game 5 if Jokic goes off, or you have another big Aaron Gordon game where it just seems like whenever their back's against the wall, he makes a big crucial play late to help push them to victory. But I wonder too if not just the bodies that are being thrown at Jokic is wearing down Jokic, but it's the bodies that are being thrown at the Nuggets as a whole. Because right now, I mean, you've got half of a Michael Porter Jr. and then everybody else. Yeah, Russ is back from his injury, but he's not at 100%. Murray's had moments where he looks like he's healthy again. He has moments where he looks like he's not. I just wonder if the depth of the Thunder is just going to overwhelm this Nuggets team, and that's going to be the difference in who wins the series and who doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, I've looked at this series a million different ways, and everybody can come to similar or if not slightly different conclusions. And I'm like, OKC probably should have won game 1, choked it away. Aaron Gordon 3. All right, they blow him out in game 2. And SGA just was all-time bad. That's one of the worst games I've seen him play this season. I'd say one of the worst games I've seen him play the last 2 years. In game 3, blown opportunity to lose. This one, it felt like they were trending towards that loss. And then in the fourth quarter, the updated series odds are Thunder minus 620, Nuggets plus 460. I just want to add before I ask you where you lean, because this is a no-brainer decision for me. I thought everything that those role guys did that you named off, their numbers won't jump out. It was when they did it, at the moment they did it, right? So, Jalen Williams did not have a great game by Jalen Williams standards. I thought he made a lot of plays, though, without scoring and even necessarily getting the technical assist. I thought Cason Wallace and Joe, and they come out there. They're not afraid to shoot a three. They let it fly. You mentioned Caruso and his help side defense and ripping Murray a couple times. I thought it was kind of the collective throughout that ended up wearing out. Chet also at the end of the first quarter was like, kind of a short rest. It feels like a back-to-back for them because they had a late overtime game 2 days ago. Then they turn and burn, and they get the early game on Sunday. And it's like it physically looks like everybody was kind of going through it. And the Thunder are younger. They're deeper, as you mentioned. Now, the series odds are Thunder minus 620 again, and the Nuggets plus 460 at BetMGM. I personally think this is going 7 games. I know what I would do if I was to have to lay a bet now. What would you do?
I bet the Thunder before the playoffs started to win the whole thing. I put money on the Thunder to beat Memphis, and I put money on the Thunder in a couple different parlays to beat the Nuggets, and that's where I'm going to stick with my money. I understand why the Nuggets could force this to Game 7. You have the best player in the world right now on one side, and it feels like whenever there's a close game, Aaron Gordon seems to take a big step up. This is the one game in the playoffs this entire season where he hasn't taken that gigantic step up. And as far as Russell Westbrook goes, look, this is probably his first bad Russell Westbrook game in a crucial game in this playoffs. It felt like in that first series against the Clippers, like when they needed a big play, he found a way to make it. In this game, he didn't. I'm not saying that good Russ is going to come to stay and we should bet on Russell Westbrook being good. The only worse bet than that is James Harden in an elimination game being good. But I do feel like the Thunder are going to be able to get it done simply because of that depth. And yes, they are younger, so they haven't gone through some of the hardships, but they also don't have the scars. They don't have the wear and tear. They don't have those injuries that are lingering, right? They haven't been beaten up. So I think that the Thunder are going to be able to use their youth to get steals, to make big plays, to make hustle plays. And then I think with their depth, they are going to be able to overwhelm this Denver team.
OKC in 7, according to BetMGM and our super producer, Zach. OKC in 7 is plus 175. I have the Thunder in this series. I took them before it started. I have the Thunder getting to the Western Conference Finals. I think they're going to take on the Timberwolves, which we'll get to because, unfortunately there's an injury in that series that's kind of changed the landscape of it. I still think Thunder can get to the finals. Now, that being said, this is a show where we talk about futures. And if you want to talk about futures and you want to talk about value, I don't know how you don't toy with Nuggets plus 460 to win the series. I just don't. I feel like those numbers are a bit high both ways. Like OKC in 7 or even in 6, maybe it happens. They're so playoff and championship tested. And I think OKC in a lot of moments in this series are still looking like that young team that are figuring this out. And so if the other team has the best player in the world and then other veterans that know how to get it done, I think plus 460 is insane value. We got a lot to get to here, Will. Give you an update on this Indiana-Cleveland game as it's already had a timeout for one team. And we'll get some NFL stuff today and some of the other playoff conversations to be had. It is a loaded show. Back to the Future's back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Futures will be back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Flux capacitor, and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, welcome back in. Nice little off-air conversation involving Bill Belichick and everything going on there. We won't get into that today. But update on the Indiana-Cleveland game, 16-10. They're challenging an out-of-bounds call. Halliburton claims he did not touch it. They ruled it Cleveland's ball, but it looks like on the replay that Indiana should get this back. Let's dive into the Celtics-Knicks game. Game 3, they got Game 4 coming up in just a second here. Here's updated playoff series prices, okay? This is from our friends at BetMGM, because we are on the BetMGM Network, and Zach Kroll. Here it is. Cavs-Pacers. Cavs going into this series, minus 160, Pacers plus 135. Knicks are a plus 260. Celtics are a minus 325. The Dubs are plus 625. The Wolves are minus 1,000. And the Nuggets, as we mentioned, are plus 460 and Thunder minus 620. Is there one that jumps out at you, like when I give you those numbers?
I think it's a little interesting that the Pacers are still plus 135 with all the injury issues that Cleveland has had. And maybe it's just because the Pacers are up right now on the Cavs. But it feels like to me, this Pacers team just has a bunch of different people that they can throw at the Cavs. And when you're missing Garland, Mobley's been banged up. I believe the other injury was to Allen, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so you have three Cavaliers who have had to miss time. That they rely on Hunter. Thank you. I knew it was one of the other key contributors, right? So one of your leaders stepping up into that shooting guard role. So you're now losing three players or getting a lessened version of those three players. And when you had all but Garland healthy, the Pacers took it to you twice on your own home court, right? And I know that they had to come back in game 2, but it feels like Tyrese Halliburton, take away game 3, to me, it feels like an anomaly, is kind of ascending, and he's making up for a lot of his early season woes and a lot of, some of his woes that he had in the offseason playing on Team USA, right? Like he comes into this year and he admitted probably 2-3 months ago, he did an interview and he says, hey, I was reading all the negative comments about myself. And so he tries to go out and show everyone how great he was. And it really detracted from his game. He got into a funk. He was in a bad mental headspace. And he finally just stopped reading all the press clippings. He stopped going through Twitter like Kevin Durant and trying to see who loves him and who hates him. And he just started playing basketball again. And you can tell that he has a lot of joy. He finds it fun. I wish the Cavs were 100% healthy. It doesn't sound like Garland's going to come back in any capacity anytime soon. When you have that type of toe injury, it sounds stupid, but it really does affect you and your game and how you move. It's constantly in pain. And if he does come back, you're going to get a lessened version. I just think the Pacers, they're ascending at the right time. And unfortunately for Cleveland, you have that injury luck that just didn't go your way. And I thought I was smart. I went in and I bet money on the Cavs after they lost game 1. I was like, ha, 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 I'm going to buy the dip. And instead, I'm the dip because I bought the wrong team. I think I'd put money on the Pacers.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, look, Garland was not very good in game 3. He was out there, but he wasn't really effective. You could tell it bothered him. Mobley's out there. They're playing tonight, but they're only down 6 as we start early. The funny thing about the dip is it didn't dip. They lost game 1 and they were still favorites. It didn't change all that much, and now it's just changing. I'll just say this before we get to Knicks Celtics. It's pretty disrespectful, I think, to have the Warriors at plus 625. Now, should the Wolves win that series? Yeah, I won't argue that. I picked them to win the series in 5. But the Curry injury and seeing what they did yesterday and seeing what they did in game 1 despite losing Curry after just 13 minutes, if anything, the Curry injury is telling me if they had Curry, they probably win this series. I don't think Minnesota's been overly impressive. And Edwards had a great second half yesterday. Will he do it again? I don't know. So I think Timberwolves win it, but if you're going to go for value, the Warriors are really disrespected at plus 625. I also think the Nuggets are too. I have the Thunder and the Wolves, and I'm telling you as a better of both those teams, that is value worth jumping at, worth putting a unit on. If I was to actually lay a bet, because I don't want to fade myself yet, the Pacers, I'm with you at plus 135. I go there. And the Knicks Celtics one's the one I feel the weirdest about because I think to not make any changes in game 2 after how you lost game 1 is wild. I also understand the thinking of Mazzulla and the Celtics of no, we've been one of the best teams in the league playing this way. We're not going to overreact. And they didn't, and they lost game 2. But then those threes went down in game 3, and that energy could not be matched by New York. Peyton Pritchard was awesome off the bench, 6th man of the year, and the Celtics hitting 50% of their threes or whatever the final percentages were. Being that good from 3 is going to win you every game. The Knicks don't have the depth, I think, to compete with Boston. Now, if they're bouncing back, they win game 3 in blowout fashion, which was such a bummer to my Saturday. I was so excited to watch this game. And it just never felt like the Knicks were going to seriously come back. Boston was, 50% from 3. They were 20 of 40, so that finally switched sides. And I just ask, have the Celtics regained control for you? And where are you at as a series better as the Knicks are plus 260 and Boston right now is a minus 325? What were your takeaways from game 3 and how you feel about the series going forward?
My takeaway is that Boston fans are insane because after game 2, you would have thought that the world was falling and crumbling. You would have thought they had already gotten swept the way that some of the big Boston proponents were kind of reacting to it. And I just felt like you've seen how this team has shot from the 3-point line the entire year. And what Coach Maz is doing is he's going by the law of big numbers. Hey, we have this amount of 3-point shooters and they shoot at this percentage. You're going to have games where you dip below that percentage. And I understand that it's a 7-game series. And so you might not have the biggest sample size to work from like you would an entire season from 82 games. But it just felt like you're in both of those games. You barely lose both of those because of historic comebacks by the Knicks and Jalen Brunson just being, a top 5 player in the world right now. And you shot less than 20% from 3 combined. You had 100 3-point shots in 2 games, and you made somewhere between 20 and 30. Like it just felt like this is one of those where the numbers are going to go back to their average, right? So eventually the Celtics are going to shoot what they shoot from 3, and they're going to get back into this series. I don't know that I like the Celtics at minus 325, but I still think that they should be favored, right? They have more depth. I know that there's some more guys who are banged up. Porzingis is dealing with his illness than the Knicks. But right now, the Knicks really have 6.5, 7 guys that they're going to throw at you. And they've played a lot this year because that's what Tibbs does. I just feel like eventually, as long as the Celtics can get back to more of what their average is from 3, and I trust that they will do that, especially since they are a former, NBA champion. They're the defending NBA champions. I think I'm still going to side with the Celtics. You just went through 2 games where you shot well below your mean. Sometimes that happens. If you have 2 games where you shoot well above your mean, guess what? You're right back to where your averages are, and this series is 2-2 going into Game 5 where you're back at home in Boston. I don't think I can.
Yeah, no, is it not weird though? Like I don't disagree with you. What's more likely, I guess, is there's a little brouhaha going between Indiana and Cleveland. Sorry for looking away from the camera for a second. I just wanted to see what was happening between Hunter and Mathurin. But what's odd is like I have a lot of Knicks friends in my life somehow, way out here in Portland, Oregon, but I got them. And I always usually give them crap, but like I'm rooting for them more than I am Boston this series just because I'd rather see Brunson versus like having everybody shove Tatum down my throat as if he's the real face of the league, which is ridiculous. But like what's more likely? Boston losing 20-point leads the rest of the way, or Boston winning by 10 or more because their threes actually go in? And like as much as I enjoyed those first 2 games, I think I agree with you that Boston should be the favorite. Now, I don't know what that number should be, but it's 325 because it's like the math won't math. They're going to lose 4 games after blowing. They're going to blow 4 20-point leads. I don't know if I mathematically am in on that. So, like, it was fun. Brunson and Bridges, who was 0 for in the first half of game 2, just absolutely ignited that flame in game 2 in the second half and got it going. And then Brunson got it going late. And, like, that was fun. But it doesn't seem likely to gamble on the fact that, like, Boston is going to blow 4 leads of 20-plus in a series, whereas, like, it feels like that's the only way the Knicks are winning because they haven't won a different way. We haven't seen it. If it gets in the final 5 minutes and it's within 5 and it's clutch time, you're going to like having Jalen Brunson for sure. But the depth of Boston and just what surrounds the Brown and Tatum combo is just like, it's hard to get by that. So to your point, they should be favored. I don't know if I'd want to bet them because that's not insane value. I'm betting $325 to win 100. But like, you just got to take math, and just like 20-point leads blown 4 times in a series doesn't seem likely. Now we'll see what game 4 ends up being, but Boston being the favorite shouldn't be a surprise, but it does make sense for sure.
I also think too that like you talked about the way that they win, right? Like Knicks had to come back from 20 points down twice. How often does that really happen? Look at the 3-point, percentage from Boston shooting in that series. They shot 2 of their worst statistical games from 3 all year. Are you banking that they do it 2 more times in this 7-game series? Are you really banking on them doing that? Are you banking on the Knicks saying, we're going to come back in the 4th quarter where we're down by 20 and just go off. It's clear that the Knicks have some clear matchups that they're exploiting right now. OG Anunoby is doing fantastic work on the defensive end against Tatum. For whatever reason, Tatum really seems to struggle against OG. So there's a hat tip there, right? Jalen Brunson, he has been one of it. Well, he was the clutchest player this year in the NBA. And you can see why, because he's finding different ways. Some games he's doing it from the 3-point line. Some games he's doing it with intelligence, getting to the foul line, right? Sometimes he's doing it by finding the open man and they're making shots. Mikal Bridges has been great in crunch time defense. That steal that he had to end game 2 on Tatum, I don't know many players that can make that play, and he put himself in the right position there. But to continue to bank on the Knicks finding a way, thinking that the Knicks have found the secret recipe, the winning formula to beat this Boston team again and again and again, I just don't think that I've found it. Like right now, your recipe is what? We're just going to bank in the second half that they don't make any three-pointers, and then in the fourth quarter they get tight, and Tatum and Brown take ill-advised shots the entire time? I just don't see that being a winning formula for the rest of this series. It doesn't make sense in my head. Maybe it happens. It just doesn't make sense in my head.
So I'm a little confused. So Zach's going to have to help me out here. DeAndre Hunter and Ben Mathurin got into a little bit of something. Mathurin doesn't like punch him, but he bumps into Hunter. Hunter walks up to him, just two-hand chest pushes him to the ground. Mathurin sells it a little bit. They then have to come together and separate. The ref reviews something, and all I have seen is that Mathurin got ejected. Now, look, I'm not a fan of these players getting ejected, especially for that. Mm-hmm. But I'm confused why Mathurin's ejected and Hunter didn't get any. Hunter just shot free throws. I'm very confused what the official call here was, because you can say that Mathurin's in the wrong, but the Hunter straight up went up to him and just shoved him to the ground. I'm just very confused by what the official call was here. So Zach's going to look it up as we do little play-by-play. Let's talk about the other game. Golden State, Minnesota. Now, I had Minnesota in this series. I had Minnesota in 5. That could still technically happen, but I don't know how likely it is because Golden State had opportunities in game 3. Ant Edwards was awesome. He went absolutely insane in the second half, and his 30-plus burger carries the T-Wolves to a series lead. Now, there's still no Steph Curry. I don't think we're going to see Steph. I think if we do, I'm not convinced he's going to be Steph. So, if anything, he's a distraction that Minnesota will quickly figure out as a distraction. But where are you at on Minnesota? They're a minus 1,000 to win this series now, and Golden State's a plus 625. What did you think of game 3? And are you expecting Minnesota to win this in 5? What do you expect for game 4?
Monetarily, I'd like this game to get to game 6 just because I have this series going over 5.5. But I also bet that before Steph Curry got hurt. And not to be, the fat, out-of-shape sportscaster who's going to tell you how long an injury is going to make an elite athlete sit out of a series, it's going to be a lot longer than we think. And even if he does come back, like I had a grade 1 strain of my hamstring, right? It bothers me to this day, and I did it when I was 20 years old. And I understand that, I'm not Steph Curry, and Steph Curry isn't me. What Steph Curry knows
glad you
best
understand
for
that.
Right. Well, I'm a little bit taller, so
you know what I figured out? I'm not Steph Curry.
And a shocking development. Guess what? We're a little different. But he's known for his ability to run around the court and use his speed and his quickness to get open looks. He's not going to have that ability with the hamstring, right? And so he's going to turn into more of that distraction, like you said, or a spot-up shooter. And that just completely changes what this Warriors team is. Now, I do worry about the Wolves playing with their food, right? Like it took Ant Edwards waking up and going off for 28 in the second half for that Wolves team to get going and win this game. And it was much closer than it should have been. And the Wolves seem to do this, right? They play up or down to their opponent. So I just worry about the Wolves playing with their food a little bit, making this series go long. I still think the Wolves win. I think they're the surest bet of anyone. I get why they're minus 1,000, but I worry about playing with their food.
I want to carry something over on that series, and then we got some NFL to talk about, give you a score update as well. Our last segment of the show, Back to the Futures, Will Orton and Brandon Sprague. We're back with more on the BetMGM Network.
Back with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell! Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvat on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. Grab your flux capacitor and let's go back to the futures with Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network.
Welcome back in. Step into your batter's box with BetMGM. Snag the odds boost token and don't miss your chance at a bigger payout on your MLB bet this season. We'll get to some football stuff here. The NBA draft lottery is tomorrow. Will Ortner, the 74th best player from the offensive line out of Hopkinton High School.
My number.
It's a big day for us tomorrow here locally. The Trailblazers did not tank properly in the Cooper Flagg draft. They valued Alex Sarr more than they valued Cooper Flagg. It's one of the most mind-numbingly stupid things I think I've seen in a long time. Will the basketball gods shine upon thee or will they stay right at 10 or fall to 11? So it's a big day. So we'll talk about that a little bit here. Just to follow up on the Timberwolves, I don't have a lot on it, but I agree with almost everything you said. I think what I did this playoffs, because I've been wrong a lot, is I didn't give enough teams or stars enough credit on championship moxie. And so, like, I still lean Timberwolves get this done in 5, but if you tell me they lose in Golden State and the Warriors tie it up, I also just wouldn't be shocked because I've watched Minnesota in the series and they've been really weird and odd. And Jokic, I did this too. I haven't given enough stars, and I've leaned a lot on the younger teams taking that step, whereas like sometimes the league tells us they need to take 2 to 3 years before they take that step. So like I've given these star players a little bit of LeBron treatment of, yeah, you're 22, you can get it, when most of the league history says that's not normal. And I've overlooked, I guess, championship moxie, right? Like Aaron Gordon's been big. Murray's had mostly some good moments. Jokic, even though he's slumping a little bit, has had good games. And Jimmy Butler has done finals runs before. So I think part of the problem is for me, I'm taking into what I saw in the regular season and I'm applying that and saying the Thunder were the best team I saw all year and it wasn't close. They'll win that series in 5. And then Jokic and Gordon do Jokic and Gordon things and role guys step up. And, you know, Thunder are still kind of learning their way through the playoffs. So I tend to think the Timberwolves will get this done in 5. I would hope for them to get this done in 5 because of my bet. But I'm not going to overlook Golden State and the idea that they could tie the series, send it back to Minnesota, and maybe your bet cashes. Or maybe Steph Curry miraculously comes back with that hamstring. So, you know, that's just kind of my only follow-up I have on Minnesota is maybe they're, to your point, playing with the food a little bit, but also to credit to Golden State, their culture, Steve Kerr, they've been here a million times, so they're not rattled by this moment. Let's get to some NFL news and notes here. I don't know how big this is. I think it was noteworthy and newsworthy, but he's been such a weird player. Derek Carr announced his retirement after 11 seasons, and he's going to save the Saints a lot of cap money, and he's going to basically keep his signing bonus, but he's going to save the Saints on their cap. The Saints quarterback room now is Spencer Rattler, Jake Haener, and Tyler Shuck. Ben Solak of ESPN.com basically wrote that it's probably going to be Tyler Shuck who is going to get the start, the second-round pick of the Saints. We saw him play out here in Oregon. I watched that dude play all 15 years in college, and I'm just going to tell you, never once did I walk away from a Tyler Shuck game going, oh, man, it's too bad. They got to play Tyler Shuck. They're in trouble. Not once. You could tell me he had good games. I'll believe you. He never once wowed me in any way, shape, or form. So if he's going to be a great NFL quarterback, it will kind of more prove the point of nobody knows that position and nobody can quantify how you can tell anybody's going to be good at that position.
Well, it's the ultimate, how do you fit with the system that's going to be built around you? And the reason that the Saints went with Shuck, I think everyone in that organization knew what was about to happen. Like they knew that Carr was going to retire, or like it had come out before the draft that he had his injury issue. And there were conversations about what he'd do with his career going forward. Let's say he doesn't retire on Saturday. He wasn't going to be in the league next year because he wasn't going to play this year because he wasn't going to pass his physical. His shoulder, from everything that I've read about it, is just completely gone to garbage. It's trash. It's shredded meat. It's string cheese in there. And look, sometimes when you have those types of issues with your shoulder, torn labrums, AC joint tears, AC joint sprains, it just goes to garbage. When it's on your throwing shoulder too, he was going to be done and he was out of the league. So they were already looking for their next QB. After watching last year, Spencer Rattler, like he's not that guy. Hopefully, he ends up having a backup career where he's hanging around like Chase Daniels. But he's not a starter. I don't know that Tyler Shuck is a starter. But you know what? I would have said probably the same thing for different reasons about Josh Allen, right? The conversation when he came out of Wyoming was, hey, man, that guy makes a ton of great plays. He also makes a ton of horrible plays. His decision-making is poor, but he can make all the throws, and he's as athletic as all get out. Shuck might not be as athletic as Josh Allen, but he can make all the throws. He's a big, tall quarterback. He's got a strong arm. Yeah, he's not as accurate.
He's
right?
24. He's missed like 2 seasons with season-ending injuries. I mean, I get what your Josh Allen point, but like Josh Allen didn't have this. 3. Yeah, thank you. You're proving my point. Like, I hear what you're saying in some ways. Like, there are anomalies to this of guys like Josh Allen, but I mean, I just he's older and the injury history is already existing. I'm just baffled. And if he's good, I'll come out here on the show and be like, yo, can't believe it. Couldn't have been more wrong. I'm baffled by the idea that that's a second-round pick. I really am. I understand that quarterback was going to be a virgincy and all that, but like Tyler Shuck wowed you so much that you gave a second-round pick to Tyler Shuck. I can't believe it. I'm still shocked by it. And also in the same vein, I don't know if I could have cared less about a quarterback retiring or announcing retirement than Derek Carr, who I don't think has been good for 4 years. I mean, I've watched him play, and nothing about it's been impressive. And middle of the road Derek Carr, who had a nice lengthy career, made a lot of money for him and his family, but never once you were like, oh man, Carr could win the Super Bowl. I don't know if you ever had that moment. So I don't know.
Right.
I think it's all weird.
And I think with Shuck too is this is going to make or break how long Moore stays there with the Saints. Like if he's able to turn Shuck into a service, yes, 100%. Because you're going to give him
sucks next year. Let's run through this real quick. If Shuck sucks next year, which I would argue he did in college, and they are in prime position for 1 or 2 pick because they're not good. They don't have a quarterback. Rattler, I don't know about Rattler, and I sure as hell don't know about Haener. Okay? You think they fire Kellen Moore and don't draft a quarterback at 1 or 2? Because I think they could just as easily say, all right, second-round pick was a bit high on that. That did not work. We're in the second pick of the draft. We're going to take the Norris Sellers, who I think is going to be an absolute monster. Or we're going to take Nussmeier out of LSU. Like, you don't think that they would just pivot the way Arizona did from Rosen to Murray, and you think Moore is tied to how successful Shuck is?
No, not in that scenario. If your scenario is they are the worst or second worst team, then no, they're not tied. But in my scenario, they're not the worst, right? They're in the top 10 area. And I think that Kellen Moore is going to design an offense, and he's shown that he has the ability to do this, where there's going to be moments and flashes of Tyler Shuck. Remember, they're also in cap hell, right? So they have to get younger.
Well, this helped them a lot, actually. This Carr announcement.
It did, 100%. But they still have a bunch of guys like Cam Jordan on the defensive side, Alvin Kamara on the offensive side that have clearly taken a step back. And so they're going to have to move on from those guys. Now, if the Saints look at this and that front office and they say, hey, there's a little bit of signs of growth from Tyler Shuck. We want to keep Kellen Moore around with Tyler Shuck and continue to try and grow our team around him. Then, yes, I do think he's going to be tied to him, much like Brian Daboll was for the most part with Daniel Jones. Like, the only reason that Daboll isn't completely tied to Daniel Jones is because he was so horrific in the last 2 years after the 1 year when Daboll got brought in. Because remember, Daboll was brought in to make Daniel Jones become a star or at least a serviceable starting quarterback, and he did for a year. But last year, Daboll doesn't get fired. They're able to get rid of Daniel Jones, but if it doesn't work this year, Brian Daboll will be fired. If they go 0-4 to start the year, Daboll will be fired. And I think that Kellen Moore could have this same thing if Shuck shows growth. Like, remember, this is the same league that drafted Christian Hackenberg. Christian Hackenberg was horrible in college, way worse than Tyler Shuck. But he was a big kid with a strong arm, and NFL teams loved him. That's what Tyler Shuck is. And if he shows any signs of being halfway decent, and this Saints team isn't, a bottom 5 team, I think they will stay with Shuck. I don't think they'll draft a QB. And then it will completely depend on Kellen Moore and his time in his career with the Saints on how Tyler Shuck goes. He was brought in as a QB whisperer, and he went out and he said, Tyler Shuck is the QB that I want. So unless it is a Josh Rosen historically bad pick, and you get to be a 1 or 2 pick next year, he will be tied to Tyler Shuck.
Very quickly, Pickens got traded. Pittsburgh traded him to Dallas. Dallas gave a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick to the Steelers for Pickens and a 2027 sixth. I don't know about you. I just thought this was a big nothing burger story. It's only newsy because of the team that traded for the player and the player being kind of polarizing. Is he good? Is he really good? Is he overrated? I just, I kind of thought it was a nothing burger. I don't think this is going to be amazing for Dallas, and I still don't know who the hell is throwing the football for Pittsburgh, though I talked to a Pittsburgh guy this week, and he maintains Pittsburgh knows they're getting Aaron Rodgers. Like, that was his takeaway, basically.
Yeah, I've never really been on the George Pickens bandwagon. I don't think he's very good. I think he's like a lot of wide receivers in the NFL. Chase Claypool was another version of this, where they have all the talent in the world, but they have a 2-cent head, and it's different. Chase's or Claypool's issues were his own issues, and George Pickens' issues seem to be a little bit more aggressive towards others than necessarily what Claypool's issues were. But I think he's got a 2-cent head, and that's going to be the difference between him being successful in the league and being successful with the Cowboys and him being out of the league in a couple of years, just like Claypool is. Like when Mike Tomlin says, hey, you're too much of a problem for me to deal with you, you're out of here at his age, I think that tells you all you need to know.
Just a team. Give me the team that wins the Cooper Flag sweepstakes tomorrow. Just a team.
Just the team, Blazers.
Wow. I'm going Hornets. I think he's going to stay in the state of Carolina. He'll stay in that area, and he'll be a Hornet. Thank you to Kenny. Thank you to Zach for the 88th greatest offensive line prospect, Will Ortner and Hockenson High. I'm Brandon Sprague. Thanks for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. It always flies by. And we'll catch you guys next week. This is Back to the Futures on the BetMGM Network.
Back to the Futures. We'll be back. Brandon Sprague and Will Ortner on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.